Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell and AJ back at the studio. We are live at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook. Loving it. We got this is the big week, the big game week. Actually, we could say it's Super Bowl week. We can actually say that, I think.
Why?
Because we can say it's because.
Oh,
it's,
you can say Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's not connected to an advertisement.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, you can say that.
I mean, you can watch the big game right here at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Now that I think you have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and, who knows? We could push it. What is the NFL coming at? Your big bad league coming after us? Okay.
No, you can say
That's owned by ESPN now?
You can say it. Now tie it to one of your products, and I'm turning you in.
Okay. Yeah, I want to see you turn me in.
Tie it to one of your products and watch me turn you in.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. I'm still one of the few people who have an NFL.com email address.
Yeah. They ought to get all.
Daniel Jeremiah, you got to do .espn.com.
Okay. They ought to put up in the stadium. They ought to put up all the showers with Bluebonnet glass at the Super Bowl. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. That's what they ought to do.
AJ, cut that and send it to me.
Okay. That's what they ought to do.
Cut that and send it to me.
So yeah. Oh, I'm afraid of your. Okay, I'm not afraid of ESPN. By the way.
Wait a minute,
It's
screwing
a
up
Disney.
our. You're screwing up our thing, our whole station.
What? Why?
You can't do that.
What do you
Don't be doing things like this against the NFL on our station.
Well, guess what?
We're
We
the
own
ones
them
who get
now.
in trouble.
We own the NFL now after that last week.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we
they
do.
didn't sell the whole thing.
Yeah,
What's
they
wrong
did.
with you?
We got all of it now.
No.
And you own 10% of ESPN. Congratulations.
They own the NFL. You own NFL Network.
We own NFL
You don't
Network.
You
We
own zero.
own the NFL
boop, boop,
now.
boop. This is how much of the
Okay.
league you own. None. In fact, they made you give games back to them.
No.
So they could. Did you see that?
Yeah. Well,
they got
guess
4
what?
games back so they could ransom them off to other TV
Which
places.
is dumb because the NFL owns 10% of the ESPN.
They
You would
want
think they
more-
wanted to succeed.
No, they want more.
Your league
They're
is-
still going to get 10%. Now they get even higher percent from
Your league is so stupid.
Hulu. No,
Okay.
they just maximize their money again.
All right, your league is so stupid. It's amazing.
What are you doing? Wasting our
All
time.
right.
Wasting
Uh-huh.
our time talking about a league that could crush you. That could
Yeah.
take your entire everything you own.
Oh, really?
Yes.
No.
The NFL can take everything you own.
I got Disney stock. Don't forget. I own you.
They could
I
gut
own
the
you,
stock.
and Roger.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure at some point if Roger Goodell said prima nocta, he could take.
Oh no!
I can't.
Prima-
I can't hear Dell. I can't hear you.
Right.
Del.
I heard him. I heard him.
Yeah, I
claim,
heard him try to
Roger
claim
claiming
prima
prima
nocta
nocta
on Wendy.
prima nocta on me. Okay.
He can't do that, and he won't
cannot,
do that.
He
He
cannot.
can't and won't do that.
Okay.
All right, let's get to it.
What?
Alpie's not an all-star.
I know that's so stupid.
Alpie's not an all-star.
Uh,
No one likes him.
Does he-
Apparently, we learned that a couple weeks ago. Nobody likes Alperen Şengün in the
I know,
league.
we did learn
the
that.
league hates Alperen Şengün.
I know, they
we
do.
learned that because the league had.
he finished like 23rd in
for those
voting
who
it by
don't-
the players.
Yeah, for those who don't know, there was a league. There was like a league-wide.
Hate.
Well, it was the official vote though, right? It was just kind of a poll.
No, it was what the players
It was the
voted.
vote.
That was a league-wide
That was
vote.
a
Yeah,
league vote.
the league-wide
Player
vote.
vote,
The
yeah.
players said this guy's trash. They put everyone ahead of him.
I mean, they
Because
put
they
guys
don't-
they put guys who were not even on that were hurt
They
ahead of him.
really don't like
They
him.
don't like him for it.
So he's gonna.
Listen though. I want to. Is he an all-star this year?
I mean, his numbers are pretty good.
His
I
numbers
think
are pretty
it's-
good.
I
His
think
shooting
it's-
percentage is it?
I think it's debatable.
His field goal percentage in his free throw percentage. I don't even want.
Yeah,
to talk.
I think it's debatable.
I don't even want to talk about that. Okay, but I mean he misses so many shots around the basket. It's like crazy. His field goal percent. He's 50% from the field this year, and he's 30% from three. I don't know what is his true. He's averaging 21 points a game. He's averaging 3.5. He's averaging 6.4 assists and 3.3 turnovers. 9.2 rebounds. He's a 68% free throw shooter, which is bothersome. But yeah, 50%. I mean, when you look at the big men in the league, where does that? I want to look and see where that ranks with the big men, because I don't know. It seems to me. I don't know. Does it seem to you like he's an all-star this year?
I mean, I don't know. You have to have 8 international players in the new format, right? This format goes into effect this year, right? So, I don't know. That's that's pretty tough. it's pretty tough. I feel like Alpe has played well. I think he hasn't played as well recently.
You see there's a lot of big men, okay? I'm not even going to count Rudy Gobert. I mean, 70%.
No.
But, like, Giannis is 64.5%. Duran is 63.5%. Nikola Jokic is 61%.
Well, they're shooting a lot
Jared
more.
Allen is 61%.
You're talking about field goal percentage?
Field goal percentage.
Yeah, I think
Alpe's at 50, which is low, bro.
No, I know. I think if you looked at his shot clock, I mean his shot chart.
37th.
His shot chart, he's probably shooting further out, but still, I mean, it gets to efficiency.
Well, Kevin Durant shoots further out than he does, and he's a better shooter.
Well,
he's
yeah,
51%.
but they're not the same kind of players.
No, but
he's a shooter.
Right, but he's also outside a lot.
Yeah, I mean it's typically. But look where he was last year. I don't think his field goal percentage was all that great last year either, if I remember correctly.
I got Alperen Sengun, but I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like an all-star to me this year. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, because he's not better than he was last year, and last year he was better than he was the year before. You could see the improvement. I don't know that there's been necessarily an improvement this year. Now he is, dealing 6.5 assists is pretty good. It'd be nice.
Yeah,
if
but
he
he's
were
also
up
got 3.5 turnovers, 3.3 turnovers.
Oh,
he's less than 2 to 1.
No one looks at turnovers.
And he seems like he's their primary ball handler.
Well, I mean,
and he's not even 2 to 1 on assisted turnovers.
Yeah, but for a
Listen,
big, that's
I'm not
pretty
hating
good,
on him. I like Alpe.
It sounds like you're hating on him.
No, I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying I'm not sure
he's
that
shooting.
He is
he's shooting better this year than last year. Last year is 49.6.
Okay, he's a little bit better.
And he's 30% from three. He was 23 last year.
Yeah, no, that's where he's improved a little bit.
His free throw percentage is slightly worse. His rebound total is slightly lower, by a full rebound. His assists are up 1.5 assists. His turnovers are up.
Well, without Fred, he's the again
0.7. Yeah.
Right.
And he's scoring 2 more points a game. But yes, I would say, from a field goal percentage, he's basically the same as last year,
which isn't great.
I don't think he's made a great deal of improvement from this year to last year. I personally, I really didn't know if he was going to make All-Stars or not. I don't really care. I don't mind him getting a break, but I know it's good for Alpe. I know the fans really want to see him. I'm just more worried about the fact that the Rockets aren't really playing like they were before. I don't know the reason for it. I mean, I can see the basketball reasons for it, but I don't know. I'm kind of with you where last year felt like he made this big jump, and this year feels like it's just kind of more of the same. I mean, some of the numbers are higher, and he's shooting slightly better, but from three and barely from field goal, and he's got a few more assists, but I don't know. I thought he was kind of borderline this year. It wasn't going to surprise me if he didn't make it. Let me put it that way.
So Phil Jackson had a 40-12 deal, 40-20 deal. If you were going to be a contender for the NBA title, you needed 40 wins before you had 20 losses, and that's
okay.
Yeah, and there are 9 teams right now that have that possibility, and the Rockets are one of them. They're 30-17. They need to win 10 games, 10 out of their next 12, to be 40 before they hit. They need 40 before 20.
I don't know if they're going to do that.
Yeah, we'll see. They got at Indiana with no Kevin Durant tonight. All right, ankle
That's
injury.
a
dub. Boston at home, Charlotte at Oklahoma City. They got the Clippers at home twice. At Charlotte, at the Knicks, Utah, Sacramento, at Orlando,
there's
at
a
Miami.
minimum 4 losses in there.
It looks like.
Minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, the Clippers are playing better basketball. You got winning at the Knicks is going to be really, really hard. I think you've got Oklahoma City.
The Clippers are playing great.
I'd say you're not getting 40 before 20.
LeBron made the All-Star reserve.
Oh, wait.
Kawhi
You said they're 30-13.
They're 30-17.
Oh, 30-17. Okay, yeah, you're not getting 40 before you get 20.
No,
you got 20 losses.
This team is not as good as we thought it was going to be.
It's not as good as they were earlier in the year.
Yeah,
earlier in the year they were good.
Yeah,
they were good. I liked this team earlier in the year, and they've kind of lost their mojo. And I don't know how.
They really struggled with the Mavs the other night. It was like, wow. I mean, are you guys gonna pull out of this or what?
Yeah.
The Mavs are a bad basketball team. And Cooper Flagg is a good player,
We got a
but
really
he
good
just took over the game.
34 after he had 49, was it?
Yeah,
Back-to-back games, 49-34.
pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to be really good really fast. Really good really fast. He already is. Like, he's just not consistent with the scoring output like you're going to see with rookie, but man is he talented. Holy crap. And we knew it going in, but I mean, for him to have a 49 as a rookie,
Yep.
a 49 spot as a rookie, the youngest rookie ever to do it, the first teen ever to do it, because he's technically a teen still. That's insane.
Yeah. So I don't really care about the Dal. Tell us how it's going to work again. What we're going to see All-Star Weekend.
So there'll be 3 teams. They'll play a round robin, I believe, and then that'll determine who plays in the final.
Strippers. Well, you mean the
on
weekend or the
court?
game?
For the
the game?
multiple games.
I mean,
You said how's it going to work for the weekend?
there'll be there'll
You're
be
flying
women
in, women
flying
from
out, from different
multiple
spots. I mean, they're
spots.
flying
Well,
in, but the men will be flying them out.
where is it?
Is it in? I don't know. I don't.
If it's not in Vegas, if it's in Vegas, you don't need to fly anybody in.
It's not Vegas.
It's not Vegas.
They'll fly in themselves.
If it's like in Cleveland, you need to get.
Wait, is it Sacramento?
No, they would never. They would never. Where is? I don't know.
Why?
where it
What's
is.
the difference if it's Sacramento? They were in Cleveland or Detroit before. Why do they care
It
about?
When's the last time they were in Detroit?
I don't
It's
know.
in.
No.
Yeah. I mean, they've been in Milwaukee.
Where is it?
L.A.
It's in L.A.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
pros.
man, I'm getting out of there. I'm getting out of there. All them hookers coming in.
Are they going to be in your neighborhood?
They
You live a
might
little
be.
ways away from the
They
action,
might
I think.
be. They might be in my
I
neighborhood.
don't think they're getting
I
into
don't
your
need all
gated
that.
community, into your little
yeah.
pool.
During Bible study, I don't need that.
Why
Into
would
your
they be
pool.
at your Bible study?
Well, this is the problem. This is the
What
problem. They're
person-
not at my Bible study.
What minister is well, hold on. Isn't one of the tenets you bring in everyone? Wouldn't you aren't you supposed to bring in even the
Yeah,
people
I
who
mean,
are
Jesus did. Mary Magdalene.
walking a life you
He
may
did.
not
No, he did. He did. No, you're
approve
right.
of? Yeah.
You're right. I'm a
Hate
little
the sin,
snooty.
John, not the sinner.
Yeah, but Jesus was a little bit better person than me.
Well, a little bit, clearly. But you're supposed to take on his teachings. Hate the sin, John, not the sinner.
Yeah, right. I know.
And
I know.
if there is a woman who has decided that she would want to participate at your Bible study because she wants to change her ways, even if the night before she had done something
That's a
God
good
wouldn't
point.
approve of,
That's a good
you
point.
allow her in the building.
Yeah,
It's
no,
a fair
yeah.
point.
We'll let her in.
What kind of Christian are you, John?
We'll let her in. I just don't
The
want
bad
to.
kind.
Exclusionary
don't-
kind.
The bad kind.
You're the ones that they don't like.
I'll let her in. I just don't want her doing all that stuff in there.
Well, I would imagine she wouldn't if she's coming to Bible
She's
study.
not
Thank you.
coming to do lap dances at your Bible
Thank
study.
you.
What are you
Thank
talking
you.
about? Who hired her?
Thank you.
It's a question. Why is she there? Who made the
Yeah,
call?
what do you mean? I
If
wouldn't.
if we got NBA players there, maybe. You don't know.
At your Bible
You
study?
don't know.
Who, the Pump Brothers made some phone calls?
Maybe.
Pump Brothers are the ones. They're not with Adidas anymore, right?
I don't know that.
They're just
I have
scurrilous.
No. Hey, we are live at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. We are live at the DraftKings Sportsbook, and that's where we are, and that's where you are going to want to be next weekend. We were sitting at the bar last night. It was just awesome, and just hanging out here watching all the games. It is going to be packed in here. I don't know that you can still get in here, but you can try. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. They will have the Blue Martini all set up as a place to watch the game, too. All of the TVs in the casino, the Rush Lounge. I went to the Rush Lounge last night. As a matter of fact, we were watching a band. It was just awesome. I've watched the Super Bowl in the Rush band before, in the Rush Lounge before. It is awesome. You're looking for the best way to watch the big game or the NCAA tournament, which is coming up as well. Make your plans now. You're looking for fun. To me, the best place to watch any huge sporting event or anything else, it's the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Hi, welcome back. Live in the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So excited to be here. This is such a great place. We got all the TVs on. We're watching all the different stuff. We watched. There must have been 100 basketball games on yesterday here. Fantastic. Just great stuff. Golf was on. I mean, do you guys believe how Justin Rose is just playing great?
Click. Those are everyone turning the channel.
Justin Rose.
Everyone just turned the channel because they heard you talking Justin Rose.
Oh, really?
Minus 23. What kind of easy goat ranch course was that?
A goat ranch is what you just called it. Okay. All right.
Well, look how easy it was.
Best players in the world.
There's a chance I could have shot +1.
Brooks Koepka, guess what?
What?
Guess what, Brooks? It ain't as easy as live. Okay. You lost, but you lost to Justin Rose by 20. Okay. Guess what? You ain't in Dubai no more, pal.
How many livers have gone now that they got their
Patrick
cheese?
Reed and him.
That's it.
That's it.
Is Brooks considered a big one? I mean, Brooks is a big one.
Huge.
He's huge, but is it going to sway anything?
You get Bryson DeChambeau and John Rahm, and it's over for Liv. Done. If you get those two to defect.
Even with their TV deal on the CW?
Can you come to the embassy? And
even on their CW TV deal that they have, Liv?
Yeah. Well, even with their CW TV deal, which no one has ever watched ever. Okay? Ever. What about Alcaraz? How good is this guy?
I didn't get to watch it. I like watching all the majors, but Australia, they're going to have to change the times so we can watch it.
3:30 in the morning here.
They're going to have to do things for the Americans so we can watch it.
How are we going to watch it?
It's like when 2000 with the World Cup in Japan, I think, and
I mean all the Olympics that are in those foreign countries. It should be here every year.
Make sure that you change your times to make it easier for us to see.
Right. I mean, like, when
I guess we're starting our game I guess we start at midnight now. The Americans want to watch.
Well, that's what's going to happen. Have to happen in Milan, right? I mean, we got to start. We're going to do some night skiing. We got to do
7. No, I don't think they're going to change the time.
No.
I just think you're going to not watch the Winter Olympics.
No.
Only this time they'll
Night
be on at
skiing.
a different time that you don't watch them.
Night skiing, that's what we need.
No, you'll just watch a pre-recorded version. They're not going to send those people out at night.
Yeah, at midnight. You're right about that.
I mean, they do the X Games.
Well, actually, 2 in the morning will be about 7 o'clock here. Perfect.
I don't see
Perfect
that happening.
prime time.
I don't think
we
the
have
world's
enough.
going to bend in that way to you.
I don't think we have enough.
I mean, to me, it's just stupid. Just have it in America every year, every 4 years.
No, thanks.
No.
That's a big money loser.
Okay.
You have to buy a bunch of You have
We
to make
got
a
our
bunch of
stadiums,
stadiums.
don't
Well,
worry.
America's got the infrastructure for the Olympics.
Hannah
no one wants to. You
Hannah
already
wants
saw.
a new stadium. We could have a new
I don't
stadium.
know if you heard. There's a lot of people not coming to America right now.
Well, the
We're
World
not
Cup.
exactly like the World Cup. Did you see that?
Yeah.
How many countries aren't coming? Aren't allowed to come, and then they just had Sepp Blatter just had a big thing where like don't go to the America for the World Cup, and the World Cup host cities are like, hey, don't listen to them.
Well, stop
Don't
it.
listen to
Yeah,
them.
like people aren't going to go. I mean, if
Don't
this thing
listen
was
to
in
Sepp Blatter.
this thing was in North Korea, everybody would go. What are you, crazy?
Would they be allowed in North Korea? I mean,
No.
they're not allowed here, so I guess they'll find a way. But I don't know. I'm interested because, of course, this city is going to host World Cup games, and it'll be a lot of internet. We're not going to get the U.S. here. I wonder how that's going to play out. Yeah, when one of the biggest names in international sports, like, hey, stay away from that country.
Yeah,
That's a rough.
Guess
road.
what? More
That's
tickets
rough.
for me. Stay away. I'm glad.
More tickets for you.
Yeah, I'm
How
gonna
many
go.
tickets were
I'm
you going to
going
buy?
I'm going to see the U.S. in L.A. They're playing 2 games in L.A.
I think you would have been able to get those tickets either way because it's going to be
More
a
for
U.S.
me.
crowd.
More for me.
You only need one.
No,
You
but I
really-
need 2 seats. I want to relax.
Like a movie theater?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want more space?
I want
Okay.
more space. Okay, so
Man-
don't come to our country.
Man of the people.
We don't need you here.
Well,
Yeah, once again,
No, I
every
don't need those
host,
people.
every host city is saying,
Shut up,
"Don't
John.
listen to him."
We're probably going to have people from the, if you want to call it, the organizing committee for Houston in the World Cup. Shut up, John. Stop telling people to not come
No,
here.
don't come to L.A. I don't need you
Well,
there.
you're in L.A. Stop it. We're talking
There are
about in
people who are-
Houston. Who are hosting games as well.
Right,
including
right.
your buddy Nick from Nick's place.
Oh, yeah.
he
needs
probably wants some watch parties.
We don't want foreigners.
Well, actually, he's going to have it on
Americans
TV.
in there.
He'll have it on TV anyway. No. He wants everybody. Every
He's not
denomination.
discriminating.
Every age, creed, denomination, ethnicity, race. Because when there's other matches that aren't the U.S., he wants that filled up too. It'll be good. It's going to be some. we've got a good in Houston. We've got a really good draw.
Yeah, no,
Really good
it's
draw.
going to be great. That's going to be great.
You not so much.
Well, yeah, I got 2 U.S. games, but okay.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how entertaining those
Who do
games
they play?
will be.
Prague.
Who are they playing?
You might want to find out since you want all the tickets
Yeah.
to yourself.
Well, I'll sell them. You know
Well,
what those
that
will
would
go
help.
for? You know what those will
Well.
go for? Huh?
We'll find out.
But I don't want to sell them to foreigners. I
What?
don't want those people here.
You're going to be outnumbered at the game anyway.
No kidding.
It doesn't matter who they play.
No kidding. No kidding. All right, 713-780-3776. We are live at the Golden Nugget DraftKings Sportsbook, where this is a great time to think about making a plan. Get on over here, watch and have a great time watching all of your games here. Did you see the hockey game last night? Holy!
I was having dinner and the TV's on,
and
and
this
I'm
game
like,
came on.
and I'm like, okay, they're in Tampa.
It's
But
outside.
We've got everyone dressed up like Revolutionary War, like a Boston Tea Party.
Yeah.
But then there's something having to do with the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Well, some of the Lightning came dressed up as the Bucks.
Oh, is that what it was?
Old school creamsicle uniforms.
Yeah.
Like Baker and Tristan Wirfs let them out, I believe, and I don't know how many Lightning players, but a good few were dressed up as in full uniform.
Without volume. I didn't know what the hell. And then the coach for Tampa Bay was dressed as a pimp. Literally behind the stands, he was dressed like. And then somebody said he was dressed like Tony Montana.
Oh,
and I
there
thought
you
they
go.
were. I thought they were joking,
But no.
but maybe he actually was. Which Tony wasn't in Tampa. I do know that Tony Montana was not in Tampa. He was in Miami. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but in Miami, we don't care. I mean, no one. Florida, no one cares about that team.
So that
how
was the
are you
whole-
playing hockey in Tampa outside? That's what I want to know.
This
That's
is
what I
how
wanna know.
this is how he was dressed.
That's awesome.
That's how the coach was dressed.
no one
of
cares.
Tampa Bay.
The two-time defending champions.
No, but when the goalies fought, that was awesome. The goalies were squared up, and the Tampa Bay goalie just kicked the Boston goalie's ass, and then from there, Tampa Bay just took off and killed them. They were down 5-2. Tampa scores 3 goals to tie it. They go to overtime, and they go to penalty shots, and Tampa wins it. I mean, that's good. That's good stuff.
He's literally dressed exactly
like
like
Tony
Tony Montana.
Montana,
That's
yeah.
probably what he was trying to do.
Yeah,
I
that was
guess.
what he was trying to do. Although he's not a Tampa guy.
All the NHL's probably like, can we not dress like a massive cocaine dealer?
Well,
Tampa,
I mean,
Tampa head coach, but he was. They scored in 11 seconds. They had the face-off to start the match, and then Tampa immediately scored 1-0. Then just got into a shootout. Well, it was nothing but Boston, 5 straight goals, 5-1, and then in the second period, the Tampa scored again as 5-2, and then another goal was scored 5-3, and then I don't know what happened, but the Boston goalkeeper or goaltender jumped on a Tampa player who was on the ice.
Well, no. He made the save, and the Tampa guy kept hitting
Oh, is
him.
that what he was doing?
Yeah,
Okay.
and so he got up and he
Oh,
started.
so he made the save? I just
yeah.
saw it turn into a scrum,
No.
and before you knew it, Tampa goaltender said, no.
Oh, well, so the Boston goalie makes the save. The Tampa guy's hitting him with the stick, which happens a lot. He gets up and he gets on top of him.
Yeah.
He's punching him, and he's on the ground. He's punching him. So the Tampa
Unwritten
goalie,
rule. You
Tampa
don't hit somebody
goalie
on the
said,
ground.
No.
So he skated down, and Boston goes, "You want to go?"
Let's go.
And so he jumped up. They threw their sticks off, and then it was about like 3 punch. The Boston guy went down before the Tampa guy, and then I could see the Boston guy or the Tampa guy who won the fight kind of patted the Boston guy on the back.
Yeah.
It's almost like this is just what we got to do.
Well, yeah.
It's nothing personal, but you punch my guy on the ground. This is baseball's unwritten rule. You can't walk across my pitcher's diamond.
And then did you see all the players? They were hitting their sticks on
Yeah,
the
the
board.
Boston guys were all
They
excited that
Boston
it was a
too.
goal
Yeah,
kick.
yeah.
They didn't know that, unfortunately, apparently it got Tampa Bay jacked up to come back and win.
And they won the game. Tampa got all. Yeah, they did get jacked up.
Hockey's
from it.
fun to watch when it's
Hey, this is going to be fun.
When
You
it's
got
like
the
that.
tournament coming up again now. The
Oh,
tournament
yeah.
is coming up. It's going to be good. It's going to be really good.
That's
the
right.
international tournament.
yeah.
That's a lot of fun. That's real hockey.
We
now.
lost to Canada last year,
Yeah, we
right?
lost
After we beat
them.
we had beaten them, yeah.
Yeah, right. That was fun. All right. 713-780-3776. Basically, it's a holiday show. We're at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Nothing but, whatever. whatever you want to talk about.
Would you
We're
have been-
talking. We
if-
talked hockey, tennis, and golf so far in
This
the
is
show.
bad.
All right.
This is really bad. so
That's
far.
what you get for not having football on today.
When we come
yesterday.
back, we'll talk about how Minnesota fired their
Their
general
GM.
manager. They fired their GM after he was. I saw him at the Senior Bowl. They made this guy go to Mobile
Oh God! And then fired him.
and then fired him when he
Oh, they
got
hate
back.
that
Like,
guy.
hey, we were talking while you were gone.
Right.
So yeah.
Well,
Apparently Justin Jefferson went on and said he couldn't believe they didn't keep
let's
Sam
do it on the
Darnold.
other side.
Yeah.
Oh, on the other side, we're going to do that. But first, we're going to talk about Aqueduct. We're going to talk about Billy Brown right now. Billy Brown is so awesome. To Lance and I, we really, really appreciate Billy and what he's done for us. And Billy appreciates us, too. When we were at the golf tournament, Billy said, man, I want to tell you, it's the best return on investment I've had. The best return on investment is advertising with us. You know why? Because you guys have responded. Anytime that you have an issue, it's not – now, you could be proactive. You could, instead of reactive, you could call him and get your water heater cleaned out, your tankless water heater, which would be nice because you got a lot of resin in there. If you haven't done that, you really need to. You could, repipe before your pipes burst. If your house is old, you could do that. But usually it's if something happens, you need Billy, and Billy's there for you.
Yeah, and Billy does an amazing job. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, he's not doing anything. It's his guys are getting in their trucks, and they're coming out. And they come out quickly. They get to your place, and they get it diagnosed quickly. There's no charge to diagnose, as John mentioned.
Wow, Billy, he just said you don't do nothing. and
The
your
work
guys do
is
all the
done.
work.
He's got great guys working for him.
Okay.
That's the whole key. He delegates. He's a delegator, and they do a great job. Small jobs, large jobs. Look, you got a guy now. That's what you want to have. You want to have somebody you can trust as your plumber, and it's going to be aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, you are just minutes away, people. About 8-9 minutes from what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I got a great one. I learned something this weekend that was just awesome. So, but I got a couple actually. But you got to get yours ready. AJ, you ready for that? You ready for what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, for sure.
AJ's not ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
AJ is, I don't know, he's probably like you, not listening to the show. Although now I'm going to talk. I went to the Cougs game on Saturday.
How'd it go?
It was awesome. That place is the best. Place is the best.
I was there too.
I know you love it. You
I
think
love
it's the
that
best in the
place.
city.
I think it's the best stadium we have. It's the best arena we have in the city. So the Cougs won. They blew them out. They had a tough game against Cincinnati earlier this year. Not so much on Saturday.
No.
They just kicked their ass. Neither team could score early on, and then the Cougs just pulled away. Well, first of all, Chris Senack shooting threes. Holy crap! And Sharp was hot. They didn't even need Kingston. Kingston did not have a good day shooting the ball. But they didn't need him. They just kicked some ass. I'm convinced this team is going to really come together. It's not as tenacious as his other teams have been, but I think they'll get that come playoff time. This is a good year though, man. We got some good basketball still ahead of us. College basketball. This is gonna be fun. Yeah. So that was great last night. Apparently the Cougs got a shot. The Coug women, a corner three to win the game. Congratulations to the Coug women for a nice win there. We had some. Did you see Bobby Sura on a podcast? Did you see this?
It's a little while back, right?
I thought it was just no. I think it just happened.
Huh? Well, I don't think I did. I saw him on I saw him on a podcast like a week ago, maybe more than that.
Yeah. Oh, was it that? Was it? I guess it just aired though somewhere. The whole podcast just aired. But he made a bet that he would be on the senior tour by the time he's 65 years old.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I've seen Bobby, and he bet $10,000 against a billionaire's $3 million that he would be on the tour. And he said, "I've whipped it out. Here's $10,000." He just threw away $10,000
Because you've seen him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't ready for that. No, he ain't ready for that. Okay. It is. Everybody thinks, oh, I'm just gonna. You know what? I'm gonna retire and I'm gonna go be on the senior tour because I shot a 78 once. Do you have any idea how good these guys are?
He's just throwing money away. Bobby's looking for something to do.
Bobby's got some coin. He's okay. Bobby will be okay.
He's looking for something to do.
Yeah. By the way, I saw all the guys from Carlton Woods. The guys are driving up right now. As a matter of fact, my boys, Shu and Frosty, are driving up here. But I saw Emil and Daniel and Todd and all these guys from they've got a huge tournament here, like 4 times a year. They can play a huge tournament here. If you are a golf course, you want to make sure that you get in on this, but you got to get in on it early because it fills up in a hurry. But they got 7 teams from Carlton Woods up here, so I'm gonna go out there and watch those guys play a little bit. It is awesome. It's a lot of fun. I played in it before. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, that happens here at the Golden. There's all kinds of stuff happening here at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. And if you're somebody that is looking for something to do, this, my friends, is the place to do it. We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence coming your way. So get it ready. We're going to call in a minute. 713-780-3776. What is it that you learned this weekend? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend in one sentence. But you wanted to talk quickly about Mensa?
Well, yeah, the Vikings GM, so former GM, he was, season was over. Usually with Black Monday, it's that day or sometime that week where coaches and GMs get fired. And that was what, 3-4 weeks ago?
Yeah.
About 4 weeks ago. He was at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. And
did you talk to him?
And no, I don't know him.
Yeah.
I don't know. But he was
you don't know a lot of people. You just start talking to them, and
yeah, that's true.
And they feel like,
but not
wow,
him.
this is
Have
creepy.
you seen his drafts? I went up and started talking to John Lynch, telling him I love the way he builds teams, and we ended up having like a 30-minute conversation.
Yeah.
It was great. And I was waiting for him to get my number. I need to give him my number next time. But
yeah, John Lynch can't wait for your number.
Yeah, he was. And I saw him the next day talking to Alonzo, and he's like, "Hey, Lance," and I was like, "That's right."
Yeah.
That's all he said. He was waiting for me to leave, but no, you have Kwefi Adafo-Mensah, the former GM of the Vikings, was fired when he got back from the Senior Bowl. They got rid of him, and I think the primary reason is because he chose wrong on the quarterback.
Yeah.
He chose, instead of Sam Darnold, he chose J.J.
Now,
McCarthy.
he may both turn out to be right.
Now, wait a minute. Now, he also had drafted J.J. McCarthy the same year he signed Sam Darnold to be the backup / potential bridge quarterback. So he was already on the hook for J.J. McCarthy. That's not a crazy – I mean, that's not a crazy thing to say. We got to get our young guy. He was injured all last year. We got to get him experience this year.
Right.
We can't let Sam Darnold just keep being the
Or
quarterback.
he could sit like Aaron Rodgers did, like Jordan Love did.
Yeah, but, it's funny. People love to go back and act like, no, it was always the right move. No one was saying that after Sam had 2 bad games.
No, right.
Nobody
the
was
2
saying.
games killed
They
him.
said, "Here we go.
Yeah.
This is Sam Darnold."
Right.
That's what everyone said. So, what really should have hurt him are his drafts. His drafts. Now, so you got to remember. So
Well, then maybe that is what hurt him.
probably so. It doesn't help that Justin
To put
Jefferson.
that combination together, that's bad.
It doesn't help that Justin Jefferson's on a podcast saying, the other guy, he had a year under his belt. We would have definitely been better. I mean, it's true. You're not really supposed to say that on a podcast, Justin. But so this guy is just an analytics guy. He was the manager of football research and development for the 49ers from 2013 to 16. They're very heavily analytics-oriented, the Niners. Then he was director of football research and development from 17 to 19 with the 49ers. Then 1 year of the vice president of football operations. There's Andrew Berry, who's an analytics guy, brings him in. And then the Vikings said, this is the hot name. We got to get him. So 4 years ago, they hired him when he was, I think, 39. Maybe it just turned 40. Here's who his drafts were.
Quickly.
Louis Cine, first rounder, Georgia, bust. Andrew Booth, nothing. We're from Clemson. I think he's okay. I think he's still on the team. Ed Ingram, no longer with the team. Brian Asamoah.
We got him.
Hasn't done anything.
He's great.
The rest of them, no good. 2023, Jordan Addison, 3 arrests. Mekhi Blackman,
How's he
going
to stop 3 arrests?
Jay Ward, I don't think Jay Ward's even on the team anymore. Jacqueline Roy back up. So let's go to 2024. J.J. McCarthy hasn't done anything yet. Dallas Turner, first rounder, not starting. That's from the same draft, not starting currently. Kyrie Jackson passed away, unfortunately. Walter Rouse, that's 6th rounder. No one cares. This last year, Donovan Jackson, who the Texans wanted. I don't know how he played. Ty Felton, way too early in the 3rd round. He's really just a special teams ace. These aren't good enough. He had moved, so a lot of the picks had been traded away. So they didn't even have a 2nd-round pick the last 3 years. So he had no 2nd-round pick the last 3 years, and he didn't really hit on his 1st-round picks. I mean, Jordan Addison's okay, but when you're arrested 3 times, it makes it a little tough.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you can.
His drafts were really poor.
Did Jordan Addison have real character concerns coming out?
I don't know, Mike. I don't remember that, but my guess is
unless he had real.
My guess is there was some stuff where about his personality, like he had a certain type of personality. But either way, it doesn't matter. If you didn't know it, if it's what had happened, then you're responsible for it.
I guess. Jordan Anderson should be responsible for it.
But all of his drafts sucked, John. Go show me a good draft. He had 4 bad drafts. This year I can't call it bad, but he had 3 bad drafts, including 1st-rounders. He had no 2nd-rounders other than the 1st year. And it wasn't great. Like, you got to draft well. That's your entire job, is to build a team.
Your job now is to go to break and talk about San Jacinto while we have, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. You learned something this weekend. Doesn't have to be about sports. Probably wasn't about sports if you want to know the truth. You learned something, so let's go. 713-780-3776. In the meantime, San Jack.
Sanjack.edu. It's your goal, your college. San Jacinto College is what we're talking about. They are local. Number 2 college in the nation, is ranked by the Espn Institute, and that's for the community colleges. 6 campuses in the Houston area. So there's going to be one located. I've never looked up where the locations are. in terms of the campus locations, because there's going to be one near you. There's one in Pasadena. There's one on Spencer Center, Deer Park, NASA Parkway in Houston, and Pearland. A lot of different locations if you want to go in person. They have 32,886 students. That's crazy when you talk about their remote learning and the different campuses. And they even have aid as well. So if you're looking for a scholarship or financial aid to help you make this a reality, Sanjak can do it for you. They want you to be fearless. They want you to make the changes in your life to give you a better career and a better opportunity, and that's what sanjak.edu can do. San Jacinto College, with over 200 different degrees and certificates available for you to start a brand new career. But you can't get started unless you go, so make sure that you go to sanjak, sanjac.edu, and click on their programs and find out how they can help you reach your goals. sanjak.edu. Be fearless.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
That's where we are. By the way, I saw Nick Sharara at the game the other day, at the Cougs game. Nick
Oh, you
Sharara.
did? Yeah.
Sharara. He made me do that.
No,
That's
he
what-
didn't.
Yes, he
He
did.
made you
He
sound
made
like
me
a
say-
dog.
Yeah, he looks great. He's doing great. Nick's doing great. He was with the guy. It was fun. The Lil Woodrow's guys. That was a good time. Good time. So what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. I'm going to start. I learned that my baby girl is going to get married to next April, 2027, to a wonderful young man from
really?
from New Orleans.
Oh,
Yeah.
in real life?
In real life.
Frankie is. Frankie's going to marry somebody from New Orleans?
Yeah. She got engaged.
Are they both in New York?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're both in New York.
Oh, okay, good. Congratulations to
Thank
Frankie.
you. Yeah. That was fun. She had a great day. So that was fun. 713, did you learn anything this weekend? Not really?
Just
Well, I can do one for you.
mostly bad stuff.
You learned bad stuff?
Yeah.
About players? About Miami football players?
I learned that I was able to say some things that I shouldn't say out loud in my house.
That's it.
There you go.
There you go.
You also have to figure
Dell,
out what
did you
that
say
means.
stuff out loud in your house that you shouldn't have said?
Maybe, but who cares?
No one
I
would have heard
live, live alone, so I can say whatever I want. I'm sure I did say some things I shouldn't have said.
All right. Do you have anything, Dell?
I probably relearned this. I learned that Al Michaels was traded for Oswald, an old cartoon character, and that's why he's calling games for Amazon.
Oh. He was
I don't know.
traded
He was traded for
Oswald.
like.
All right. No, you can't explain it.
You asked me, but I won't explain it.
No explaining it. That's all. You just learned that, so that's fun. That's fun. AJ, did you learn anything this weekend?
I was gonna say earlier too. I guess y'all couldn't hear me.
AJ, he doesn't like to talk to
He's
us.
probably away from the mic. No,
No,
now
we
can.
couldn't
Now
hear you
we
last
can.
time either. But now we hear you.
You got me?
Okay.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, now we got you.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say I was at the U of H game too. I just learned that we have a really good team and hopefully we can get back from last year. So,
Yeah, good back to the championship. That's
Yeah.
right, AJ. You were at the game? Why didn't you say
Yeah.
hello?
I don't know. I was in the
You were
media
there?
area. I was in the media area.
Oh.
I was like recapping
Oh,
stuff for
Did
the
they
station.
put you up on the
I was down at
scoreboard?
the
How would
club.
he? There are a lot of people there.
I was down.
Hey, you didn't see me, man? What's
Yeah,
up?
there were only 8,000 people
Yeah.
there. All right?
Let's say this show has really slipped. The fact that we have not mentioned that a boxer went
So
and
lost his-
fought with a wig on.
Oh.
He-
man.
He lost his wig.
He won the fight, but lost his wig.
He said he washed his hair with ammonia bleach at his mom's house. He didn't know that's what it was, and it just basically
It took
huge patches of hair just started falling
Why
out.
don't
And
you
he's like,
just shave it all off?
and
Well,
he
he
did,
did, and then
and he told his manager, I need a toupee
Oh, God. Well, no, he didn't.
for the fight.
Because it was bad when it was
Uh-huh.
knocked off. All right, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. Who's first, Del?
Ocho, what did you learn this weekend?
Yeah, I learned that before DeMond Wilson, Richard Pryor was close to playing Lamont Sanford on Sanford and Son, but the studio people thought he was too much of a wild card.
Yeah,
They're probably right. They're probably right back then.
absolutely.
DeMond Wilson never caused any problems.
Nope, none.
Before
Red
or
Fox
after?
Red Fox and Richard Pryor together, what would
I
that
know,
have been?
I know.
Holy crap.
How about the fact that afterwards he set himself on fire freebasing?
Yeah,
So
right.
they were probably
Yeah,
right.
Probably right. He
They
was
were
the-
probably right.
Yeah.
DeMond Wilson never freebased cocaine that we know of.
See, they were better judges than Mensa was about
Yeah.
Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
Who's next, Del?
We go to Peter. Oh, excuse me. We go to Paul. Paul, what did you learn?
Peter and Paul? Wait a
They're
minute.
both there, but let's go to Paul first.
Paul, this is a biblical show. What's up, Paul?
Hey, I learned that it's all good, plead fine until she starts coming around asking for money and saying it takes two to tango.
Oh, no.
Ooh, boy,
Wow,
that's a tough.
bad.
That's a tough
That's
thing to
rough.
learn.
That is a rough one.
That's a tough thing to learn.
Yep. Who's next?
Let's move to, let's go to Peter. Peter, what'd you learn?
There we go.
Hey,
Morning,
Peter.
guys. I lost out to Paul again. I learned that Diego Lopez might have the worst hair ever in sports.
Yeah. The UFC fighter. He's
Yeah.
got it shaved on basically one side. It's his look. You know, it's shaved on one side. It's something you might see from somebody in the early '80s punk scene. You know, that's what his hair looks like. You know, it's fine. That's his
That's
look.
fine.
He
That's
got
fine.
dominated. Got dominated by Volkanovski.
All right.
Did you hear what he said? I lost out to Paul again.
Yeah.
That's what Peter said
Peter
just
lost.
now. That's what he just said.
Who's next, Del?
Let's go to Keith. Keith, what'd you learn?
I learned this weekend, despite drafting Brock Purdy last in 2022. John Lynch's 4 years of drafting players might be worse than the Vikings GM that just got canned, and he still has a job.
Okay.
Oh, and he's playing deep into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, that matters too.
1 year good, 1 year bad, 1 year good, 1 year bad. But they're talented. They got a lot of talent on.
I don't know that you can compare.
Well,
the 4 year run,
the
only 4 years.
Well, they traded for McCaffrey. Trent Williams isn't a draft pick.
No, he's free agent. You still add him as a team builder.
Yeah.
Although you
but
really
he's
just
just
outbid like the Texans. The Texans really screwed the pooch on that one. And they could have gone after Trent Williams.
No, they really screwed. That was so stupid. He's great, and he wanted to be there. He plays at Wildcat all the time. Trent Williams plays golf at Wildcat all off season, and we didn't want him. That's so stupid. If you play Wildcat, you should be a Texan. Who's next, El?
You play at Wildcat.
I know. I should be on the Texans. I was with the Texans.
That's true. For
yeah,
a time.
his drafts are just okay. I'm looking at them right now.
Keith did the research. Let's go to Elliot. Elliot, what did you learn?
At best, okay.
Morning, guys. I learned to never go to Chicago, Milwaukee, and Green Bay in January. It's so cold, it'll bust your knuckles and hands open.
Yes, it's terrible. Now
they were minuses.
I could have told you. All you had to do was call me on this one.
Last week they were
I've
minuses.
been in all of them. I lived in all of them. Terrible.
Minus 12 in Chicago just 2 weeks ago.
It was awful.
Minus 12.
It's awful. My brother, I'm like, why are you there? What's wrong with you? Move. He's so stupid. Everybody that lives there is so stupid. Move. Who's next, Al?
We go to La Salsa. La Salsa, what have you learned?
Oh, I learned that the intern doesn't know how to say my name apparently because it's La Raza, baby. Let's go.
La
Raza, ¿qué pasó, mi hijo?
¿Qué pasó, mijo? Nah. Hey, I want to give a shout out to that boxer, but he messed up. He didn't go to Doc Linville. He would have fixed his toupee real quick. And then I also learned that I'm 1/3 Kenyan, so that makes me black, right, Johnny G?
That's right, baby.
You're not 1/3.
I don't feel like he's any
Kenyan.
Kenyan. He's 0% Kenyan.
Wait, he looks like he's Kenyan?
No,
he's
he
not.
doesn't. Have you seen a Kenyan?
Who was it the other day that claimed they were
talking about?
4% Kenyan? Who was? How did that come up on the show on Friday?
Yeah, they said. Well, wait a minute. La Raza looks. He looks Kenyan to me.
He looks.
I know Raheel calls him ugly things, but not me.
No,
have you
Kenyan.
seen a Kenyan?
He
What are
looks
you talking
no
about?
Kenyan.
La Raza, how many marathons have you run?
I'm not even talking about that. But see a Kenyan person. He is not 1/3. He said 1/3. He didn't say like. He didn't say .03.
Hey, you don't know Northern Kenyans? You don't know what they look like.
This
you
is
don't
not
know.
Italy. Stop it with the Northern Kenyan stuff.
There's no
It's not
Kenyan
Italy.
for him.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move
They
on.
He's just trying to distract you. It's working.
Yeah, let's move
It's
on.
already 8:01. He's
Let's-
already got you.
Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, what have you learned?
Actually learned. Hey guys. So I learned in swimming, if you flinch at the starting block but don't jump in, that's still a DQ. My son got DQ'd in his swim meet for district.
Well,
wow.
And
that's,
he would've-
that's a shame,
That's
bro.
tough.
That sucks. Don't flinch. Offsides. That's offsides,
Yeah, he
and it's
flinched.
DQ. Do not flinch.
Did you blame the ref for targeting your son like Laramie Tunsil does?
Yeah.
Oh, we got one more before we wrap
Shut
up.
up.
Sorry about that, Jeremy. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned if the Houston area ever gets an NHL team, then they need to hire the coach out of Hambridge High School that does junior high that does basketball because he knows how to throw down.
Okay.
Ambridge.
Okay, we're gonna have to learn. We'll have to find
That's well. He learned it. We'll learn it during the break. That wraps up.
Ambridge.
What have you learned for this week?
Junior high coach.
Oh, it's Ambridge. AMBR.
Oh, Ambridge.
Yeah, because I just saw resigns due to, and I didn't see the next one.
Junior high school coach. All right, we're gonna have to figure that one out. All right, that's what did you learn this week? You guys are so good at this. You're so good.
Well, I don't know.
I wish we could get it together on Fridays, but you guys are great on Mondays. You bring it every Monday. Appreciate you.
I don't know.
Time
Maybe
to talk
you're
a
right.
little Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy is the app. You just download it, and what you're going to do is you're going to take that. Listen, Super Bowl's coming up. big games coming up, whatever. Here's what you have to do. If you want to play along with it, with all these different statistics that are going to be out there, a ton of different statistics, and you're going to figure out how this game's going to go, and you're going to go higher or lower on the statistics. So what you do is the more picks you make, the higher your payout goes. It like becomes multiplied. It goes as high as a $5,000. Now, you got to work hard to get it to $5,000, but that's your limit. It can go up to $5,000, but, it's not unusual for people to have 60, 80, 150 times. That's kind of normal to see that happen. So $10 can make you $1,500. What you do is you go higher or lower on statistics. 5, 6, 7. You want to try 7 players where you're going higher or lower on the statistics. Well, you can do that. When you do the work, you can make your analysis, make your selections, and then you play along with the games that you're watching. So it makes it that much more fun as you are sweating a chance to make real money completely legally right here in the state of Texas. All you have to do is download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and then you're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's it. That's all you got to do. Download the app and use promo code Lance on your first deposit. Fight started because
Dun, 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 dun. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. John, Lance, Dell, AJ, all here with you. If you want to get in, 713-780-377. A lot of stuff went on, although we didn't have football. That's I hate the first weekend with no football. I just hate it. I mean, we had Rockets basketball. We had Cougs basketball. That was nice. They both won this weekend. That was great. But just no football just is too. It's too sucky.
We got one more week, unless you have your UFL roster.
It's going to be good for you then, because this is about to be bad.
Yeah, unless you're locked in on UFL.
Well, I got Summy. Summy's here. He's going to be coaching. They're up in Dallas all the time, although they do play home games here. But they practice in Dallas. I mean, that's just so terrible.
Why?
I mean, you get that Dallas stink on you, and then you're
Why
going to bring it back
Why
here.
are you in Dallas?
Then you're going to bring it back here. By the way, it was Hambrick was the school, and apparently the coach, the basketball coach, told the cheerleading coach, a female, he told her, hey, get your girls back, and I need your girls out of the way. But this is from Jamaria Cash, a cheerleader who witnessed the fight, said, yeah, but he said it mean. Like he called her a B word and stuff. And so that broke out. And then her people, I guess, jumped on him. And then there was a melee. So that's what Tom, guys, was talking about.
So this all happened in a span of, I guess, minutes. He called her a B word at the game.
At the game.
And then they said, oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, no, you didn't.
And so her brothers or whoever went out there. That's what I was saying during the break. That feels like very middle school, high school. Like you call a girl that word and her brothers come.
And the
beat you
brothers
up.
come.
So, yeah, I guess. Who won the fight though? Do we know? Did he hold his own?
Can't tell.
There was the video wasn't great.
People were trying to break it up. They couldn't get it broken up. Then somebody else came over and kept punching one of the guys who was down. So, yeah, I don't know. Pretty unfortunate it happens that and there were coaches on they were people from the same team.
Yeah.
Same school.
Same school.
But, you have those inter-school beefs. Like some teachers don't like other teachers.
Well, you call the cheerleading coach a BIA, and guess what's going to happen? Her peeps are going to, you know what? Then it's go time. And
that's Aldine. There's not a lot of playing around in Aldine.
No, you don't.
You don't.
You better be ready.
Yeah, you don't start some unless if you start some, there's going to be some in Aldine. Okay.
It's fun. It's fun. The guy carried the one guy all the way down to the baseline, and then it's hands time. Then it's throwing hands time. Anyway, that happened this weekend. Rockets win this weekend. Really good. The Cougs looked really, really good. They win. We're closing in on a big. This month is a big month for the Cougs as they get. We're going to find out a lot about this basketball team. Yeah, AJ's ready. AJ, what'd you think? We got UCF coming up, and UCF unranked just beat Texas Tech, and took care of Texas Tech. So you got to watch out for that one.
Tech's a heckler for the Cougs.
At BYU, okay. You've got at Utah, Kansas State. Okay, now here's where it starts. February 16th, you're at Iowa State. That's a Monday. Saturday, you're home against Arizona. And then Monday, right after that, you're at Kansas. And Kansas took care of that business, too, as a matter of fact, this weekend. So they're looking good. This is going to be fun. This is going to be, they just took care of BYU. And Darren Peterson, who is probably the number one pick in the draft out of Kansas, can't finish a basketball game. He has, and he didn't finish this one either. He was much better than DeSanta, who's thought to be the second pick out of BYU. But apparently Peterson has a lot of some kind of injury issues that pop up with him a lot. So we'll see whether or not that holds him back. But I think Kingston Flemings is still a top five guy, still one of the top five in the country, despite the game that he had the other day. He didn't play well. He didn't play great the other day. But the Cougs won, and everybody's happy, except Kelvin Sampson. You got that, AJ? Kelvin Sampson. After the game, Kelvin Sampson is not too happy with the state of college basketball. We'll play it for a little bit, and we'll cut it off, AJ. But Kelvin Sampson went off on this era of NIL. None too pleased.
Oh.
Nobody cares, because if you say something, you're complaining. But at some point, somebody's got to step up and say, this is wrong. It's not what we signed up for. It's not what they signed up for. That's not fair to them either. It's not fair to their parents. We're still at an educational institution, but there's nothing educational about college basketball right now. It's all transactional. And then we go put our head in the sand and act like, well, it'll change eventually. Think how many ADs 5 years ago said, this will play out. This won't last. Okay? Okay? Same guys are saying it today. This won't last. It's going to outlast all of us. Because that toothpaste is out of the tube. And you ain't putting it back in. And it ain't going to control it. But what can you control? You can control that transfer portal. And I'm adamant that we are positively impacting lives if we tell a kid that he has to sit out for a year. Transfer, you get one transfer. Anywhere you want with no penalty. Transfer and go play right away. But you can't do that every year. You know, I mean, we've made a mockery of college basketball to some degree. Now, the game is bigger than all of us. You know, when I walked in here today, one of the first things I said was, this has got Brett Yormark written all over it. That dude is one of the best things happening to Big 12. He keeps us current. But who's keeping the coaches current? Who's checking these rules to see if they're bigger than the game? The rules can't be bigger than the game. The game still is what drives us all. We've got to.
Okay, let's cut it. Let's cut it there. Yeah, let's cut it there. You know, I think he's absolutely right. And Cal has talked about this. When you're done with 4 years, there's no way you can possibly get a degree. You're not playing. If you're not playing, pro basketball, you're leaving after making, I don't know how much money you made. You go into the real world with no degree, really no education. And what are you going to do? He's right that you're positively affecting the kids' lives if you limit the number of transfers so that they can actually go to school.
Well, there's some guys.
When was the last time you heard a kid who wasn't eligible because of grades?
It doesn't happen, but I mean, look, everyone wanted to just do everything that's best for the kids, and not best for the kids, best for their chances to do whatever they want. It's really about just let them do whatever they want. And that's not – and it's still the sport. Like, he's exactly right. One transfer – this was never – the transfer portal is supposed to be about giving guys a chance to leave when their coaches left and things like that because, hey, this isn't what – or if you had a situation where you weren't going to be able to play because you're behind somebody. Instead, a lot of these players – I don't know that not a majority, but a lot of the best ones, a lot of the biggest ones, they just go from school to school to school. I just wrote a guy up yesterday, C.J. Daniels, who went from Liberty to LSU to Miami, 3 teams in 3 years. I did a guy who was at 4 teams in 4 years, 4 teams in 5 years. I've done several 3 teams in 6 years because of the COVID stuff. But a lot of these guys, you're seeing them stack 1, 2, 3. They're just using it as a free agency. That's not what the portal was supposed to be. The portal wasn't supposed to be so that you could create leverage against your
money.
Team and other team. That's not what the portal was.
Right.
That's an abuse of the transfer portal. So I think you have a legitimate reason to. You've already got rev share and NIL. This is already baked in. You don't get everything. You have to at some point, like you shouldn't be able to just use it as a free agency tool. You really shouldn't.
Yep.
That's not what the transfer
that's
portal
what it is now.
It's not what NIL was supposed to be.
That's what it
What
is.
we were told NIL was going to be is never what it was going to be. It was always going to be an opportunity just to funnel money in.
Well,
that's all it was.
But who's worse, the players for doing it or the coaches that are recruiting kids off of teams that they're on currently?
Well, it's everybody. It's the agents, too. It's the agents telling you to leave. I know a story about a kid who didn't want to leave, and the agent eventually convinced his parents.
Agent? He's not an agent.
Well, this person actually is an agent who convinced the parents to, hey, this is what's best. Your son may not be a good football. He may not be good enough to be in the pros, so you got to maximize your amount of money. I mean, yeah, that's great for and the kid didn't want to do it. He's unhappy where he is now or where he was. He just finished. So that's going on too. You know, some people like being in college. Some people like having friends at college. Some people like, you know, where they go to school. It's just it's an unfortunate situation.
Look at Mercy Miller, Cedric Lath. Look at Ramon Walker.
How is he keeping them there?
I have no idea. But Kelvin Sampson keeps those kids there when they're not even playing, and they could play on other teams, and yet they stay there with coach, and they watch and get a couple of minutes off of the bench, and you know what? And yet they're still happy. Whatever he does,
well, they may not be happy, but they're doing it.
Well, they're doing it. But whatever he does is what college basketball should be. Whatever coach does, because coach is doing it absolutely right.
Yeah, but he's the mega outlier.
What guy has kids that are playing 2 and 3 minutes a game?
But he is the outlier. Like he's
No,
not.
no,
that's
no.
not. This
He's
isn't.
not real.
This isn't what it's like.
No, he's AI. There's no question.
This isn't what it's like. But it's. I don't know. It's. I hope they clean it up because the portal. You have two revenue share streams: NIL, or you have a revenue share and an NIL. Players are making in the millions now. This is something that needs to be changed. Not the NIL stuff. I mean, the rev share is the rev share. The NIL stuff, they have a clearinghouse in place where it's supposed to be real NIL, and there's just too many deals that go on for them to clear them all in the amount of time that they need to. But the portal thing where you just use it to hold your team hostage as a leverage mechanism, that wasn't what the portal was supposed to be for. It really wasn't. And you need to make no one wants to hear this, and definitely no one wants to do this, but you need to make like a USFL needs to be for high school players or college players who don't want to go to school. You should just make it a professional league. I mean, a real professional league. And then if you want to play in college, you got this in college. And if you want to go here, you go here. You don't have to go take classes. But you're taking up scholarships from students who, I don't know. I mean,
well,
it's costs so much money. And
scholarships anymore. I mean,
well,
I don't even. Are you sure they're going? Everybody's even going to class ever?
Well, yeah, I'm
are
sure.
You sure?
I'm sure a majority are.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm sure a majority are.
Wow.
I think it's a much smaller. We can't act like it's everybody because it's not. There's still a lot of guys who are getting their degree. I think it's a small number, but it's still a number that it's still a number, and a lot of them don't go to class anymore. It's all remote, which kind of takes away some of the college experience.
Right. That takes
away. But you know what they're
experience.
talking about now because of revenue share and NIL. They're talking about now. You're going to have to pay for part of your scholarship back. Like one of the givebacks is going to be you're going to have to take some of your money and put it back into the fund if this becomes an issue where you don't have enough money to finance these other programs.
Okay.
Basketball, like women's field hockey and stuff like that. To prevent them from closing those down, you're going to have to take some of that money and repay scholarships with it.
That's all right.
But that's going to have to we'll see if that ever gets.
All right, we got a break. We're live at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, with DraftKings Sportsbook, where you can need to get to the website to get here for the NCAA tournament because there's nothing more fun than watching the NCAA tournament here. That Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the first weekend, there's nothing more fun than that. I'm telling you. So get over here to the best place to watch it, where you won't miss a second of any game, right here at DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm talking HRP. I saw Kevin Robler, as a matter of fact, and his son out at the Cougs game. Big Cougs. And, I saw they got HRP all over. Mike Holly played for the Cougs. Big Coug, loves his Cougs. It supports the programs. It's not about that, though. It's about you and your business. It's about that admin. It's about the benefits administration. They are not benefit sellers. They don't sell 401ks. They don't sell insurance plans, but they are administration for that to make sure that your business is getting the right 401k, the right insurance, the right benefits, as opposed to the ones that the admin companies sell. See, that's the difference between HR&P and admin companies. HR&P does payroll and HR and your taxes, but they don't sell benefits packages. What they do is they administer them and make sure you got the best one, not the one that they sell. You're looking for a company that's going to stand behind you and make sure that your company is doing the best it can, as opposed to what we sell. That's HR&P. HRP.net. You got any issues whatsoever with your HR or your payroll or your benefits packages? HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
That's where we're at. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, the DraftKings Sportsbook. We're going to do John Chill will be joining us here sometime. I don't know where Joe is. Where's Joe, the Italian, my buddy? Joe Fiorentino. Hey, Gumbari. Que paso? Come on. Get over here. We filled all the jobs this weekend. Clint Kubiak is going to be the head coach with the Raiders. And also
Matt LaFleur.
Mike LaFleur.
Or is it Mike LaFleur?
Mike LaFleur is the head coach of Arizona. Rank them. Here are the jobs. Jesse Minter went to the Ravens. John Harbaugh to the Giants. Stefanski to the Falcons. Robert Saleh to the Titans. Kubiak goes to the Raiders. Joe Brady to the Bills. Halfley to the Dolphins. Mike McCarthy to the Steelers. LaFleur to the Cardinals. And Todd Monken to the Browns.
I think Monken's got the worst.
Well, he got the worst of it because he's getting the Browns.
Yeah. I also think I don't think the Steeler job's a real good job right now.
No, and it's
tough.
Mike McCarthy too. Although Mike McCarthy and John Harbaugh have almost identical resumes.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy just gets beat up more. That's all. But yeah, they both have Super Bowl wins.
Is it because he's heavier?
No, I just think it's because Aaron Rodgers got into a beef with him. No one's really been in a beef with Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Where's I don't know. People don't take shots at Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Harbaugh walks the line. He toes the line, and
because he's skinny,
says the things he's supposed to say.
I think it's Mike McCarthy has the playoff losses as well. Now Harbaugh hasn't done great, but Mike McCarthy's didn't win a playoff game with the Cowboys. Correct?
Right.
That doesn't help his cause.
No,
well, the Cowboy stuff hurt him.
I mean, he won a lot of games in the regular season.
Yeah, no, he's.
It's just that
they were better than they are now.
They just lost home games. They have some embarrassing plays, like they couldn't get the snap down or the spike down
because
in one of
Dak
their games.
grabbed the ball.
And
right?
then one of the final plays of their season against the 49ers, Zeke got blasted on a play. It's a lot of embarrassing things happening to them that hurts Mike McCarthy. Plus, he's an admitted liar. Remember when he came out and admitted that, hey, I actually lied to the Cowboys when I said I watched a lot of their film in the interview.
Oh, you remember?
Yeah,
that.
he came out later after he already had the job. Yeah, I made that up. I made that whole thing about me watching all that film on you guys.
That was the problem with him in Green Bay is that he kind of checked out. That he wasn't working nearly as hard after he won the Super Bowl. That he was, he wasn't exactly grinding.
But from a results standpoint, he's had pretty good results.
Yeah.
The postseason, as you mentioned, not
he had
with
a
the Cowboys.
talented team with the
But
Packers.
I don't love this.
And the Cowboys.
Dallas is old in the secondary. Steelers are old in the secondary. Steelers don't have a quarterback. Steelers are drafting later this year. I mean, they could draft Ty Simpson, I suppose, but I don't think they will. I think they'll wait until next year. I mean, it's definitely not the worst job, but I think it's maybe a little bit of an overrated job. I don't know.
Okay.
The Titans job.
Forget the
I don't
job.
love.
How about the coach going to the team? Is Harbaugh the best fit?
Probably.
Yeah, I would think so too.
Yeah, probably so.
I like Stefanski in Atlanta.
Yeah, I do too. I actually do too.
Stefanski's a
but
good
I don't know
coach.
if you have a quarterback either. So that's the problem. Stefanski's going to go to another spot where there's no.
He's
real
got a
quarterback.
running back, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got a running back, but
No.
you don't win with running backs anymore. It seems like.
No.
That's not a bad spot. But they need pass rushers. But that's not bad. I think the Raiders doesn't look like a very good job, but that could change quickly if Mendoza's good.
And Clint Kubiak, man, you got a guy that's.
I mean, he's a highly regarded play caller.
Yep.
So we'll see, but just being a good play caller is not the.
No, but you're gonna have to go with. You're gonna have rookie problem. Rookie.
Well, here's what it is. You got the Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams effect, where you have quarterback and coach meld. Quarterback becomes the coach really by the end of the first year, where they're saying the same things and it works.
But
And
Caleb had a year under his belt, though.
He had a year under his belt. Fernando Mendoza comes in clean with a brand new coach who's an offensive play caller. I'm sure Tom Brady and company are hoping that they catch fire with the same kind of thing. And Fernando Mendoza is a very talented passer in terms of he's a very accurate passer, very extremely accurate. There's elements of his passing that look like Joe Burrow, but he's just not a real accurate. I mean, he's just not a real. He's not very mobile inside the pocket, or once they get into the pocket, he really struggles. So you're going to have to protect him well. But you got a really good running back there also in Ashton Genty. You got a good play caller. We'll see. I don't think Salah's job. I don't love that job for him.
I'm worried about him. I'll tell you the
hire
truth.
for him is, we'll see how that hire is over there.
I think it's going to be a good hire. I really do. I think that you got a Cam Ward. You got a young quarterback who's decent. We'll find out whether or not he's going to be the guy. But Robert Saleh, I think he won games in New York.
Yeah, but let me tell you, he also lost a lot with really talented team.
Yeah.
He had a lot of talent on defense, and he couldn't do anything. And he was a defensive guy, and they were a mess by the end.
I'm telling you, I think.
What is it that you like about him?
I think Robert Saleh. Listen.
Because he looks better than Mike McCarthy?
No. Well, I mean, if you want to go looks wise, yeah, he's kicking McCarthy's ass.
He also got Dayball in there, so that's a good OC hire for them.
Yeah.
Also, and you talk about that Jets run. He had some Zach Wilson in that run. What are you going to do with that? Aaron Rodgers wanted Hackett there as well.
Lost Aaron Rodgers for the year.
Yeah, he had two plays with Aaron Rodgers. He had Zach Wilson. I mean,
we had CJ, and we still went to the playoffs.
What?
We had CJ, and they lost to the Jets.
What are you comparing?
Hold on a second.
CJ?
No, it's a joke. Enough,
my
CJ.
Zach Wilson.
It's just
Zach Wilson.
It was a cheap joke.
Holy crap! He had a lot of talent on defense, and he had none on offense except Breece Hall. I mean,
and Garrett Wilson, but it doesn't matter if your quarterback stinks. You can have Garrett Wilson. You can have Devontae
Adams, but not if your quarterback can't get him the ball.
Injured or hurt, yeah.
And who else? He had the tall kid.
Here's his record: 4-13, 7-10, 7-10, 2-3. Which one of those years frightens you the most?
And which one of those the name is quarterbacks in those teams?
Well, but I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care? It's kind of a big deal.
You still got to find ways to win.
You just said Pittsburgh's
all
no good
I heard
they
is
don't
that
have a
there's
quarterback.
no possible chance that Cam Ward could be better than CJ. I'm a clown. I have clown takes. I want clicks. I couldn't possibly be right on that.
No.
So all I know is Cam Ward, I've been told, is not a good quarterback. So he doesn't have a good quarterback there in Tennessee either. So I don't know.
Well,
you tell me, what's he going to do and what's he going to do there? He's still, regardless of if he had a quarterback, he still didn't get the wins. I mean, he still didn't, he still had a ton of players on defense. His last year, the defense wasn't playing well when he was gone, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you still gotta get more than 7 wins.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, go get more than he's going to get more.
Breece Hall.
He's going to.
You had Garrett Wilson.
But Zach Wilson really.
But I mean, there's bad teams that get into. I mean, you can still manage. And Zach Wilson was how long?
Are
did
you
Zach
defending
Wilson
Zach Wilson?
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is you still are responsible for your record.
That's fine. But
fine.
I haven't seen Robert Saleh do a great job of coaching. That's my point. You're giving him credit for things he never did. That's my point. He never did well in the Jets. You're giving him credit because he had a bad.
Relatively speaking, a Jets franchise that cannot be worse right now since he left.
The Jets defense in 2023, his final full year, ranked 3rd in total yards and 2nd in passing yards allowed. Now, Jeff Ulbrich was their DC, but Robert Saleh, obviously, defensive coach. They were good defensively.
If I remember correctly.
Yes, they were good defensively in 23. They didn't win games because they had
no quarterback.
No quarterback. They won 7 that year.
Yeah. I'm giving them credit for, actually being good. Being a good defensive, winning 7 games in New York right now.
Zach Wilson was 5-4 in 2022
because of their
defense.
Well, he was 7-10.
And what's the other quarterbacks he had?
He was 7-10.
What's the other?
Trevor Siemian,
Mike
took
White
snaps in 2023.
Remember Magical Mike
Remember
White?
Tim Boyle?
Yeah,
I don't remember him.
He played quarterback.
Yeah,
for
I mean I remember him from draft-wise. I don't remember him starting, but Mike White, who they literally said this guy's the toast of New York after Tommy.
Yeah,
remember it went from Tommy.
DeVito.
Tommy DeVito to Mike White.
He ran.
New York went. No one goes crazier over the new Jeremy Lin. Like, Is this the new Jeremy Lin? Is it Mike White?
So in the 2 seasons
from Western Kentucky,
where he won 7 games in 22 and 23, Zach Wilson played 9 games in 22. Mike White 4. Joe Flacco, they ran out there as well. In
Joe
2022.
Flacco is a playoff.
In 2023 was Zach and Trevor Siemian.
You actually
Tim
can
Boyle.
win with. We have learned you can win with Zach with Joe Flacco.
How? 1 season, yes, you could have. You won.
Yeah, you won 1 season. Yeah,
you
that's
can win
right.
games
No, you're
with
right.
him.
You're right. Anyway, whatever. It'll be interesting to see Mike.
I'm just not going to get afraid of a guy who's never done anything.
Well, okay, Bill
just
Belichick
because he
never
looks
did
like he
anything
could lift a
until he
lot of
did.
weights.
Till he did. Yeah, I don't know. I think Robert Saleh is going to be a really good coach. I think he's a really, really good defensive coach. He's proven that a couple of times in San Francisco, and he's going to they're going to be better with Robert Saleh than they were. I don't even remember who the hell was their coach.
Schottenheimer.
Callahan.
Schottenheimer.
Or Schottenheimer.
Brian Callahan.
Oh, no, Callahan. Oh, Schottenheimer, Callahan.
Schottenheimer's in Dallas.
Yeah, they're kind of the same.
No,
they're not.
Really.
Yeah,
Not really.
they're
No, they're
sons
not.
of.
See, you heard it.
Sons of
not.
Schottenheimer,
Cowboys,
sons of
not the same.
Callahan.
Cowboy fans said they're not the same.
Yeah,
Not
but
the
it's
same.
very similar. If you saw him in a
Yeah, one of
you
the top
saw him at a
offenses
poker
this year.
table, you'd say, "Don't you coach for the Cowboys?" Like,
Stop.
no, I coach for. I used
Well,
to coach for the Titans.
Schottenheimer's a visor guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you see Josh McDaniels at the Broncos game when it started to snow heavily? He kept the visor on. So he had the visor on, and then
White hair.
His head was just full of snow. It's like, what dumb thing are you doing
didn't
right
put
now?
a hoodie
Put
on?
a beanie on or a actual hat on. No, he just kept the visor on. I guess it keeps
Well,
the
you
snow out
hold
of his
on.
eyes.
Yeah, you can't put a visor. That's his brand.
But
you
put a
can't
hat,
put a
take the
visor.
visor on and then
you
put a
can't.
hat
He's trying to do
on.
what Bruce
No,
Bruce
you put
Arians
you
did
put
with
a
the
beanie
Kangol.
on and take the visor
yeah,
off.
whatever you need to do. Don't
No,
keep
you
the
put the
visor on.
Yes, if you're a
That's his
visor guy-
brand. How are they going to
Yeah.
know his brand?
No one, but he doesn't have a brand. He's Josh McDaniels.
He's trying to have a brand.
Okay?
He's always been a visor guy. Steve Spurrier had a
Summy,
no.
Spurrier.
Steve Spurrier had the visor.
Spurrier coached at Florida. He could wear a visor.
Hold on. What about this? What about Bruce Arians? Got the Kangol, his little goatee, and his
He wore
glasses.
Kangol on the
then
field?
he created a
Yeah.
logo. Yeah. Then he created a logo.
I've never
well,
seen him in snow.
It's a different. Yeah. It's
Well, no,
considered a
Kangol's
Kangol.
fine in snow. It's fine.
He was wearing a visor, so it just had the visor on, and his head was packed with
Yeah,
snow.
what he should have done is put a beanie on and then visor over beanie.
No, you don't do any of that. Just put the
keep
beanie
your
on.
brand going.
And if you like a bill, just put a regular hat on. You don't need to wear a visor in a snowstorm.
How are they going to know it's him when he's
You
trying
don't
to get a
need-
new job?
Who cares?
He's trying to get
Did he get a new job?
No.
All right then. So put a beanie
Actually,
on.
did he even get an interview?
I didn't see that. Who's looking?
I don't
for,
even remember him.
Who's
interviewing
looking
him?
for him to be a head coach? Isn't
I
he
know,
like
he's
a
just gonna-
two-time failure already?
He's going to yell at everybody. Well, where was he a
Oh,
failure?
he's done. In Denver.
The Raiders, and of course Denver got fired.
He was awful in
so
Denver.
he was with the Raiders also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
for a year, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Didn't he last a year?
Yeah, he's
and then
done.
they got rid of him in the middle of the season with the Denver.
You know,
Denver.
it is interesting to see if he is a different guy now that he's been with Vrabel, who doesn't put up with the Belichick way.
All of right, Vrabel went a
Vrabel said
different
the
way.
Belichick way sucks.
That's, and all of the guys that went the Belichick way, being a hard ass and an a-hole,
They all
they all done.
Yeah, Josh McDaniels fired both times mid-season the second year with the Broncos, and then over a
he's
decade
not.
later with the Raiders.
Now, it wouldn't shock me if he got one more try at a place.
No,
where,
it wouldn't me.
Well,
he
at,
ain't
a,
getting no more
at a
tries.
place where he, like Todd Monken, got the Browns.
There were
'cause
10
no-
openings this year. He
no
didn't
one
get
wanted-
one look.
Yeah, but no one wanted the Browns job, so Monken got it. There's going to be the Jets are going to come open again. What if the Jets go, hey, who wants this job? And everyone's like, not me. Not me. Or would the
Oh.
Titans come open again in 2
I'll
years?
take that $5 or
Not
$6 million
me.
for a couple of years.
Not me. Well, so will Josh McDaniel. But there's a lot of coaches who wouldn't take it, who feel like, yeah, I want to coach more than 3 years.
Yep.
Because if you take that job, there's a good chance
you're
you'll coach
done.
3
You're done.
years.
Yeah. Well, Salah
And you
got
get-
another
and
job.
you get one
Salah
shot.
got another job.
Yeah.
Actually, but Salah was a lot better than
But Salah rehabbed also back with 49ers again.
Dell.
Yeah.
Is this true?
Probably not.
Saturday Night Live said Cooper Flagg's 49-point performance. Not a great start to Black History Month.
Well, how about we just went through all the hirings? Not a black man hired.
Nope.
No.
And
not
very
a
few
great
coordinators.
start.
10 and only one coordinator, and that guy was maybe 2 now, but maybe Raheem Morris got the coordinator job in San Francisco.
Yeah.
A recently fired black head coach. So, not a great month. Not a great start to the month.
And Brian Flores got no job.
Are we
got
sure
$6
Salah doesn't-
million. Well, I don't know if he counts.
Does Salah have?
Is he
Wait,
Egyptian?
what?
Is he Egyptian?
No.
Salah? What is he?
Oh, Salah is, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I guess he would. I don't know how the NFL treats him. Is he a minority hire? Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then he counts. For
He's
minor-
not a black head
as
coach.
but
But
he's not a black head coach.
wait,
but
what
a
were you saying
minority
about
hire.
Brian Flores?
I saw Pro Football
kinda black head
reported.
coach.
I'm not
No,
playing that
don't-
game with
don't-
you.
don't do that.
I'm not
Don't
gonna
do that one today.
I'm not playing with him. I saw that Pro Football Talk said Vikings were going to pay Brian Flores $6 million.
Wow.
That's great.
Per year. Yeah.
That's great. I could stick around
I'll
for
say,
that.
yeah. What the hell? I don't care if I'm a head coach. You're going to give me $6 million.
A lot less hassle.
Yeah.
I mean,
Although you
I'm
want
not
your
a
own
climb-
shop.
I'm not
Everybody
a-
wants their own shop.
yeah, I'm not trying to be a social climber for somebody who I'm just settled in.
Yeah.
This is good enough.
That's fine.
I'm just trying to ride this in.
Why do you think I'm here right
That's
now?
that's
This is
Brian
fine.
Flores, yeah. That's Brian Flores.
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I were Brian Flores. He probably aspires to be a head coach again.
Whatever.
Big deal anyway.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, what percentage is Robert Saleh? If you want to.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Not
100%
taking calls
Egyptian.
on that.
Next
Nope.
one.
Let's move on.
Wonder what Wendy
All
would
right,
think
let's-
about this segment.
Let's talk about Zadok Jewelers.
Yeah, Zadok, ZADOK.com, Zadok.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Almost 50 years they've been in business, and they have been the spot for Valentine's Day. They are Valentine's Day ready. They've already basically vetted all of the gifts for you. Tennis bracelets, you've got diamond pendants, diamond necklaces, big beautiful hoop earrings. Hoop earrings. They've got different luxury watches for you. They've got a lot of different gifts that are going to be Valentine's accessible. They do a great job of making it look the perfect, like getting the experience exactly the way you want it based on your budget. So you want to find something that's perfect for Valentine's Day. Maybe you've never done anything. Maybe your Valentine's Day happens to coincide with your 5th-year wedding anniversary. And you say, you know what, I'm going to double up here, and I want to make sure that I get the perfect gift for 5-year, for 10-year, for 1 year, because she just had a baby, or just because you want to say you love her. They are going to have a gift that is going to blow her away. And they do a wonderful job of finding you unique pieces that are tremendous quality and selection there in 28,000 square feet. At Zadok.com, that's Zadok.com.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Yeah, I'm looking at Case Keenum. He says, I love giving back. Everything I know is basically what somebody else has taught me, being able to pay it forward and pass it on. He was with CJ for his best year. He was with Caleb Williams for his best year. I could certainly see Case being a coach. Maybe he might even be a coach right now.
Does Case have a drop of Egyptian in him?
I don't know if he has any Egyptian.
You said he's not Egyptian.
Well, just like Robert Saleh. Case is just like Robert Saleh.
You said he's Lebanese.
He doesn't have any Egyptian?
No, but Robert Saleh is the son of Lebanese immigrants.
Oh. Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
What's wrong with him? Get your guy. Get your man.
I'm just on the verge of being fired at 2 jobs right now.
Really?
Yeah.
So you got a John at your other job that you have to worry about too?
No.
He's just doing that on his own. Well, ESPN is doing that to him.
Yeah,
probably.
it's already over.
Right.
I don't work for NFL Network, so I'm not part of ESPN. I have to wait to see what the owners do.
So far we have not talked about Paul George being suspended for 25 games.
Playoff P is now once again podcast P. Drugs. It was performance enhancer, right? Oh, it's not.
Well,
according to him,
Dylan Brooks says it was.
Well, let's trust Dylan. Dylan was on a podcast run himself talking about the game that he loves and the players he hates. But Paul George is saying, because he's been very vocal about dealing with his mental health, he took a drug that was on the list of banned substances. Now, of course, the guys on Inside the NBA were like, wait a minute. If it's a drug for your mental health, wouldn't the NBA not have it on list? And even if they did, wouldn't they work with you? And
they're never going to reveal it. He can say whatever he wants.
Yeah, those guys always lie. It's almost they lie about 100%.
Well,
of the time.
Dylan Brooks said, "Man, look at him. He's different, and look at the way he's playing. He looks like he did 4 years ago. He's on some PEDs."
What are his numbers? I don't know that he does look like he did 4 years ago. Paul George has not had a good season from what I remember.
No, Paul George is.
Dylan
I don't
just
even know if
says
Paul George
anything,
plays that
though.
much.
Why is Dylan? We might have gotten the best version of Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
Maybe not
now. He's like,
well, he's
F
playing,
it.
but he's playing well.
Yeah, because he's playing well. He can say whatever he wants now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He can. Yeah.
Paul George is not playing like he did 4 years ago. I don't know what Dylan. Well, it's Dylan Brooks, so I shouldn't be giving this much consideration, but it's not even close.
Anyway, you can say whatever you want because the league can't expose what it is.
You know, but the league. How about the NFL said, when Dwayne Brown got in trouble, and they go, that meat, because they like, the meat is known for having a bunch of steroids in it. You can't.
Well,
we went down to Mexico,
but Dwayne Brown's the one that said it first, and they were like, "Yeah, it does have steroids in it." Yeah.
So the league did their research, and they actually backed off of it. On the suspension. But so you have podcast P. Paul George is out for 25 games.
Rick Barnes. Did you guys see this? Okay, AJ. This is interesting. In this day and age, I'm not sure Rick Barnes should have said this. Rick Barnes was the Tennessee head coach, and his guys did not play well. And here is Rick Barnes in the post-game press conference.
I mean, at the end of the game, some of the passes that we throw, I don't know what to say other than sometimes I wonder if my guys are betting on games. I shouldn't say that, but, that's what erase that. I don't want to say that.
Yeah,
but,
immediately regretted it.
I just wonder what's happening. I mean, because I know we're too good of players to do that. Was that a bad?
Yeah, Rick.
Yeah, Rick. That's bad.
I apologize. I shouldn't have said that.
Okay,
but
Rick. Not the smartest thing you said. Saying I'm not sure if our guys aren't betting on games is not what a coach in 2026 should be saying. But what Jason Kidd said,
he immediately knew he made a mistake. Like, erase that. Too late.
Were you able to clean up Jason Kidd, AJ?
Some of it, but I'm gonna have to stop at a point.
Okay. Jason Kidd went off. Okay. Was asked about Cooper Flagg. Not asked about Cooper Flagg. to be playing point guard, that he's getting a lot of criticism about what I mean. But is this a case? Are people criticizing Jason Kidd for playing Cooper Flagg at the point?
Yeah, but there is a question of whether that's his best spot, particularly as a rookie. The Mavs don't have a point guard.
Yeah.
So he moved them there, and people aren't thrilled with it. And now I think this reporter wasn't necessarily criticizing him. He was just
alluding to
the criticism that he has faced. But Jason Kidd didn't hear.
He ain't having none of it. Here's Jason Kidd, and this was after the Rockets game.
Yeah.
And here's Jason Kidd on the catching criticism about moving Cooper Flagg to the point.
Coach, you get a lot of national criticism for playing Flagg at point guard. Over the last 2 games, he's on the ball.
Criticism, that's your opinion. You guys right there. That's not, I've done this. I've played this game. I played it at a very high level, and I know what I'm doing. But I don't get you.
Yeah, well, he said, you guys don't know an effing thing. You guys you never played the game. I played the game. He's one of the great point guards. I mean, he really is. Jason Kidd was a great point guard. So he might know something more than the writer does. But, boy, did he go off on him. Holy crap. He said, you don't know an effing thing about the game. F that, and you guys can write whatever the F you want. And he was pissed.
Wow.
Yeah, pissed.
Well,
yeah, they're terrible.
It's true, though, because, this is one I kind of see both sides of this one, because it is okay to ask a question about why do you want to have this 6'9" player playing point guard, but the reality is that's where the juice is. James Harden was one of the first ones to show that. You have, granted, he was a 6'9". I mean, Magic Johnson was 6'9", but you want to get back to Luka Doncic. I mean, that's where you're not posting him. What's wrong with playing a guy who is your best player, having the ball in his hands as much as possible? What's wrong with it?
I don't know.
Like I get it's not.
And guess what? He's going to do that anyway.
He's not a wing, he's not a classic 6'7", 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" wing player with handles. But he kind of is. He's not a center.
Listen, against
the
Rockets, he brought them back by himself.
Yeah.
I mean, and he just took the ball and said, watch this. He got screens, and he just put up whatever. He ran by guys. I mean, what do you mean you don't want the ball in his hands?
I can see doing both. I can see doing both. I really can, where you run them, you have them out on the wing somewhere. You maybe play them down in a pivot from time to time. You run them off high pick and rolls, and
you have somebody else that can handle the ball.
As a ball handler, who
do you have to handle the ball though?
Well, I mean that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You have to have someone. I mean, he'd look great in a Rocket uniform.
I just like when the coach goes off on
Rockets need to make
dropping F-bombs all over the media.
So
I love that.
Tari, Jay Sean, draft picks for Cooper Flagg. I'm waiting for that phone call to come in. Man, is he good. 49 and 34 points in consecutive games, and he's had some monster games.
Yeah,
This is a 19-year-old outplaying.
That said, Jamal Mashburn doesn't even think he's a top 5 rookie. Did you see that?
No, who cares at Jamal?
What
does Jamal Mashburn do now?
I don't
Podcast? No one cares.
Yeah.
No one cares. This is the hot take. I mean, it's no worse than what Emmanuel Acho said, where he told Shedeur Sanders, he literally told him, don't listen to Todd Monken. He's never done anything anyway. You need to say, what has Todd Monken done? Why should I be listening to you? You've never done anything. Emmanuel Acho went on a podcast and said, don't listen to him. If I'm a player in that locker room, what's Todd Monken ever done? He's never won anything. Literally every former NFL player who's on Twitter came out and admonished, and they not only admonished Emmanuel Acho, they said, hey, pull that so John can hear this lunacy, AJ, so he can hear Emmanuel Acho. Every single one of them just came out and said, this is the dumbest. Do not take his advice.
Well,
this is the worst
stupid.
thing I've ever heard. First of all, for any player not to listen to a new head coach is the dumbest thing
ever.
Then a fifth-round quarterback who's trying to become a factor. For a guy who was in charge of a quarterback who had an MVP in Lamar Jackson, this is the most stupid. It's like, why do you Emmanuel Acho's almost he's
Well-
like Sam Acho has got to be embarrassed
He's-
because Sam just says regular normal stuff, and Emmanuel says the worst things. Like this is embarrassing that he's got a platform.
Right.
That he says stuff like
Well,
this.
he does, but he does. All right, we got a break. John Chill is going to hang with us here. We're going to get some Super Bowl stuff. Well, yeah, we can say Super Bowl stuff. We can say Super
Yeah,
Bowl.
it's
We
a
can't
Super
say come to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook and watch that. We can say come and watch the big game here. But we can say John Chill is going to tell us what's going on betting-wise with that big game on Sunday. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5. Right now, though, we got Lance talking, underdog. John Chill's going to give you winners.
Yeah, Underdog Fantasy. Look, this is the thing. You have to download the app first to be able to play. And you guys have heard me talk about Underdog for a while. You may have heard me talk about it earlier in the show. And for some of you, you've thought about it, and you've never pulled the trigger. Listen how easy this is. You just download the app, and once you download the app, all you have to do is make your deposit with promo code Lance. Promo code Lance is going to give you $75 in bonus entries when you use your first when you make a $5 entry, a $5 play. So you got a $5 play, unlock $75 in bonus entries, and all you have to do is use promo code Lance to get this done. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to tie an individual player, his statistics, higher or lower for passing yards, receiving yards, sacks, tackles, all kinds of stats. You're going to go higher or lower for the big game. Higher or lower, higher or lower, higher or lower. Put together 5 of these players and watch what your payout turns into. 3 of them typically will turn into let's see, 3 of them turn into a 10-to-1 payout. So you can imagine how much faster, how much more exponential the payouts are with every single higher or lower you add. And sometimes you're playing one that has, you can manipulate the stats to go an even higher number that you have to hit. And once you do that, that turns your payout into a much higher payout as well. Play the game today. It's real money. It's completely legal in the state of Texas. And you get your money when you ask for your money. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
All right. Welcome back to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. The DraftKings Sportsbook took me just right at 2 hours to get here yesterday. What a great drive. I was driving like a maniac, though, but that's beside the point. All you need to do is fly right down I-10. I mean, all the hassle of flying to Vegas and the expense and the 7 hours, 8 hours to get to your hotel. Come on. You're just 2 hours down the road right here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and you got a beautiful sports book, beautiful casino, pool. We got the golf tournament. You know, there's 3 of these Southern Texas PGAs here now. You got all kinds of golfers here from the Southern Texas now.
Yeah,
right.
We got a bunch of tournaments going on.
Mm-hmm.
Over the golf course.
So that is so fun. I've played in it before. It is so fun. It is so good.
Yeah.
If you're at you need to tell if you haven't played in it, you're at a club in Houston, and your pro and general manager hasn't gotten you involved. All the guys from Carlton Woods are here. The Wildcat guys, they win it all the time. So this is so much fun. So get on over here to Golden Nugget and play in that tournament. Dell, have you played in it? You haven't played in it, have you? Dell hasn't played in it. I'm going to try to get him into the tournament sometime soon.
Being that the weather broke, too, it's 60 degrees. So
yeah, it's going to be nice out there.
Demand. If you're a golfer, come on out.
It's beautiful. Yep. Beautiful, Dell. That's what I'm saying. He's going to be in. Dell will be in there someday, I'm sure, mixing it up with the peeps. So the handle. We got Seattle and New England. Not what everybody expected. I think 90% of the experts are going to pick Seattle. Am I right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I can't understand why it's 4.5 points. Why is it not more points?
No, I agree. You know, when I thought it would go up, the highest I think it was 5. The juice, they've been playing with the juice. You know, I seen as high as minus 130 at 4.5. But I'm with you, John. I expected to see 6, 5.5, 6 as much handle that is on the game. But you know, we're starting to see a little bit of New England, and I think they're just a little nervous getting out to 5, 6 points and seeing the reverse come on here late and before the Super Bowl. So, you know, as we continue to you know, evaluate the line and the different things that are going on, you know, I think 4.5, 5. We might see 5 by Sunday if this pattern continues, but I think that'll be where it'll sit.
I'm surprised it's not 7.5.
Yeah, you know, not to give out an early prediction. I think it's going to be double digits Seattle, to be honest, and that's I think that's where they're just solid in every category.
Yeah.
You know, they're just solid. They're a solid team. New England's still young, you know, and you know, but to go back, 4.5, 5, I think what it'll be. Seeing a lot of under as well. That's heavy 80% under at 45.5. You know, again, I think Seattle can score. I think, you know, it's up to Bradford. It depends how he shows up and what he can do. If he gets a 10-point lead, you know, forces May to start throwing it more than they want to. I think they'll both stop the run and have to go to the pass here to score. So I think that's another one that's heavy under. I think the over will probably go there.
It's interesting because, you know, New England has a lot of games where they've scored some points.
Yeah.
Like I know at the last 2 games I looked at, one was in horrific weather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, last 3. One was in horrific weather. One was against the Texans, which wasn't, you know, it's not like it was warm weather, but it was, you know, that was Seattle's a really good defense. Yeah. But I'm just saying this will not have. We're not expecting it to have a weather element associated with it, really.
Yep.
And I don't know. There's reason to believe that with Josh McDaniels having a couple weeks to prepare, I could see New England coming out and being much sharper offensively than they were the last 3 weeks.
Yeah,
last 3 games, I should say.
And you know, May's just got to make sure he doesn't turn it over. And you know, I'm with you. I think that they've played these solid defenses the last couple weeks, and you know, Seattle's good, but I don't think they're as good as the Texans. And again, 2 weeks to prepare, you could really design a nice game plan there put some points on the board.
Yeah, we'll see. What kind of props are we looking at? You got any trends with those?
Yeah, there's some fun ones. There's some novelty props over here. Of course, you got the coin toss. Here's one. The Gatorade. Blue's the favorite right now, 2-1. Yeah, so Blue's the favorite there. I was looking at the some of them, if there's a field goal in each quarter, is it about a 2-1 line right there, and but as you go through it, we're seeing. I was pulling up some of the other props here as we go. As far as betting the futures, Sam Darnold's the favorite for the MVP. Drake May's like 2-1, 2.5-1. As a betting perspective, if you like New England, it's probably going to go to the quarterback.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's a good chance to parlay them together.
What are the odds on May?
Bradford's 1.5-1, and then 2.5-1 on Drake May. So if you're in New England, if you're betting New England, add Drake May as the MVP, and add some odds to your bet there, and then the same way with Seattle. I think you just you tie them together, and that's a decent bet there as we go. Trying to look at. And I apologize, my computer's acting up there. But there's another one, touchdown and a field goal by each team is like 6-1. So there's a bunch of fun prop bets out there that, that you can play out there. Like I said, coin toss. There's a mixture of touchdowns. Will there be a touchdown pass thrown by outside a quarterback? I think that's like 3-1. Super Bowl, they're goofy. I think probably last 3-4 Super Bowls, some different type of plays happened out there. So there's different things out there you can bet.
Can Kenneth Walker throw? Can Smith and Jigba throw? I
haven't seen it.
Can Stephon Diggs throw?
I think Diggs has before.
Has he thrown the ball? Has he thrown a pass?
I think so.
I think he did it. Did he do it with Buffalo? Yeah, I think he's done it before. So you got Drake May to throw 2 passing touchdowns in a quarter, 2-1. Darnold is same thing, 2-1.
Wait, 2-1 for 2 passing touchdowns in a quarter. That's all you get, 2-1.
2-1.
I feel like that should be a lot more.
Yep. And this is 2-1. This one's even crazier. Drake May to have 100+ yards in a quarter is 4-1.
Passing?
Yeah, passing.
And 100 in a quarter is a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot of yards. So.
I mean, he might throw for 180. I mean, what's his average? 220. What's his average per game?
Yeah,
220. 100 in a quarter.
It's more than
no
that,
wonder it's 4-1.
Yeah,
no wonder that's 4-1. Safety.
Yeah, safety is
with these two defenses.
11-1.
I don't know that that's a bad bet.
Yeah. Will there be an octopus? 14-1. So that's a fun.
Here he is. He threw with Houston. That's what I thought. Stephon Diggs was 1 for 1, 13-yard completion with the Texans for a touchdown.
Except listen, there should be a bet if anybody other than the quarterback throws a pass.
Here's one quarterback to catch a pass, 10-1. So,
quarterback to catch a pass.
Yeah, a little reverse.
May is a good athlete. What's May's rushing yards? Although, you know what? Got to go back and look and see what any quarterbacks have rushed against Seattle this year.
Yeah,
because they play a lot of zone.
Zone coverage will do that.
Yeah, they won't do that.
Keeps you in front of.
Yeah,
keeps everything downhill.
Even money for Drake May's 40 yards.
Even money, 40 yards. Yeah. Plus 40. Now he ran a lot against Denver. Against Denver.
They play a lot of man.
Yeah.
They play a lot of man. That's right. So I don't know that he's going to run that. I think under 40 is probably a play. I don't think Seattle's going to let him run the football.
Yeah, and it's weird because I'm seeing now he only averages 29 yards a game. So it's a lot. It's a lot of yards. But it is the Super Bowl, and he might tuck it and run.
Well, he's been tucking it and running it lately. Well, he did against Denver anyway. But again, Seattle doesn't play zone, so they're not going to turn their backs on him.
Here's the one I like as far as rushing props. Rashid Shaheed, you get plus money on 5 yards.
Rushing yards, Rashid.
Yeah, one reverse. That's all you need is one reverse from him, and you probably hit that. So,
however, if they do run a reverse, which they might and probably will, and he doesn't get the 5 yards, you ain't doing it again.
No,
you get one shot.
You got one shot. You got one shot at that.
Yeah.
Passing props, Darnold's at 230 at basically even money, and Drake May's at 221 right now.
That's what I figured. He'd be 220 in that neighborhood.
Yep.
And against this defense, I don't know. I don't know that he's going to throw for 220. I like seeing. Well, New England's defense has been really good too, though. It's really good.
It's tough. I as far as a betting perspective, like I said, I'm leaning Seattle. I've gone against them many times this year, and now they've sold me. You know, after the last 2 weeks, they've sold me.
Here's what I think is huge: first score, because if Seattle scores first, I think it's got a chance to really get out of hand. But if New England scores first, it could tighten them up. It could tighten Sam Darnold and tighten up the Seahawks.
Yeah, and do you take the ball? Do you try that? Do you try
you
that?
want the ball,
to defer it.
Of course, you always want that ball in the second half.
Yeah.
Tom Brady loved that. He loved having the ball last in the first half and then first in the second half.
8 minutes.
And you could put points on to end the half and then put points on to start the second half. That's huge. That's huge.
I agree.
I think whoever wins the coin toss is going to defer because both defenses have been great.
Yeah, more than likely. Most of the time they're doing that. Every once in a while in overtime we've seen them not do it, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But
well, now you have to take the ball.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. Now you have to defer because you want to see what they do, and you can.
Oh no, we still seen guys.
No. Now it's defer. It's absolute.
Well, they're forced
let
to
them kick.
No, I saw it this year. I actually saw it in the NFL game.
It was a mistake.
How do you know I even realized that? Because they talked about it for like 20 minutes on the broadcast. And I just don't understand why you would do this when you would know if you need a touchdown or field goal. You get 4 plays instead of 3 plays,
right.
Which is the truth.
That's the truth.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what you have to do.
Yeah.
You absolutely want
if you have any coach that does that, you know for a fact that they don't game management's not their thing.
No.
It's just not good game managers.
No.
That's the one area our head coach needs to work on is game management.
Yeah. Anything else? Did you have a big fight weekend?
We did. We had the 2 UFC fights. The
toupee.
Were you surprised Volkanovski dominated like that?
I thought I liked him. I didn't think he would dominate.
I saw it was plus 115 for the
Lopez.
for Volkanovski to go for the fight to go the distance, and it was plus 115 for Volkanovski to win by decision, which I guess that makes sense since that was the favorite to happen. And I just thought this is a good. Lopez is really, really tough.
Yeah.
Volkanovski is a really talented technician.
But
I mean, plus 115 feels like it's like it's a good number for you.
And usually, the rematch goes to the guy that lost, and all. I just saw a report this morning that Lopez's both feet were broke. He broke his feet in that fight, both of them.
In the fight?
In the fight, during the fight. So I just saw
broke
that this
his
morning.
feet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a tough fight.
What did he kick?
Yeah.
Shins?
Because it did look like he kicked too much of that.
No, he
fight,
was sitting on the side, and his feet were just dangling there. I saw that picture too.
So Paramount, I think, is doing a good job. It was a good fight, 2 cards in a row, and we'll get ready. But we saw a nice crowd. We're starting to see some basketball, movement going on. Got a big game tonight, Texas Tech tonight. So college basketball.
Can you get Cougs action here?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Even though Tillman owns the university? You can?
Does he? Oh,
No. The University of Tillman, yes. Yes, he does.
Yes, you can bet.
That's funny. You can't bet Rockets, but you can bet.
You can
bet
the Cougs.
The Tillman Cougars.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, basketball's kicking in. So, we're rolling in. Opened up the reservations for March Madness. I mean, that's just around the corner.
Well,
I blink. January's already done.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's just crazy.
So if you got to let's go.
Yep.
GoldenNuggetLC.com. If you want a spot here in the DraftKings Sportsbook, there's nothing better. All those games going on. You always got action going. There's 4 games going at once. It's so much fun. Take that weekend off and get on over here to the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. I'm telling you, there's nothing more fun than being in a sports book for the first weekend of the tournament, or the second weekend for that matter.
Yep.
All right. So you got Seattle.
Got Seattle. I'm going double digits.
You're going double digits,
That's
Seattle.
As of today.
I don't think you're alone.
Friday,
I think the books are going to take a beating.
Yep.
Beating this Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Of course, we thought that with the Giants in New England all the time, right?
It never happened.
Yep.
And all the trends show to take New England, but Seattle sold me.
I
like
think you'll
said,
find you're catching all kinds of Seattle money now. You're going to probably catch some New England money late.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
I think we'll see some late money on New England
Yep.
here this weekend.
Yep. All right, that's John Chill, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. He is with us every week right here. And if you're looking for a great place to bet it, let's go. Get to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Get on over here and watch your big game. Yeah, you'll have the Blue Martini open too, right?
Yeah, Blue will have reservation of Blue. And then if you're under 21, Cadillac is an option too.
Okay,
if you want to
can
bring
watch
your
the
kids
game in there?
down, you can watch it in Cadillac.
Oh,
as
cool.
well, so.
You can watch it.
Yep.
And with youngsters, if you got kids, that's great.
Yeah, so come on down.
All right, let's go. Get to the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
And the game's going to be on every TV in the casino, too.
Yeah, too.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Although they want you to, hey, let's not slow the table down, okay?
Yeah, but a Rush
gonna
Lounge.
happen.
Hey, I've watched the game in the Rush Lounge before.
there you
That's
go.
so much
Have
fun.
you?
There you go. You
Yeah.
can even sit at the ice bar over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anywhere you want to go, the game will be on.
Absolutely.
Anywhere,
Absolutely.
so.
All right, John Chill, thanks, man. As always, we appreciate you.
All right, thank you, guys.
There is John
Appreciate
Chill. Hey, are you somebody that needs to update your bathroom? Because it's kind of a big deal. A glass makes a huge difference. And are you selling your home, or if you haven't done anything with your bathroom, if you've got an older bathroom, the mirror, the shower, the curtains, not a great look. Not a great look. Glass makes a huge difference, and Blue Bonnet glass makes the biggest difference. You're going to be bigger, brighter, newer. You want a wine room. You want glass railings, glass cabinets, room partitions, kitchen backsplashes, and bathrooms. Glass makes a huge difference in your bathroom with your shower. And listen, it's not a big deal if you're residential. It's not a big deal to have them come out and tell you. They can just, if you need one window fixed, they don't care. Blue Bonnet Glass will be there for you. No job too big, no job too small. If you're looking for a great way to update your home, make it look great, glass can make a difference. 832-508-0911 or bluebonnetglass.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. 10% off for first responders. bluebonnetglass.com.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, John Chill, we appreciate you. We appreciate the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
John just told me to cheer for him because I gave him a Rookie of the Year play when we were here in August on Carson Swessinger at plus 3,300, and so he played it, and so now he's getting ready to collect a big paycheck on a big payday on Thursday, I guess.
Nice. You didn't give me that.
A couple $200. I said it on the air. What are you talking about?
That
he was
doesn't matter.
He
I
was
wasn't
sitting
listening.
Right here.
You got to tell me. You got to
So
write it.
200.
You got to text it to me.
200 is going to win 6,600.
Huh.
There you go.
200 is going to win 6,600.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
nice.
right. I do this for a living, and I've won. Last year I had Jared Verse at 10-1. He was a winner. This year, Carson Swessinger is a pretty big favorite at 33-1. It was actually Jeff Schwartz. I gave it to him early in the process. He got it at 5,000-1. So he put 100 down to win 5,000. So he's expecting a $5,000 win, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if it goes. All the awards are given out. The award ceremony is Thursday. So MVP, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Offensive Rookie of the Year should be it's not Shuck. Who is it? There's another wide receiver, right?
I don't even thought about it.
Because it was for a while. There was Dart, Shuck, but it was Emeka Egbuka was the favorite for a while.
Yeah,
it
but
seems like somebody else came on.
He's probably
recently.
still him, right?
Seems like I feel like somebody else came on. Jagstar, Emeka Egbuka. Oh no, Tet McMillan. That's right.
Oh yeah,
Tetero McMillan is a big favorite to win Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Defense Rookie of the Year is supposed to be Carson Swessinger, but we'll see. If it's not him, it will be either James Pierce or Nick Emmanwori. Coach of the Year, Mike Vrabel's a big favorite. MVP is, I think it's still up for grabs, but I think Stafford wins.
I do too.
Defensive Player of the Year is 100% going to be Myles Garrett. And Offensive Player of the Year is not Puka.
Puka or Smith and Jigba or
might be Smith and Jigba, yeah.
Why not Puka?
A lot of
Puka
times
had a huge year.
Let's see. Who are the favorites? Who are the favorites for Offensive Player of the Year odds? Is it Christian McCaffrey?
Nah,
Well, he's no. Smith and Jigba is the favorite.
He's the favorite.
Yeah, he's a big favorite actually.
Yeah.
Puka's plus 7,500. Then Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, so he's a big favorite. Christian McCaffrey. I think McCaffrey's going to win Comeback Player of the Year because he had an injury. That's just such a weird. It's just such a weird award to me because, I think you could also make the case for Dak Prescott, who had a really big statistical year. You had.
Well, I don't like I like coming back from injury. I don't like coming back from suck.
See, I think
I
think that why not? You came back when it looked like you were done. Now most guys don't come back from it's rare. Daniel Jones, you could make that case for, but he got hurt. But I thought Daniel Jones had a legitimate case for it. You could make the case Trevor Lawrence deserves to win, depending on how you position that. But for some people it's about injury. But just because you're injured,
you were so crappy, you're going to win an award?
What's harder to come back from right now, an ACL, a broken fibula, or being a bad football player?
Well, I mean,
it's harder to come back from being a bad football player. Coming back from
not
injury,
if you're a good football player and you had bad coaching or a bad team. I mean,
but you weren't a good football player.
Like Liam Cohen. Wait a minute, Liam Cohen should win the award, not Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence is getting guys fired.
Yeah,
Trevor Lawrence coming back.
Or they didn't know how to coach him because apparently Trevor Lawrence, with good coaching, is pretty good.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's fine. He still has to execute. He still deserves that.
Well, absolutely.
He deserves it more.
Well,
so I think coming back from your career being in shambles is what a true comeback is. Coming back from a broken bone happens all the time. That's not a big deal. I mean, it's really not a big deal at all. You just need the fibula to heal up. Now, where I would disagree, obviously, is, the point I would make is that for a guy like Alex Smith, now that's a comeback of the year. That's something that's incredible. Joe, I thought, but by the same token, it can change. It can be fluid for me because Joe Flacco, what a comeback. He came back into the game. Like, that's incredible. He beat Damar Hamlin, who had a heart attack on the field.
Right.
That's how good Joe Flacco's comeback was. I think Daniel Jones was having that kind of resurgency and comeback until he was hurt. But
I don't know. I just feel like you're getting rewarded because you suck.
I don't think you should be rewarded because you got injured and you're coming back from a normal injury that lots of players come back from. That's not hard. Big deal.
No, I think it is a big deal anyway.
It depends on the injury.
The work
an Achilles,
that you had to put in.
I'll give you an Achilles, a broken bone in your knee, a broken bone in your leg. That's not a big deal. Guys come back in the same year from that a lot of times. So I just think not all injuries are the same. Tank Dell, if he comes back and has a big year, that's a comeback player.
Well,
that's a major catastrophic injury. That's what I'm
saying.
Catastrophic injuries. That's not what Dak didn't have a catastrophic injury. But Christian McCaffrey was not a catastrophic injury. Aiden Hutchinson, that was not a catastrophic injury. But they're all in the mix and up there. So,
Aaron Rodgers, an Achilles.
I get it, but to me,
at 80 years old, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, if he had played well. Well, his Achilles was 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, he played.
Now, if Aaron had had a really good year, I'm not making him comeback player of the year. We had written off. These are guys we had written off Trevor Lawrence, kind of. We had definitely written off Daniel Jones. It was much more possible for Trevor Lawrence to have the year he had than Daniel Jones to have the year he had. We had we didn't even know if Daniel Jones was even going to be a starter for the Colts. So that's a really incredible comeback for me. Tank Dell, if he comes back and has 1,000 yards receiving and 10 touchdowns, he should be at the front of the line because his injury he had 4 separate ligament tears. Or 3 ligament tears and a separation or a dislocation of the knee. I don't know. But his injury made CJ cry.
He did.
If your injury makes players on the field cry or go to long prayers, if they go to the knees for long prayers, then that also you should be eligible.
Damar Hamlin, he's
a long prayer. That is
cancel a game.
Defensive, then you get play, and he didn't even win.
I know. How about that?
He didn't win.
He's like, what do I have to do?
They're like,
what do I have to do?
The 40-year-old took a team to the playoffs.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to die on the field, and you guys, I still can't win. Comeback player.
They brought him back.
Terrible. All right, when we come back, we'll hear Steve Smith's thoughts on the Texans' offense and their problems. That'll be next right here on ESPN 97.5. I'm talking right now about Champion Energy. It's cold, people. If you're looking for the best way to get that electricity in the house, there's one way, and that's champion.energy/1560. I was with them for 17 years, loved everything about them. You're looking for a great way to get your electricity at your house. I don't know what you're paying for your electricity. I know that I paid less because I went with Champion Energy. I've recommended it to people, and they were amazed at how much less they were paying at Champion Energy. You're looking for the best way to get that electricity at a great price. Champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Boom. Time to talk Texans. We haven't talked Texans at all in this show. That's on you. Okay? Oh, this coach and that coach and comeback player, whatever. We got to talk about our Texans. Steve Smith.
Let's see if we can do it without talking about the quarterback. I'm going to see if I can do it without talking about
Good
the
luck
quarterback.
considering this
that's
clip.
Listen to this clip.
Never mind.
And
I heard it with him and James Palmer. They do the podcast together.
Yeah. All right, here is Steve Smith talking about the Texans' problems.
But their offense, at times, hasn't been always great. It's been inconsistent, and a lot of that has led to the inability to really have good protection and sometimes consistency up front. That it's very hard to know which play do we call because we can't block anything up. We lack to make adjustments, and we don't want to run the football sometimes. So now we just putting everything on C.J. Stroud's hands against a poor offensive line, and all of a sudden he's supposed to make chicken salad out of chicken. And that's just extremely tough. The Kansas City Chiefs, when they won that game, you got to remember, you go back to that game against Kansas City Chiefs, that second half, man, that third quarter was horrible offensively. They made no adjustments. They did nothing new. They didn't even try to run the ball. All they did is say, hey, CJ, line up in pistol or shotgun formation. Hey, thoughts and prayers, and try to figure out how we could stop this because, you know, that dude, Chris Jones, yeah, he's big. Yeah, he can hurt you. Don't worry.
So is it still the offensive line?
No, it's CJ as much as the line at this point. I mean, the line is convenient for people who want to try to win an argument. The line is a convenient target. If we're being honest about this, the line was way better. You know, people try to find. So here's the thing. I deal with PFF a lot. I watch tape. I deal with pass rushers. I see pressure rates and all that. When you see pressure numbers on PFF, there are pressures that are given that aren't really near. They don't do this based on next gen. Next gen has wearable technology, so you've got to be within a certain amount of space from the quarterback who's also wearing the wearable technology. PFF has somebody at a house watching tape and putting a grade, like deciding is that a pressure or not. And I've seen pressures. I've looked at pressures for a player. I'll hit a player's pressures, and I'll watch go like, he's not even impacting. We think pressure is having an impact on the play. Do you know that you only have to be even remotely close to get a pressure? So the idea of this pressure rate, yeah, in the NFL you're going to have players around you. That's going to be the case. So the two arguments I always see is, well, you know, you can look at his pressure. Look at the pressure rate. He's under duress the whole time. But then when I watch the game, it doesn't match up with what I saw, where I thought, well, I thought he had decent amount of time, like relatively speaking. It doesn't match up with the visuals.
Right.
This pressure rate.
Like one of his games, I said, that was the most pressures he's been in his career. And I was like, I didn't feel like that.
Exactly. And that's because of how they grade. And that's why you can't just box score scout. That's not, watch the games and you get the feeling. Last year, they were substantially worse at protecting the quarterback. It was a major issue last year. This year, I didn't think it was the overriding factor for CJ's struggles. Not at all. In fact, I think people try to use that as an excuse for him for some of the poor play. So, I think if Steve watched the Texans every week, I think that can the protection be better? Yes, but this is really not. This is actually better interior. Like, you had some issues with Jake Andrews late in the year. I'll give you that. You definitely had issues late in the year with Jake Andrews. But I don't think that's the reason CJ struggled. I don't. Now, player was in his face. Don't throw the ball, take the sack, dirt the ball, whatever, on the pick six for New England. That's a quarterback decision. They just didn't go after the boot action. That's all it was. That's not a pass. That's not a protection issue. That is a end being disciplined, where he says, okay, we're not going to bite down on the run. You're going to have quarterback on the boot action if you see play action. And so that's what you stay with. That's an unblocked player. It's not designed to be blocked. You don't block that player on a bootleg action. So, that's up to CJ to get rid of the ball. I think that's given CJ an out. And his play hasn't been good enough. We've all watched it. It hasn't been good enough.
The line play with my human eyes, and I'm not judging.
I want better run blocking. If you really want to know the truth,
yeah.
I got more problems with the run blocking than the pass protection.
Yeah.
The run blocking's not nearly good enough.
One 100-yard game this year.
Uh-huh.
One 100-yard game.
They're not really.
Rusher.
You had a couple, they were great against the Steelers. But in general, it hasn't been very good.
Yeah.
The run blocking hasn't been very good in general.
Well, that was regular season, right? Did we had one, or did we have multiple? I think we just had one guy this year have 100 yards. And it was Woody. That was it.
Yep.
One time. And that's just not good enough. If you can run the football, CJ is going to be better.
Yeah.
Yep. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, so maybe it does stem from that. If you can't run the football, you're in 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9 all the time.
Yeah, CJ's going to benefit.
CJ's going to be better.
He's definitely going to benefit from a better run game. I think that's the number one thing is get the right offensive lineman, get as many of the best offensive linemen as you can. You got to do a good job and hit on your picks, and then find, and then hopefully Tank Dell comes back healthy or Jalen Noel becomes the factor. One of those two is a major factor, and get another running back. And then from there, if your running game makes a jump into the top half of the league, do you know how much easier CJ's job is going to be? It's going to be so much easier. He'll be able to just steer the ship, manage a game. I don't think he is maybe good enough to be a win because of quarterback. I don't think he can take a team and
Wasn't
put it
he
on
that
his
way
back.
his rookie year? He was.
Well, I mean, was he? I don't know. Go look at his – I've done this before. Go look at his box score. Or go look at his game log and tell me if it's as good as you remember. He had some good games. He had some stinkers in there too. But he's a rookie. No one cares. He had great come-from-behind wins or come-from-behind tries on some of them against Tampa, New Orleans, like Atlanta, I think. And that's where we started to say, man, this guy's kind of special. He's kind of special. But when you look at his overall season, he had a good season, but we kind of misremember it as this special season. It was a good season.
All right.
He had a good job. It wasn't always a sustained 3-game run, though.
Okay, against Tampa, he threw for 470. Following week at Cincinnati, 356.
Yeah,
Following week, 336 against Arizona, 304.
He did throw 3 picks in that game, though. Against the Cardinals.
He did throw 3 picks. He against Tampa, 475 touchdowns, no interceptions.
I remember that. Yeah, that was the game where he made that big come from behind.
Yeah.
They won that, though,
39-37. He had to come,
And that was phenomenal.
Now, that was win because of. They gave up 37 that day.
He was special in that game. He was special. That's what it looks like.
That's probably his best game ever, I would imagine. But he's 23-5 that year, and 3 of them came in one game. So
3 interceptions?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
23-5.
Now, as you go down deeper in the season, he had the injury. He had a couple games that were kind of stinkers around there. How was he in the postseason?
In the postseason, he was 100. He threw for 274. He was good. 16 of 21, 274, 3 touchdowns against the Browns.
Yeah, that's good.
That's really good. 45-14 they won. And then not great against Baltimore. 19 of 33, 175 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, he just wasn't good. They didn't score an offensive touchdown that game.
Yeah, he wasn't very good against the Chiefs either. In his
the
losses,
next year-
they haven't been very good. Well, okay, so there's moments there. They're special in there.
Yes.
They're
That's
special.
what I'm saying. We saw him
We've
not
seen it.
just be a game manager.
They
won because of
it.
him.
It was a while back. We saw it. So he does have it. Yeah, he does have that in his background. Can he get back there mentally? I think a lot of it is mental. I think probably all of it is mental.
Yeah, I agree.
Because do you want to see his offensive line?
But it corresponded to the offensive line falling apart.
The offensive line was injured most of the year. That offensive line was in shambles.
But
do you remember that?
Yeah.
He never had the same offensive line.
But the next year it was awful.
Next year is awful, yes.
Yes.
I think it also has – yes, that's part of it. I think when C.J. felt – now, how did he feel protected with a bunch of backups? Because there was just a bunch of backups for about 70% of that year. And yet, that's why I wasn't worried about it. Last year was a disaster. They couldn't pick up stunts. There was a lot of internal pressure.
Yes.
I think there is something to him not having Tank Dell. Now, he had Tank Dell the year before, and it wasn't special. But when he was at his best, you had Nico and Tank. I don't know. He just was playing with a different level of confidence. Like, he was a dude.
Yep.
He was a dude. He looks completely
shot. Yep.
The
And maybe, hey, we get PTSD from this offensive line. David Carr got it.
David Carr never had moments like CJ had.
No.
So the only way, we saw it with David Carr. It does happen with quarterbacks when they start to drop their eyes and they can't play down the field because they lose confidence. It's sometimes it's hard to get that back. It's like a guy who got hit by a pitch in a batter's box who always flinches on curveballs. That happens.
That's me. And I never even got hit, really.
Yeah.
But I was
flinch on curveballs.
I flinched on I flinched on mediocre fastballs. I flinched. I couldn't. That's why I'm not in the bigs right now.
That's not why you're not in bigs. You couldn't overcome that.
No, I couldn't. Can you M&J now?
Hey, you get hammered going into the lane in basketball. Old school, when they used to get hammered going to the lane, they did that, and then there were some guys who said, "I'm shooting mid-range jumpers. I'm not going back in there.
I'm making business decisions.
Business decisions.
Yep.
Somebody who gets their bell rung, a cornerback.
CJ's making business decisions now.
But you can't
I'm
make
just
business.
throwing the ball up and just getting rid of it.
That's bad for business. That's bad for business. That's not a business decision.
Well,
that's very bad for business.
That's what it looked like the last game.
But what business are you in? That's not a good business model.
That's not a great business
M&J Electrical Supply.
Yep.
So M&J, what makes them special is that M&J basically is not only going to take out your old electrical, and I'm talking to, for example, a lot of you who are going to be contractors or general contractors or electrical contractors. This is what you need to know. M&J can come in there, take out your old electrical stuff, your switches, your gears, your switches, your fuses, your, anything that in terms of the wiring that you're going to have, they will do that. Your circuit breakers, your motor starters, transformers, disconnects. That's what I was going for, disconnects. They can take it all out for you. They'll do it for you, and then once they do that for you, they're going to refurbish and sell that. Now, if you wanted to buy it, you could absolutely buy it anytime you need. I mean, they sell and they buy electrical equipment. They sell new and used electrical equipment. They buy used electrical equipment. They want to take it out themselves so it's taken out properly, and they're going to pay you good money for that old electrical equipment. You could take it to a scrapyard and get scrap prices. These prices are substantially better. So if you are a general contractor, an electrical contractor, or a construction manager, a demolition guy, let them come in and buy that from you and get you the money that you deserve for the old electrical items. And of course, like I said, they sell refurbished items with a 1-year warranty, and they sell brand new items. They can really cut down on your lead time if you have a big job coming up. Emergency needs for electrical parts, they can take care of you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days per year. They're located on Stubner Airline near I-45 North and West Little York. Call 713-699-5055. That's 713-699-5055. That's M&J Electrical Supply.
Big ups to Luther Vandross, who last night won record of the year at the Grammys.
He's been dead for 21 years.
I was going to say.
Yeah. Cher announced that last night. And the winner and the Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
Did she not?
And
No.
who was it? Who won?
Kendrick
It was
Lamar.
Kendrick Lamar. I don't know how she
Why
got
did
those
she say,
confused.
well, she is
For
older
Luther.
now.
The name of the album was Luther.
The album is
She's older, too. She probably.
Yeah,
Cher
she
that she
didn't
would make that
know.
mistake?
She's, yeah.
But she should have known Luther was dead, no?
Yes.
I mean, she might have known
Here
that.
and now.
I mean, she's in the biz, don't you think?
Yeah, it's just a mistake, simple mistake.
Eh,
Who wouldn't
that's
think
how that was. Okay, so that's the last thing. Just like when they announced the wrong Academy Award. Remember they announced a couple years ago.
La La Land.
Yeah.
No.
No, wait, no.
Wait.
There's a-
Moonshine.
well, there's a
Moonlight.
Song. The album's not the Luther. There's a song on his album called Luther. Did it win Song of the Year or something?
No, I don't know.
But how the hell did any of this
somehow
happen?
she got Luther Vandross out of all that? Somehow, some way.
You're
She still looks pretty good though for being 100 years old.
Well, that's what the money's for.
Yeah, except she did a lot of work on her face. That's
Which
the
you
only
don't
problem.
like.
Well,
they're
I
all
thought that's
they're
what
all
you're talking about.
generally in that world, generally like morphing into each other. Like when you get a certain
Yeah.
age, all the faces become the same because they're all going to the same surgeon.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. My wife was there last night. She said Joni Mitchell is not doing that. She just,
Well, there are some who say that's not
Joni
me.
Mitchell.
she's still alive.
Yeah, I know. No, she's not. I think most of them don't. And it's probably pretty expensive, too.
Well, they got money. They ain't worried about that.
I don't know how much money Joni Mitchell
Joni
has.
Mitchell has. Are
She's
you kidding? For
playing
all of her
music?
music, all those years,
Who
residual
you think-
money.
Wait a minute. You think record companies? You think she's getting
Oh,
tight
yeah.
record deals?
No,
I
no.
bet she didn't have as much as you think.
I'll bet she's got money, brother.
And maybe she does. Maybe she's not vain.
You know the residual of every time her song plays.
Who's playing her songs?
A bunch of people.
Where?
Are you kidding?
You know how many streams you have to have on streaming platforms?
I know my wife plays her
licensed
music.
in movies and stuff and
Yeah.
TV shows. Would she get her songs played there?
Yeah.
I imagine she would.
Absolutely.
Depending on the
guess.
tone of the TV
She's
show.
still got
movie.
bangers out
What's her banger?
Bangers.
there. Bangers
What's one of her
Is,
A
now,
Case of You?
What?
Does
No.
that sound song familiar?
Ba-
Song sound familiar? A Case of You?
That's not it.
Never heard of that.
Both Sides Now?
Both sides now. Both sides now. It's
Both sides now.
No, that's Luther
Oh, that's
Vandross
Luther.
singing
Oh,
the song.
my bad.
play both sides now, AJ. And
Don't-
Lance will
don't,
know.
AJ.
Yes. I mean,
We're the
it's a
Del
song
Show.
you know
I
real
don't
well.
know it. I really don't know it. I don't know Joni Mitchell.
You do know.
I never liked Joni
A
Mitchell.
Florida woman says her toes were amputated due to spider bites, and she's suing. Do you feel like if you move into an apartment that you shouldn't have your toes amputated by spiders? Biting her toes off. I feel like that's not a place
So,
I want to live.
after the first couple, were they poisonous spiders, so it only took like a couple bites, or was this happening over a long period of time, and she just couldn't get a hold of it and decided, you know what, after the 4 straight weeks of these spiders biting my toes, now I'm going to do something about it?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well,
maybe it's a really poisonous
or
spider.
maybe
It
just
took
one night.
time.
One
Maybe.
night they all attacked her toes.
Hey, lady, wash your dirty
I don't
ass
know. I
feet.
just feel like
Is she a white woman?
she is a white woman.
Let me ask you two this, because this became a thing for a little bit.
Why
We
does
have-
it matter? It's a white woman.
Let me get to my question, because AJ's going to know this. They're culturally, there are different ways people wash up. Like, some people let the soap just run down their legs, and they say, hey, I wash my legs. Other people will actually scrub, and by other people, I mean black people. White people are
Yeah.
generally considered the people who just let the soap run down. Hey,
Yeah.
my legs are
It's doing
clean.
its job.
Yeah, see,
You
this is
just
what
take a
See,
bar.
you two.
Yeah, you take a
No,
bar.
I wash my legs.
So you actually do the scrubbing.
Yeah.
Lance?
I
you
mean,
don't
not
do-
scrubbing,
No,
but I
not-
wash them.
That's what I'm
Not
saying.
like- no,
You
I'm
don't
just
use
saying.
a washcloth.
No, I never use a washcloth.
You just let
Do
the
you
soap
use a
run down your
washcloth?
legs?
No, I actually.
I take a bar of soap.
and
So
wash.
you don't. Yeah, some people.
Or a soft or the pump
Yeah,
soap.
right.
Yeah, some people will just, hey, the
And
soap
you-
got.
and you-
yeah, you little
Yeah.
rub-a-dub-dub. Some
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
do the whole, hey, the soap
the
just ran
soap's
down
doing
my
its own-
legs.
What
I'm clean.
soap?
Like when you're washing yourself up top.
Or
What, you
shampoo.
just do your chest and then you
Some
hope
people
everything gets
don't wash their feet.
Now,
They
I'm
just-
not
the
a
soap.
Now, I will say I'm not a washcloth guy.
Do you wash
because-
your feet?
Yeah, most times, yeah. Most times.
Questionable. Do you
Sometimes
wash your
the
feet?
water
I mean, just a swipe, yeah.
See, AJ, this is what I'm saying.
Sometimes the
That's
water.
why I asked if this woman was white, because some white people just let the soap.
That's
hey,
I
if
think
it gets
that's
there,
true.
it gets there.
I think that's fair. I think
Yeah.
you're being fair.
Yeah, so maybe she don't wash her feet.
And she probably doesn't use lotion on her legs.
Well, we know she don't use lotion. On
She's
her.
white.
Maybe moisturize up top with the face and the
AJ,
arms.
you use lotion on your legs?
Always.
What kind of question is that? What are we doing here? Of course he does.
What do you
he's
mean?
He's not Kevin Durant.
Okay. We're done. Okay. You just tried to make this as long
I
as
just
possible.
asked you a question because I thought because that lady having her toes bit off by spiders.
Because maybe they were dirty?
Maybe.
They might have been clean and the spiders. Spiders don't eat dirty feet. I don't know if
you don't
heard.
know that. You haven't done the research. you don't know that.
Spiders.
You don't know. You actually don't know.
You don't know.
I bet you there's a
spiders are. They're like, oh, that filthy feet. I ain't eating
bet
that.
I bet you if she hit those toes with some Dove, the spiders would have been off to something else. That's all I'm saying.
We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed it. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
We continue on here at the Golden Nugget. We're in the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. John Lance done. Lance narrowly avoided taking us off the air. I had to intervene before he ripped out the wrong power cord, so we're safe. And it's me and Sean till noon as we move forward, and of course Rich Eisen, then Jeremy and Joe after us. So I guess the one thing you can discuss as far as the Super Bowl is concerned is they're in town as far as getting ready, because both teams landed and now they're in town as they start to prepare for the Super Bowl. And that's kind of where we're going to end Super Bowl conversation, because at this point there's not a lot to discuss. Media Day will happen sometime this week, and maybe something comes out of that. So that just points out that it was slim pickings. If you are a big football fan, I guess get yourself associated with the UFL rosters if you're desperate for football after Sunday. So we'll move on from that. The other thing that kind of caught my eye, and it maybe upset some people, because I did see some player comps and stats compared between two players, was Alperen Sengun does not make the All-Star team. If you don't know, we've talked about the convoluted nature of the All-Star game, but of course, well, maybe not of course, if you haven't been keeping up with it, they're still doing East versus West, but then they'll break down those East and Western rosters into an international team and then two U.S. teams. Alperen did not make the team. People were upset in some ways because they look at Chet Holmgren, who did make the team, and say Alperen's numbers are better. Now, Alperen's a better defender, but Chet is one of those guys who people throw in the DPOY conversation. Alperen is not currently of that status, but if you look at some of the odds, Chet makes at least he's leading the Defensive Player of the Year award as far as the odds are concerned. So maybe that would put him over the top. So Alperen doesn't make it. Kevin Durant is your one your one Rockets representative in the All-Star game, which is a credit to him, and we'll see how the season plays out. But not only will he be an All-Star, he's playing well enough to have first-team consideration as far as All-NBA, and then depending on how the rest of the year goes, maybe there's some MVP talk. He likely won't win it. That'll probably go to Shea again. But maybe Kevin Durant is one of those guys who people start to make a point and start to make a case for as the year gets later and later. And the Kevin Durant and the Rockets do get a win. Since the last time we spoke, they beat the Mavericks. A Mavericks team who is interesting because they have Cooper Flag, and that's about it. It was a typical, what now has become a typical Rockets game against any team who's not completely awful. It goes longer as far as the game being in doubt than we feel like it should, but they find a way. They're now 30-17. I was actually looking at their schedule, because there's been a lot of complaints about the back-to-back nature and all the games in a short amount of time. But they play like 47 games this year, which would have them on the low end as far as teams. So it's teams and games played. So if you have an issue with the Rockets' schedule and how rapid these games are coming, that's not going to change, because there are teams that have played like 50 games already this year, and the Rockets are still under 50 at 47. So the games are still going to be fast enough, furious, as we get closer and closer to the All-Star game coming up here in a little bit. But they get the win. Nice to beat the Mavericks. Nice to just win on a weekend. It's one of the featured games of the weekend. And, of course, the Inside the NBA crew had a little fun as Alperen had to teach Charles how to pronounce his name. So that happened. I believe that happened before the game, and then after the game, or at least in the midst of it, maybe it was at halftime, those guys talked about the Rockets and their lack of a point guard, and that being something why they can't trust them. We've had continuous conversations about the trajectory for this team, and sure, point guard is of a major focus, and with the trade deadline coming up, the question will be, do they do anything to solve what other people see as a problem? We'll see how strongly they attack that, because this is one of the years. I mean, all the talk about Giannis and where he moves to, a lot of it's centered around Giannis when he comes back from injury, doesn't want to waste a year of his prime sitting, if he does come back, sitting on a roster that can't win. So there's some want for Giannis to get traded now as opposed to waiting to the offseason where the Bucks might get a better offer. If you're the Rockets and you know Kevin Durant has how many years left? How many years does he have left of being one of the best players in the NBA? Are you going to not go after a point guard when it's clear as one of your major deficiencies? And just guard play in general. You look at who they have playing guard. Of course, the Reed Shepherd conversation will continue. They'll throw Aaron Holiday in there, Josh Okogie. Amin Thompson certainly will have ball handling responsibilities. It's not a great rotation. I mean, Amin you can call a wing, but if you start to look at their guard rotation, there's not one that's overly impressive. Certainly not one when you start to stack them up against the best teams in basketball. We see what guys like De'Aaron Fox and even Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper can do against the Rockets, and then you got the OKC portion of the conversation when it comes to, of course, Shea, who likely will win a second MVP. Case and Wallace, they got a lot of guys who can play in a playoff series. How many guys do the Rockets have in the backcourt who you look at and go, I want that guy on the floor in the playoff series? You're hoping and praying that Reed Shepherd can hold up in a playoff series. Josh Okogie felt like just this auxiliary piece, and all of a sudden he's a guy, depending on the night when it comes to injuries, who's getting minutes. The Rockets are just full of wings. They don't really have any guards when I look at and go, that's a guy of your top 9 I want playing in a contentious series against a real contender. So we'll see if there's something there on the trade market that they can use to supplement who they are. Because as it stands now, their wing forward, Alpe's going to get plenty of time being a ball handler as well. I don't think they're built for the postseason when you look at who they're going to face and who those teams can throw at them. Hell, Jamal Murray makes the All-Star team. Of course, he talked about it and said, I was going to say, of course, he's one of the guards they have to go against, but he said, my goal is to be All-NBA because that's a bigger honor. So these are the guys you have to go against, guys who have All-NBA potentially for this season in the cards for them. The Rockets have I don't want to call, look, we've talked here on the show, jag is pejorative. People hear it and think it's an insult. But at this point, the Rockets have just a bunch of guys at the guard spot. They don't have a star, and they're certainly not built that way. But I would you don't need to be a star. But can I if I throw you on the floor for 30 minutes at that spot as a guard, are you going to lose your battle, or can you be someone who holds up? The Giannis stuff is kind of a fantasy that I don't see happening here. Certainly the Rockets aren't mentioned as one of the teams interested. I think a far more likely thing that could happen is them trading for a guard to supplement what is probably the weakest point of their team. Look, Capella, fine as a backup big. They may be in the market for that as well. But a guard and a big is something, if you kind of want to take this team seriously, they need to improve before you really can. But that being said, there's still a top 4 team in the West, but we know that the goal is to be much more than that, and they have an opportunity here. They have assets. They have movable pieces. I would guess, although everyone on the Rockets roster, they would tell you is untouchable at this point. Sean, if we had to take a look at this roster, and if we removed like I will say the show they put on by telling everyone this guy won't get moved, this guy won't get moved, who's most likely to acquire someone of any real consequence? Because we know they can just shift the deck chairs around if they want to move a Jayshawn Tate, and that wouldn't take much, and they wouldn't get much back unless they're attaching multiple picks to it. But if we're talking about guys who you look at and go, okay, if they move that guy, they could get someone, particularly a guard, that could help this rotation. Who's the most likely?
So it's probably Dorian Finney-Smith, just in the case of like you need to stack money up to get to a basically anyone making about teens of millions of dollars. You're looking at Dorian Finney-Smith, who makes 12.7. You also have Steven Adams making 14. So those are your two kind of like, big or big-ish mid-range salary options. And then you're looking at after that, as far as like to actually get you something, it'd probably be either Tari Eason or Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, two guys that they have pretty much told the world aren't
Yeah.
getting moved. Certainly not in a trade that acquires you a piece as opposed to a superstar. Yeah, Steven Adams has a deal that runs through not just this year but the next 2 years. So the question would be for any team who would be trading for him, do you want the 33-year-old next year at 13 million, then after that at 11? The deal when it was signed looked like a good one for the Rockets because it decreases as he gets older. But if you're a team giving up a piece that a contender thinks can help in the rotation, I don't think it would only be Steven Adams as far as an asset. You'd be throwing a pick on that as well, depending on the level of player.
Yeah, those are just the guys that kind of like have
Yeah.
to be in a trade if you're taking in money.
Understood. Because if you're taking on anyone who would be of consequence, they're probably making a bit in double digits as far as millions are concerned. So those are the contracts that match up. And as it stands now, throwing in a guy who's injured and out for the rest of the year probably means you're taking on a pick. Because we had a trade happen over the weekend. The Cavs traded DeAndre Hunter, a guy who was acquired last year to be a piece as they tried to win the East. Certainly didn't do that as they lose to the Pacers. He's traded for Dennis Schroeder and Ellis, 2 guards, and also the Bulls jumped in because they like to take on money and picks. So the Bulls, for their services, are in this trade to make it happen, took on 2 second-round picks. So it may be something like that where you need another team to get involved if you didn't want to take on a bad deal. Maybe you're throwing picks the Bulls' way to take on the contract of whoever to make a deal work, or maybe you're sending Steven Adams to the Bulls, and it would be very convoluted if you threw in a third team. But that could be something if you don't do just a 2-team deal to acquire a guard. And hell, the Bulls do have a guard like Kobe White, who has been rumored to be a Rocket. Trey Jones as well, another Bull, who the Rockets could be into to add to their guard rotation. So they get the win over the Mavericks, and also we had a Jason Kidd crash out that we may get to a little bit later as we move forward in the show. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. I know a lot of people got in early for What Did You Learn on the John Land Show. We weren't unable to get to some calls who wanted to join the discussion after that. But we will take calls here. If you didn't get in with them, you certainly can get in with us. We're here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget. You all know the deal. You've heard John talk about it. Just 2.5 hours, depending where you are in Houston, to come on out here. I'm in League City, which is, of course, a little southeast of Houston. It took me like 2 hours and 10 minutes to get here. A straight shot, easy to get here. And, of course, once you get here, you can take advantage of what the Sportsbook has to offer. And let's not forget about the restaurants. I went to my restaurant of choice, Lily's. Got the lo mein, the mixed lo mein with the vegetables and the shrimp and the pork. They do a good job, and they, of course, have all the other restaurants here, like Claim Jumpers and Vic and Anthony's. If you want to have fine dining and also take advantage of the casino and the great rooms, it's all here for you at the Golden Nugget, which it has become, in some ways, the place we go. Actually, I think it's the place we show up to the most outside of doing shows in the actual studio. So we love coming to Golden Nugget. You will as well. All right, we'll be back with more. We'll go around kind of a world that is sports, because there isn't a real focus, but we'll get to some things I found interesting, and of course you can join the show as well. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olalea.
Without an actual main topic to steer the show, we're just going to get into some things. And Sean brought up something right before we came back. Caitlin Clark made her, I guess, debut for NBC as a special contributor because it's Saturday night. Last night. It was last night. They're in the Garden. It was Lakers versus Knicks. And she was up there. I don't remember who. I guess it was Maria Taylor. Maria Taylor was the host, who was a tall woman. You had Reggie Miller. You had Carmelo Anthony. She quote tweeted an image and said, "Next time I'm going to show up in stilts," because yes, everyone was towering over her. But that wasn't the big thing that came from it. They were talking about the game and comparing her game to others. And I think Carmelo mentioned Luka as a comp, and then Reggie Miller compared her to Peyton Pritchard, which she did not like. She didn't voice her displeasure, but she looked at him and gave him a look like, "What? Well, yeah, Peyton Pritchard? Well, why? How?" I don't know. Like, Peyton Pritchard's had a good year. The Celtics are surprisingly good considering what they did this offseason after Jason Tatum got hurt in the playoffs last year. They jettisoned Drew Holiday. They got rid of Kristaps Porzingis, and they're one of the top teams in the East, which may speak more to the East than anything else. But Jaylen Brown stepped up his game. He's an MVP candidate. And Peyton Pritchard has become a more important portion of that Celtics roster, but not important enough for Caitlin Clark to appreciate the comp. And I get it. There are some people in our lives who we don't want to be comped to, even if we have no real connection to them. And even if they're not bad as people or are awful at their jobs, you just don't want to be comped to some people. You have a reasonable belief in who you are and what tier you're in. And you're like, Peyton Pritchard, F out of here. I wonder if it's like the game or just Peyton Pritchard himself that she doesn't want to be comped to.
Yeah, I think it's
all of it.
Yeah, I'm Caitlin F. Clark.
Peyton Pritchard.
The zoomed in part, there's people obviously zoomed in on just her while the conversation is happening, and she is goes from smiling, I'm on TV,
yeah.
And the second he says, kind of reminds me of Peyton Pritchard, just immediate smile drops and just kind of looks at Reggie.
It was so natural. It's it wasn't put on. She just heard that name, that comp, and she lost. She forgot where she was. She forgot she was on TV. She was like, "Come on, Peyton Pritchard."
Peyton Pritchard.
With more practice, she probably would have avoided that face. The smile would have stayed plastered on. But she was having a good time talking to these NBA legends in a spot she hasn't been able to be in up until that point, and then she heard the Peyton Pritchard comp, and it got to her. Yeah. It'd be like, we have a quarterback here in this town who has comped himself to the likes of, when he was going good, comped himself to Stafford and the greats in the game. After CJ's rookie year, where he had played as well as he had, and he was up, I don't know, at the Pro Bowl or something, and I'm trying to find the right Reggie Miller comp to the NFL. I don't know who it would be, because I could either be insulting that person or insulting Reggie. I don't know who it would be. Let's go Steve Smith Jr. Whatever. Really good player, has a media presence. Steve Smith Jr. comped C.J. Stroud to who could it possibly be? If he comped him to, at that point, Sam Darnold. Or Sam Darnold's probably, at that point, probably wasn't good. As good as
Andy Dalton.
Is. Yeah, Andy Dalton. If he comped him to Andy Dalton, C.J. wouldn't have appreciated that. Yeah. Whether he would have kept a smile on his face, that's a different story. But Caitlin Clark wore her emotions on her face, but I get it.
Are we doing? Is there something subconscious that we're happening where, Peyton Pritchard, it's Andy Dalton as the examples? I don't want to be those guys. I don't know. Give me some cool. Give me if it's a role play, Lou Williams. Okay, I can. It's still just a 6-man scoring guard, about equal footing, but it's at least it's Lou Williams. He's kind of cool. I think loves the lemon pepper wings. Don't give me Peyton Pritchard.
I think
I'm white.
Well, and also Peyton Pritchard, if the Celtics weren't beat up and didn't trade off guys. He wouldn't be starting. And she's a starter. She don't be. She doesn't want to be compared to what would be or should be a career-long sixth man. You don't want to be compared to that. She's obviously a star in that league. So, yeah, if you're going to give her Lou Williams probably isn't a comp she's looking for, but I think all that Peyton Pritchard entails got to her.
I would love to just have Reggie Miller just rattle off comps for Caitlin Clark and
it's all white
dudes? Just see like what – just how his mind works. Like, just
Who do you think she comps? Who do you think she compares to? Who do you think?
I feel like for the last 2 years, everyone's been like, she's like Steph Curry, but for women's basketball.
And
like,
Reggie Miller, and Reggie Miller. Yeah, I don't see it, but I do see Peyton Pritchard.
Jordan Poole, huh? A little bit.
I don't know. I think the Peyton Pritchard thing got to her, but maybe overall, if she was going to take a comp, once you hear Carmelo Anthony compare you to Luka, and then Reggie Miller takes you down like 4 tiers to Peyton Pritchard, it's going to be a little upsetting.
How many All-Stars does this next person have? Oh, 0. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, he's having a pretty good year for the Celtics. Thank you for that, Reggie. Let's get to Apollo here. He missed out on what did he learn this weekend? And you know what? It's not a bit on this show, but who cares? If you learn something, we'd like to hear it. What's up, Apollo?
Morning, Dale. Sports double rides. A little bit of a care, but hey, it's a boring sports week, so what the heck, But yeah, what I learned this weekend, as we all expected, it is literally all of them, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm out.
I'm going to try to decipher what he means. Did he say it's literally all of them? Is that what you heard, Sean?
Yes.
I imagine he could be discussing the fact that no head coaching hires or jobs went to black coaches this year. That could be it, because that happened this year. Now Robert Saleh got a job, and of course on the morning show, because we're uninformed on most things, there's a question about where he is from and his descent. He is of Lebanese descent, so that does not qualify as a black man. It does qualify as a minority hire. But of the 10 openings, and I'm just guessing, Apollo, maybe if you want to call the intern and confirm, I am assuming you're talking about that. Of the 10 openings, none of them went to a black coach. And I saw this come out. I'm not sure if it came out before Raheem Morris was named as the DC in San Francisco, only if I'm not sure, because it could be 2 or 1, depending on the timing of the tweet. But Raheem Morris is the DC in San Francisco. That would make maybe just one open coordinator job going to a black coach. So that stirred up some of the conversation. And I was looking at that, and also the fact that, of course, the McVay-Shanahan tree continues to grow. It's like a British royal family at this point. That you have someone of that lineage in a lot of places in the NFL. So as it stands now, you got the two LaFleurs, 2 brothers have jobs in the NFL. So it's the Harbaughs, 2 pairs of brothers, the Harbaughs and the LaFleurs. You've got a Kubiak who has a connection, a Liam Cohen, Zach Taylor, if we remember, is connected to them. Of course, Kevin O'Connell. Now this is where you might push back, because these 2 guys are defensive guys, so they're not maybe strictly considered under that tree, because those guys are known for their offense, McVay and Shanahan. But you've got D'Amico and Robert Saleh. So even Shanahan's defensive guys get jobs. And of course, Chris Shula, the DC for the Rams, was interviewed in a couple spots as well. So if we just go by that tree, if you include the 2 guys at the top, and then you throw in the 2 LaFleurs, it's pretty wide. What are we, like 9 head coaches in some way, shape, or form from that tree? I do the counting in my head right now. Actually, it's 10 with the 2 LaFleurs, the Kubiak, the Liam Cohen. That's 4. Then Zach Taylor, O'Connell, D'Amico, Robert Saleh, and then you throw in the McVay and Shanahan. That's at least 10.
Yeah.
10 of the 32 going to somebody who's at least associated. There might be more, but as far as what I remember, like passing game coordinators or offensive coordinators or DCs, it's been all those guys, and it all stems from Mike, and then of course Gary now has his son in the league. So I don't know at a time if there have ever been 2 pair of brothers with head coaching jobs in the NFL. I can't.
Are there more LaFleur brothers than there are black NFL coaches? Or no, same amount.
Head coaches?
Same amount, yeah.
Well, you got D'Amico.
D'Amico and Aaron Glenn.
And then you also have Todd Bowles, so there's 3.
Todd Bowles, okay.
So the question
LaFleurs
is,
are catching up.
the problem is, it's close.
It's very close.
It's very close that you have the fact the fact that the LaFleurs are 2, and then you throw in the two Harbaugh brothers. You have 2 pairs of brothers that are exceeding the black head coaches in the NFL. It was looked at, and people noticed that you had nearly a third of the league had an opening, and somehow, some way, no one was hired. Anthony Weaver was, I guess, the last shot. When you look at Arizona, they had LaFleur, and there was another guy involved. And then once he didn't get that job, and it went to LaFleur, then, of course, Kubiak gets the job. The former, still current, he'll coach in the Super Bowl, the current OC for the Seahawks, but the future head coach of the Raiders, who will likely be coaching Fernando Mendoza, as the Raiders have the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Pena, I see you. You're on hold. Hold on. We'll get to you. We'll take anyone else's calls as well, 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We are at the Golden Nugget. The hot water was flowing. I had no problems. You could leave the hot water on for however long you want it. Once you got in the shower, it was still hot. That may not be the case at your home. Hell, you probably don't have a water heater as big as the water heaters here at the Golden Nugget. If you have any problems with your water heater, go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Check out what they have to offer. They will take a look at your water heater and find the problem and fix it, or hell, just replace one. They do that with. They also have the ability to look at your tankless water heater if that's what you have. Don't worry, if you got a plumbing problem, they're the people you go to. Check out the website. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And if you don't have a water heater issue with something else, check out the drop-down service menu, and you'll probably fall into a category that they can fix, whether you need a remodel or you want a repipe done because you've got an older home and you're worried about the older pipes. They'll take care of you there as well. They've done over 1,000 of those repipes, so they do a great job, and the contractors there will get you right. So, of course, with plumbing problems, we don't always know what the issue is. You just know there's a problem. You don't know how to fix it, and you kind of don't want to be charged to figure out what it is. So they give you that free quote. They'll take a look and give you a free quote for what the cost will be. And, of course, you can call them as well at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. And get with the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Trust us. Billy Brown and his people have been doing the job the right way for a long time. If you got a problem, they'll take care of you. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olalea.
Pena's on hold. We'll get to him here shortly. And because of the direction of his calls normally, we're here at the Golden Nugget, but I don't have access to how I normally watch TV on Sunday nights. I have to go with the laptop. Hell, technology is great. You can watch anything you want, but normally I'm watching something on the big TV. I got to tell you, without giving anything away, the latest episode, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, banger. Just going to tell you, everybody. If you're not watching that show, they got the first 3 episodes out. They do it weekly. Watch, and they're like 30 minutes apiece. Watch the first 3, and if you're not in, I don't know what's going to get you in after the reveal in episode 3. Like if you are a book reader or some would say a book nerd, you would have known beforehand, and there are context clues as episode 1 and 2 and even early part of episode 3 go. But the reveal in episode 3, I mean, that's the way you get people back for next week. So that's all I'm going to say about that. It at this point is the best, I would say, Game of Thrones property since maybe season 6 of Game of Thrones. And I was a staunch defender in the middle of it, of Game of Thrones, even as 7 and 8 were going on. But, you know, perspective and time changes your opinion. And I like House of the Dragon. But if we're talking about quality and tone, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, getting it done. So if you haven't watched that, I would say watch that. Sunday nights on HBO if you're not watching it through an app. And I believe they're going to switch it up this week because of the Super Bowl. I think they're going to change times. Last night it was 9 Central, so we'll see what happens. I know I saw the headline. I didn't dive deep to figure out what time it is. But either way, whether you watch it on Sunday nights or watch it at a different day, it's good stuff. Let's get to Pena here. What's up, Pena?
Yo, what up, Dale? Hey, so I'm not calling about Game of Thrones. I'm gonna tell you what I learned this weekend, and I learned this weekend that P guy is temporary, but you'll never forget the Rim Reaper. Thank you. Have a great day.
It's partly because I'm here, but I don't actually get the reference. Sean, do you know what he's talking about?
I don't really know either.
P guy, I heard that, but she'll never forget the Grim Reaper. Is that what he said?
I think he said Rim Reaper.
Rim Reaper.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are ways I could kind of work through what he said, but I don't think I could do that on air. At least where my mind went. This may speak to how my mind operates. So, appreciate the call, Pena. Don't know what you said. Maybe you call back and explain it to us, and we can get to it. But thanks for that. So while I was watching A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, once that was over, I didn't watch the Grammys firsthand, or at least on television. It's not my thing. I caught it in clip form online, and I'm not saying anything crazy. I'm not saying anything revelatory. But you know what? Now this song is for the girls, like "Man Child" by Sabrina Carpenter is for the girls. But you know what? I gotta say it. As a person who doesn't listen to her music, it's not on my phone. Didn't put it on the playlist on the drive up here. I'm gonna go Superstar. I think it's partly because she's an actor as well. At least that's how a lot of people knew her from before she started her music career. I would say just watch that performance and you're like, okay, I get it. It's not that I didn't get it before, but watching it even on the small screen, even on my phone, it's like, okay, I got it. I get what she's on, and I get why people love her. I mean, probably not gonna get me to go download the album, but in like 5 minutes when I was watching from a hotel room, I was like, all right, understood what that's about, and why she's a superstar. So that was my night of the Seven Kingdoms, and then I caught some of what happened in the Grammys, and Trevor Noah saying that he was doing like work on the crowd, and he wound up standing next to Kendrick Lamar. And he said he was going to make jokes about Kendrick Lamar, but then he realized, then he remembered that that Kendrick Lamar has had a pretty good run making fun of light-skinned dudes from different countries. So the crowd got it, obviously talking about Drake there. So those are the two things I took from the Grammys. I don't know who won a thing other than, not Lance, but John telling me that Cher thought Luther Vandross, who's been dead for, I think, almost 20 years now, won an award, but it was really Kendrick Lamar winning Record of the Year for Luther, and she said Luther Vandross. So, look, you run a 79-year-old woman up there. I think her frame of reference when she hears Luther is probably only Luther Vandross. Certainly, I would doubt that she heard the Kendrick SZA song, but those are the things I know from the Grammys. Other than that, it wasn't a Grammys night for me. And when we come back, now that our TV and entertainment segment is over, we'll hear from Rick Barnes, only because I got to ask Sean a question. Sean, just think about it now. I'll ask the question, and then you can tell me what you think. Has Rick Barnes ever said anything that wound up in the group chat in any way, shape, or form? Considering I never had him coach my team, but he seems like a guy who never says anything, but he said something over the weekend that he immediately regretted, and I think it's the only time Rick Barnes has ever said anything that went viral. We'll hear from Rick Barnes when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Go to Monument Chevrolet if you're looking for a great car. It's pretty simple. If you go there, you're going to get yourself a great vehicle, and you're going to get it at a great price. And if you have any questions, they got their point person there. That's Jeff. He's the GM. Any questions you need, ask for Jeff. He'll help you out. He wants to be the person that gets you into a great vehicle at a great price. Of course, the salespeople are going to do their job, and a lot of those salespeople have been there for years now, and it's just not them. It's across the entire dealership. And you know why? It's because they not only treat you like family, they treat them like family. It's a family business, and then they welcome you as soon as you step on the lot. So they're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And once you find the car you want at MonumentChevrolet.com, go out there, and you're going to get a deal that matches what you saw on the website. There are no tricks. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. As soon as you identify the car you want and the price that fits what you're looking for, that price is going to be waiting for you on the lot. No changes. They're not about getting you on the lot and switching it up on you. You don't stay in business as long as they have by doing that. If you've been serving the local community for that long, you're going to be treating them right. So remember the website. It's MonumentChevrolet.com. Find the car you want, whether it be the Silverado or a Blazer or a Colorado. Maybe you're looking at something a little bit smaller like a Trax. They have them all for you that fit all your car buying wants. It is Monument Chevrolet. That's MonumentChevrolet.com. In Pasadena, the dealership is there off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olalea.
So as we went to break, I asked Sean to contemplate a question, but I'm going to ask another question first because today, of all days, with not a lot to focus on, we can just get to a lot of things. So, without knowing the end result, but taking in all the possible scenarios, like your Doctor Strange, Sean, which is the bigger mistake? If I told you Rick Barnes is going to allude to, or not even allude to, just flat out say, I wonder if my players are betting on games, and hold that in your mind, but put it up against a boxer walking into a ring with a wig on. Which one, when you consider all the possible scenarios, is the bigger mistake?
I think the wig. I think the wig's a bigger mistake.
I would agree, because as much as the NCAA and college basketball has a problem, and how all the sports has a problem with sports gambling, the players doing it, and what that might mean, wearing a wig in a boxing match where you repeatedly get hit in the head, I think considering the scenarios that could happen, that's a bigger mistake. If you don't know, Jarrell Miller, who actually won his fight, but no one remembers that or will remember that.
That's how we know it's worse. Is that we know
Yes.
we know
He,
we don't know.
he actually won a fight where someone was trying to knock him out, but he did not. But he did not come out a winner. He explained it. Well, where he beat Kingsley eBay, he explained why he had the wig on. If you missed it, he walked in there with a wig on, and after a couple rounds, he gets punched in the face enough, and the wig starts to flap up and down, eventually gets knocked off, and it wound up in the crowd, and eventually had a ringside seat. That's where someone put it. He explained it as he was at his mom's house. She was at his house, and she for some reason hid, at least this is what he's saying. She hid I guess she put ammonia in a shampoo bottle, and for whatever reason, and he used it on his hair, and he wound up with patches in his hair because of using it, and then decided to, just shave his head because he didn't want to have a patchy head. We understand that. And then he went through the process of getting his hair cut, but because he wanted to look good on camera, he threw on a wig. And you had hilarious results. So if you've
that
ever
is such a dog ate my homework
do I believe that's how that happened?
It seems way simpler. There's one way that seems way simpler.
If I almost believe either he was, I don't know what Jarrell Miller looked like before this weekend. I almost believe there's another thing I would guess he got a bad haircut.
Either he got a bad, but the thing is
or he cut it himself for whatever reason and it went bad, and then he decided, you know what, I got to make up for it. Or he's had this wig for a long time, and this is the first time it bit him.
Yeah, I mean, if it is a just issue with your hair, and you could regrow hair at any time, you're not worried about your hair, not growing back, then why don't you just cut your hair short for this fight, and then it'll grow out by the time your next fight?
Yeah, why put the wig on for
bald
this?
Just have a bald haircut.
It's fine.
One night.
I guess he didn't want to be seen as a bald man for a night, but this is
if
a much
your
worse
hair
result.
Can then grow back.
Yeah,
Who
cares? Yeah, this is the point.
Like Timothy Chalamet shaved his head
because he knows
he
it's
didn't
going to
wear
grow
a
back
wig after that.
Yet John Travolta wears wigs until he stopped because the hair wasn't ever going to come back. You make a great point. Why is he wearing a wig for one bout? You don't, and I'm sure I don't know when it started. Maybe he wore it during the lead up to the fight, but who cares? If you had to shave your head for a week or two, you had to walk around with a bald head because of whatever accident. If we want to believe that's what happened, it's gonna come back, right?
No,
you'll be fine.
The explanation is wait, what? No, it's all right. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's my hairline's not where I want it to be, so I did the thing that goes viral every like 6 months on social media, where they tape basically a yarmulke to the top of your head, and then look, it looks like hair.
Why not? Yeah, we got to question the barber. I guess, do we question the barber's glue as well?
Yeah, you got to break out the industrial strength stuff.
Yeah, well, particularly if he's got a fight coming
getting
up.
punched in the face, like that is like the one thing where your head just constantly whipping back.
Yeah, I don't know if this particular wig would have survived this just a regular couple days, if he just had a 2-week span where he wasn't in training, he just was living a normal life. But when it comes to, you got a boxing match that's going to be televised, if you're going to wear that wig, you got to break out the strong glue. Instead, he looked ridiculous, but he did win the fight, which no one will ever care about because he'll always be the guy who got his wig knocked off in a fight. Jarrell Miller, that's his name, but we're just going to know him as the wig guy. So I would agree. The poor decision, for whatever reason, he wore the wig and it became a thing. But this is the sound from Rick Barnes. Rick Barnes, the head coach of, is he at Tennessee?
Yes.
Is he the head coach at Tennessee, former Longhorn? I asked you the question, Sean. We're going to play this sound, and then you can answer the question whether this is the only time Rick Barnes has said anything that would reach a group chat or go viral or wind its way up on a non-Austin or volunteer-based radio show. He's coaching other places, but if you weren't focused on Texas basketball or Tennessee basketball, why would you ever hear from Rick Barnes until, well, now?
I mean, at the end of the game, some of the passes that we throw, I mean, just, I don't know what to say other than sometimes I wonder if my guys are betting on games. I shouldn't say that, but, you know, that's what Ray said. I don't want to say that. But,
he doesn't know how this works,
I just wonder what's happening. I mean, because I know we're too good of players to do that. Was that a bad? I apologize. I shouldn't have said that, but But the fact is, we've got to get smart.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said it. I mean, it's not going to do anything. I'm sure he might have a conversation with someone. Hey, Rick, could you not allude or suggest that our guys are betting on basketball? It's not great. It's not great for the image. It's not great for college basketball as a whole. Did he ever say anything while he was the coach at Texas that made it to a conversation with you and your friends?
I mean, not like, it's more just because he was the coach at the time. It wasn't off the strength of his actual, like, what he is actually saying. Like, D'Amico Ryans also doesn't say anything, but like,
yeah, but we talk about it because we got this job.
It's like more of that, where it's like, yeah, like, listen to this guy. Can you believe this? It's never like, wow, he said something funny or interesting, or like, oh yeah, there we go. It's just, I mean, you hear it at the end where it's like the folksy, like, oh, I really shouldn't have said that, shouldn't I? Erase that, you know, that part's off the record. That's more of his styling at the podium, or a lot of times they're just like sitting down at folding chairs, basically.
Sure.
But, yeah, that's more his style. Is just like well, you know, we're just trying really hard. We got to throw smarter passes. It's like that kind of stuff. He never, you know, pondered out loud if his players are committing federal crimes.
Well, that is correct. That is the right way to put it. He was wondering if his players are involved in federal crimes. Hey, I don't know, man. Maybe these guys are involved in racketeering. I don't know, but that's how bad they looked out there, because we're better than that. Yeah, he regretted it as soon as he said it, and he goes by something. Well, he's not my friend, but some people call him a friend. He goes by what Raheel says. Never go viral. That's kind of how Rick Barnes has approached these things, even if he wasn't doing it like consciously. He just says things that a typical basketball coach would say that doesn't go anywhere beyond that presser, and maybe someone has to play a clip from Rick Barnes because they cover Tennessee basketball. Now, a show who never covers Tennessee basketball is talking about him in comparison to a boxer who walked into a ring with a wig on and had it knocked off. That's what Rick Barnes was up to over the weekend. And once again, much like that boxer, didn't know that he won until I actually did the research. I don't know that Tennessee won their game either. Didn't care, because it's the SEC basketball before the SEC conference tournament. So we'll go to break with that. Eric, I see you. You want to talk some television, or Sean puts it cinema. I wonder if Eric's actually going to bring anything that like a TV critic or movie critic would call cinema. So we'll hear from him. Anyone else want to follow? 713-780-3776. We're finishing up the first hour here at the Golden Nugget. We're in the DraftKings Sportsbook. Of course, don't know that there are many spots left for the Super Bowl, but if you wanted to do something special and watch the big game here at the DraftKings Sportsbook, you can. You can call them and see if there's a spot open, because we've been here quite a bit, and they do a great job reserving tables for us. If you want to take advantage of that, call them. It doesn't have to be just for the big game, of course. We got the tournament coming up here in a little bit, a couple months away. But if you want to get in before the rush, as far as reserving a spot, they'll do that for you as well. I'm looking at all the TVs. No sports on because it's just the talk shows. But when you get here for the games you love, they'll all be here for you here at the DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, we're done with hour one. We'll start hour two when we come back. Welcome to hour two here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget. We'll get to a couple callers here. Let's start with Eric. He wants to talk some cinema. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. This is other Eric.
Okay.
Along the genre of what I learned over the weekend, I went to the premiere Thursday night of Iron Lung. And I listen to this show, and I hear a lot of entertainment discussion, and I would just want one person to call in to me and tell me how that movie was not the most boring, lifeless, road to nowhere piece of $3 million not entertainment that anyone has ever created. I'm not a gamer, but after the end of that movie, I felt robbed of 2 hours of my life. I went to a 20-something couple in front of me, and I just said, what the F was that? And they shook their, then nobody knew. All of us in that theater were like, what the hell? Somebody explain to me what that is about. Somebody, please. I'll hang up and listen.
Well, Eric, there are enough people. It made $21 million. Well, 21.7. You were part of that box office. Michael did not mention Iron Lung, I believe, during our segment this past week when we do our TV and movie stuff on Fridays at 11:30. We were short on time a little bit because we got into some other things. So I don't know. It does have Troy Baker. He's probably best known as the mocap and voice for Joel from the Last of Us video game. So this is right in his genre, playing a character from a video game from 2022. I have not played Iron Lung, the video game, did not know the movie, but you just got a review that told you it's not great. Rotten Tomatoes would have told you not great, 50% on Rotten Tomatoes. So didn't get strong reviews, and you got an even stronger rebuke of it from other Eric. You heard him. Call to action for you guys. If you saw it, he needs an explanation for what it was. The man sat in the theater, doesn't know what it was. Maybe you guys could give him some help there. Iron Lung out there, and the first thing I type in for it, the trailer, I see that, but also I see it's a slow, confusing, challenging. It's slow, confusing, challenging, but this guy said, and I absolutely enjoyed it. So some people like it. Other Eric, not a fan.
I do have mostly just seen headlines about, like, wow, it made this much money on a $3 budget. But, like, it's more of those headlines than this movie is good.
The quality of it, yeah.
It's more of like, wow. I mean, it just seems like a streamer got a bunch of his fans to watch his movie, which, hey, salute. But
yeah.
There's not much on, like, this is awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and, yeah, you mentioned that streamer. He went under his real name, Mark Fishbach, but according to, I guess his online alias is Mark Apillier. I don't know if I'm saying that right, and he got people to go watch his movie. Yeah, you mentioned better known as that as opposed to his real name on YouTube. So he got his people to go watch it, and to a number that it made 7 times what it cost to make. So that's a win for him, or at least a win for the investors and the production company. But as far as people who actually like it, doesn't seem like, at least when it comes to Eric and others, not a lot of people enjoyed that movie. Yeah, video games and their adaptions are certainly hit or miss. Fallout Season 2, after getting really good reviews for Season 1, at least the fans are kind of mid on Season 2. The Last of Us Season 1, kind of the same way. Hard to follow up, I guess, right now when it comes to video game adaptions as a TV series. There's going to be a new Resident Evil movie as well by Zach Krieger. So that guy has done good things with weapons. He's doing Resident Evil. So we'll see if he can kind of revive that franchise, because the most, well, not even most recent, has been around for years now, but it became a vehicle for Mila Jovovich and her husband who directed it. It became less about Resident Evil and more about, hey, I can continue to put my wife in this movie. And they made a lot of them. I don't even know the lore anymore, and apparently from people who love the video game, they completely screwed that up. But Zach Krieger is going to try and do that and fix it, and it'll be this year. So he's a filmmaker who's kind of been untouchable as far as what he's done recently. So we'll see if he can start up Resident Evil. Did you watch Weapons? So one of the main characters, remember, I forgot his name in the movie, but Austin Abrams, he was kind of the drug addict.
Yeah, the guy who lived in the tent.
Yeah, he's going to be in that one. So we'll see.
Big look from.
Yeah, I don't know what character he's playing because I just went to IMDb and it just has people who are going to be in it.
Yeah. No, but I mean, he's just going from like the, 6th guy in Weapons to
one of the leads.
Yeah, It's a big,
Yep.
big jump. No,
And if-
Brolin isn't here to bail you out, Abrams. If we're talking about this like in sports.
The movies, you can't, don't be a screen merchant. Don't be a Josh Brolin merchant. You can't do that anymore. You got to lead this thing. And Dylan from Severance is in it too. So plenty of faces we're going to recognize in that one. We'll see how it goes. Let's get to Willie P. I mean, Willie P., I don't know if he's going to call in and talk about what I was thinking about yesterday. His team and mine played a really good match at Old Trafford. And Man U, for whatever reason, they have broken Fulham hearts late, and they did it again yesterday at Old Trafford in Manchester. What's up, Willie P?
Good morning, Dale. Sean, how y'all doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Hey, Dale, what a game, man. I'm telling you, in the second half, I'm like, we're up 2-0. I'm sitting in bed. I'm like, oh, it's going to be a good Sunday. We cruising. And then y'all get those 2 goals back, especially that second goal by that little Brazilian kid, Kevin. Top 10. What a goal, Dale. What a goal. But, man, I couldn't believe we pulled that. It was a great game. But, hey, Fulham is way better than I expected them to be. And here's the thing. You guys played us tough, and you didn't even get Pepe in the transfer window, and Oscar Bob didn't get to play. So other teams in the inside the, I think you guys are like 7th or 8th right now. Better watch out, because you guys might sneak into the Europa League or the Conference League.
Yeah,
by the end of the season. There's like 12, 14 games left, and with the other teams around them faltering, I mean, anything's possible. But the other reason I called, so I heard the show last Friday, and you were talking about Wonder Man and Olivia Thirlby, and I realized something. You may not be like me, who out here just, you know how at the Duke's Mayo Bowl they pour mayo over the winner.
Uh-huh.
You know, you're not out here like me pouring milk all over yourself in the general public, but you be dropping hints that you're a milkman. You talking about some, oh yeah, I saw Olivia Thirlby, and I was hoping I was going to get to see more of her. And I said, what is Dale talking about? Let me go check this out. And then I saw it, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I remember something you said with John and Lance in the third hour of the show on Friday about another female actress of the Caucasian variety. I was like,
I don't think it was an actress. I believe it was. I think it was Avril Lavigne. I think Lance makes fun of me about liking a pop star of my same age when I was a kid. And I say, oh, okay, I liked a pop star who was my age. Sorry. Look, I'm a deep cut guy though. I'm not like a Sydney Sweeney type. I'm not throwing some random blonde that's famous. I watched her in Juno. I've watched her in Olivia Thirlby. I'm talking about. I've seen her in a lot of movies that you would be call independent and all those type of things. So I know that name. It's like, oh, she's going to be in it, and she's been in it for one episode, like for 2 minutes. So we'll see if she shows up later in the season.
Real quick, do you remember the movie with her and what's the guy from Top Gun Maverick where they like are in an apartment during a snowstorm? Have you seen that movie? You know what I'm talking about?
I gotta look it up.
They have like a one night stand, and then they ended up like I guess she gets snowed in, and they end up.
No, that's not her. You're talking about Miles Teller. I know what movie you're talking about.
Imogen Poots.
Yeah, yeah.
Deep cuts like that, my boy. I feel you. We're the same wavelength.
All right.
Anyways, you guys have a great day. Love the show. Sean A. Mace, what it do, baby? Peace,
Man,
fellas.
trying to appreciate it, Willie P. Trying to bring me into the fold. Stop it. Look, you can be a milkman if you want, but don't try to corrupt me. I just recognized her from some things and wanted to see her in some other stuff, but she has only made an appearance. We'll see if she shows up in that one. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thanks for the call, Willie P. Anyone else want to join us and accuse me of being a milkman? You certainly can. 713-780-3776. We got a couple more segments to go here at the DraftKings Sportsbook in the Gold Nugget in Lake Charles. Sean and I till noon. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's Del Olalea.
Because we are who we are, and this is a show that we love to do, Sean and I did some research during the break, and what we found out is Willie P is like a whole milkman, like. Because even the actress he got wrong and then tried to correct himself with isn't the actress from the movie he's talking about, the Miles Teller movie called Two Night Stand, where two people have a random hookup and then are stuck together because of a snowstorm. He said first, Imogen Poots. It's not Imogen Poots. It's Annalie Tipton in that movie. She is the actress that Miles Teller spent a snow-filled weekend with. He may have been talking about a movie with Imogen Poots that involves Zac Efron and Michael B. Jordan. But if I'm like skim milkman, Willie P's whole milk. He's just dropping actresses' names. Doesn't matter who they are. He just remembers them. Let's get away from that. Question for you, Sean, before we get to this call. Do you believe Paul George? If you don't know the story, Paul George suspended for 25 games for taking drugs on the banned list. And, of course, we immediately assume PEDs. Paul George is telling us that the drugs, while he made a mistake, are not for performance enhancing. It is for his mental health. And Paul George has been a very strong and clear advocate of taking care of your mental health. This all stems back from the bubble where he talked about the criticism he saw online because of his poor playoff performances in that bubble. So he has been a staunch proponent of being someone who makes sure you investigate what's wrong with you if you're suffering from something, and certainly taking steps to correct it in any way you can. So when you throw that into the mix, it becomes more of a tricky situation to challenge him on, because if you are someone who doesn't believe any athletes when they get busted, because they all kind of deny it, and very rarely are they proven to be telling the truth on that, or at least in a way that makes the league that suspended them take back the suspension. It's generally like you're all like Lance Armstrong. He got that off the whole recovery from cancer and him winning all the bicycle races, mainly the Tour de France, and it turns out he was on PED. So taking the history of athletes, recent history of athletes not telling the truth on this into account, and then you throw in the fact that it is something that Paul George has talked about quite a bit. Do we believe Paul George, Sean, that this is simply a drug that that's on the list, but it's because of his mental health?
I mean, it could be that there always is the point, though, of like, before you take anything, you should check to see if it's on the banned substance list. Like, you should just you have an entire apparatus to make sure that these guys are getting, whatever medicinal needs they have, while also not being suspended. Like, ask your team if you can take it. I don't yeah, that could be it, but also you shouldn't take it if it's banned, or at least like run it up the poll to see if you can get like an exemption or something, get a waiver.
Yeah, that's where you pause, right? Like, hey, understood, and because of your history, we can take into account that it may have been something you took because it was prescribed and you felt it was the best way to deal with whatever was concerning you. But if it's on the list, if it's doctor recommended, have a discussion first find out that it's on the list, and then have a discussion with the appropriate people in the NBA to say, hey, my doctor prescribed this. I'm taking it for this reason. Is this good? And if they say, no, you don't get an exemption, that's tough. But then you talk to your doctor about, hey, my profession doesn't allow me to take it. We got to work with something else. Yeah. I don't know how flexible the NBA would be on something where the doctor's going, actually, he needs this. It's what I'm prescribing. This is something that will help him. And I don't know if there is any pushback, or would they say like, okay, we understand. But it seems like there are steps to take to avoid this scenario. Now, he took responsibility for it, but he still took it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where the disconnect is. What led to if there is a miscommunication or a simple mistake, how it came to this.
It also does. I mean, just in the statement. Over the past few years, I've discussed the importance of mental health, and in this course of recently seeking treatment for an issue of my own, I made the mistake of taking an improper medication. I take full responsibility, blah, 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 blah. Sixers organization, poor decision-making. At least the part that I'm seeing in this article, he never said that it was prescribed by a doctor. So that could be the mistake, is that he was taking something that and didn't run up any flagpole at all, wasn't prescribed.
Yeah, which calls into question certainly his decision making where this came from and why he's taking it if a doctor's not telling him to take it.
He can, if it is this situation, he can he can appeal directly to Adam Silver. He can just
Paul George is at the level where he
yeah.
can call and talk to Adam Silver about this. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems. I don't know. I mean, we also don't know what the drug is, so it also is just so murky.
Yeah, well, inside the NBA crew, there are differing levels of their suspicions. Like Shaq said, "Hey, we all got the list. We all know what we can and can't take. Yeah. Stay on the list. What are you doing?" Of course, Kenny and Charles have their opinions too. Kenny Smith was in the line of thinking that, hey, if it is something that you're taking for your mental health, the NBA would work with you on this issue, and they wouldn't even have. He said they probably wouldn't even have it on the list, because why would they if it's not a performance enhancing drug? Okay, then Charles said flat out fishy to him. He's not sure he believes this because of what he believes is the NBA's willingness to work with you. If this was prescribed and it's something that you're taking for your mental health, why would they suspend you for it? So we will likely never know, because the NBA doesn't really push back on the athlete as far as what the drug actually is or was it actually on the ban list. It's not something they comment on after the suspension, so we're likely never going to know. So Paul George in that position can go and just say, hey, for my mental health, I took it, I made a mistake. Will we ever really know if it was an actual performance-enhancing drug? Probably not. It's probably going to get buried. And Paul George can have his narrative, and the NBA will say, hey, we're upholding our suspension if he does appeal, which I don't believe he is. So Paul George done for 25 games. The Sixers are fine. I mean, Joel Embiid is playing. They're in the middle of trying to stay out of the play-in. They're, sixth in the East, so that's going to hurt them. They're starting small forward. He's not having a great year. And Dylan Brooks, when he was doing his podcast run, streamer run, I believe, he was talking to Neon, the streamer, I believe, and he said, Draymond and Paul George are bad at basketball because they're too focused on podcasting. And certainly Dylan Brooks is in a position where he can talk because he's having a really good year. He has certainly bounced back, and we've talked about it. His reputation, while people might still find him annoying, the game on the court allows him to have that conversation and talk about Paul George in that way, because at points they weren't even in the same tier, you could say probably 2 to 3 tiers separated those two guys. Now, Paul George has had a great career, but currently Dylan Brooks is a better basketball player than Paul George, which is something that I don't know I ever would have said. And Paul George he's been buried in Philly with injuries and the fact that team isn't relevant, and now he's done for 25 games, and he'll be back for the playoffs if the Sixers make it, which they probably will. The East is bad enough that they could likely avoid the play-in if they play at this level that they're playing at right now. Let's get to Eric here before we go to break. Eric, what's up?
Hey, guys, I think that movie you're talking about is that awkward moment with Zac Efron, Moss Teller, and Michael B.
Correct.
Jordan.
You're right on that.
Also, I want your thoughts on the NFL regularly bill addressing the Epstein list. And I know there's some NFL owners that were friends with Epstein that went to the island. One of them mentioned was the Giants owner, Tish. I know I have a lot of maggots that listen to this radio station. And also, do you think there'll be a lockout for baseball next season because of Kyle Tucker's contract? I'll hang up Alexa.
Well, Roger Goodell will be available to the media today as part of the Super Bowl festivities, so I'm sure he'll get questions about the topic we discussed earlier, the hiring practices of the NFL, where no black coaches were hired. Despite the 10 openings, Robert Saleh was the only non-white head coach to get a job. He's of Lebanese descent, so he has a job, and very few coordinators, maybe just the one, and Raheem Morris were hired. So, yeah, he'll get those questions. He'll get those questions about that. As far as the Giants owner, I'm sure someone will ask a question. Not sure what Roger Goodell can say about it. The Giants owner, or I don't know if he's officially an owner, but certainly a high-ranking member of the Giants group, said, look, Epstein, bad person, had very little contact with him after I found out he was a bad person. And he was like, please leave me alone. Well, he didn't put that in the messaging, but I believe that was the gist of it. Look, I've disassociated myself from him. Now, whether we believe that or not, and when he decided he was no longer going to be a member, or at least around Epstein, I don't know, a member of his friend group may be too strong, but at least someone who had correspondence with Epstein, I don't know. But he said, not me, Steve Tisch, yes, the co-owner of the Giants, said, look, man, that was long ago, and I'm not in any way connected with him, and I haven't been that way for years. So we'll see what Roger Goodell says. As far as what else did he mention? Oh, the lockout. Yeah, people have talked about it. The Kyle Tucker thing has upset people. I don't know if it has upset the right people. It upset fans to hear or see that Kyle Tucker, one of the prominent free agents this offseason, wound up with the Dodgers. Partly because it came out of the blue, but the Dodgers and how they do business and their access to funds are always lurking. And the fact that they got Kyle Tucker upset the general baseball fan. The general baseball fan doesn't decide whether there's a lockout or not, but maybe the owners are pissed off enough that they require changes. And Kyle Tucker, of all people, the face of the lockout, he will be, and Sean and I discussed this, he will be the face of the lockout along with the Dodgers if it does go that way. Kyle Tucker's like, hey, man, I just want to play right field, not show up in the playoffs. Why me? It is not actually his fault. It's just the accumulation of what the Dodgers have done and where people see baseball is going. He may be the final straw.
Yeah.
What's going to happen.
I feel like last season we were saying the same thing or the last offseason was inevitable because of what the Dodgers did this, in the 2024, after the 24 season. So, yeah, I mean, it's like anything where it's like, was there one specific start to this? Not really. It's more a ton of smaller things, and Kyle Tucker being the last one. But it is funny that it's just like, hey, man, it's the guy who, he played here for 5 years, and do we know anything specific about his personality?
I don't know anything about Kyle Tucker. I'm sure he wants it that way.
Yeah,
and hell, if you can get away with it, if you can get away with that, great. I want to be rich and play baseball, but not really be famous. That's probably the way I would go about it if I could. You always had Altuve as the front, not the front. I was going to say front facing, but the face of the Astros, and then you've had others as well, whether it be certainly Bregman and Correa. There have been other faces. The Astros have been so stacked with personalities, different personalities, but enough personalities and enough guys who people gravitate towards that Kyle Tucker did not have to be someone that we actually dove into. Kyle Tucker didn't appear on podcasts, from what I remember. Certainly not talking about anything beyond baseball. If he did interviews with prominent podcasts, he wasn't a guy who, hell, I know Lance McCullers loves animals and loves UFC. I don't know what Kyle Tucker thinks about dogs, or what he thinks about UFC.
How many times do you think we've played Kyle Tucker sound? Of him speaking, not a home run that he hit. It's like him and Jordan. We know the exact same amount, and Jordan does not speak English.
He allows an interpreter to give him a barrier between having to speak to people. So,
Kyle Tucker's from Florida. What's your excuse?
Well, Kyle Tucker's cultivated a pretty good way of going about things. Hey, you don't know what I think about anything. I want it that way. Just pay me a giant salary, and I'll go play baseball.
All I want is over $50 million per year, and you to leave me alone, huh?
Yeah, and I'll play right field in Los Angeles. That's great stuff for me.
250 in the playoffs.
Yeah,
get on my way. Why?
He'll probably get more attention for struggling in the playoffs now that he's got that big deal. But there's enough Dodger talent around him where it won't matter. He won't cost them anything.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there'll be more scrutiny on him if he struggles in the playoffs as opposed to what happened here. But it's the perfect life. And now it's all been screwed up, and now he's the face of the lockout. Congratulations.
Now every article about the lockout
we'll
for the next
mention
12
his
months
name.
will have my name in it.
Yeah. Man, the straw that broke the camel's back was the Kyle Tucker signing. Kyle Tucker's like, what? I've perfectly crafted my life in baseball, and now it's all screwed up.
He hasn't even accidentally shown personality at any point. There hasn't even been where it slips a little.
Has he?
Altuve was angrily muttering to himself 2 years ago.
And there's he did the shoe thing where he took off his shoe, right?
He at least has explosions of he's not just the nicest, kindest man who hits baseballs of all time. It's there's 3 dimensions to him. Tucker, it's no, he just kind of stands in right field, then hits 30
Has he ever
home runs.
not run out a ground ball? Has he ever done anything? I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm sure he has, not hustled up down the line once or twice. But
I'm sure it's happened. But I'm sure I'm sure if he was asked about it after the game, he took full responsibility, saying, "I can't do that to my guys." Stuff like that. He's crap. If Fernando Mendoza's like the AI quarterback, or he's got all these answers, and sure they're a little corny to some people, but he's a guy who feels like he's almost not real in the way he goes about things. Kyle Tucker has even done better than that, where no one knows anything about who he is.
Hasn't had an answer.
No one's asking him questions, and no one's looking to go to him for answers or anything. The club is struggling. They would go to Altuve or Bregman before they got to Tucker. Tucker's like
Verlander. There's just 9 people ahead of him on who you're.
I commend him. I commend him for the way he's gone about things. But now you screwed it all up, Kyle.
Yeah.
Look at you, because you're a Dodger. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments to go. Certainly, you're welcome to join us. 713-780-3776 here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Gold Nugget here in Lake Charles. Just a quick trip, man. I left at probably a little bit after 3:50. Don't remember exactly. Had to go get gas. Got snacks from Buc-ee's, and I was here, and it was an easy, smooth ride. So if you're looking to get all the luxuries of those typical Vegas casinos without the travel problems, this is the place to be. I was actually up checking in, and the ladies behind the desk were having a discussion about someone who was from the Houston area, or at least was maybe driving to Houston, and they were apparently the person was talking about how long it could possibly be, and they were surprised. We didn't know what she was talking about. It's like a 2-hour drive, 2-hour, 15-minute drive, depending on what part of Houston you live in to get here. So even the people behind the desk in Lake Charles here at the Golden Nugget know doesn't take very long to get here if you want to get here to enjoy yourself. So take advantage of that when you can. All right, we got a couple more seconds to go. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's Del Olalea.
As you might imagine, there's not a lot of college football news to get to with the portal closing and the season ending a couple Mondays ago now. But Gus Malzahn retires. He had been the Florida State OC. That was his most recent job before he retired. He was going into his second season before he retired today. And they hired someone on staff to be the OC, so they'll need to replace that position. That open spot on the coaching staff, but as far as their OC, they've already made an internal hire. Mike Norvell has called plays in the past, so maybe he'll just do that as opposed to allowing Tim Harris to do that. But more on Gus Malzahn. I just went through his Wikipedia, his head coaching record in the seasons he's been a head coach. He has been a head coach for 13 seasons. Sean, can you guess how many times Gus Malzahn had a double-digit win season in 13 years?
13 years?
13 seasons, yeah.
I'll go with 4.
You would think that because he's been a pretty prominent name. He's only had 2.
Really? So it's just the 2 BCS runs?
Yes, his.
Oh no, the first one.
No,
I guess
the first one
Chiswick.
was
Yeah.
he was the OC for the Chiswick one when they won the title.
That's where I went wrong.
It was the first year he took over for Gene Chiswick with Nick Marshall, and they went to the BCS title game.
And 17.
And then in 17, when they lost to UCF, which he wound up coaching.
I was giving him credit for the Cam year, those 2, and then I was like, he had to have had one more. Like, just one more, like at Arkansas State or something.
He went 9-3 and parlayed that into a job with Auburn. And as I said, he took over for Gene Chiswick, so you could say he did it with Gene Chiswick's players. And then in 2017, he went 10-4, losing. I think he lost his last 2 games. He lost in the SEC title game, and then he lost to the UCF in the Peach Bowl.
National championship game. Yeah.
Yes, well, certainly for one school. For one school playing it was a national title game. As you can look at their stadium, and I believe they still have that 2017 national championship. I don't know if you want to call it a plaque, but at least acknowledgement of winning that national title. That's what the UCF Knights do. So I brought it up because he is a guy. He's a coach more for moments because he was a head coach for the Kick 6, and of course, if we remember that Auburn run, it was that the 17 run or the 13 run when the ball gets batted up in the air and the Auburn receiver catches it.
13. Those 2 plays happened a week apart.
Yeah, the Kick 6 happened the next week against Alabama after Nick Saban campaigned and, if you want to say, whined about getting 1 more second on the clock, and then that play happens.
Field goal that lost them a game.
Yeah, lost them a chance at a national title. All those things, and then you have 2017. So Gus Malzahn, of course, coaching at Auburn helps the cause. They had a lot of games on the SEC on CBS in that 2:30 slot, so that helps his cause. But as far as what we talk about him far more than his record should indicate, it's just that when he had it going for those 2 seasons, there were moments because even that 2017 year, they wind up in the SEC title game, and if they win the SEC title game with 2 losses, they're making they're making the playoff.
Yeah.
But instead, they got beat because even that year was kind of similar to the year where they made the BCS title game. They put together 2 losses, but they're against like ranked teams. Like if you look at, and then actually they lost to LSU, who wasn't ranked at the time, but they lost to Clemson very early in the year as a ranked opponent on the road, and then they just put together a run and they beat Alabama again at home and got themselves into the SEC title game where they would have been a 2-loss team in the playoff. Instead, they get blown out by Georgia, and then they lose to UCF. So Gus Malzahn done for. And I don't know that Gus Malzahn was attracting a whole lot of players to FSU, but if you went there thinking you're going to get to play under Gus Malzahn, sorry. I know you signed. I know he was part maybe of why you decide to be a Knoll. Well, now that you're locked in and the transfer portal is closed, bye-bye. Who knows? Maybe
classic scumbag college football move. Wait, was National Signing Day? No, National Signing Day is probably like this week or something.
Well, National Signing Day
happens in December.
In December now for most people. I don't know.
Really
if
make sure we can screw
the
these
traditional
guys out.
signing day that we used to as kids. It's usually the first Wednesday in February. So,
yeah.
But I'm sure their class is already locked in. Not a lot of kids floating around still waiting to sign on the first Wednesday in February anymore. So yeah, you're locked in. The portal's closed. Bye everybody. Like even we're talking about the high school kids. Yeah, did everyone get locked in with the FSU collective? And so even the transfer portal kids. Hey, I'm going to go play in a system that fits what I think my skill set is, and then Gus is like, nah, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm out. So maybe it's health issues. We don't know. Maybe it wasn't always the plan, but considering what you said, Sean, typical scumbag college football move. The assumption is much like when we don't believe athletes when they say they made a mistake in taking something. This is like, okay, this was always in the works.
Yeah.
They just need to get through all the signing periods, and then we can go.
Yeah, you wait until the week after everything's all right. Everyone's locked up. Miami can't steal another one of our players. All right.
No, Miami doesn't want any of those stinking players.
I know that. Yeah, but if we had a good player, he can't enter the portal on the last day. Okay.
They've got some guys on defense. They have the Sear twins are pretty good who entered the portal, then decided they'd rather stay with the up bag that FSU offered them, so they didn't actually leave. But offensively, I'm sure they're probably players who thought, hey, this particular system fits who I am, and FSU was like, hey, Gus, hold off. Hold off.
Yeah, because we can kind of lie and say, well, Mike Norvell he has a say in this offense, even if Gus is the one calling it. But yeah, no, I think this is the college football version of the college basketball coach that like resigns in like September and can handpick his assistant coach to get like the dry run to be like the interim job of like, hey, if this goes well, then I'm just getting my friend the job. That's what Tony Bennett did at UVA. I think another one of the legends like also did that, where they're just like, you know what? Now I'm calling it a quits.
Well, his son did it too, at Virginia, right?
Yeah, Tony Bennett. Yeah.
Oh, you said Tony Bennett. I was thinking about Dick Bennett. Yeah, Tony Bennett did it at UVA. Hey.
Pearl did it with his
son. Yeah, Bruce Pearl did it with his. That was the one I was thinking. The other one, Bruce Pearl did it with his son. Made sure that his son got the job at Tennessee, or not Tennessee, at Auburn. So yeah, it happens quite a bit. Yeah. And Gus Malzahn doesn't have a kid waiting in the wings. It looks like, but Tim Harris will take that job, and maybe Mike Norvell, who will call plays in a year. He's really going to need. Like Florida State doesn't have any money to fire and hire a guy. That's why he still has that job. I wonder if it goes poorly, if he makes it through the year, or do they just suffer through? But either way, he's fighting for his job.
It feels so low stakes because it's just like they're just waiting for it to be cheap enough to fire him.
Yeah, there's a guy who does stuff with CBS Sports Cover 3 podcast, Bud Elliott, who at one point did a prominent Florida State podcast until they were so bad people didn't want to hear it anymore, so he quit in the middle of it. He goes, look, guys, this program is dead in the water right now. No one cares about it, so we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to waste your time or our time. He didn't expressly say because listenership went down, but we could guess that people aren't looking to listen to Florida State football talk as it stands now. Everyone's just waiting. He was asked about it at some point.
Yeah, there's just no
about the future of Florida State, and Mike Norvell goes, look, everyone's just waiting for the buyout to go down, and when it becomes something where it's palatable to people, he'll be gone. But right now, it's not something they're willing to swallow.
It's like the college football version of when like the Houston Texans just didn't have a draft pick for 3 years, and they're just terrible. And it's like, well, there's no like horizon where you're like, okay, well, we went through this David Culley year, but now we don't get our own draft pick. Like what was it? It was like from Titus Howard to like Stingley. There just wasn't a first-round draft pick by the Houston Texans. Like,
yeah, Texans fans didn't even have the ability to pretend like some first rounder could change the fortunes of the franchise.
You're just closing up shop. Like,
yeah, just hey, right. You're not even something anyone that was back still when the draft had the first and second round on the same day, right? But there was no excitement. And, of course, the franchise turned the minute they could take advantage of first-round picks again, Stingley first, and then you had to go through the year with Lovey. But also, you had when you had multiple picks because of the Deshaun Watson trade, you became a real not a contender per se, but actually someone who could win your division pretty quickly with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud's impact. So Florida State is dead in the water right now, and the Gus Malzahn thing isn't something that's going to impact them very much, you would assume, but it is interesting to note that one of the coaches that played a part in at least a lot of big moments for college football watchers is now done as he says goodbye and retires after 35 years in coaching. Just Gus Malzahn, no longer a college football coach. And we're about done here. We went long, so we are just going to go to break, and actually not go to break, say goodbye. We do have one more day here in the Golden Nugget. John and Lance bright and early tomorrow, and then, of course, this show from 10 to 12. I was trying to think what's next. Of course, it's Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen is up next because I can watch him on television right now, and he's got his Patriot fan like producer or co-host. We were talking about that guy last time on Friday off air, and Sean, because Sean is the one who helps get the Rich Eisen show on air, and we were talking about how delusional. I don't know his name. He was discussing how the cheating the Patriots did. It's very different from the cheating like even the Astros did. Hey, this is where we are. Patriot fans are everywhere. Patriot fans in the media, and we got to deal with them all week long. Thanks to Mike Vrabel, we got like a 3 or 4 year reprieve of the Patriots and their surrogates being a thing. Now they're going to be promptly featured all week, and let's hope the Seahawks bury them. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm not I'd welcome a Seahawks dynasty before I welcome a Patriots return to greatness if I had to make my choice. But that's my personal bias, certainly playing a real part. All right, we're done. Rich Eisen and his Patriot fan contributor up next. I don't know his name. Sean, do you know his name?
I think it's Mike.
Sure.
There is a Mike on the show.
Okay, maybe it's Mike. Mike and Rich up next on ESPN 975. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
Patriots fan.
Thank you, Timothy Way. I agree if you're talking about Patriot fans. All right, we're done. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Hey Houston, Jeremy Branham here. Love a good getaway. Listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb post. Each clue could lead you closer to your next Riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer with within 24 hours. And guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. 832-779-5000. That's 832-779-5000. Greenlightoffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
If you're watching football this weekend, you know how it goes. Somebody's always hungry by the first quarter. So call Pizza Hut and get the Big New Yorker for just $10. Our biggest pizza for the biggest games. These slices are huge, like use two hands and fold it huge. Feed your crew and order ahead at pizzahut.com or in the app.
Pizza Hut!
Ask for limited time offer. Prices, participation, and availability may vary. Additional charge for extra toppings, max 3 and extra cheese. Taxes, tip, and delivery fee not included.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Son. Well, some stocks to keep an eye on this Friday include Tesla. Now, the company says it's retiring its flagship Model S and Model X electric vehicles in order to pivot towards a future centered on robotics and autonomous technology. The shift does involve repurposing its California factory to house a massive production line that's capable of manufacturing 1 million humanoid robots annually. This comes following a period of declining demand for Tesla's premium models, which were overshadowed by the Model 3 and Model Y. Investors also keeping an eye on shares of Microsoft. Those shares fell quite a bit yesterday, even despite the company passing its second quarter revenue and profit expectations. Investors primarily concerned about a surge in AI-related capital spending and a slight slowdown in cloud growth acceleration. Even though the company's revenues were up over 16% to $81.3 billion, the focus shifted toward the sustainability of those massive investments in an increasingly competitive landscape.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
I would say to the Pats now, who wins the game is not the team with the best players. Who wins the game is the players with the best team.
Today's guests, actor Josh Lucas, actor Nikolai Coster-Waldau, Super Bowl 60 storylines, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, everybody, it is Super Bowl week. We're in Southern California for the next 2 days in our usual spot on the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. On Wednesday, we're going up north. We're going to do our show from the Super Bowl 60 town in San Francisco Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we're on ESPN today, which we're always thrilled about, back on my old digs. Interestingly enough, on the first business day after a massive merger between the NFL and the ESPN is announced. So we'll talk about all of this on today's show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial, whether you're a fan of the Patriots like Chris Brockman.
Yes, sir.
Or you're a fan of the Seattle Seahawks like the actor Josh Lucas, who's now in our green room, coming out top of hour number 2. I don't know if the Kingslayer has any interest in Super Bowl 60, but the actor who played Jamie Lannister back in the day, most famously, Nikolai Coster-Waldau, is going to be right here on this program, courtesy of Apple TV. The last thing he told me, season 2 is coming up later on this month, and he'll be here in studio in hour number 3. And as I mentioned, you at 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. Hey, Jay Philly, good to see you in your spot.
Good morning, Rich.
You got it. TJ Jefferson, candles lit over there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Good to
How's
see you.
everybody doing today?
Good to see you. So it's like same as it ever was in a couple ways. First of all, Patriots, boy, do they know how to send their team off to a Super Bowl. Yet again, another rally, another pep rally in New England. I don't. Did Raymond Berry do a pep rally back in 1985 before taking Tony Eason to the Superdome to take on the Bears? I don't know if they did that in the old Foxborough with the metal benches. I don't know if they did that, but
doesn't feel like it. But
they did it again.
Yeah, man.
They got another send off. While the Seattle Seahawks, I guess quietly got on a plane? I don't know. Did they have a send-off? I didn't see any video of that over the weekend.
Did they act like they had been there before?
Well, both teams have been there before against each other. That was the last time Seattle made the Super Bowl.
Heard that.
And interestingly enough, an earthquake of 4.3 on the Richter scale was measured in the Bay Area. And my first thought was Marshawn Lynch must have landed. Because it happened in Oakland, by the way. Apparently happened on that side of the Bay. But hopefully everybody's okay, and we're ready to have a celebration of the week. And that's one thing that we always know. If the Patriots make it, there's going to be a big old send-off, getting their duck boats in a line before they send their team to a Super Bowl city. By the way, believe it or not, California's had 13. There's the 13th Super Bowl in California.
Wow.
And this is the 12th Super Bowl that the Patriots have ever played in. And the two have never met. This is the first ever California-based Super Bowl the Patriots have played in. Go figure that. I should have made that a did you know. But the other thing that you know is that it's a copycat league. And everyone's going to take a look and say, I want that. This team has made the Super Bowl, and I want that. And I guess, how do you copycat what New England's done? Which is hold on to your third overall draft choice, because that's going to be the quarterback that's going to go to the Super Bowl from the draft class first, not the ones taken above him. It's very rare that you go quarterback to start a draft like 2 years ago, and the third one taken is the one that goes. The one that was second overall got close last year in the NFC Championship game in Jaden Daniels. Didn't get there, but Drake May is in. And his first year, he didn't start the entire year. He had a coach that clearly wasn't fitting, or the ownership group thought wasn't working. And they're going to take that quarterback with the rest of his draft class and this year's draft class and add some free agents and then hire a new coach who's somebody who knows your area very well because he won 3 Super Bowls as a player for you. and that, you know what I mean? Like, how are you going to
with the OC who won 3 others.
Right. And get that guy back just in time, right? To save the quarterback that you got third overall last year from a fate, say, like Sam Darnold, who's now in the Super Bowl, chosen third overall in 2018. And he was part of a draft class in the first round that had 5 quarterbacks taken. He was the second one taken third overall, but he is the first of that draft class in the first round to make a Super Bowl. And that's where, if I am an owner in the National Football League, by the way, I just raised my net worth.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow.
Considerably raised my net worth.
Yeah. You're buying.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I might need a loan.
No, which means I now own a piece of ESPN.
Oh,
hey, now.
Which means, listen.
You're your own boss.
There's so many different ways I can go here now. All right. And so I would say let's find us one of those. Certainly when you're taking a look at a team that just got beaten by Drake May a couple weeks ago, and you're the Houston Texans, and you're now in a position to say, do we pay C.J. Stroud $50-something million a year based on what we've seen already? Do we feel he is the guy that we should give a $200 million contract to right now, as opposed to getting us a Sam Darnold, which would be a very risky move because it's very unconventional to take a kid that you've already gotten. I'm just using Houston as an example for many reasons. Because, they're the ones who are going to be next up trying to figure out what to do with their quarterback in C.J. Stroud. Do they extend him? He has made the playoffs in the second round all 3 of his years. He has won a playoff game in each of his first 3 years, but then hit his head on a ceiling. And that is better than what we've seen from Sam Darnold. But would I rather go and get somebody who doesn't cost the same, who maybe hasn't gotten a chance and is ready to succeed based on seasoning, based on the amount of time in the league? Do you see where I'm going with this? Because if I'm also choosing Houston as an example, now, which AFC team is built like Seattle the most? Or which NFC team is built like the Texans the most? There's a lot of connective tissue here with a superb defense that's been drafted well. On top of that, you also get somebody like Danielle Hunter to add to your terrific defense, a veteran who's been at it a while. DeMarcus Lawrence, to me, feels like the Danielle Hunter of this equation. Do you see where I'm going with this? Nico Collins might be the JSN, although the JSN is younger and has better production. It seems like everything is set up similarly, although Seattle's offensive line, I think, is a little bit better. I'm kind of comparing apples to apples here about if you take Sam Darnold and put him on this Houston Texans team, this current version of Sam Darnold, put him on a Houston Texans team. Could C.J. Stroud become the next Sam Darnold? Entirely possible. But I am an owner of the NFL. I don't want to pay somebody $50-something million a year unless he's already made a championship game or a Super Bowl. You've been advocating for this for for a long time. Yeah. That you don't have to pay somebody that you've drafted highly all that money and then get stuck on the hook if that person's not the real thing. Look at Tua Tagovailoa and what's happened in Miami.
Exactly.
Look what's happened with Kyler Murray and Arizona. You don't have to do it. And Sam Darnold is now out there. And Jimmy G took a team to the Super Bowl. And the other ones that have gone to the Super Bowl in recent days are teams like the Chiefs, obviously, who drafted well and went with their guy and immediately saw success and don't have to worry about who's their quarterback and you pay him for the future. You sign him for a gajillion years and lock him up and throw away the key, which is what the Patriots are in right now. That situation. So at the end of the day, if the Seattle Seahawks win, everyone's going to be like, I want a Sam Darnold. And I would want to build a team that way. And we're going to talk about that with Mike Mayock in short order. Or if the Patriots win, I'm going to be like, I want to build it like New England. Although I think it's easier to build a team like the one in Seattle because how are you going to find a kid like Drake May? In this year's draft, there's no guarantee. In last year's draft, we saw Drake May, we saw Caleb, we saw Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. If he didn't get his ankle broken, would have played in an AFC championship
Quarterback
game
is a major crapshoot, but the Patriots built that defense through free agency, and so that that is a path that teams can take.
Yes, and the fact that Drake May has made it, and Jaden Daniels almost made it, and Caleb Williams flashed this year and clearly appears to be the real deal, and Bo Nix made it but couldn't answer the bell because his ankle got broken. Who does that leave from last year's draft? The injured Michael Penix Jr. and the oft-injured J.J. McCarthy. And who made the Super Bowl for the Seattle Seahawks? Sam Darnold, who was in Minnesota, who had 14 wins last year for Minnesota, who then left Minnesota, goes to Seattle, takes them to the Super Bowl, while the Vikings have an up-and-down season with J.J. McCarthy. When he was not healthy, in comes Carson Wentz, who is up and down, and then Carson Wentz gets hurt, and then they got to go to Max Brosmer, and they still had a 9-8 season because they won their last 5 games and fired their general manager anyway. And that's what happens when you let somebody walk out of the building who then goes to a Super Bowl. And Justin Jefferson, this past weekend, he's been awesome all year long, not throwing anybody under the bus. Many other wide receivers in this league would have said something passive-aggressive by now or fully aggressive by now. That would have put J.J. McCarthy further on the griddle, and then the front office further on the griddle, and the head coach potentially in a spot where he's got to say, knock it off. He didn't do that all season long. And a lot of his recent comments over the weekend, I believe, in a podcast involved with USA Today, the comments are clanking everywhere. And here's what he had to say with Sam Darnold making the Super Bowl in Seattle.
Does a part of you feel like, hey, if you ran it back one more year, maybe that could have been you?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, definitely. Especially, everyone knows the difficulty of the quarterback position this year, of how we was dealt it. But of course, having a quarterback that's already had the season under his belt with us, knew the plays, knew the playbook, knew the players, of course, throwing to me, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, all of these guys. I definitely felt like we would have done better. But, it is what it is. It's on to new and better things. But I'm definitely happy and proud for him that he was able to reach it this year.
You know what? I don't have a problem with a single syllable he just said. There's no question the Vikings would have been better with Sam Darnold this year. There's just no doubt about it. Now, we have the 2020 vision of looking back at it. And we definitely have a results-based opinion sitting here on the first Monday of February of Super Bowl week with Sam Darnold getting set to be front and center for the next 6 days and potentially for the rest of his life if he wins 6 days from now. But the Vikings, in the same way that I'm talking about how do you build a team, the Vikings were hoping that J.J. McCarthy would be this Drake May, which means, by the way, next year would be his Super Bowl year. And he would come in to season 2 with pretty much the same first-year experience as Drake May, because May didn't start his first full year. Sadly for the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy could have had his first full year be Drake May's type of first full year had he not blown his knee out in training camp. And it's that simple. If for the preseason he got through it healthy, then 2 years ago would have made this year his leap year. And instead it was his first year where you go through the ups and downs. And Sam Darnold, 100%, knowing the offense, knowing everything, coming back, having a contract, having everything that he had in Seattle, which is you're our guy. We choose you. We don't choose someone else. You're our guy. As a matter of fact, we got rid of our guy We sent our guy to our old coach guy in Vegas for you. We put an offer on the table where you don't have to look over your shoulder and go, Drew Lock. No big deal. You don't have to look over your shoulder and go, oh, that's the kid that they drafted and definitely want to start here at some point. You can't blame Minnesota for figuring out this is our kid. We drafted our kid. We're going ahead with our kid this year. It's just the timing was off. Unless you just wanted to tell J.J. McCarthy, this is called the National Football League. It's called not for long. You had your shot. Your knee got blown out. And it's Sam Darnold's team. And you're going to be Jordan loved for as long as we want. And you're not going to have a single thing to say about it. And use this year as another year for you to get better. And we'll see what happens in year 3 or 4. But this is Sam Darnold's team. And then as soon as that guy began to struggle, or the offensive line that J.J. McCarthy struggled behind, and Carson Wentz got hurt behind, and J.J. McCarthy got hurt behind again because it was a revolving door. Do we know if Sam Darnold would have walked through this season healthy? There's so much happening with 2020 hindsight. And all you got to do is take a look at the fact that the Vikings fired their general manager Friday of Pro Bowl week. Right? Friday of Pro Bowl week, Friday of Senior Bowl week, pardon me, and Pro Bowl week, I guess. Pro Bowl games week, my bad. The only thing that changed between the end of the regular season and the Friday of Senior Bowl week to cause the Vikings to say everything that you heard over the weekend about why they, rumors coming out about why the Vikings general manager was fired.
Ridiculous. None
of that, in my mind, is a fireable offense, nor is none of that anything different than firing him the Monday after the regular season, which, by the way, finished with 5 straight wins. And the Friday of Senior Bowl week, the only thing that's different is Sam Darnold made the Super Bowl. And word is Kevin O'Connell's like, yeah, our kid's not ready. We kind of need Sam here, but why would Sam stay there? After we heard, well, he hit his head on the ceiling in the finale against Detroit. He hit his head on the ceiling against the Rams. He's not the guy. Is he the guy? Is he really the guy? Or was the 14-win guy the guy? And the Seattle Seahawks were like, yeah, that's the guy. Let's go get him. Let's trade Geno Smith and go get him. So at the end of the day, I want to have a guy that I'm paying $30 million a year to go to the Super Bowl with already 6, 7, 8 years of experience bouncing around. I'll take a shot on that guy rather than maybe signing somebody who's won a playoff game and say, here's $55 million and we're locked into you for a while and this better work. I'm an owner. I'm saying I'd rather do that. Obviously, I'd rather have the Drake May pick. That's the winner of them all. Yeah. But that might be more of a unicorn than Sam Darnold.
Well, that leaves them open to, like Chris said, to spend, close to $300 million to upgrading that roster.
Jeez.
And do that unless you have a quarterback on that first.
Don't forget the way the Viking season ended and the way that everyone was talking about Sam Darnold. And Sam basically reading the room and going, yeah, they want to play the kid at some point. I'm going to a spot where there is no kid, and I'm the guy. And I'm up there in the Pacific Northwest, and I'm going to do what I need to do in relative quiet, peace and quiet compared to the rest of the media world and its focus.
Also, Rich, what were they really thinking would have been good for Justin Jefferson?
Well, what he was really thinking is again, what he's really thinking is we would have been better with Sam Darnold. I understand why we stuck with the kid. I do see some moxie in the kid. And let's hope the kid is next year's Drake May. As well, I would as well.
I was on a record-breaking trajectory for my career, and this year I put up the worst numbers I have in the season where
which is, again,
played a full season.
Kudos to him that he didn't go all off all season long.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying.
And this is basically, and if everybody's saying this is him going off, he had every right to say what he just said. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Mike Mayock, my buddy from back in the day, is going to join us to help us preview Super Bowl 60, chop up a little bit more of what we just discussed. That's right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
My My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
It's so easy you can do it in your underwear. You've all heard the little jingle. It's real. It works. We are quickly becoming America's leading car buyer at GiveMeTheVin.com. How do I know it works? Because if I don't beat your CarMax offer, I'll send you a check for a Hunsky. I put a bounty of $100 on a CarMax offer because I can beat them. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. We'll bring you a check to your house, your office. We deliver. It's awesome. Give it a try.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success. You can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Whether in sports or in business, fundamentals still matter. Most IT and cybersecurity issues don't come from advanced attacks. They come from missed basics. At EAG, our IT outsourcing approach focuses on strong foundations, secure access, monitored systems, reliable backups, and consistent support. As an IT managed service provider, we help organizations reduce risk through discipline and visibility, not guesswork. Because fundamentals don't just win games, they prevent losses. EAG, built on fundamentals. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taquerias Arandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taquerias Arandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taquerias Arandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Hi, my name is Lisa. When my mom passed away, I inherited her house in Houston. I thought I could handle it, but it quickly became too much. The tenants stopped paying, the house needed work, the mortgage kept piling up on top of my own. I didn't know how to handle the paperwork or even where to start. I was terrified I was going to lose the house my mom worked her whole life for. Then I called Sean and his team at Greenlight Offer. They stepped in and handled everything. They handled the probate, dealt with the lender we were delinquent with, took care of the tenant situation, and walked me through every single step. Within weeks, we had closed a house, cash in my pocket, and a peace of mind I didn't think was possible.
Houston, it's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer. Inherited houses, bad tenants, behind on payments, vacant houses, we buy it all and help sellers like Lisa every single week. No repairs, no clean out, and no fees. We'll handle the paperwork and get you to the closing table, even pay for movers at no cost to you. Call us at 832-779-5000. That's greenlightoffer.com. Quick, fair, and local. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Quarterback, first-round pick.
Yes, Mike Mayock.
You don't know what you're going to get out of him, and you haven't protected yourself. You let Daniel Jones go, you let Darnold go, and the most important position in all of sports is in trouble. And that's on the GM, but also the conversation in the building with the head coach and ownership is intriguing to me. And we'll never hear that, I'm guessing.
Right.
And Kevin had to be highly involved in this whole thing because he's the quarterback guy. I mean, if I was the GM, I'd be leaning heavily on him because he's so good with quarterbacks. Like, Kev, how are we going to do this now? We got to protect ourselves. If we're going to move on from Sam, we've got to have more than a rookie coming off IR. You know, we think we can win now. We've got a good defensive coordinator. We've won a bunch of games. It was I don't want to say criminal, but I don't know how you leave that position the way they left it at the beginning of the year.
Mike Mayock here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience just rejoined us, and again, I'm just focusing on to start the week on the team building aspect of this, and obviously you and I will get into the X's and O's in this conversation shortly. But, you mentioned John Schneider putting this team together. It's been a journey to this point, as opposed to the immediate turnaround that the Patriots have had. What do you think is the secret sauce of the Seattle Seahawks that makes them so good, built roster-wise, going into Super Bowl 60, Mike?
Well, the bright beacon, the bright light is what we're talking about. They made the right decision at quarterback, and the Minnesota Vikings didn't.
Right.
Okay, at least for last year. So the move to Darnold was a veteran GM getting the entire organization on board. Like, this is what we're going to do, and we've got to have an infrastructure behind him to support him. And he went out, and wide receivers were signed on the fly. I mean, Cooper Kupp was a cap casualty in L.A. They get Rashid Shaheed right before the trade deadline, and JSN goes off. It opens the door for him to kind of go off with a new quarterback and become the focal point. But they draft a guard in the first round. He starts the entire season. On defense, it's been a 2 or 3 year retool. I mean, their defensive backfield, 4 of the 5 starters were drafted between 22 and 5. The D lineman, I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence was a free agent last year. They traded for Leonard Williams a couple of years ago. Uchenna Nwosu a couple of years ago was a free agent. The inside linebacker, a trade for Ernest Jones. So you see a general manager who's trading. He's picking up cap casualties. He's picking up unrestricted free agents. And he's doing it in a 2 to 3 year period, both with higher paid guys and those veterans on 1 year deals, coupled with a healthy supply of draft picks. And he's turned this roster over on the fly. They've never been a bad football team. They're turning it over. They get the right quarterback and bang, they go hit it. John Schneider is one of the best GMs that you're going to talk about over the last 25 years.
Yeah, no doubt. And what does it take though, and to swap out your quarterback and your top wide receiver and say, this is my plan, in year 2 for your coach. Does the general manager sit there and go, okay, this is what we're going to do, and then he goes and does it, or it just happens organically, and then you look back, go, damn, I just traded my quarterback and top wide receiver away. How does that work, Mike? How does that work?
No, I mean, even though John has got say on roster and all there, and every building's a little different who has say and how much you elicit cooperation throughout your building. But John's great at that. He's a facilitator. He and Mike, I'm sure, sat down and put this whole thing together. They weren't getting production out of the quarterback position at the level they wanted. Gino was okay, but it wasn't the level. So where do we go? We're not going to get in the draft. I mean, they got to go to ownership, I'm sure, and just say, this is what we're trying to do. We're going to pay this guy $30 million, and that's kind of the mid-level in the quarterback ranks, and there's still some upside left. I mean, they all had to be on board. It wasn't John just saying, hey, Mike, good luck. Have fun this year. That is the sign of a healthy organization.
And so the signing for New England, is it Milton Williams? Which one?
Yeah.
That's it? And
well,
give me your CSIing of the Patriots roster and decision making to get them to Super Bowl 60, Mike.
Loved it. Now, you and I, before the draft, had a lot of conversations, and one of them, I remember, we talked about all the money that New England had to spend and how would they spend it.
Right.
And it was a combination of some high-powered and expensive unrestricted free agents. You mentioned Milt Williams. He was certainly one of them. I can go through their roster, Rich. I mean, I can go right down the list. They paid Spillane. They paid Carlton Davis. Morgan Moses, kind of he's an older former first-round tackle, but they turned over 4 of the 5 offensive linemen, 2 rookies and 2 free agents, and then they signed a whole bunch of kind of one-year stopgap guys that could still pay, and that's not easy, but those guys are out there. And what I think Elliott Wolf did a great job is, Mac Hollins and Stephon Diggs were both signed in March. Like, they don't have a headliner at wideout, yet they've got this second-year quarterback, in the MVP conversation. Garrett Bradbury, another former first-round cap casualty. You go on the defensive side, Tonga. Kaylavon Chason, another former first-round pick. So, again, my point is they made the right decisions. They spent money intelligently on the high-level guys, and then they brought in a bunch of free agents on one-year deals that played at a high level because, A, they still had something left in the tank, and B, they're playing for a new contract. And I take my tip of the cap to both of the GMs.
Super Bowl 60 comes down to what, Mike Mayock? What do you got for me?
Yeah, one thing to me, and that is the New England quarterback ready to put this team on his back and carry him? And in the playoffs thus far, it hasn't been quite as good as during the regular season. Give him credit. He's used his legs when necessary, including in the snow, a week and a half ago. But this kid has been super all year. I think Seattle's a better football team right now. And I think this kid is going to have to play the game of his life and with both his arms and his legs for New England to win.
What is Seattle cooking up for him then? What do you think Mike McDonald's doing right now on that side of the building, Mike?
I think a less talked about issue is, we talk about Jaden Daniels. We talk about Deshaun Jackson. We talk about the escapability and playmaking with the legs of those guys. Mm-hmm. We don't talk about Drake May like we should. Drake May is an athlete. And even though he's not as twitchy quick, he still can tuck it and go. And when necessary, I think their first playoff game, he had like 10 carries for close to 70 yards. He turned the ball over, 4 or 5 times those first 2 playoff games. So he's got to play completely clean. He's got to use his legs. I know Seattle is very aware of his legs. I wouldn't be surprised to see a spy, but I don't think they're scared of. I think they respect New England's receivers, but I don't think they're scared of them. So Drake May is going to have to play a game now.
And then New England, other than May, is cooking up what you think for Seattle? I mean, they are wearing, as my 14-year-old son Cooper is a diehard Patriot fan, Mike, because of his mom, is said to me, Dad, we're wearing the same uniforms that we wore the night that Sam Darnold saw ghosts. And she's trying to dig at me too, Mike. You know, that's what sons do. But
he might like New England because of his mom, but he certainly sounds like he's got the curiosity of his father.
So, what do you think of New England's defense to try and affect Darnold to go back into the old days where he was struggling?
Yeah,
Mike.
I mean, 3 playoff games they've allowed 26 points and they've taken the ball away 8 times.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get a whole lot better than that. You know, I think it comes down a lot of it to what happens in the red zone, and can Sam Darnold convert, you know, the 4-point opportunities, the difference between field goals and touchdowns, versus a New England defense that's been very stingy, especially in the playoffs in the red zone. And I think you'll see some simulated pressure and some things to try and get Sam to get rid of the ball real quickly, get it out fast. But I think the red zone is as it always is. Red zone and turnovers in games like this are huge. It gets magnified. So who turns the ball over? Who's forced to kick field goals? I just think overall right now, Seattle's a more complete team from a talent perspective.
Mike Mayock here on the Rich Eisen Show. A few minutes left with the former GM of the Raiders and obviously longtime friend and colleague of mine from back in the day on NFL Network. Hey, Mike, the coaching hire that we're not talking about enough is?
Oh, the one we're not talking about. I think a team that can play well quickly with a new coach would be Atlanta with Stefanski.
Okay. Why?
Because I think he knows what he's doing. Whenever he gets a competent quarterback, he's winning 11 or 12 games, and that's where the asterisk lies, is where's Michael Penix going to come down this year, and what do you do with Kirk Cousins? They just kind of redid his contract to give him a little wiggle room, but they're probably going to have to release him. I think there's a deadline in there in March where they're going to have to release him or redo a contract. So what does the new regime think about Michael Penix? You know, they got Matt Ryan. They've got Kevin Stefanski. That's a Philly connection, those two guys. And Ian Cunningham, the new GM. I think that's a team ready to win quickly. But it's all going to be on Michael Penix. And I think Kevin Stefanski went a long way. He won Coach of the Year twice when he had a quarterback he could work with.
We had Jeff Hafley on the show, and I'll bring it up because I see your hat there, your BC football hat. I loved meeting him. I'd never spoken to him before. He was, like, emotionally intelligent, you know, and I couldn't have been more impressed. And obviously, you want to talk about what do you think of the quarterback with a new regime? I think he's at the top of the list, right? I mean, obviously, Mike LaFleur with Kyler Murray now in Arizona, you know, jumps out at you about what about the quarterback. No doubt, though, you know, Hafley's got an interesting situation there in Miami. Mike?
Yeah, and the two of things hard, Rich, because on top of just evaluating talent, you're scared to death about concussions and injuries. It adds another layer to that whole conversation with where are you on your quarterback? And I'm sure that was a question Haf had to answer in his interview. You know, is where do you stand on this guy? And you better have a plan, because if you're going to move on from this guy, not only is there a big salary cap, but you better have an answer. It was kind of like when I had the Raiders and we had Derek Carr and people wanted to move on from Derek, and John and I would look at each other like, yeah, but what's next? Where are we going? Where are we finding that guy? It's going to be interesting to see how they go after trying to the hard thing, I think, is he's quick. He can move in the pocket, but he got rid of the ball so quickly last year. It was almost like he was worried about getting hurt. So what's the fine line where you let this kid play like an athlete, you let this kid play at a high level, but you also try to take care of him? And I think that's a really difficult question, because if Haf doesn't answer that the right way, then it's going to be a tough year until they find the answer.
And then speaking of BC, a kid out of BC once upon a time strolled into the Giants locker room, right? I'm looking at him, right? Am I not mistaken, or you were Steeler first, Mike?
I was a Steeler first.
You were Steeler first. Okay, then you stroll into the Giants locker room, and all I can think of what your career could have been like if your special teams coordinator was actually a Hall of Famer, Mike. What would your career have been like? You know,
I'm guessing that guy is just going to be delayed 1 year. And
what do you think of the whole Belichick thing, Mike?
I'm blown away by the fact that whether it's petty jealousies, which I hope it isn't with the voters, because I've found the voters over the years to really care about what they're doing. Whether it's the new system they instituted this year with how they're voting, which I think is stupid. Like, you got 3 senior guys, all of whom you can make a great argument for. You got an owner and you got a coach. And I don't know how you compare and contrast 3 different layers in this NFL bubble. Like, let's pick a coach, let's pick a senior, let's pick an owner, but let's not pick them against each other. And, you know, I read the article about from the one voter who said, hey, I thought it was important to try and get the seniors in their last year, and I know Belichick's going to get in. Okay, I get it, but if you're doing your job, in my opinion, who's the most deserving of that 5? And the answer has got to be Belichick from everybody. So I just don't get it.
What do you tell you?
Why are you laughing?
Because you're right. I mean, that's why I'm laughing. You know what I mean? Like, we were talking about it last week, Mike. Like, any single time you just start talking about his resume and why he should be a Hall of Famer, you just start laughing, saying, why am I even wasting my breath? We all know, right? I mean, what did he tell you when you first walked in the Giants locker room? Do you remember your first interaction with Belichick, Mike?
I remember one of my first ones was getting in a fight on a punt in practice. And I wasn't necessarily trying to get in a fight, but nobody knew me and I needed to do something. I was being overly aggressive.
Like the first day of prison.
A little bit.
Okay. All right.
And in the morning practice, I got in a fight. And thankfully, in those, nobody ever gets hurt. You know, you're throwing shots, and the guy could have killed me had it gone any further. But it got broken up, and we were stretching for the afternoon practice. And Belichick, who at that point was probably all of, if I was 23, what was he, 29, maybe 30?
Yeah.
We're stretching. He looks at me. He comes over. He goes, hey, tough guy. We're going to find out whether or not you can really play or not this afternoon, so you better buckle it up. And to my astonishment, all of a sudden, I was on I think I was on the first punt team. And it opened the door to give me a chance to compete, because it also got me some extra safety reps. And I got in some games. And you know, we had 4 preseason games. And so him kind of taking a liking to me as a backup safety and special teams player opened the door to give me a chance to make a team.
And Parcells, was he there yet? Was Bill there yet?
Oh, yeah.
Parcells was there?
In the 82 strike, Ray Perkins went back to Alabama.
That's right. Okay.
Parcells got elevated to head coach on an interim basis, as did Belichick go from special teams to defensive coordinator on an interim, and both those were made permanent starting in 83, I believe.
Okay, so the guy you fought wasn't Lawrence Taylor then?
I had a side deal with him.
Which is why you're a healthy man talking to me today, Mike. Love our chats. Obviously, look for more of my texts and calls to you over the next coming weeks and months as we build more rosters. Thanks, Mike. You're the man.
Appreciate you. Thanks,
So,
Rich.
I'm remiss. So who wins Super Bowl 60? What's your prediction?
I think Seattle's a better football team, so I think they win the game. I think they're both really well coached, but I think Seattle wins.
Mike, you're the man. We'll chat soon.
Thanks, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Mayock here on The Rich Eisen Show. Also on ESPN today. Let's take a break. Your phone calls, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We got to run.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering $750 off qualifying Pella projects and no interest, no payment for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints and now recognized by the Michelin Guide. J-Bar M Barbecue is serving up world-class Texas flavor. Sink your teeth into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue classics. Kick back with $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Unwind with friends at Houston's Michelin-recognized smokehouse, J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down. Get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit EAGinc.com/ESPN.
Danny Clark here of Collectors Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. You have some guns collecting dust in your closet? We want to buy your guns. We're the strongest buyers for one gun or entire collections. If you have a big enough collection, we can come to you. Modern and antiques of any kind. You could be sitting on a gold mine and not even know it. Come see us at Collectors Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Batters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
back here on the Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Obviously we're finishing up our first half year. It's crazy how time flies with this show moving to Disney Plus and ESPN. And so if you're a new audience in some way, shape, or form, get ready for the next few months because we talk football a lot. And certainly when the schedule comes out in the summer, we play a game called the win-loss game where we have fans call in and go win-loss about their new schedule and try and predict who is right at the end of the day about their one would say, going down a scheduling hole. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. And joining us now is a guy that we've been calling out quite a bit on this show for the last several weeks as the Patriots were doing what they were doing all season long to get to the playoffs, to win the division, and then go to the Super Bowl. We were all recalling the guy, Dustin in Arkansas, who came on this show and playing the win-loss game. Said the word loss 17 straight times for the New England Patriots, had them going 0-17. And here to kick off Super Bowl week, back on the Rich Eisen Show for the first time since, is Dustin in Arkansas. Did I get all of that right, Dustin?
You did, Rich, and I got all of it wrong.
Oh. Yeah, okay. So what gives? Are you just a Patriot hater or what?
No, I legitimately did not think that we were going to be very good this year. I didn't think Trek May was going to be that great. I didn't think the rest of the team was going to be great, and I thought we'd get some injuries and lose. But you know what? I believe in accountability, and I need to hold myself accountable. I was wrong, Rich.
Okay. Well, I mean, you weren't just wrong. You were wrong many times. 14 wins and then 3 in the playoffs. One would assume you didn't see that coming because you had them losing every single game.
No.
And so you say you're a Patriot fan, Dustin?
Yes.
I told you.
I'm not really proud of myself right now.
Wow. Now, Chris, do you allow him into the fold, into the boat here? Like what do we do now? What do you do here?
I don't know. Are you from New England? How do you end up in Arkansas?
My wife's from ex-wife's from Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting more information.
So is that why?
Was there
payback? Or something?
Yeah. Is there something that we shouldn't be prying about?
No, she's actually a good person.
Oh, okay.
I'm just not.
So you're just bad at predicting football.
Did you go hire register?
I'm the problem. It's me. To quote Miss Taylor.
It's not you. It's me.
Okay, great.
You just went Costanza.
Okay. Well, we'll keep the faith.
Are you allowing him back in for Super Bowl 60, Chris? Is he back in the boat? Is he being repatriated?
Are you picking us on Sunday, Dustin?
Yes, we'll win 25-8.
There you go.
You're back.
Well, Dustin didn't actually leave. He just didn't believe. Every now and then that happens.
But you cannot believe and think it's going to be a rough year. And 4-13.
Dustin,
you don't have to go winless.
You won 8 games the past.
Chris, though, let's be honest. Don't you want Dustin to pick against the Patriots?
Kind of.
Don't you feel like, he just got this wrong too?
Dustin, maybe sit this out. Don't even watch the game.
You're benched.
Yeah,
he's benched, Dustin.
We'll see you next season.
You're benched, Dustin. You're benched.
Don't let them play.
Well, hey, guys, I love the show. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for calling back. Call back next week.
Accountability.
Dustin in Arkansas. Accountability.
Accountability.
Sometimes your best ability is availability. In this case, it's got to be accountability because you don't want him available.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
The post-crib assembly press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive, to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Valentine's Day is coming up, and guys, the smart play is always jewelry. And Zadig Jewelers, they've been the trusted name here in Houston for nearly 50 years. And they've already done the work for you with their Valentine's edit. Think diamond hearts, classic hoops, tennis necklaces, luxury timepieces, and more. This is the kind of gift that doesn't miss, doesn't fade, and definitely doesn't get returned. Let's be honest, flowers are temporary, jewelry lasts. Make the easy winning move with Valentine's Day at Zadig Jewelers. Go to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard today.
Football's biggest game is right around the corner, and you can get in on all the action with Underdog right now in Texas. There's no better place. Not on Underdog yet? Then you're in luck, because new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry with promo code KILLERB. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just head to the Underdog app, make picks on if a player will go higher or lower on stats like touchdown, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get them right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You know ball, go prove it on Underdog. Plus, there's new promos dropping daily in the app. So if you like making picks and winning money, then Underdog is the place to be for the big game. What are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit ncpgambling.org.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success. You can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show. Live from The Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
I would say to the Pats now, who wins the game is not the team with the best players. Who wins the game is the players with the best team.
Today's guests, actor Josh Lucas, actor Nikolai Coster-Waldau, Super Bowl 60 storylines, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2, the Rich Eisen Show on the air on Disney Plus and the ESPN app, our usual spots, but we're on ESPN linear cable today as well. So we say hello to everybody out there watching ESPN and listening on ESPN Radio or Sirius XM Channel 80. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Have a chat with us. The actor Nicholas Coster-Waldau is going to be in studio. The Nikolai, is going to be in studio in hour number 3 of this show. So we're going to have a great chat with the Kingslayer of the Game of Thrones from back in the day. But joining us now from Palm Royale, we just talked about Shrinking with Ted McGinley last week, and available on Apple TV, another hit show, Palm Royale, Season 2 at its finale last month. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, actor Josh Lucas is here. Good to see you, buddy. How are you, man? Good to see you, man.
Very happy to be in the nicest stage studio of all of Hollywood.
Thank you, sir. I will really take that, man. I will take that from you and run with it. And, you know, obviously, so much to talk about with you. Let's start with the sports aspect of it.
Well, you know what I want to talk about? This was the first weekend without football, and I'm struggling a little bit. And I thought about it. I was like, what's it like for you, man? I mean, I know we have this big Super Bowl coming up, but, like, I literally told my brother, I was like, I'm worried about the postpartum depression.
Tell me about it.
I mean, do you go through it every year?
I go through it every year where I'm wondering, you know, there's a void. But yesterday was the first Sunday I had not been on television or worked in quite some time.
Sure.
And I looked up in the sky. I'm like, wow, the sun is shining. Like there's an outdoors, you know. But then at the end of
is it a good feeling for you then that you get a break and the rest of us just suffer?
Listen, it's the ultimate first class problem. But you know, yes, football not being played, and then after the Super Bowl's over, it is a complete and total loss. It's a void. You know what I mean?
What I think is really surprising me about this season, you know, we've talked about it before. I'm a lifelong Seahawks fan.
Yes, sir.
I've got this 13-year-old boy who's as big an obsessive fan as and so the two of us, we really share it, right?
Yes.
And because the NFL has just become so shockingly brilliant in its entertainment, and that wild card weekend when you were able to lock in for 4 games in a row, you know, that were some of the best sports I've ever seen.
Right. Yeah.
Every single game.
Right.
I even heard him, you know, Mike McDonald talking about it, the coach of the Seahawks, saying how he was like, you know, I started to care deeply about one team winning. Why did I care so much about one? You know, I've had that feeling. So there's kind of that post weekend letdown every time of like, okay, back to reality. You know, to be so involved in the sport. But then with the Seahawks in particular, this whole season, I found myself being kind of emotional in a way that's been surprising to me.
Well, how so? What do you mean?
So we were lucky. We got to see both games, both Rams games, meaning the one that was here that they lost, you know, the last second with the field goal, and then obviously the extraordinary one at Lumen Field.
Which the Thursday night one?
The Thursday night one.
My God.
Which was... It was mind-blowing to be in that stadium.
Now, what was it like, though, early fourth quarter when you're down 30-14? The Rams just picked off Sam Darnold inside the 5-yard line, and you thought this thing was what?
Well, literally, like, this is why I'm saying all this, was because I thought, like, do we go? You know what I mean? Because there was reasons why we had a very early flight. There was a bunch of different reasons. I was like, and my heart was like, I was hurting.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, my heart was like having this kind of like emotional reaction. And I was like, that's wrong. You can't, I don't even mention that, right?
Yes.
And so obviously then you know, Shaheed does the return and suddenly we're back in it. But like the emotion, I've never ever understood what it is to be a soccer hooligan, but suddenly I'm like, oh, I get it. Like, I get it. I understand why, you know, Bills fans are suffering the way that they are.
Right.
And so emotionally, like, that's what's been surprising. And even obviously in this last playoff game with the Rams, I mean, I felt like I was on a roller coaster where my son was like, calm down, Dad. And I'm like, oh, my God.
So you passed this on to your son, is what you're saying?
You know,
or vice versa in a way.
It might be the fact that he's so invested
Yes.
and that it's something we share so deeply together. We're so, like, we just lock in during,
How did the Seahawks become the team, though? I mean, you're born in Arkansas and you bounced around, right?
Bounced around, but I went to high school in the Seattle, Gig Harbor, Washington, a small little fishing village not far. And so the first football game NFL game I ever went to was in the Kingdome. You know, the Steve Largent, great Jim Zorn era.
Yes.
Right. So the first team that I ever supported for the NFL was, you know, I guess a little late in my life, but so I didn't. So I you know, it was that's the first thing I shared with my dad. First time we ever went to an NFL game, Kingdome, like all of it. And so I became a Seahawks fan at that point. Have always stayed one.
Yeah.
But then, you know, I think it does have to do with the fact that my son has just grabbed onto it so hard, so deeply.
Right.
You know,
now you've bonded. And now look at all those pictures that we just showed from your Instagram where you're just locked in and you're tattooing your face and stuff like that. You are into it. I'm all the way in. And Darnold doing what he's doing and JSN doing what he's doing and Kupp doing what he's doing and the running game. And they're just so young and talented and fast. They play fast. Yeah. They hit you in the mouth too. So they're quick and they're physical, which is what you obviously want in a football team. You know what I mean?
You know, I think what John Schneider, the GM, has done there is the fact that this guy's he's gotten Executive of the Year with two different, you know, organizations in a sense, even though it's the same organization. Sure. It's the first time, obviously, people know that's ever, you know, people who really follow sports know that that's happened. But what this guy's done, and even down to like, did you hear that he went to mass? You know, he's Catholic and went to mass and prayed to be able to hire Mike McDonald. Like
that is news to me. I did not know that.
He did, and you realize like that's how deeply that, you know, his like it's almost sacrilegious, but like you know, his true deep understanding of the game, his ability, all the things that he's done is really remarkable. And that I am struck by Mike McDonald. I'm struck by like the interesting like tactician of him, the quietness of him. You know, coaching really fascinates me, and I just am in awe of what this team and this guy's done. And you know, my son believes that we might be on the verge of a dynasty.
Well, I'll leave you with this nugget then before we move on a little bit here. Josh Lucas, because that NFL Network research department, I don't know how they snagged this, but I should know what John Schneider did to hopefully sway the coach to be hired, right? That every time there's been a new pope, the Seahawks have made the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
Did you know that?
I did. That's why there's this there's this weird, obviously the pope element, but then the fact that John Schneider went and prayed at mass. You know,
well, I guess it's a good thing they didn't take on the Bears because the current pope is a Bears fan.
Absolutely.
So that would have smashed up against, you know, higher powers.
But I loved your episode that that you did recently, which was all of the mind-boggling statistics of that Rams matchup, of that playoff matchup.
Yeah.
Just how close it is. I mean, it was...
Oh, yeah, like it was 1 point difference in terms of the history of the series.
But also, everything about it is just... And, you know, I will say as well during that playoff game and the fact that we ended up winning, I did feel a little bit like, oh, that was the Super Bowl. You know, there was a sense of...
There is that sense, you know, except the Patriot fan over there might beg to differ. And
we'll see you next weekend. Right?
That's right. Yeah, there's no doubt. And it's just that the 2001 Patriots team also had a second-year quarterback and a second-time head coach go up against an NFC West team that was supposed to spank them, and we all know what happened in that one. Look, so, like, it's truly the any given Sunday, but you take a look at the matchup, and the Seahawks do come in, I think, as the better team, for sure.
They're on fire right now. They really are. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen them just grow and develop, and even down to, like, that moment after the Rams win in the playoffs the other night where you saw Mike McDonald say he didn't care. Like, there was something kind of cold in a way that I've not seen from him, which was like, oh, this guy. I've always sensed, and again, to go to the coaching of it all, right? Yes. That he's not the friend of all the players, but there was a kind of very friendly, jovial, kind of good guy aspect to him. But suddenly to see that the hard edge to him that is appearing, but I feel that way throughout the whole way the Hawks are playing and the discipline of what they're doing, which is why obviously that moment when the taunting foul happened the other day, you saw the team. It's like not acceptable. They're playing in a unified cohesive way.
Yes.
That I think is a testament to the organization as a whole. But that's what, you know, again, we'll see with the Super Bowl. I'm fascinated by Vrabel, too. I mean, Vrabel is obviously his own force to do what he's done.
Yeah,
so
man.
These two young, powerful coaches coming. It's great. It's the NFL's on fire.
Speaking of coaching, I've got Josh Lucas here on the Rich Eisen Show. We talked about this the last time you were here, but we have a new audience, so I'd love to just dive into it. I was at the UCLA women's basketball game with my daughter, wife, and some of her friends, and our friends yesterday in Pauley Pavilion. And I show them the banners that are hanging in Pauley Pavilion, 64, 65, and then 67, all the way to 73. And the 1966 one is missing.
Yeah, of course.
Because that's the Glory Road year.
The great
Obviously,
Haskins.
the great Don Haskins, who you played in the film, the Disney film. Here we are on Disney+. You met Don Haskins, right? Did you meet him?
Oh, more than that. I spent a lot of time with him. In fact, even after the movie was done, I would occasionally go down to El Paso and get in his big white pickup and go out to the desert and drink tequila. It was one of the best things in the world to do. You know, the first time I met Haskins, he walked up to me and very gruffly sort of patted me on the belly and said, "You better start drinking beer, son." They called me the fat man, you know. It was like
That's what he said to you?
Yeah. Look, I Jerry Bruckheimer, who's the producer of that movie, is a brilliant producer. Obviously, has proved it, you know, for decades now. And one of the things that Jerry Bruckheimer does that separates him is he gives, you know, like with Tom Cruise, he's putting them with the drivers for F1, right? He's putting, or sorry, Tom Cruise with the fighter pilots, right?
Sure.
I mean, they're doing immersive, detailed, diligent research to become those people, like Brad Pitt with F1 or whatever. So with what he did with me is he surrounded me with unbelievable coaches. I had Pat Riley, I had Tim Floyd to coach Chicago Bulls. Tim Floyd was interesting because he was Don Haskins' basically adopted son, and truly Haskins raised him to be a certain kind of coach. And so not only did I have Haskins with me, I had these different coaches who were really imparting sort of, you know, coaching wisdom onto me, to the point that at times I would get really frustrated and be like, I'm an actor, I'm not a coach, you know, because I had to almost push back and be like, I'm trying to do a performance. I get that you guys want to see that, particularly because what Bruckheimer was doing and the director of that movie is that we were not so much improvising, but some of the stuff that was happening on the sidelines or during the games was very much, they wanted to see the essence of what made Don Haskins the coach he was in those little huddles that were before, you know, during the games, right? And so they would be saying to me, you should be saying this, and you should be saying this, and you should be saying this, both Haskins, both Floyd, and Pat Riley in particular. And it was like I had these deep conversations with them about what made great coaching. And Haskins was very unusual. You know, I think in some ways Haskins out Bobby Knight in his intensity, which is saying, you know, it's kind of the ultimate level, right? But what struck me about Don Haskins is how much his players loved him. Even decades later, they talked about him as the most important person in their whole life, almost to a man, every player I met. And that's what it goes back to, like what I'm seeing with Mike McDonald or even Vrabel. You know, you're seeing the thing that always interests me as I watch these guys on the sideline is Sean Payton, right? Sean Payton is a force of a you know, in a way, a dark coach, right? He's a tough coach. And that's one of the things I haven't fully seen with Mike McDonald, but I'm so interested. And I don't know, I'm watching, you know, the way that these men manipulate the players, both psychologically, but also just from the way that they get them to step up. I don't know if manipulate's the right word, but
right, because
Matt Riley would say it.
Because yes, because it is sometimes done with love in terms of trying to bond and have a collective be, you know, greater than, you know, than others, some of its parts and things of that nature. I mean, Pat Riley, you mentioned him. He was on the Kentucky team that lost.
Absolutely.
And so what did he bring to the equation for you?
Well, he told me it was a seminal point in his life because he said from the moment the game started, that final, you know, the Final Four championship, that 1966 when the Glory Road movie's based on that, you know, and he said that he knew, you looked over at Haskins and Haskins said, in the movie they do a kind of like a heightened movie version of the speech that happens before the game, which again is how he manipulated the players to be not just angry. I mean, to be just the intensity of what they came out for. And Pat Riley said he knew it from the very first moment. And it's a true story in the movie where Don Haskins said, you go out there and to David Lattin, who's a big, tall, incredible basketball player. And he said to him, you slam it down their throats, meaning you dunk. And dunking at that point was almost like, frowned upon, right? And he said, and you see, and Riley said that he knew the game was over with. Like from the very first moment, which was what Haskins had attempted to, he wanted the Kentucky team to be intimidated from the very beginning. And there's something, again, about the psychology I was talking about the other day about how much people have been really rough on Sam Darnold, I think, in kind of unfair ways. Mm-hmm. And particularly if you look at him statistically. And I was saying if I was Mike Macdonald, how I might be kind of, I don't want to say getting in his head about that, but to make, and somehow you've seen Darnold is, there's no longer, those questions have sort of started to disappear.
Well, we had Jordan Palmer, the quarterback guru, on the show a couple of weeks ago, and he says that Sam Darnold is internally motivated. He's not externally motivated. He's not motivated by what others are saying about him, and that Mike Macdonald knows that, and he might be, he might not say, hey, you hear what they're saying about you, which is a way to manipulate a player or coach a player, you know what I mean? But I think just to go back to Macdonald here, Josh Lucas here on the Rich Eisen Show, is that you're wondering if that, if you will, dark side is there. Oh, it's there. Because you heard about the totem pole in their meeting room where they have a totem pole, or did Brock Hewitt referred to it as a spear or something like that? That's in the meeting room where Pete Carroll used to have a basketball net. And he removed the basketball and he put the spear, and they're taking a helmet of every team that they've beaten.
Wow.
And putting it on like a head up. Speaking of, Game of Thrones, like on the spike. They're putting those helmets on a spike, which is, you don't hear that. And
what do you think
often.
that John Schneider saw in Mike Macdonald that was so strong that he was able, he prayed for it? Like, what?
I don't know. That's a good question. And, obviously, if your team wins it all, that'll be a question that hopefully I do get to ask him. Either way, if not, but what I think he saw was a level-headed but intense head coach who's on the defensive side of the ball. And if you're in a division against Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, you better take care of that side. Like if you're going to be going against the Rams twice and the Niners twice, or in this case this year 3 times, you better have that side buttoned up. And I think that was a choice, a clear choice. Like, okay, they're zigging, and boy, are they zigging. We're zagging, and we'll get our offensive side of the ball right in a complimentary way with Mike Macdonald as a play caller defensively and a culture changer CEO overall. And I think that was a choice, and looks like it's working out.
But even down to the very amazing choices that have worked out as well, is like moving on from DK Metcalf. That's like those things that you think like, whoa.
And Gino.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're swapping out your quarterback and your number one, but you're like, okay, JSN, we've seen what you can do. Let's do that. And then, Rams, you're going to get rid of Cup and a cap casualty. We'll take him too. And then, I'm a Michigan guy, which is how I know Mike Macdonald. I mean, A.J. Barner nobody talks about him at tight end. And he's outstanding.
Bobo's interesting. I mean, there's like,
he's got a touchdown.
Depth, exactly. Like,
what the heck?
Yeah, no.
And it's all working for you. Let's talk about Palm Royale before we send you out on your Super Bowl Monday. What a cast, man, that you're involved with. And in the same way that I in football might be on in your house quite a bit. My oldest son binge watches Palm Royale. He loves it. My Zan cannot get enough of it. We see it all the time. So what attracted you to this?
Look, it was a dreamy job from the very beginning. First of all, obviously when you have a cast that includes Kristen Wiig, Kristen Wiig, to me, you go back and look at her work on Saturday Night Live. She's fantastic. One of the greats. And so that's, right there, boom. Laura Dern. Icon. But then Carol Burnett, Allison Janney, just becomes sort of like I was like, wait, really? Like, I'll do this job without, for free, truly, just to go be a part of it. Because again, it kind of goes to the team aspect of it. What actually surprises me, and I do think a lot of this has to do with Carol Burnett, is that Carol Burnett is the most kind, extraordinary professional human being I think I've ever come in contact with, which is mind-boggling considering in her mid-90s, she still walks on set and says quietly hello to everyone and knows everyone's name. And the stories about her from the time that she was even beginning her career, that she responded to every single fan letter personally, that she would show it just truly, like, all of our crews have stories where they sent a letter to Carol Burnett, multiple people on our crew, to come see her, their middle school play, and Carol Burnett showed up. Like, stuff that's just kind of like you kind of like arch your eyes, like, really? And the essence of this woman and this legend and this icon, but also just the kindness of her, but the professional, like, she's early to set. She knows her lines better than anybody else. All the different things. So it sets a tone, and that, this group of women and these incredible performers, I think everyone takes, leadership, or takes that leadership. And there's the opposite of any diva behavior on this show. It's a team of people who love and are there. We also feel incredibly grateful we're working in Los Angeles. We're trying to make something that's fun and light. There's nothing about it that is attempting. We live in very strange times, as we all know. I'm surprised how much, when I look at television these days, it's dark. There's a real darkness to a lot of, the offerings that are out there.
Yes.
So we purposely, I think, are attempting to make a very light, playful, silly, piece of confection and just have a great time.
Well, it's fitting that you're on Apple TV, where there's Ted Lasso, there's your show, there's Shrinking. I mean, there's a lot of good feelings when you're watching shows like that.
I don't know. I can't attest to what the inherent sort of drive from the corporate side of Apple, but I do know that they look. It's Disney, right? Same thing. Like, Disney has certain elements that they want to put good things out into the world, and there are certain limitations within that.
Yes.
I think Apple has a similar kind of thing that they're trying to do.
I love it. By the way, in that chair just a couple of weeks ago was Tracy Letts, and we talked about Ford versus Ferrari with
that man is a sports fan. Oh my God,
dude! I mean, plus, you want to talk about he was in the HBO show about the Lakers Showtime, all that business. And we talked about the Ford v Ferrari with him, and the scenes that you're in with him are just phenomenal.
One of my favorite things about making Ford versus Ferrari was I found out that we both had separate vans that would pick us up every day. And I was like, well, it's kind of along the way. If you guys pick up me first, can we pick up Tracy? And I would just basically get him to tell stories every day. And he was fine with it as long as he got out first. And I manipulated the situation like a coach, because if I get to spend time with Tracy Letts, I'm going to do it.
Dude, it's a pleasure having you back here. You come anytime you want, Josh Lucas. Thanks. Our home is yours, and good luck to your Seahawks. Send our best to Noah. Hopefully he will be, how old is he now? He's 13?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, again, to what I love about Mike McDonald is that's a guy who worked his way up through the system, in such an interesting way without ever having played, right? Obviously. I'm kind of wondering if my boy's got I don't know if he's going to coach, but he wants to be the GM. He's after John Schneider's job.
Okay. Have your head in a swivel, John. I'm sure John would say, let him finish with his job first before your son takes it. Everyone check out Palm Royale. Its season finale of season 2 was last month, so binge watch it, and you will not be disappointed. Great to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Josh Lucas here on The Rich Eisen Show, back with more, and your phone calls, 844-204-RICH in a sec.
Cool.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zierlein here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe. now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going around a sports bar. Your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. GOLD. Gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlineoffer.com.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, or the ESPN Radio simulcast with Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Cable. Let's take a phone call. People are waiting on the phone line. Let's go to Griffin in Connecticut here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Griffin? That's line 5, Jason. What's up, Griffin?
Hey, Rich. To me, the thing I'm looking at in the Super Bowl is the Patriots' defensive line has been able to get pressure on every team they played.
Mm-hmm.
We have noticed Sam Darnold does struggle with pressure in his face.
Yes.
So if the Patriots can do what they did and try to figure out things and put pressure in Darnold's face, does Darnold struggle? He hasn't had much pressure on his face in this playoffs. The game against the Rams, he had no pressure on his face, and you saw what happened. So the Patriots can get pressure. That could help them big time.
I agree, Griffin. Thank you for the call. And that's, a strength of Seattle, though, is their offensive line. I mean, if you tailor the tape this, whose offensive line would you take in this Super Bowl?
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
The one not starting 2 rookies on the left
right.
side.
So, obviously it always comes down to the trenches, but Milton Williams is what an
yeah, him and Christian Barmore, they're going to have spectacular games. For
and again, that's the pressure right up the gut, which nobody wants. I mean, that's clearly a matchup that everyone looks for in any Super Bowl.
No doubt.
Jeffrey in Richmond, Virginia, is here on the Rich Eisen Show, line 6. Jason Feller, what's up, Jeffrey?
Hey, Richard. How are you?
Your name, hold on a minute. Our call screener said Jeffrey. So, I mean, would you like to be called Jeff instead? I can do that.
No, Jeffrey's fine.
Okay, very good.
It was just that delivery, Mr. Eisen.
Oh, no, sorry. My older brother's name is Jeffrey. So, sometimes it'll just come out that way from growing up with him. You know what I mean?
Understood. Listen, dude, I'm not that far from San Fran. I might come see that thing Wednesday, but
okay, that's not. I have a feeling. Was that a threat? I don't have Jeffrey and I gotten off on the wrong
right? Hey, don't make me come down there.
I will show up on Wednesday.
Didn't I hear?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Richmond, California. You're in Richmond, California, not Virginia. Okay, very good. You should come, Jeffrey.
I think I might. But listen, dude, I'm irritated with you.
Well, we can tell.
Say what?
It just keeps going in different directions.
I love this.
Why are you irritated with me?
Okay. So look, I'm 58 years old.
Okay.
I attended university in Boston. I followed this team a little bit. But I have a hot take I tried to make with you, sir, last week about why Hoodie is not in the Hall of Fame.
All right.
I'll get there, sir. I'll get there. I tried to make 4 points with you, Rich.
Okay.
I almost like to do it like you're the judge, right? Let me make my case to you. 2.5 minutes.
Oh, but I'll give you 90 seconds, Jeffrey. Go for it. Go.
All right. Then I got to get to the last point, Your Honor.
Go for it.
Here we go. In my old world, in your current world, everyone's world, if you're the best at what you do,
right?
If you're the very best,
yes,
and they're going to rename a trophy after you,
right?
By definition, you're unemployable. That's the deal. That's the deal. And I know for 100% certainty, Bill Belichick wants to coach in the NFL.
Well, the reason why he's not coaching the NFL right now, if I may tell counselor from Richmond, California, to sit down, is age and whether you want to remake your entire building in his vision and needing to have that take some time and wondering how sustainable it might be when he's gone. That's part of the reason why, Jeffrey. And also he's particularly
ridiculous. What are you talking about?
He's particularly expensive on top of it. So, that may be the reason why he's not.
No, that's not the reason. Rich.
Why?
That's not the reason. Do you think Mac Jones's parents are in full support of Hoodie going in their first round after that great coaching job? Sir.
Okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying towards the end of his career. Jeffrey, please do show up on Wednesday night.
No,
we can
Richard, one more point. One more point, please.
Yeah.
The coach of my current team, Mr. John Harbaugh's, right? He's an older dude because I know they want to hire 25-year-old dudes
there's a different
in the NFL.
And there's a different Jeffrey, and I appreciate the time. I do hope to meet you in person if you're in the area on Wednesday night. John Harbaugh's in his early 60s, and it doesn't matter what happened with Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi in the end of the years, at the end of the time, and in New England. His time in New England is unparalleled. Yeah. Unparalleled, to say the least. And everybody who's hired a coach right now should be so lucky to hook up somebody as institutionally knowledgeable in the sport of football and is as excellent in motivating players and having somebody like Tom Brady as his avatar. Everyone should be so lucky that anybody that's just been hired would go on a run even half as successful as the one that Belichick had in New England. And, I mean, we'll be talking about it, obviously, up until Thursday night when it's confirmed that he's not on that stage with the rest of the Canton 2026 class. And we'll see who does make it. We'll see how many of the senior committee members that so many others were voting for, thinking that Belichick would get in, if not this year, because everyone else would be voting for him, or next year. It's bottom line is, Mike Mayock referred to it in hour one. We need to either A, give an up or down vote separate to a coach and a contributor and a senior committee class. Or you just expand the number of people who get into the Hall of Fame and say you can vote for all 5 of these guys, the 3 senior committee finalists, the contributor finalists, and the coach finalists, and then all of us who cover it or go to it or attend it, if you're a returning Hall of Famer, you just have to sit through 2 more speeches than the maximum currently allows. It's just that simple, And then you add another room. The bus gallery is going to run out of room at some point. Not taking anybody's busts out of there. So at some point, you're going to have to bust down a wall for the busts. So you might as well just figure it out. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. As for the recent hires, head coaching hires, over the weekend you had Mike LaFleur joining the Arizona Cardinals. They let the Rams offensive coordinator out of the building. And I guess kicked the tires one more time on Clint Kubiak. And Mike LaFleur is now the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. So, by the way, and this is happening on the same day that Jonathan Gannon has been named the former Arizona head coach, the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
And as you know, he was the Super Bowl, NFC champion Super Bowl defensive coordinator of the Eagles in Glendale, Arizona, in that Super Bowl. So he just stayed put after that game, and then he was the head coach there. And now he's replaced by the brother who's now his boss. The brother of the guy who's now his boss. Did I get it right?
That's funny.
So Mike LaFleur takes Jonathan Gannon's job. Jonathan Gannon takes Jeff Hafley's job for Mike's brother, Matt. And in case you're wondering what we would call it, the LaFleur Bowl or whatever, they don't play each other next year. Yeah. The Packers don't play the Arizona Cardinals next year.
NFC Championship game.
And we have maybe that could happen. Listen, and the question is, what does he want to do with Kyler Murray? And, it's another big moment for a guy who used to be a Jet this week as well. Mike LaFleur was the guy who was the original offensive coordinator for Robert Saleh. Didn't, work out. So what does he want to do with Kyler Murray? That's going to be one of the bigger questions of March. What happens with Kyler Murray and who takes him if the Cardinals are like, yeah, we're done? And that's another big question. And then there's Clint Kubiak, the current offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks. What was that tweet that Adam Schefter put out over the weekend? That he intends to try
to work out
a contract. Yeah. Which, by the way, try that one at home.
Okay.
I don't know how Adam comes up with the phrasing. It's pretty incredible. You know what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tell Suze, I intend to try to notice the dish I left it. How will that fly at home, do you think?
I'm not well. Not well.
Can you clean up the living room well? I intend to try.
I intend to try to notice the sock that I've just walked past 3 times on the floor.
Can you close the cupboard?
I intend to try.
Yeah.
Susie is a
trash cans.
is a cupboard-closed person.
That's why I brought it up.
Oh, she brought that up here to you?
You've told us that.
Oh, I've told you.
Years, yeah. Remember, you were talking about one day you were home dolo, so you were like, you left a cup in the sink.
Yeah, I
shut
intend
the cupboard. You threw a sock on the floor.
Yeah, I intend to try to notice all those things.
Showed her who was boss.
Right.
At any rate, so let's hope.
It closed when she got home, though.
Let's hope that Clint Kubiak, for the Raiders' sake, that they didn't wait all this time for him to just say, "I'll go to the Super Bowl," and then say no to you. It would be an interesting hire. The way that he has dialed things up for the Seattle Seahawks this year, he was in his bag in the NFC Championship game. In his BAG. He's in his bag. And if they missed out on Ben Johnson, now they got the latest young hot shot guy getting his chance. Son of Gary, who won Super Bowl 50. Now his son's in Super Bowl 60 and maybe leaving to be Tom Brady's hand-picked choice. And he winds up doing it for Seattle, which, as you know, moved on from Pete. And now has him there. It's just, you see, and then Seattle's taking on New England, which was great for Brady back in the day. You noticing, I could keep going and connecting and connecting.
You're like Charlie Day looking at that wall.
I know, until it's time to play friggin' football on Sunday. But as good a choice as any. And hook him up with Fernando Mendoza. There it is. Clint Kubiak intends to try to work out a deal. I intend to try to fold that shirt rather than leaving it on a chair. I intend to try.
I intend to try to eat all my vegetables so I can have dessert.
I hope it works out better for Clint than it would for me or any other human being that's picking up what I'm putting down about your home life. You know what I mean?
I just got a text from your wife.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
It just simply said not a great idea.
Not a good It has been rejected. But it's a great idea for the Raiders and for Clint Kubiak.
Yes.
I think, right? Wouldn't you want to intend to try to go to Vegas?
Yes.
And be the head coach for Fernando Mendoza and figure out how to work in Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers. All right. First phone call you make, though, is to Max Crosby to say, listen,
we're not trading you.
And we're going to play you all 17 if you'd like.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want to finish the string, pal. The Condor finishes the string. The Condor stays like before. That'll be my first phone call, right?
Unless he wants out.
I don't think he wants out.
Don't let him out.
I don't think he's. I don't know. I shouldn't speak for him.
I mean, he says he doesn't, but I mean,
I don't know. Unless you pay him unless you give him the Myles Garrett deal.
No,
oh, you don't want to be here? I don't want to be here. How much?
I don't hold that against him.
By the way, Jim Schwartz might take that deal.
Maybe.
Because Raheem Morris took the Jim, everyone thinks, Jim's going to force his way out of Cleveland, even though he's under contract there, because he doesn't want to be there anymore. He doesn't like the way things are run there anymore. And Raheem Morris gets hired in San Francisco, which might have been a nice Jim Schwartz landing spot. The Browns have him under contract, and he's like, I am not coming back. How much? Could be the old deal.
It's a good deal.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jim, you don't want to stay here anymore, huh? You're pissed, and I will not work for Todd. How much? How many times can I keep doing that bit? I intend to try to stop doing that bit. Okay. Think we made our point? All right. I intend to try to call Susie during the commercial break and see if everything's okay.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. Check what debt reduction you may qualify for. Call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Hey, Lance Erline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen, broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Hi, it's Lisa Zadok.
And I'm Gilad Zadok from Zadok Jewelers.
So, honey, what are you getting me for Valentine's Day?
I loaded the dishwasher last night. Does that count?
No. I'm thinking a diamond tennis necklace, studs, Mickey Moto pearls. Ooh, that Cartier watch I've been eyeing.
Okay. I get it. But what are you getting me?
No, honey, that's not how this works.
Can I at least sleep in the house?
Guys, stay warm this Valentine's Day with the perfect gift from Zadok Jewelers.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Hi, I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, ultra-low sugar brain and body fuel. Our IQ Bar plant protein bars help you refuel smarter. Our IQ Mix Zero Sugar Hydration Mixes help you hydrate harder. And our IQ Joe Instant Mushroom Coffees help you caffeinate larger. All three product lines boost physical performance, but they also boost mental performance via nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane. Right now, you can try our epic IQ Bar Ultimate Sampler Pack with 9 protein bars, 8 hydration mixes, and 4 coffee sticks. Win your day with clean ingredients, amazing taste, and superior brain and body nutrition. Try IQ Bar today.
Get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get this exclusive radio offer. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
You all know I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Okay. This is a moment for me here.
Oh, no.
No, listen, it may be previewing what's coming in March or early April. But Dusty May, God bless you, sir, and everything you stand for, my coach of the University of Michigan basketball team and what he does and how he stands for nothing. And he's got like this cool demeanor, but inside he's like some smiling assassin. That's what he's doing. Putting together a team that is such a pleasure to watch. And again, I haven't watched Arizona start to finish. There's tons of really good teams in college basketball, men's college basketball, I should mention, right now. And, because the UCLA women's that Susie and I went with Taylor and with her friend Mac and her parents yesterday, they're a pleasure to watch, too. They share the basketball. They play in any game you want. And with fast break, you want to go inside, outside, the whole business. Michigan's the same way, Michigan men's, and it's great to see. And certainly when he beats my friend Tom Izzo, it's Tom. Listen, he knows this too. Is that I root for him except on 2 days, or if Michigan plays Michigan State in the Big Ten championship, or boy, if they ever play each other in the NCAA tournament, my God, that would be amazing. Every other day I root for him. I really do, because he's one of my favorites, but against Michigan, and he feels the same way. But did you guys see Dusty May wound up sitting on the Michigan State bench before the game? Did you see any of that? This photograph is truly one of my favorite photographs in the history of rooting for Michigan sports. So he comes out of the tunnel, apparently, and the Michigan State students that are behind the bench see him, and I'll let him describe how he wound up sitting here and just taking all the pregame abuse from the Michigan State faithful that were already there.
I was actually just taking a peek. I thought when we pulled in, the students were still lined up down the block. And even when we rode in at the Kalamazoo entrance or whatever, there's a long line. And I assumed it was students. I was like, okay, they're not in yet. But, man, this is like we're building. This is a big time. There's a lot of anticipation for this game. And so I walked by and I was greeted as soon as I stuck my head out on the court. And at that point, I was like, there's no way I'm ducking and running from this smoke now. This stuff doesn't bother me. And so I just let them get all their frustration and their animosity out early, and then that way they can enjoy the game. So I felt like I contributed to the environment just a little bit.
He's just taking it in and the abuse behind him. And then Michigan took a 16-point lead at halftime. Michigan State did its usual nonstop defense, buckling down, tough rebounding. You knew you had to get in the mosh pit with them type stuff. They wound up taking the lead, but Michigan won the game because, in all honesty, I'm clearly biased. We're better. We're better. We are better. On the hoof, we're just better. We're better. And at the end of the day, we proved it. And he just, God, what he does and how he goes about, you got to love that. And he just shines it off like, I'm just trying to contribute to their enjoyment of the game a little bit.
That picture needs to be blown up and hung somewhere.
Every Michigan, friend I have, every Michigan site I follow, it's hang this in the Louvre.
Yeah.
This is the greatest. Like, I am here. And by the way, of all the bench, because he just sat down in an empty chair, this was the Michigan State bench. And just like sitting there, look at the kids behind him. My favorite post that I saw on a Michigan site was he was being hectored or hounded all by a bunch of students that got rejection letters from Michigan. And it's just truly one of my favorite things to say on this show.
So you think
this platform, we're on radio, satellite, terrestrial, linear cable, and streaming. I got to say it everywhere.
So these kids wanted to go to Ann Arbor.
Yes.
They didn't get in.
And they found out that they're little siblings at the end of the day.
What's wrong with you?
Well, as long as Dusty can take the high road, I'll go down here.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Football's biggest game is right around the corner, and you can get in on all the action with Underdog right now in Texas. There's no better place. Not on Underdog yet? Then you're in luck, because new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry with promo code KILLERB. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just head to the Underdog app, make picks on if a player will go higher or lower on stats like touchdown, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get them right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You know ball, go prove it on Underdog. Plus, there's new promos dropping daily in the app. So if you like making picks and winning money, then Underdog is the place to be for the big game. What are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hi, this is Megan with Magpie's Gifts. Need a unique Valentine's Day gift for your wife, girlfriend, or someone special? For over 35 years, Magpies has been Houston's source for home decor, unique gifts, and women's accessories. And for the last 10 years, we've partnered with HR&P for all things human resources and payroll. HR&P is extremely knowledgeable, and as a customer, we have designated support, which frees us up to run our business. We couldn't be happier with them.
Learn how HR&P can help your business. Go to hrp.net today.
Hey, it's John Granato. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Bluebonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day, where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Stokes, third-generation neighborhood hardware store owner. For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has proudly served our community with everything from plumbing to paint and power tools and more. We're family-owned, 3 generations strong, a small business with competitive pricing. Come see our knowledgeable team today. Hablamos Español. Shop local, save more. Follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, your neighborhood store since 1954.
Monument Chevrolet. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You wouldn't send a team onto the field without a strong bench. As an IT managed service provider, EAG delivers IT outsourcing solutions for Houston-based organizations needing consistent software and infrastructure performance. We manage day-to-day help desk support, cybersecurity, cloud, and on-prem infrastructure so your business stays focused on execution and growth. When issues arise, our engineers focus on fast first-call resolution. EAG is built for pressure, not excuses. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
Maybe it was a family vacation.
or a school field trip. But there you were, standing in awe at a national park. We are the National Park Foundation, and together with you, we're creating a future where every person, every generation, gets their chance at an unforgettable moment. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show. Live from The Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
I would say to the Pats now, who wins the game is not the team with the best players. Who wins the game is the players with the best team.
Earlier on the show, actor Josh Lucas. Coming up, actor Nikolai Coster-Waldau. Super Bowl 60 storylines, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We're on ESPN2 now, everybody. And we just, we're going to go through a wardrobe change because we're on the deuce. That's an old school reference. It's an old school reference. We're on ESPN2 now, but of course, still streaming on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio. We're on terrestrial radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. For those who listen on our podcast, we say hello to you. All 3 hours available every day, wherever you get your podcasts. The Overreaction Monday podcast is up and running. Mm-hmm. Chris Brockman and I recorded it before we did this live show. And so wherever you get your podcast there, or our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Great chat with Josh Lucas, the actor, in hour 2. He's a diehard Seahawk fan. We're about to get Nikolai Coster-Waldau out here. He's arriving shortly. And as you know, in addition to his current work, right now he's coming on in support of his show that's in its second season, called The Last Thing He Told Me on Apple TV. We're all over the Apple TV programs. We had Shrinking last week and Palm Royale in our number 2. We also know he was the Kingslayer, Jamie Lannister. So I don't know how we wound up with this, but when we first moved in here 11 years ago, right. The folks at DirecTV, the set designers are like, what are your favorite shows? What do you like? And we mentioned Game of Thrones. They got this Game of Thrones board game. And every single person who's been on the show that has been a guest here, we have them sign this. And it's been signed by John Bradley, who played Samuel Tarly, right? Yep. Ewan Rion, who played Ramsey Bolton, a real SOB.
Wasn't a fan.
I believe Sir Davos is up top right here.
Yeah.
Okay, Ian Cunningham, Sir Davos. Lena Headley has been on this program.
Right.
Yes, so Lena. That was a sort of a Blazing Saddles Lena Headey moment right here.
She should come back soon.
And Kit Harington.
And Kit Harington was
right
as well. So we're about to get another signature on this here board.
True 101.
So that's coming up right here.
Rich Eisen Show.
Thank you. That's right. That's give that to me again.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show.
Why don't we use that more? We're going to hit the rejoins.
They're great.
Yeah.
We have a Hodor door jam, too.
Oh, we have a Hodor door jam.
We actually have Sir Davos sign I got him to sign the Starbucks cup, too, if you remember that.
Okay, that's right. We got that going on here.
Controversy in the last season. Yeah.
Very good. So we'll go down that wormhole a little bit coming up shortly. Let me talk about this, and then we'll take a phone call. So, this is year 24 for me covering the NFL.
Woo! Dang.
With the NFL Network, I believe. I forget the math. It started. We started in the 2003 season in November of that season.
It's 24.
And what a group it was to start that thing, and it was quite a time. And if you had told me in that first week of November, I believe it's November 4th of 2003, when I strolled out and uttered the first words on a set in the history of NFL Network. The first words ever uttered was Steve Sable, because we created that hallmark that you always say that the following is a presentation of NFL Network. First voice you heard was Steve Sable's. And I believe there was like a 2-minute NFL Films cut together a 2-minute montage to count down from 2 minutes to the start of NFL Network. And then I came out to lead off NFL Total Access and delivered the first on-air words in the history of NFL Network, and that was highly combed through by a handful of executives. Every word, every syllable I said. And one of them, by the way, I can't believe we didn't mention, he just passed away last week. The great Jeff Mason was a long-time producer in our business, ESPN. He's, if you saw the recent film on the assassinations in Munich last year, it was about Jeff Mason producing the moments in Munich, and of that awful moment when the Israeli team was assassinated in the 72 Olympic Games. At any rate, I think of Jeff because he passed away last week, and he was just beloved by so many people. And Steve Bornstein, the man who created NFL Network with the 32 owners of the National Football League and the commissioner at the time, Paul Tagliabue. Steve put together an all-star cast to help us launch. And Jeff Mason said to me, I'll never forget it, because I had just left ESPN, or, they cardboard boxed me back in 03. And, my head was swimming, just wondering, what the future was holding, and whether what just happened to me, where my full identity as a SportsCenter guy and an ESPN guy, hired in 96 as a 26-year-old, now as a 33-year-old, now with NFL Network, which was just launching, what was going on. And he saw I was struggling with it a little bit, and he pulled me aside, Jeff Mason, and said, nothing in this business is as rewarding as you starting something from scratch that could potentially last forever. He said that to me. And I'm moved by it, again, because he just passed away last week. And I think hopefully you guys all feel the same here, on this show, that we started something new together. I know my name's on it, but this is all ours.
Well, I came in late, but
no, but you were part of this pretty much from jump, as some part in the DirecTV universe. But the reason why I bring all of this up is if you had told me that on that day of launching NFL Network, and me wondering if what's happened in my life and what's going on, because my ESPN tenure had just come to a conclusion, that this one day on the final Friday of January in 2026 would be sold to ESPN, you would have told me, I would have said, you are out of your minds. Like, what planet are you from? Is this the English language? I wouldn't have believed it. But the news came out on Friday that the league's sale of NFL Network to ESPN, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds because I haven't seen the term sheet. For the NFL gets a stake in ESPN and ESPN gets NFL Network. That came out Friday. And, people are texting me or reaching out to me like, what do I think about it? And, first of all, it is the hard work and the testament of everybody at NFL Network since its inception, and the support it's received from various parts of the league at various times and also throughout. It's a testament to the hard work of everybody in that office, in those offices. Once upon a time in Culver City here in California, in Southern California, now in Inglewood across the street from SoFi Stadium. It's a testament to hard work, and the 2.0 of NFL Network has arrived through no choice of anybody's at NFL Network. but it has arrived. And clearly, we have an insight here on this program, being part of the Disney world and universe, I guess I have to use that phrase, since September, that I'm excited. I'm excited because everybody that I've, been reintroduced to, as well as introduced to through this show, winding up on Disney Plus and ESPN Radio. We're on ESPN2 right now. We were on ESPN last hour. I mean, it's crazy. What's going on. That taking NFL Network's creation and 24 years of work and hard work and dedication to bringing you, the fans, the NFL in the way that we imagine it, needs to be brought in our voice and our brand and our experiences in our time of being NFL employees for almost a quarter century, some of us. Putting that in the hands of the distribution and the resources of ESPN is an exciting thing, an exciting time. And, we know from this experience, you see Inside the NBA being on, okay? Pat, by the way, for any fans who are like thinking, where's Pat today? He's going to San Francisco. He's he's going to be there. And then just talk to anybody on that program and see, what Inside the NBA, it's the same thing that you've seen. It's just a different set of letters at the bottom of the screen. And so I'm excited because there's a bunch of dedicated, hardworking, lead pipe wielding professionals who love the NFL and know what it's like to present the NFL and have done so and have a track record about doing it that is ready to do the work for NFL Network 2.0. And I can't wait. That's just my genuine excitement. I honestly do not know what the future holds. I have no idea. People are like, oh, this is a game in Paris. You're going to call that game? I have no idea. I have no idea what the setup is going to look like. I have no idea about what's going to be expected of the current version of NFL Network in the universe. I have no clue, other than the fact that I know the people who are taking ownership of it know what they're doing. Certainly from our experiences here. And I'm excited to see, our studios across the street from SoFi Stadium be a vibrant sports production community, and seeing what the crossover is going to look like. I mean, in terms of what does NFL Network and ESPN look like together? I mean, I used to have hair on both networks, and I'm sitting here on ESPN2, ESPN Radio. So let's do it.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Is what I'm saying. You were there. You were there once upon a time.
That's true. Yeah, I was 5 years at NFL Network. I know how much hard work went into building that place and bringing it where we are now. And so just the fact that we're now on ESPN, it's really just still so wild to think about, but it's also so exciting.
Well, the men and women who walk around the halls of NFL Network are diehards.
Yeah.
Diehards about the sport and about presenting the sport and are excellent at it. And we have created our own voice, and I believe from what I've been told and from what I hear, and what I've experienced here is that our voice is going to continue to echo. And it'll just be presented maybe a little differently, distributed differently. The answers I don't know, and we're all eager to find them out. But that's my 2 cents on all of that. 844-204-RICH is that number to dial. Let's go to Jimmy in San Antonio, one of our favorites. What's up, Jimmy?
¿Qué pasó, hermano?
What's up?
Hey. Man, Rich, people confuse you for Ryan Gosling, but not Josh Lucas. That's horrible.
Well, that'll end because, when Josh and I were talking, you could hardly tell the difference, right?
I didn't know who was on.
You're right, Jimmy.
The screen. It was amazing.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay. Are we talking Westminster or what? Day one, buddy. It's the 150th day of just best in breeds. This is all on the side stage. It's not in the main part of Madison Square Garden.
Oh, baby.
But last year, Monty, the 5-year-old giant schnauzer that won, was amazing. And I was going to bet on the toy or the terrier group this year, but then I saw Graham from the working group, the English Shepherd, the Shaggy DA type dog.
Nice.
Yep.
Shaggy DA.
Keep an eye on Graham. I bet he's going to be minus 320 to make it to the
when you watch
show.
When you watch the car show on TV, do you make Herbie the Love Bug references too, Jimmy? You made some really old school. The Shaggy DA, man. You went deep. Listen, I love dog shows, man. I would kill to do a Westminster dog show. I would kill to host one of those. 100% is missing from my resume.
Your boy John O'Hara does that one after Thanksgiving.
I know. Well, Jay Peterman, he's been doing it for years.
You have an empire.
He's been doing it for years. I would honestly, that is one of the few things I have. Well, I'm fortunate to say I've done more than most, but I would kill to do a dog show. Kill it.
So does everyone on set love the Best in Show? That movie?
Well, sure. I mean, Catherine O'Hara, may she rest in peace. I mean, some of her scenes from that movie with Eugene Levy are as classic as they come, man.
And then you mentioned Carol Burnett earlier with Josh. Yes. I got to play in front of her when I was in high school, and we made eye contact, and I gave a tug of the ear, and she gave me a tug back.
Jimmy,
that's incredible.
Jimmy in San Antonio. As it brings a tear to my eye, man. That's awesome.
Buddy, have a great day.
You too. You too. There's Jimmy in San Antonio.
Jimmy.
We went all the way. We went from dog shows to Carol Burnett or Tug.
I can't find any updated betting odds, but when I find them, I'll pass them on to everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Jared in Pennsylvania. What's up, Jared?
Mr. Rich, how you doing?
How are you?
Hey, first off, thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
Just want to let you know, I'm getting ready to finish up doing sports broadcasting at Full Sail University, so I'm super excited about
DP.
that.
Okay.
Just wanted to weigh in on the Super Bowl here. I feel like everybody is kind of shying away from the Patriots, and I feel like it's gonna be a dogfight. But I really do. I think Drake May has shown us that he is willing to step up and take the pressure in winning this game.
Listen, Jared, at some point, what's the current line?
4.5.
Okay.
Seahawks are favored.
What do you think? It's going to be a coin flip by the end of the day? 3.5?
No. It's going to probably get up to 5.5.
Is that really? Why? Because everyone's worried about Drake May's shoulder until he shows up in front of a podium and basically says 3 straight days, I'm okay, I'll see you Sunday? Is that basically what's going to take?
Didn't really practice at all last week. Although he got off the plane, he was holding his duffel bag in his right hand.
Oh, that's great.
So that showed me he's probably fine. Yeah.
Do you think he did that on purpose, or he's just a right-handed duffel bag holder?
I don't think he thinks about much.
Okay, I don't think he thinks about it.
Yeah.
All right. Jared, I'm with you, man.
I haven't heard a single person say they're taking the Patriots, though.
And the one thing, and thanks for the call. I sent you this guy. Did I send you this video over the weekend? That the last 10 Patriot Seahawks games, the last 10, going back to the 80s.
To come down and look the last play of the game. Yeah.
Last play of the game, or they're a one-score game. They always come down to it. There's no blowouts. None of them. And they're all crazy. Obviously, the Malcolm Butler play is the only one that sticks out. But take a look at the last 10 results. None of them have been a blowout. None of them. This would be the first of its kind. Because the Patriots and Seahawks only play each other once every 4 years.
Right.
Unless there's a Super Bowl.
I would be surprised if it's a blowout, but I think the defenses are too good on both sides for this to be a 2-3 score game.
Okay. Let's take a break. When we come back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Nikolai Coster-Waldau is coming out of our green room. The last thing he told me is on Apple TV, but of course we might go down a Westeros wormhole coming up.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints and now recognized by the Michelin Guide. J-Bar M Barbecue is serving up world-class Texas flavor. Sink your teeth into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue classics. Kick back with $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Unwind with friends at Houston's Michelin-recognized smokehouse. J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Random here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8, and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
All caught up right here.
That's how it is.
I've got Nikolai Coster-Waldau here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience has returned with our streaming and linear cable audience here on the Disney Family of Networks. We just saw a great clip from The Last Thing He Told Me. Season 2 premieres on Friday, February 20th on Apple TV. And I kind of just joked, with you about
I know.
Everything you do runs out of source material,
the same
right?
With Game of Thrones. We're still waiting for the final book.
When's it coming, man? I know, exactly. So you went through season 1 without expecting maybe more to come.
Yeah,
but it's just too damn popular, and so more happened.
Yeah, I think she already had an idea, but we and Apple were they were smart. They obviously put in some options in case it did well.
Right.
But we didn't know. And what's been so much fun reading, the book is just out now as well. It's just that you learn so much about what actually happened, because in season 1, you don't really know why. The whole point is she has to find out. Her husband disappears, and she has to kind of find out what happened. Where is he?
Right.
And in season 2, you'll actually discover the reason behind
what's up with all of that. Again, exactly. the season 2 is based on the book sequel, The First Time I Saw Him, which was just released in January. So perfect timing, right? The book comes out with
almost like they thought of it.
I love that. So you have shown up with a piece of paper.
Yes. No, I have a question for you. So what do you have? When you were, there's a couple of questions, because I thought
I'm here for you.
I was going to meet you.
Okay.
I want to do some research.
Okay, sure.
So when you were starting out at Staten Island, what was it called?
This is amazing.
The
Staten Island Advance, the newspaper.
Did you imagine that one day you were going to have a show like this? Was this always the dream?
It's always the dream. Well, first of all, the dream was to actually be an athlete.
Yeah.
That dream was dashed, age 6, age 7.
What kind of... Oh, okay. That was early.
It was early on. It was early on where I realized I couldn't really shoot a basket successfully. The curveball and baseball would get me confused.
This is pretty hard on yourself. It's okay. At the age of 6 or 7, you already go, no, this is not working.
I realized that my interest in talking about it might be my way through.
Oh, there you go.
Is what I basically thought.
So it was always sports journalism that was your passion.
Game show hosting, late night TV show hosting. What else have I talked about my passion? There's that. And stand-up comedy. I did stand-up comedy for a while.
Oh, yeah?
In college. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, man. That's the most frightening thing I've ever had to attempt.
I can imagine, because I was just like 2 nights ago. A friend is trying to break through, and I went to see him and some others
in stand-up.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And it's brutal.
What was
no? But I mean, he was good. He was good.
He was good.
No,
okay,
he was good. He was good. But also, and he but not every joke landed, and it's just
That's the way it goes.
Well, you go, come on, please.
So please, I beg you to laugh at my material. Which is but these guys understand that. I say that to you guys every day. Please laugh at what I'm saying. Please laugh. Thank you. Seeing that happens, even though it's not very funny.
Okay, so that was the first question.
Okay,
the next question is...
Oh, wow.
Wow, he's got a whole...
I want to ask you about... You wanted to be an athlete, and 20 years ago, you started doing this thing...
Yeah.
Where you were doing a race every year.
Yeah.
And now you're raising money for charity. But back then, did it start like that?
No, it did not start.
It was
like
with
that.
Terrell Davis.
Yes.
Challenged you.
Wow, you've done your research.
To a 40-yard dash.
Yes, sir.
So the question I have is, you must have known that this was going to go on every year for a long time.
No, I did not.
Well, the reason I asked you that is because the time you put down back then was 6:77 in 2005.
Yes, that's right.
Last year was 6:47. So you're still faster than you were 20 years ago.
Yes, I am. I'm a fine wine.
But this is where, we're going a little deeper here.
Yeah.
Because I've looked at all the times those 20 years.
Yeah.
The time you said in 25 was by far the worst time.
Yeah.
Did you already then was like, I'm going to give myself some time before I...
No. Listen, you know what it's like to shoot a movie, shoot a TV show. There's a lot of waiting around, right? Like you sit around in your trailer. You're wondering. Maybe you do. I don't know how you do your preparation for your work. You're excellent at what you do. I assume you know what you're doing. For me, back in 2005, I was bored out of my skull waiting to do something live. It was 2.5 hours away, and I was sitting next to Terrell Davis, who at the time was just coming off of a Hall of Fame career. And I was at this event where you run a 40-yard dash, and I'm standing in the stands, and I thought to myself, how fast can I run it? I asked Terrell Davis. He says to me, you can't. He laughed. I cursed at him, and I went down and I ran it in my suit and tie, because that's how I was dressed to broadcast later on. Had no idea that the crew was recording me.
Oh, cool.
No idea. And I ran it, and they showed it live to clown me, basically. Had no intention of doing it ever again. The next year, a coach named Mike Holmgren, who had just gone to the Super Bowl with the Seahawks, interestingly enough, who are in the Super Bowl this coming Sunday, he said to me, are you going to run again? I said, no. He goes, you got to beat your time. And I thought to myself, a real deal football coach is challenging my sense of competition. How do I not do it?
Of course.
Over and over and over again. And now it's the logo of the show. It's me running a suit right there.
Oh,
see?
Of
Look
course.
At that form.
But it's very cool. It's very and then you've also, which is very impressive.
This is great.
You have
we're going down the list here.
But I think this is actually you've raised approximately $5.2 million.
You have old information there, sir.
Is that old?
Yeah, it's more
closer
to $8 million.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, but that is really impressive.
Thank you very much.
And so I don't know anything about the time. Is it good?
It's not.
What would an NFL player could do that in what?
A great and top notch.
Well, it just
the record is 4.21 seconds.
Oh, you still
you could set.
That's not bad, is it? Six.
Bad.
Your best one is 5.96. 5.94.
5.94. Yeah, it is. How fast can you run?
5.93.
I feel like this is The Price is Right just happened right here. Fantastic. Oh.
Well, I can keep going. But this is...
Keep going.
Do you like this better than me asking questions?
This is hilarious.
No, because you... Obviously, I don't know much about... Well, actually, there was one thing. Okay. No, I asked you about this if you always wanted to be a journalist, and you told me. But why the NFL? No. Actually, the question is, sure. Because I also read that because you're from Staten Island.
Yes, sir. You ever been?
I was. I was just shooting before Christmas. I was in Jersey for 4 months.
Yeah.
And the Jets are there.
Yes.
So that's your team, right?
Well, I grew up in Staten Island rooting for the Jets. Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yeah.
When was the last time they gave you? Because I love soccer, football. My team back home is Leeds United, so I think I can appreciate what it's like to be a Jets fan.
Okay.
When was the last time you had
joy,
real joy?
2010.
Well, that's not too bad.
Well, I mean, it's been 16 years now. That's the last time it's been pure, unadulterated.
Was
joy.
that they won?
They almost made it to the Super Bowl that year, and they have not been back to the playoffs since. It's almost as if when they lost that AFC Championship game to the Steelers, it's almost as if I was a fan, as you, they would cut off my right hand, and I'd have to live with it for the next decade and a half.
And
the rest of my life. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand.
Obviously,
and it's a beautiful analogy.
Thank
I'm
you,
impressed.
Yes,
and so that's. But you also support other teams.
Well, I mean, I'm a guy that roots for all 32 NFL teams because I'm rooting for a good game. I see you're definitely looking at me like I have three heads here. No, you're suspicious. Because there
must be rivalries in sport.
There always are. There always are.
There must be a team where you go, I know. I understand your platform. You have to support all teams.
Yes, sir. Yes, I have to.
But there are teams that you support more than others.
That's true. Yes, I'm a University of Michigan graduate, so I root for my college teams.
Oh, yeah.
With my chest, I really, puff it out there.
Yeah, that's good.
Man, for sure. So,
and then I have another question, and this is just because this is NFL. I have to understand.
I never thought I would be interviewed by the Kingslayer.
But this is because you can inform this, because I was trying to understand.
Yes.
A game, NFL game, is an hour, right? Four quarters.
It's 4 quarters, yeah. But in real time, it's like 3 hours it takes.
Yeah,
but in terms of what time on the clock.
But then I was looking up, because I always find that is the one thing that is frustrating for me.
Yes,
because I love watching the game, but then it's constantly stopping.
So yeah, what's the?
It's between
average?
It's between 11 and 18 minutes. So let's actual play. Yep. So that's 15 minutes, let's say, on average, right?
Yes.
But then it's not even that, because it's in a way. Am I wrong to say it's actually 4 teams?
So let me ask you.
It's like 2, an offensive and a defense. So most players will play at most 7.5 minutes.
So let me ask you this: $2
trillion they made.
Let me ask you this question, Mr. Leeds. If I had a stopwatch, on the actual action, of
in a soccer game,
thank you for using the Americanized version. Your football, or the rest of the world's football, would it be as much as an NFL game?
Much more, yeah.
Come on.
Well,
I've been.
Come on, guys, this is where you Googleize.
And I don't mean to denigrate, because I actually do love watching football. I love watching it, and I love watching you could sense the strategy. You could see when there's action, but frequently there's not a lot of it.
Listen, there's a lot of falling around. There's a lot of, I'm hurt, and all. I mean, I agree.
Come on now, right?
No, I agree 100%. Yeah. It's really annoying.
Right.
But what we all love, we love watching the actual plays.
Yes,
right?
sure.
And for me, sometimes there's a lot of waiting around.
Yeah, there's a lot of diving. There's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
It's funny, because I was calling an American football game over in London between the Jaguars and the Rams. And, And so the Rams owner owns Arsenal, and the Jaguars owner owns Fulham. So I went to a Fulham-Arsenal match the night before. And I said on the air, I'm like, it was really great. And I saw how the fans were saying things, although you couldn't mention what the fans were saying. And so my colleague on the air, Kurt Warner, says, well, what were they saying? And I said, what they were saying rhymes with banker.
By the way, have you seen those videos where they compare the U.S. chants and then the UK?
Yes, some are not safe for work, if not all of them.
So funny.
I know, I love that.
By the way, so another thing is, because it's interesting how you just mentioned that, like an owner that had bought into Arsenal.
Yes.
What do you make of, because Leeds, the 49ers are now owners of Leeds?
I did not know that. The York family owns...
So why do you think there's been this? Because there's a lot of American ownership now.
Diversification, and I have no idea. That's where the money is, or that's where the success is. I don't know. It just seems like it also helps expand a brand across the... Are
you going to... it's in San Francisco.
I'm going. We're going on Wednesday.
Yeah. And you're going to be I guess.
Are you taking in the game? Do you have any rooting?
No, I'm gonna watch it. I remember that was the first Super Bowl I saw. I've never been to an actual game, but I watched it in L.A. with some friends, and he said, you got to put money on it. It's more fun then, and I did. And I set up an account.
Yeah,
and I won. It was a year. It was a year where there was, because I did a bet that I like to do in soccer, which was halftime, full time. Yes. One team winning and halftime, the other team winning at full time. Oh, right? It's just a simple.
So you got an
I couldn't get the money out. You couldn't get it out because I wasn't I'm not a resident. I'm not they allowed me to set up the account, but then when it was time to get the money out, they're like, "No, sorry, sir, you can't."
Chris, you want to help out?
Sure. That's the issue of living in California.
Oh, is it
not a legal gambling?
There you go.
Damn it.
There's your answer. All right, I got to ask you one Game of Thrones.
Okay, please.
Shooting the scene where you lose your hand.
Yes.
What was that like for you?
That was I actually remember that very well, because I had the flu that day. So I was in the trailer, and they were like, "Can you please come out?" And I like, "Yes." And so I was just almost just lying there. So that was fun. It was fun. And they had this knife that like a fake knife with a like little curve thing.
Yeah,
so he could smack it down on my. And that was it. Then I screamed. That's
it.
That was it. And then they dragged me back to my bed.
So it helped that you were fluish?
I was completely out of it that night.
That helps.
Yeah, it helped. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it did.
Did you have any idea when this started?
No, I remember thinking when we did a pilot first, like episode 1, we did that, and I remember thinking this because often, I also noticed that you've also played yourself on The Odd Couple. You've been an actor as well, right? So you know,
yes.
But
you and I are both actors. Yes,
no, but that thing about the reason is you have to really take it seriously when you do it, because otherwise it's kind of ridiculous. And especially when you having big armor and you're sitting on a horse and you're like you have. Yeah. Anyway, but there are times when we did the pilots like this is we're talking about dragons and this is never going to go anywhere. And then a year later, it aired, and we went to the Comic-Con in San Diego, and it was packed with people, and I realized, okay, this is
real.
Yeah, people like this.
No doubt they did. What's your favorite scene that you were part of then?
There's a few, but I think there was a sequence we shot in Spain, which was this loot train. I was being attacked by the dragons, and I think we had 3 weeks there, and it was just incredible. That was pretty cool.
I don't know if that's what it is.
That's exactly it. That's the sequence.
That's it.
Wow.
So what did you love about it? I mean,
well, it was a beautiful place, and then it was the whole. For me, that's the peak of that show. It got so big.
Yes.
We had these incredible stunt teams. On that sequence, they set a world record on most people put on fire in one go, which is ridiculous. But when you're watching it, it's pretty amazing. And then me being on the horse going through, and there's fires everywhere. It was the scale was it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Was there ever any moment where you learned about what happened in a table read?
What happened?
Like what was going on in your show? Did you ever, where you had no idea?
Oh, yeah.
Jon Snow dying, for instance. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Well, he comes back.
I know that.
No. Yes. No. I mean, always. No. It was never like at the actual table read. But
were they hiding it from you or something like
that?
No.
I would get the scripts before.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But I think like that would only be for the regulars. Everyone else would come on, and they wouldn't know what happened.
Sure. Okay.
But also, I mean. It's a funny thing, isn't it? Because, that whole secrecy and the way people want to hide these things.
Right.
It feels like, to me, it becomes part of the publicity. Like, because at the end of the day, nobody really wants to know. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to know what happens in your favorite show. So the people that start talking about it, like, it's just, it's noise.
For sure. And was there ever anything in your show where you're like, yeah, I don't want to do that for your character?
No.
Or it's tough for you to do?
No, I mean, there's awkward things. Like there's a scene in a bath where, I had to be butt naked. That's just awkward.
Sure.
Like, it's just embarrassing because you're like, all your, the crews become your friends. Like then suddenly and then because I had, like, at that time, I'd lost my hand.
Yes.
So I had to have like this weird, I had a green sock on my actual hand, and I had this prosthetic sticking out. It sounds wrong, but
yes, it does. I confirm, but no.
But the whole, so that's just, and then of course you were like that scene. We spent a whole 12 hours in a tub of water. That But there was nothing. I loved being on that show. I really did.
I wouldn't blame you.
And then the best, one of the things that's so. You never hear about is like we had these the background or extras where we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. They would come in every year from all over the world. They would go in a camp and train. And you're so many scenes you see with a lot of people,
right? And
you always see that, and you go, they're all there. They're all acting. Mm-hmm. They're 100%. And just a shout out to all those people because the scope they dedicate their lives.
And George R.R. Martin, the NFL team he roots for.
No, I don't.
It's the Jets.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Which is why he couldn't finish. Wait a minute. Did I just say that? at any rate, thank you for coming on here.
Thank you.
Please
so
come
much.
back, because I barely scratched the surface on what I want to ask you, and I imagine you've got more questions.
I have a lot more questions for you. Thank you so much.
And thank you for coming on. Greatly appreciated. The last thing he told me, again, season 2 premieres February 20th on Apple TV. Make a note of that. Also, season 2 of your docuseries, An Optimist's Guide to the Planet, can currently also be seen. And
Yes.
you're just wrapped up filming The Last Mrs. Parrish, coming to Netflix soon as well.
Yeah.
Anything about that one you want to drop, or what?
It was a joy to shoot that in Jersey. Robert Zemeckis is directing. It was very cool. Yeah.
Okay. You don't call him Bob? I thought people call him Bob if you were.
Well, yeah, but this is an official gathering,
I got it.
right?
Very good.
You know.
Okay. That's great stuff, man. Great director, and obviously everything that you do. Congratulations on everything going on in your life.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Nikolai Coster-Waldau is here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're going to have you sign the Game of Thrones board game.
All right.
For us to put up here. We're back in a second.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You gotta change your push notifications. Look.
Right there. Here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Life is amazing. Pella Windows and Doors love having them part of the Rich Eisen Show family now, because when it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan for you. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day. And that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/EISEN. Yep. Never thought I'd have a show, let alone a show that would have 6 members of the Game of Thrones cast on, and they would sign a Game of Thrones, the board game, all of them, as this is now a new item, or not, it's a growing item in our collection, and have the Kingslayer himself come on and sign Good Luck with the Jets. Right there. That's what he signed right there.
Good luck with that.
Yep. Now it's going to change.
What exactly?
Your fandom?
No. Oh. The Jets' fortune.
Oh, sure.
Because, you know, a Lannister always pays his debts.
Right.
Sure. You know, it's kind of crazy. I know how this stuff works. But to hear like they had I guess a sword or a blade that had a wrist, sort of slice in there, so they could chop down on it. It wouldn't really chop his hand off, but it would look like it would chop his hand off when they do it in post. You know,
that scene was wild.
That was shocking,
wasn't it? That they actually went through with it.
Oh, for sure. Because he was.
It's a top 5. I can't believe they went through with it moment in the history of Game of Thrones.
That
wasn't
show
it?
had so many of them.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Obviously,
like if we had a top 5, I
that
can't
one
believe
was
they
like,
went through
oh
with it moment.
man, they just did that. Yeah,
right,
for sure. And it wasn't by. I mean, spoiler alert. It's been on the air for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
but it wasn't a main.
This is our annual conversation. It seems like, or semi-annual conversation. It's like, how long does someone get? You know what I mean? There's still people who are, you know, that was a season 3 moment. When was season 3 of Game of Thrones? Had to have been like, what, 10 years ago?
But what I'm saying is it wasn't a main character who did it, which was also kind of a surprising part of it.
But the whole point is like there could have been somebody who was in grade school that now Game of Thrones would be perfect for, and we're ruining it.
Was
it season 3?
Season 3. No, 2013.
That's what I'm saying. It's 13 years ago. So somebody who was like 8 is now 21. They weren't watching Game of Thrones when they were 8. I would hope not. They wouldn't have this sign in front of them.
Yeah, apparently.
You know what I mean?
Or would they?
It's like an annual conversation about that. All right, our first guest on tomorrow's program, when we're back on ESPN for the first couple hours, Troy Aikman's going to join us. Oh, your guy.
He's my quarterback.
Yeah, he is.
Let's go.
By the way, we have Emmett on Friday.
Yeah.
Dion before him on Friday. Trying to get Irv to join, but he's doing his pod.
Something tells me he's going to pop up.
I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't know if our timing may not work out. We're going down to some serious. CeeDee Lamb's joining us Thursday. These are all for you.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Well, they'll be the thing is, they're going to be too busy next year to come on the show.
Nice.
My guys are busy.
We'll be playing.
Yeah. Well, we got Gronk for you Wednesday.
My man.
Well, it's really Gronk's for all of us.
Yeah.
Gronk is for the people.
Gronk is for the people.
For the people. Tomorrow, Mark Schlereth and Tom Pelissero join us as well.
Fat Rob Lowe.
And we hope you should too. Who's that?
Fat Rob Lowe.
That's
Mark
right.
Schlereth said that was his nickname.
Fat Rob Lowe. We're back to wrap this show up on Disney Plus and ESPN2 in a moment.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at HRBlock.com.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next Riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Whether in sports or in business, fundamentals still matter. Most IT and cybersecurity issues don't come from advanced attacks. They come from missed basics. At EAG, our IT outsourcing outsourcing approach focuses on strong foundations, secure access, monitored systems, reliable backups, and consistent support. As an IT managed service provider, we help organizations reduce risk through discipline and visibility, not guesswork. Because fundamentals don't just win games, they prevent losses. EAG, built on fundamentals. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Let's go! ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Brian's actually going to have to work today. He doesn't have that young, graveling-voiced kid behind him. He had a graveling-voiced kid with him all last week. Kind of weird. A little weird. Brian's not amused. I feel bad for Esme.
Why?
Because I was in here for like the last 15 minutes. I come into the studio, so there's not a show before us. But there is. Rich Eisman's not here. So I come in here and like get away and kind of, do my yellow leather, red leathers, yellow leather, red leathers.
Get ready for your job interview. All that
New
stuff.
York. And I was just listening to the conversation that was being had out in the bullpen where Esme sits.
She's not here.
They're talking about like house rules for their college football dynasty.
Why are you such a hater? Stop being such a hater, Jeremy.
Well, we can be the Power 4 schools. Like, oh my goodness.
You're such a hater.
How old are you guys? Brian's disgusted with me. Look at him. He won't even look at me. He's disgusted.
No, I've just heard this from you. How many times now? Man. If you have original material, I'll give it a listen.
Maybe take up gardening. That way you can actually,
When's the last time you gardened, J-Bone?
I did a little gardening this morning, actually. I pulled the dead potato vines that died due to the freeze.
Nice.
So today, Brian, the answer is literally hours ago.
Tomorrow.
That was an unfortunate choice of attacking him.
Until this morning, it had been 4 years.
No, I mean gardening for like vegetables, sure, but I mean I planted a Texas sage this past spring.
Okay,
2 actually.
Congrats.
A pair of Texas sages.
That's awesome.
Is sages plural or singular? I don't know.
I don't know.
That's where my gardening expertise ends. Lots to get to today. The conversation with CJ Stroud is starting to annoy me a little bit. I'll explain that a little bit later. The 2 coaches. It looks like the coaching carousel is done in the NFL, head coaching carousel, which it's pretty white. This coaching carousel.
It is
in the NFL.
That it is.
We'll get to this later. But is Robert Saleh? Is he a minority?
Yes,
he is.
Yes.
He's just not black.
Yes.
So there's 0 black coaches, 1 minority.
Correct.
So we'll discuss that a little bit later. Like the Rooney rules, does it actually matter? Is it a good rule? I mean, we'll have the uncomfortable conversation that many do not want to have. Lance Zierlein has a mock draft. We'll make mock drafts great again with Lance's mock. Lance has the best mock. Start some basketball, though. Houston Rockets played some basketball, but that's not the lead story. The lead story, it's cute here. Brian makes out our rundown most days, almost every day. He's like, Rockets rundown, Rockets weekend, Şengün, trade deadline, Luka. No, you buried the lead, Brian. You buried the lead. Houston Cougars with a big victory at home over the weekend, defeating Cincinnati, sweep the season series, 22-point win. And as always, when the Houston Cougars play basketball, Joe, your top 3 takeaways.
It was just a straight-up ass kicking.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
That's one.
Okay. Do you want to go into further detail about said whooping?
Missed it this weekend. So.
Do I need to sub in? Need a hot tag?
You work? We'll give you. You'll go year 3 next.
Okay, all right.
You work in Houston sports and you missed the number 8 team in the country.
Yeah, I was watching the Rumble.
It's disappointing.
Sorry.
Actually, this game was on before the Rumble. This was on before the Rumble.
No, Rumble's at 1 o'clock.
This was at 11.
Well, was it over by 1 though?
It was. Yeah. It was over by half.
They outscored them 32-20 in the first half, so it was over.
Yeah, that's a terrible excuse.
I know it is.
You thought you were going to get away with that, didn't you?
I did too.
Yeah, it would have worked with Brian. Doesn't work with me.
It was close.
The game was not.
No, they kicked their butts.
All right, so that's your takeaway, is that it was a whooping, but you can't go into further detail.
Yep, I just got generalities today.
All right, takeaway number 2.
Looks like Uzan had a good day.
Uzan. Yeah. How many times we got to do that?
I just froze. I had it right in my head, too.
What did you say, Uzan?
Yeah, got it wrong.
Uzan. He had a nice move at the end of the game. Chopped this guy up.
And Sanak went 3 for 6.
Dropped the body.
Sanak went 3 for 6 on the 3-point line. That's good for him.
He did. All 13 of his points came in the first half. He's been playing good, man. He's been playing real good. Toughness, rebounding, has improved defensively. I mean, he only played 26 minutes.
Case Keenum was there.
Case Keenum was there. Case, the greatest quarterback statistically in college football history. Not an opinion. That is a fact.
Yep.
Go Cougs. Fred VanVleet was there, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're kind of sitting near each other.
Anyone else there of importance?
Yeah, I mean,
John Granado.
Granado was there?
Yeah, John Granado was there.
Insulted he didn't come by and say hello.
Producer AJ Russ was there.
I did notice AJ was there. I don't think I saw him though. I noticed his tweets.
Yeah, he's tweeting away.
Yeah.
He's out there covering the game for us.
Yeah. Where was Granado sitting?
No idea. I just heard him talking about being at the game this weekend.
I'm sad he didn't say hello. He didn't talk to, nobodies like me, though.
He probably forgets to do that job.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Granado, a couple of years ago, DM'd me because he doesn't have my number. And he gave me praise about my play-by-play.
Nice.
And I was like, you know what, John? That means a lot to me coming from you.
So from the voice of the Roughnecks? That's high praise.
I mean, he's the Radio Hall of Famer. I mean, he was giving me sincere praise, and I mean, I'm not being sarcastic here. I took that as a major compliment.
You should.
He knows ball. He's a Hall of Famer.
But just to clarify, were you working?
He's never complimented from my radio, though.
Were you working here at the time?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does John have your number now?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think he does. I'm sure
him.
he could get a hand on it.
I can ask
if
him
he really wanted it. Well, that was your. All right, so what's takeaway number 3?
So I said Sanak was good.
Sanak was good, but and Uzan.
And Uzan was good.
Yeah, I'm very generic there.
Yep.
I'm not very pleased with these 3 takeaways today. 713-780-3776 if you have better takeaways than Joe. Let's see if Brian has better takeaways than Joe.
I was impressed in the turnover margin.
Okay.
Cougs were plus 12. That was pretty
15.
big. Are you sure?
Cincinnati. I'm looking at the box score. Cincinnati turned it over 19 times. Houston turned it over 4. It's a great observation. 4 turnovers.
Maybe the
insane.
box. Man, I was looking at it this morning. I guess the box score I looked at was wrong, or my eyes are.
Where'd you look
know.
at it?
Plus 7 at the. It was the CBS Sports app. Plus 7 at the free throw line.
Real quick on the turnovers. Can I make it? Can I make a point?
Sure.
A little sidebar.
Well, I think multiple starters had 3 steals, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Uzan and Sharp each had 3. Sanak had 2. Yes. Houston, 8.5 turnovers per game. Entering that game, it's went down since then. Second best in the nation.
Wow.
Preventing turnovers.
Yeah, so and the other one was, or the second one, that is, plus 7 at the free throw line. Looked, because that's kind of been a bugaboo in the past.
Free throw made or free throws attempted?
Free throws made.
Okay.
And then 83%, including, I mean, it wasn't just they made more, but 83% is a pretty good clip.
What'd you say it was? It's been an issue.
Bugaboo in the past.
Bugaboo in the past. Like what past? Define the past for me.
This is going back not like last year or the year before, but there's been some UH teams,
years ago.
Exactly.
Do you know who leads the Big 12 in free throw percentage?
I'm guessing the Cougs.
The Houston Cougars.
There you go.
Houston Cougars. Their free throws are very good. I haven't looked at this in a while, but Houston usually leads the Big 12, the conference, whatever conference they're playing in at the time, in free throw percentage defense.
Interesting.
And I actually think it matters. People are like, "Oh, it's random. It's completely random. It's chance. It's coincidence." I actually think that there is something you can pull away from it.
You talking about free throws attempted?
No, free throw percentages. Free throw percentage is allowed. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, free throw percentage defense is what the other team shoots from the free throw line. But I do think that there is a correlation here.
Okay.
What do we know about like Houston, their style, their defense, physical, play hard, really make you work? I think that the reason that their free throw percentage defense is as good as it has been is because the other team is a little fatigued when they go to the line. Like, is it easier to shoot free throws whenever your tank is at 95% or when it's at 15%?
95%.
Yeah, I think that there actually is some correlation here.
That's
now, is it substantial? I won't go say it's substantial. I'll say it's marginal at best.
Yeah, I thought for a second.
But I do think it matters.
I thought for a second you were going to take credit for other teams missing free throws.
There was somebody the other day who was 24 for 24. This was a TCU guy. They're three. Their wing who was 24 for 24 from the free throw line on the year. And I said, here he goes, going to the line where he's 24 for 24 on the year. Brick.
Pull the Mike Tirico.
Brick.
You feel good about it.
Ackerman takes credit for him.
He does take credit for it. It's very funny.
I don't.
No,
think
but they poke fun at it. So now I feel like it's kind of a thing. I hear it all the time now from Ackerman.
I mean, I try. I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it's relevant.
You just make sure, just in case, you put that juju out into the universe in case it works.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works.
Sometimes it works. B-Mac getting called out for his sports knowledge being tied to an internet browser. He was pretty close. I guess we're not concerned about Katie's ankle. We're just talking about the lead story. Jeremy going to be sad when Cougs get knocked out in the Sweet 16. Early ejection. See you later. That might be the quickest one we've ever had.
Pretty quick.
I got a quick hook when we talk about my Cougs. I'm defensive. I'm sensitive to my Houston. See you later. Goodbye. UFC fighter walked out to Lechona the other day in the main event.
Really?
UFC. He lost, though.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
That's a banger, though.
Like the reverse Jonah curse, but it wasn't. It wasn't the reverse Jonah curse at all. All right, so all the takeaways, Johan?
That's all we got.
You're going to watch the next time Houston plays basketball?
When do they play now?
I had one more, but...
oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, Harwell, 13 off the bench. Didn't shoot it great, but 13 off the bench is pretty nice.
He's coming along, too. You know, he was another one of those big freshmen that, you know, the recruiting class, very, very good. He was hurt in the offseason a little bit, got a little bit of a slow start. But his defense, great defender. Great defender. He's going to be a good shooter. He just really hasn't shot to his potential quite yet. I think, you know, catching up to speed of the game. But he's going to be a really good player.
I'll probably have to listen on Wednesday.
He was thinking, they were thinking he could have been a one and done at the start of the year.
Well, that's good for the Cougs then, because then he's probably going to be back.
I don't know. I'm not privy to those conversations. I haven't seen him in mock drafts or anything like that, though. Yeah, Wednesday's game is an early one.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to head out a little bit early. I'm thinking about doing that show for my truck.
How's that going to work?
The same way doing a remote works.
You have a plug for your Comrex in your truck?
I have a portable one. I also have an extension cord.
Okay.
Multiple extension cords.
We'll see how cold it is first.
Is it supposed to warm up, isn't it? I think this was our last freeze.
Oh, good.
That's why I was doing the gardening today, because I was preparing it for the spring.
Okay. It sucked. Glad it's over.
What was so bad about it?
It was just cold. Can't do anything.
I kind of like it.
I like to go out and do things.
What do you mean? It was sunny. Like it was zero moisture.
Yeah, but I don't want the kid to get sick. You know how it is. The kids, they get sick all the time now.
I'm a little worried about how you're raising them.
Hey, he's just sick all the time.
I mean, that's because you don't take him outside whenever you have suboptimal weather.
Well, he was already sick from school, so I don't want to take him outside and make him worse. Because then he's going to be stuck at home, make my life difficult. I want him at school.
You need to improve his immune system.
I mean, we've been trying.
Vitamin D is great for people.
He has vitamin D.
Doesn't sound like he has sunlight.
He has some. Probably not enough.
713-780-ESPN. I probably shouldn't tell people how to parent their children.
It's okay.
That's probably a bad thing to do. Branham has a quick trigger on Monday. Depending on some things. You get leeway with some areas. You don't get leeway in other areas. Thoughts on Izzo saying Michigan played well, I guess. I saw there's some rivalry there. Michigan and Izzo and Dusty May kind of got like in a war of words.
From what? Just because?
May was talking about Jeremiah Fears, like, you know, trying to draw fouls. And Izzo was like, well, that happened too, but I'm over Michigan. Have them call me. All that stuff. Is Joe Jr. a bubble boy?
No, he's not.
3-game stretch versus Iowa State, Arizona, and Kansas is going to be huge later on. Yeah, it's going to be a tough stretch. Millennials raising kids, LOL. Joe does a great job.
I just don't want to be more sick.
He's looking out for his Mijo. He's looking out for his little one. Okay, 713-780-ESPN. We'll talk Cougs as much as you want. Of course, I'll talk Cougs. These two, the 3 takeaways, feel like they're done for the week. 713-780-3776. Yeah, until Thursday. We'll get to some C.J. Stroud stuff, some NFL stuff. Tip of the cap. Who you tipping the cap to after this weekend in sports? But coming up next, let's get to the Rockets. Rockets with a win over Dallas. Alpi gets snubbed. Durant's got a weak ankle. All of it. 713-780-ESPN. You can watch along on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Be careful, though. They are madmen and women. On YouTube as well, ESPN Houston. TikTok at ESPN 975, Twitter at ESPN 975 as well. Joe's at George Radio on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. If you're in the market for a vehicle, listen up. Maybe it's a new vehicle. Maybe it's a pre-owned vehicle. Maybe you run a company and you have a commercial fleet. Their commercial fleet over at Monument Chevrolet is the best. But they're the dealership you can trust. They're transparent, not going to hassle you with pricing, and you're going to get your car shopping done fast. They have an unbelievable culture, the best culture that you can have. It's still family-owned after all these years. Friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, and then they take care of their people too, especially their salespeople. Salespeople want to work at Monument Chevrolet because Monument Chevrolet takes care of them. They don't have a ton of roster turnover, and that's why Monument Chevrolet is the dealership you can trust. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, have helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. And look, Monument Chevrolet already started the new year strong, and they're looking to roll that over into February, offering exceptional deals on new vehicles. Going to work with you and your budget. Tell them that budget. They're going to work hard to meet it. They got the Silverado for you. They got the Trax for you. The Equinox is a steady vehicle, solid vehicle. And Monument Chevrolet has the vehicle you want at the price you want it at. Visit Monument Chevrolet online, monumentchevrolet.com, Beltway 8 and 225. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. When you stop by Beltway 8, 225 at Monument Chevrolet, ask for GM Jeff. GM Jeff's going to take care of you. He's just a heck of a guy, but he's going to take care of you. That's what you care about, right? A good, fantastic deal. Well, GM Jeff is going to do that for you. So go visit him at Monument Chevrolet, Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Warning. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Should we all consider ourselves warned for the rest of the show? 3 question marks, laugh emoji. No. He said the magic words. I'm fine. I'm at a 10. I'm in a great mood today.
Good.
Now, I'm very moody, so that could change in the next 5 minutes.
Sure.
So that could always happen. That was abrupt. Hit me with the hezzy there.
What?
Hit me with the hezzy. Like a little hesitation.
What are you talking about?
The little pause in the song.
Oh.
Just hit me a little hezzy. That's all.
I missed that too.
No big deal. No, you're not warned. You say magic words, automatic ejection. I'm at a 10 though. Yeah, I'm not answering that 1970. I don't think so. 1970. I really don't. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. Rockets played basketball Saturday as well. Rocket power. You know Pavlov's dog?
Yeah.
You know what happened to Pavlov's dog?
I think so.
He eventually died. But you know what happened prior to that?
No.
Whenever was it the bell? Was it the bell, Brian? I know you
Yeah,
know
the
Joe.
ring
Brian,
the bell, the dog would salivate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that would indicate that it was mealtime.
Okay.
Whenever I hear that sounder, Brian, hit it again. That sounder. Rocket power. I'm Pavlov's dog to that sounder.
So
where
I can
have
play
to say rocket
every
power.
time I hit that. You're gonna.
It's
okay.
like mind control. Call me
I don't know if
Sirhan.
I don't know if I want that much power. It's too much.
Just like drop it in the middle of an interview with Todd Callis. Just like boom.
I've been classically
just
conditioned.
really inappropriate. Like when we have the really uncomfortable conversation about the Rooney Rule later, just drop it in the middle.
I've been classically conditioned to say
do that.
I have. I've been conditioned to say that whenever I hear that sounder. I just rocket power. Rockets won a basketball game though. Yesterday,
They did.
Saturday. It won yesterday. 111-107. Good balanced victory here, Joe. You know, kind of held on for dear life. Made it a little tight late. Cooper Flagg's gonna be a problem in the NBA.
Yeah, he is.
But good win for the Rockets.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing right now for the Rockets is like besides the health of Kevin Durant, which we'll get to. Like I think Amen's playing really good basketball. I mean, he's not turned the ball over much in his last 4 or 5 games. It feels that the turnover stuff. I don't want, I know we can't really jinx things, but like it feels like it's headed back in a more like normal direction for the Rockets. Where like maybe it's even like too few turnovers to think it's the right direction, or it's more realistic of what they're gonna be playing like. But like yes, that game got closer than it should have been. Cooper's a problem, but the fact that they only had a handful of turnovers in this game, I think is a huge plus. 5 in a game. I mean, it feels like Durant has 5 most nights.
Yeah, he's been much better at it.
Yeah.
But no, that is a positive sign, no doubt about it. You're right. Like Kevin Durant's giving you some 5 turnover nights, and he didn't even have a good game. But hey, take care of the ball, right? Alpi Şengün's had some 5 turnover nights. Amin Thompson's had some 5 turnover nights. If you turn it over 5 times in an NBA game, you have a pretty good chance of winning that game.
Yeah, and it was a weird game where it's like you got like 3/5 of your starting lineup is super efficient from the floor, and then Alpi and Kevin Durant were not.
No, they weren't.
So like you have 2 guys not shooting the ball well, but everyone else was shooting the ball really well.
Here's the thing, though. Like, hey, you're going to have bad shooting nights. Like, you're not going to go 55, 60% from the floor every night. But can you impact winning in other ways, right? Can you help your team win whenever the shot is not falling? Well, don't turn it over. That's helpful. And then Kevin Durant had 8 assists and Alpi Şengün had 7.
Yep.
Alpi also had 14 rebounds. So, like, hey, you have a bad shooting night, it's going to happen. Like, is it frustrating? Sure. Am I going to, roast a guy for having a bad shooting night? Probably not. Unless it's in the playoffs, then maybe. But if you're doing other things when the shot's not falling, handing out 15 assists combined between the two, 14 rebounds for Alpi, even Durant had 5. Like, that's helpful. You're helping your team.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's a team game. So like these guys, like you can't rely on Kevin Durant. Now, he played 38 minutes in that game, and obviously he's not playing tonight versus the Pacers. But like you can't rely on KD to score 25 plus every single night. You have to find ways to win basketball games. And I feel like that's what the Rockets, like this last 2-game stretch was against the Mavs and the Hawks, where like they haven't played their best basketball in either of these 2 games, but they got wins. And as this Western Conference has become even tighter, where I think it's a 2-game margin between like you and the Suns right now, 1.5 of the Suns right now. So being into the play-in tournament at this point, like it's such a tight margin from 2 to 7 in the West. Like it feels like every one of these games actually matters this season.
Yeah, you're 1.5 away from 7, and you're 2 games back from the 2 seed.
Yeah.
So like you're kind of smack dab in the middle of the little line of demarcation between the two. No, it was a good win. Good win. I like Cooper Flagg's game. I think he's going to be very good in the NBA in due time. How concerned are you of this Kevin Durant ankle?
Where they're saying like a week, right?
I hadn't seen that.
That's what. Oh, no, it's Google AI says expected to be out at least a week, but I've only seen out for tonight for sure. So not concerned yet.
Google AI might be the worst AI of all the AIs.
I think it might be. But like they're playing the Pacers. They're the worst team in the NBA.
Hey, easy. They got players. They're on scholarship too.
Yeah. Well, but like you should be okay. But you should be okay without Kevin Durant for one night. Now, this next stretch you have after that, you play Boston, who's obviously very good. You play Charlotte, who statistically is one of the best teams in the NBA in the last month of the season. They're playing incredible basketball. Then you play OKC. Then you play the Clippers, who are playing well. So you've got a really tough stretch of basketball coming up. So if KD can only be out tonight, then you're good. Now, if he's going to be out for part of this next stretch leading to the All-Star break, that's a little more concerning.
You know how I feel, though. Make sure you're 100%. I don't need dudes limping around on an ankle when they're that old and that important to the team.
Totally agree.
They don't need Kevin Durant in early February. They need Kevin Durant whenever playoff basketball tips off. So I wouldn't rush him back. If I would do the whole Dusty Baker. If he's out for a week, give him 2.
Mm-hmm.
If he's out for 2 days, give him 4. Dusty Baker needs to handle the Houston Rockets load management. Kevin Durant needs to be taken care of. Make sure he's 100% and good to go.
And frankly, this is only the third game he's going to miss all season. He's missed all season.
Yeah, he's been, I'm not going to call him an Iron Man, but he's been reliable.
No, but no one thought he was going to play in all these back-to-backs.
No.
So he's played way more than I think anyone thought he was going to.
And his minutes
this year
way higher than I thought he would play.
Yeah.
I thought they would try to take care of his minutes a little bit. I thought he'd be around 35 a game. I think he's around 38.
Yeah. He's got, I feel like at least 38. But so they'll be fine. They should be fine tonight.
37.
They should be fine tonight without him. But I'm curious what it will look like with no Adams, no Fred VanVleet, no Kevin Durant. What does the starting lineup look like? How does the rotation change? I'll be curious because I feel like that's without Adams, it raises a lot more questions, but they should be fine.
Why is there a game going on right now in the NBA?
I don't know. I saw that earlier.
I just pulled up the scores to see
the
what
Hornets
the
are playing
was.
right now.
Yeah, the Hornets and Pelicans are playing right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh.
I don't know if that's a make good from one of those games that got canceled.
Yeah, I was pulling up the spread to see what the Rockets were favored by tonight in Indy, and there's a game literally in progress today. That's weird. Rockets are still 6.5-point favorites today. I am actually eager, too, to see what the rotation looks like with no Kevin Durant because, Alpi Şengün, who many would argue, especially the Turks, that he should be the hub of this offense. I imagine his usage is going to go up. But then some of the younger guys, too, Amin Thompson's usage is going to need to go up. What is Jabari? He's been in a slump. Can he shoot himself out of this slump? Blah, 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 blah. Also, from over the weekend, they announced the All-Stars and the reserves. Kevin Durant made it. Tip your cap to Kevin Durant. LeBron James made it. Sarge is upset that LeBron James made it. How could he make it? He's not an All-Star. He's LeBron James. That's how he made it.
Statistically,
I
shouldn't
think,
be.
Yeah, Sarge got a point, but it's LeBron.
It's LeBron.
It's LeBron.
He's
and maybe his final All-Star game. Do you think he's done after this year, LeBron?
Hey, the way he's playing, it feels like it.
He feels like he's kind of checked out.
And how emotional he was the other night in Cleveland felt a little different than past returns to Cleveland. So, yeah, I think he might be done.
I'm a little surprised that you're okay with it, given your take on Albert Pujols and Miguel Cabrera getting the pat on the back All-Star.
I don't care that they got to the All-Star game. I care that we value All-Star games.
Okay, so you're more upset that they got to add one onto their resume?
No. My take is we shouldn't count All-Star games, Major League Baseball, NBA, Pro Bowls in the NFL as milestones. Whenever we're talking about somebody's resume of either all-time greats or Hall of Fame candidacy, you shouldn't use any of those as bullet points. Yep. I think it's stupid. I don't care if you just go most popular player 1 through 15. However you want to do it is how you do it. I personally don't care about any All-Star games. That's my take from it. But it bothers me whenever you hand out all-star bids as charity cases, and then you also use that as an argument for this is how great they were. Okay, well, you've already devalued that by your stupid procedures on how to pick the teams. I don't care that you do it. You can do it however you want, however you feel like it's going to grow the sport. I don't watch any of the games. I think they're stupid. I hate every single all-star game. Somebody just texted, did you watch any of the Pro Bowl stuff this weekend? That was on? Was the Pro Bowl stuff on this weekend?
I thought it was coming up this week, to be honest. I
didn't
know
Super
it was
Bowl's
on.
I don't know when it is.
I think the game's during the week.
Okay, cool.
I don't know. But no, I think
that's my take though. I don't care about charity bids.
Well, the Pujols one to me is a little different. Where those guys didn't make the All-Star team.
Right.
They got added to the All-Star team for old man spots.
It's the same thing with LeBron though, without the technicality of saying it.
Yeah, because there is multiple players who have arguments over LeBron to be an All-Star. But it's LeBron. And frankly, I think most NBA players would probably be okay with that. Honestly, LeBron gets his flowers one last time with how he's viewed in the league. So the NBA one I do not watch. I will not watch the Pro Bowl. I like watching the MLB All-Star Game because it like actually somewhat resembles baseball. So like I'll watch that one. There's also literally nothing going on. There's never television shows going on like in the summer, so it's the only thing you got. So like I'll watch that. Like, there's no college sports going on.
BS flag.
There's nothing.
BS flag. When do you watch regularly scheduled television?
Well, no, but like I'll watch it like that night.
What do you mean you'll watch that? Like the All-Star game? But like you say like there's nothing else on TV at that time. Like you're not watching CBS like thank goodness it's Friday's regular scheduled program.
But there's like
you're
nothing
watching stuff on. There's Netflix.
No, but there's nothing like new on. I mean, I guess if I'm like in a show,
Do you watch any shows that are like on a week, like probably Yellowstone? But
I watch like Game of Thrones.
Okay, that's
watched that last night.
Done
like as it airs.
You can watch it any time.
There's a new version of Game of Thrones that came out last night. I watched it when it came out.
At 8 or 9 o'clock, like right when it started.
The show
within like a half hour.
The show you were watching last week, All Her Fault.
Yes.
You could literally watch at any point.
Yes.
You could literally watch that while the Major League Baseball All-Star Game is going on.
Yes.
Regularly scheduled television is a thing of the past. Like there are still a few shows
I
will.
don't disagree with you,
but you
like,
can't say like, well, there's nothing else on.
No, but like
there's probably going to be a viral TV show on Netflix or one of the streaming services.
Not during
at
the
time.
summer, really. It's like they do fall and winter for the most part. Summer's like a dead TV time. There's nothing going on besides baseball. What? I don't know why you're arguing with me.
I don't think I watched the Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
I'll watch it.
I don't think I do.
That's the only one I'll watch because it's actually like close to the
There's
sport.
always things to watch. Always shows to watch.
I guess.
Always.
But, like,
I'd rather watch reruns of Curb Your Enthusiasm than the All-Star Baseball game.
But like I think
my interest is piqued.
Like it's the only one that's good.
I disagree. I think they're all bad.
What's wrong with the baseball one?
It's bad. They're not doing anything. They're like, here, you go pitch an inning, or you go pitch an inning.
Wait a minute, that's the only thing that's
there's
like,
zero stakes. Not that I'm not. I'm not saying there should be stakes. I know. Don't get me wrong here. I cannot stand the All-Star games.
I mean, the only thing
I do not like them.
The only thing they do differently is like the guy doesn't pitch 5 innings; he pitches 1. That's the only thing they do differently. Besides that, like it's baseball at its core.
100 subs.
Well, yeah, but like it's still baseball.
Okay, well, how's the NBA All-Star game not basketball at its core?
Because they don't play basketball. That's not basketball.
They're running up and down the floor making
but it
doesn't
resemble anything that they do on a nightly basis.
But you think baseball does?
I mean, Paul Skeens is still throwing 100.
You think Skeens is emptying the tank and throwing his whole arsenal?
He still throws 100.
He might throw his whole arsenal.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson did back in the day.
Yeah, like they still pitch. They only pitch for an inning.
Maybe.
But like in basketball, like they don't play defense.
I don't think they play defense in the Major League Baseball All-Star game. You think they're going all out trying to make diving 5-star catches?
When they're not in the middle of an interview? Probably.
Rockets fan hated when Harden didn't make the MVP a few years ago. Hot take, Branham from the Junkyard on 97.5 hates charity. I hate charity cases in All-Star games. Shadur Sanders, Pro Bowler. Hey, Joe, there's an app called Hulu.
I don't
Check
have
it
Hulu.
out. Hit the showers, Branham. How am I getting ejected from my own show? 713-780-ESPN. Brian, whose name is this? Let's go out to the HRP listener. I will sneak this in before we go to the break. Apollo, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Apollo?
Sports fellas, double ride. I'm kind of on the same page with you as far as the MLB, NBA, NFL, All-Star crap or whatever. But I will say I will give the MLB All-Star game a little bit more of a chance is because you do still have to put in at least 90% effort to throw your heater, throw your curveball, throw your splitters, and the guys do not want to go up there and strike out and look stupid, and so there is a little bit more effort put forth in that. So I will say that, but all the other ones stuck. I'll shut up and listen.
Hey, Joe, do you want your favorite team are the White Sox? Who's their best pitcher?
I don't know.
No, so Hunter Brown. You want Hunter Brown pitching in the All-Star game?
I'm fine if it's for an inning.
Not me. I don't want to pitch in the All-Star game.
They're not going to get hurt.
How do you know?
Prayers? I don't have a good rebuttal for that.
Yeah, I'm not in. I'm just not in. I don't.
But like I said, I'm good with the World Baseball Classics. So I'm stuck with that take. And you're not. You don't want that.
I like the WBC, but I don't want my team that I pull for playing in the WBC.
That's fine.
Like Yiner and Pena are playing for their country.
But like I've always
don't want it.
Yeah, I mean
Pena's going to pull an oblique. Yiner's. I mean, the Astros are an injury away from Cesar Salazar being their starting catcher. Do I want Yiner playing in the WBC? Absolutely not.
That's true.
Of course
you always
not.
come in here with these down questions.
Nick the Stick Allen. You're an ankle roll away from Pena rolling his ankle in the WBC from Nick the Stick Allen, making significant amount of starts for the Houston Astros. You think I want that?
No one wants it.
Do I want Pena playing in the All-Star game where you get hit in the hand? Of course not. Of course not. I don't like All-Star games. 713-780-3776. Gary, we'll get to you on the other side. We'll get your takes on All-Star games, I guess. Also, a lot of fans are unhappy about Alpi Şengün not being an All-Star. Should he have been? And how mad are you on that? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Let me tell you how much I love All-Star games, especially on Underdog. If you're going to watch All-Star games, Underdog needs to be a part of your life. Football playoffs also are here. We know that. Underdog, the best place to get in on all the action all football season long. We love Underdog. The biggest game right around the corner, and you can get in on all the action in Texas. Not on Underdog yet? You're in luck. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Looking at some of the, we're going to look at quarterbacks right now, look at running backs a little bit later. We'll break down all the positions as we go on this week, getting ready for football's biggest game. Drake May, 222 and a half passing yards. Higher or lower there against the Seattle defense might be tough. Darnold, 231 and a half passing yards. Do you like the higher or lower there? They got a lot going on Underdog as well. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just head to the app, make picks, and if a player would go higher or lower, and a bunch of different stats. Just mentioned passing yards there. Touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, everything. If you get them all right, if you make a lot of pick'ems, you can up to 5,000 times your cash. There's always new promos dropping daily in the Underdog app as well. Like right now, the big reveal going on right now. I got a little discount because I had a best ball draft a little bit earlier today. I got a Bears stack. I think Joe's going to be happy. I got a discount on my drafted players. They got a 10% boost builder on the NFL going on right now. 50% NBA profit boost going on right now on Underdog as well. They're always just handing you out a bunch of gimmies, a bunch of promos. It's awesome. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. Promo code KILLERB, Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Mariners traded for Brendan Donovan. Three-way trade. The details aren't out yet other than the Mariners are getting Brendan Donovan. So, division rival, getting better. Probably had to get up an arm, maybe?
I would think so. But just prospects, because the Cardinals are just blowing this thing up.
Yeah.
They've made like 10 trades in the last year.
The Rays are involved, three-way. It's kind of weird. Eric the Buyer, Joe is right on this one. MLB is by far the best of all the All-Star games. Granted, that's not a high bar to clear. The Pro Bowl is just flag football now, and NBA is just layup lines. Yeah, I don't know if I said that it's not the best All-Star game. I said they're all bad.
Correct.
If I had to rank the three, I would also have the Major League Baseball All-Star Game 1.
Yes.
I think I'd rather watch the flag football than the NBA All-Star Game.
Yes.
So give me flag football 2, NBA All-Star Game 3. But I think they're all bad. I'd rather watch something else in all three cases.
Do you like the other stuff around either of them?
I do like the NBA three-point contest, slam dunk contest. Do I think the slam dunk contest is not as good as it used to be? Absolutely. Do I still like it? Yes,
okay.
I do.
So that I'm kind of out on the dunk contest. Like it's just gotten so bad.
I still like it. I still think it's fun.
I hope I like the three-point contest. It's the one thing I'd watch every year.
I wish they would just have the old rules though.
Without like the Mountain Dew ball or whatever.
It's the same way I feel about the All-Star game in baseball, the home run derby. Love the home run derby. I hate the clock. Like the clock is dumb to me. I don't like watching the new home run derby.
No, because now it's not a good watching experience anymore.
No.
Because the camera can't keep up with the ball.
Yeah, it's like boom, 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 and they do like split screen. It's not good.
No, it's not. The old rules were better. Like there needs to be a better compromise. Players were wearing themselves out was the old argument, and now it's just like it's kind of unwatchable. But like I'm hoping like Reed Shepard will be in the three-point contest this year. That'd be cool.
Why would he be in the three-point contest?
You don't have to be an all-star.
But why would he be in it? Why would the NBA want Reed Shepard?
He shoots the ball well.
There's a lot of guys in the NBA shooting.
He's on one of your better teams.
Maybe. I don't know I just don't know the allure of Reed Shepard. I don't know. Branham hates the McDonald All-American game. That one's cool because it's like
that's different.
It's got like accolade. I've never watched one though. I've never watched them.
Oh, really?
No, I've never watched one. I think it's cool to be named to it. It's like a big deal.
Wasn't it here last
year? I've never
year?
watched one.
I think it was here last year.
Also misspelled my name. Spelled it with an A. Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Gary?
Hey, I would do away with all three of them. I know they're not because it's big money. At any given time in either one of those sports, a lot of injuries happen when they're playing a football or basketball or so non-contact. So a quick cut here, even though the basketball is not as defensive as it was, one small cut and you blow out a knee. One throw from a baseball and you tear an elbow. I know they're not going to get rid of it, and it's because it's big business, in entertainment, and everybody is making money, apparel and all that. I know they're not, but I would do away with it and give them off a week to regroup or have some type of, like they use, like the Hall of Fame people, somebody knocking on their door and you televise them receiving it or whatever, but I wouldn't want my players playing at all. Secondly, I wasn't going there until you guys mentioned it, and it's not racist, but listen, I think if you ask most black people, like we're grown adults, they would say the NBA first. When you were getting ready to order yours, put them in order, I already said say baseball. It's just unconscious. It's not like I know you're not meaning anything by it, but baseball is one of them. Is more boring. No, I'm not listening.
Gary,
just listen, guys. Just listen.
Okay,
please.
I'll listen.
Please, thank you. Dude, we are in a place right now where we should be able to talk about. It's not something we think about all the time, and I'm not saying nearly you're being racist. It's just in our fabric I like baseball. I like that. If you ask most black people, they got a study out there, more blacks are playing basketball than baseball. So I'm not being racist. Just think about it. 88% of the NBA is black. So how many white people want to sit up there and watch a bunch of black guys if it's not their team? Now, 6% of black athletes are in baseball. So how many black people want to sit up there and watch their favorite baseball player who no longer exists? It's not race. It's just facts. I'm coming strictly from my heart, guys. You mentioned it the way I thought it would play out. And if you ask most African Americans, they're not going to say baseball is 6%. I know that the topic took a turn, but that's
You
factual,
turned it.
guys.
Gary, thank
I
you.
know, but it's no harm, no foul, guys. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being hateful. My best friend is white, and we pray every morning.
What's his
on
name?
The phone together.
What's his name, Gary? I'm curious.
Hello?
What's his name?
KC, if you're talking about, I'm here, that's my phone. KC is my friend's name. We live in League City. So we pray every morning together. See, it's easy to have friends, but when you have praying partners, then you know that.
What do y'all play every day together? What did he say y'all play? Gary, y'all play golf every morning?
Pray. No, we pray.
Oh, pray.
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 So I'm telling you, we're not. But what I'm saying, we don't play golf. No, I don't play golf. That's another one. You asked when Tiger Woods was there. Yeah, we were watching. It's a fact. It's not a problem.
Gary, how do you feel about the
We're okay.
NHL All-Star Game?
I don't watch it.
Oh.
Most people, we're just comfortable. It's okay to be comfortable with what you're comfortable with. I think we've muddied the water, and we just need to relax and just own it. Just own it.
Appreciate it, Gary.
It's like,
we're up against it. We got to go to break here. We had to go to break at 42, but we wanted to give you a runway. Gary just brings up facts. He brings up statistics and numbers. It's not wrong.
Those are facts?
Yeah, I think it might be a little fuzzy, but no, I think he's
directionally correct?
Majority of what he said, I think, is correct. I don't know if the exact numbers are correct.
I don't know if the motivations behind what we want to watch is a quote-unquote fact.
But I do think that the demographics he's probably pretty accurate about.
Yeah, I think that was the most truthful thing he said in that 4-minute ramble.
And to be fair, Gary, I said I hate all All-Star games. So I did say of the three, Major League Baseball is the best of them.
It's just the only one where they remotely try hard.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I most want to watch baseball, because they somewhat give a damn.
Everybody's bashing Gary on the text line. We're not going to bash Gary, though. We're not going to do that. 713.
Thanks, Gary.
KC should call sometime, though, Gary. Have him call in.
I'm a little worried this is like, who was it, who was the friend that they called in, said they played Ohio State?
I forget his name.
CJ Stroud.
Maybe?
Yeah.
I think his name might have been Gary.
Was it? Is that the name he gave?
Gary?
Maybe.
I forget.
Why doesn't Gary watch NHL? I don't know. You'd have to ask Gary. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Will the Rockets game have more viewers than the Pro Bowl game? No. Pro Bowl will have more. All right, let's get to the Alpi Shingun snub, or is it a snub? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. This one wasn't planned, but HRP is the next read. Mike Hall, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. Just like he used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner, now he wants to protect your business. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Nothing cookie cutter about HRP, not reading off a menu. They're going to tailor a plan for you. Whether you need a little help, a lot of help, or any help in between, HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll always call someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service. I can attest for it. Anytime I have a question, quick response, easy to understand. HRP, a great teammate, great ally to have in your corner. Always staying up to date with what's going on in the business world, the business sector. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Albie Şengün, not an all-star. Which, did you hear Barkley, by the way? He was asking him after the game, like, hey, how do you say your name? And Albie was teaching Barkley a little Turkish. Just one name in Turkish. But here was that conversation between Chuck and Albie.
Can you tell people how to pronounce your last name?
Yes.
Okay.
Normally it's Şengün. Like how Turkish people call it Şengün. But, you know, in America, I'm okay. People is calling like Şengün. You know, because they don't use the she we use in Turkey. So they use the S instead of that. But I'm okay with the Şengün or Şengün, whatever it is. Goon sounds good.
There you go.
All right, just start calling him Goon.
No, they'll call him a goon.
That's what he said.
I think he was like, I don't think that's what he said, though. I know it's what he said, but I think he was saying as long as you get that part right, it's all okay.
Oh, okay.
Don't you think?
No, I took it the way Joe did.
That's his nickname is
It's just
Goon?
like an awkward joke.
You can call me Goon.
Goon? All right. I call him Şengün. What do you call him?
Şengün.
I call him
Şengün.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't think this was a thing anymore.
Well, there's no H in the name. So, like.
Maybe that's a national versus local. Like, here we know it's Şengün.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said. It was like I think there's an accent on the E. Whereas that's what the sound it makes in Turkish. Yeah, Barkley didn't know that.
No. Şengün. At least yeah.
I do hear people call him Şengün a lot. Maybe not locally, though, to your point.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like locally it's like we still hear Şengün. Good
Yeah.
timing with letting the buzzer finish before he started talking.
Oh, is that what he was waiting for?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he let the buzzer play out, and then he answered.
That's high IQ.
Yeah.
That's
that's what I took it as.
That's high S2.
Yeah.
He was, so I thought there was either a like delay in the sound, or he was like didn't know that he wanted to actually do it.
Oh no, I thought he was waiting for the.
He was.
Yeah,
Now that you point that out, that's 100% what he was doing.
Yeah, high S2.
Wow.
Can you tell people how to pronounce your last name?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
See?
I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah. Smart guy, Alfie.
I think I like Albie Şengün more now. I like heads-up players. I like people who like play with a high IQ. That was next level.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Smart dude.
Wow.
Şengün.
I think he would score like a 95% in the 95th percentile in an S2 test. That was heads up.
He's definitely way higher than CJ.
That was very
So
heads up.
CJ just talks right over the horn.
Oh, yeah.
Probably. The awareness to know that was about to go off.
Yeah.
Into, like, because he also gave a quick answer, like, yeah, horn, here's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
That was, like, he's got a future in, like, show business, I think. Like, he could do TV and radio with that kind of clock management.
I
can't manage a clock to save my life.
I think Şengün would be good on TV.
Yeah.
I feel like he would have a good time with it.
Man, I didn't notice that. That's a good catch, Joe.
Thanks.
That might be the greatest thing you've ever done on the show.
That sucks, but okay. Pero mi Iago,
oh, that's coming up this week, too.
De perder.
Yeah, that's coming up this week.
Yeah, I would vote for that.
That's pretty good. Anyways, Albie Şengün got snubbed. A lot of people were mad. Like, he's got better numbers than Chet. Where do you fall on the whole Albie not being an all-star?
I mean, look, he has better numbers than Chet. He has better numbers than LeBron, but so does Kawhi. Like, there are other guys. Like, it happens every year. I remember, like, when I was younger, I would get upset when, like, guys I rooted for didn't make all-star games. But now it's so muddled down, and you've got fan vote, coaches vote. You got Brian Windhorst, I don't know if you saw this today, out on ESPN, said that coaches didn't vote for Kawhi to make the all-star game because of this Asperall illegal contract stuff, supposedly. So, like, there's a conspiracy theory floating around about why Kawhi is not an all-star. Like, I don't care anymore. Like, he should be an all-star. Yes. Is it the end of the world? No, I'd probably rather him, be at home and get healthy and, get ready for the second half of the season.
I think you already know my answer to that. Well, one, I do think he has better numbers than Chet. Now, Albie hasn't been playing, like, great since he's come back from the ankle injury, so I think it'll probably hurt his cause a little bit. And I don't think Albie's a bigger snub than Kawhi.
Yeah.
Kawhi's numbers, I think, are the best numbers of anyone who didn't make the Western Conference All-Star team. Also, sidebar, I couldn't care less. Yeah. Like, I find it fascinating, the fans that care that much that their player didn't make the All-Star team. Like, is it bragging rights? Is it, like, just being a proud fan? Like, I feel like I'm in the minority here. Like, I think I cared when I was younger. I could not care less anymore. Could not care less. Like, tell me why I'm wrong here. Tell me, like, how big a minority I am saying this. But it does not bother me. Like, I am unmoved. If Jose Altuve is not an all-star, unmoved. Hall of Fame might be a little bit different story. I'll say I don't care, and then I'll care in the moment. But all-star games, I do not care.
I mean, it's like there's remember when the Astros had like the entire infield in, was that 17 or 18? That was really cool. But like outside of that, like it's not the end of the world one way or the other. And plus, my guess is like he's gonna be an all-star.
Oh, because players will drop out.
Someone will drop out.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And there's this weird format thing this year where like there's like an international team.
Oh yeah.
So like he might. Is there like will you get forced onto a team for that? I don't know how that works, but like.
Oh, did they didn't even divide it in West and East? They just had players make the All-Star rosters?
So they have West and East. Because I was listening to Zach Lowe talk about this. So apparently the game format is there's like a Team A versus Team B in the first quarter of a basketball game.
Are they drafting these?
There's two U.S. teams and then one international team. And like so they're gonna play one quarter of basketball, A versus B, and then B versus C are going to play a quarter of a basketball game.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be another game, and then there's going to be a losers bracket, and then a championship game. That's what the All-Star game. They've tried I think that's why the All-Star game is bad. Actually, like the players don't play very hard.
Yeah.
Adam Silver has tried way too hard.
Yeah.
To fix this thing when like the reality is like it's just dead. It's not like the Pro Bowl where I don't understand how the Pro Bowl has the ratings it has.
Well, it's football.
But it's not even football anymore.
The football players doing football things.
But like this doesn't have any real ratings to it. Like it's basically more like if you listen to people like who cover the NBA, it's almost more of an advertising like event for the league where all their top advertisers all come to a city.
Yeah.
And they're all just around each other. So it's more like a marketing event like for the league than it is anything about like the game itself.
Yeah, I feel like you could just do it with the Saturday night. You know, the 3-point contest, the dunk contest. Maybe you create some extra events and just do that, but whatever. I feel like I have the prescience to know what's going to happen with the reaction to NBA All-Star, the new format.
Everyone's going to hate it?
Everyone's going to hate it. Everyone's going to hate it. Is that a crazy amount of prescience? No, probably not, but it's prescience nonetheless. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie saying resume. That's why people care.
Junkie?
See, that's again, it goes to my, big picture take. I don't think that all-star appearances should matter to anybody's resume. LeBron made it. Albert Pujols made it his final year. Cabrera. Like, they do these gimme all-star. And Shadur Sanders this year, Tyler Huntley.
Yes.
Like, all-star Pro Bowl appearances should not matter to somebody's resume.
I think, like, once you started bringing in, like, a fan vote, it really changes it.
Uh-huh.
Like, because then it's like, then the fans are deciding. Like, you have nobodies who, now they don't typically make it, but they're still, like, at the top of these leaderboards. You walk into a baseball stadium during All-Star season, you can like literally like everywhere you go is scan this QR code and vote. You can vote 3 times, 4 times, 5 times a day. And so it's just a fan vote. Like it's not really based off anything. It's based off preferences from mostly the fans.
Aggie Matt, honestly, Hall of Fame doesn't mean much to me anymore either. Too many old heads being overly ridiculous and inconsistent. See, that's where I'm at, Aggie Matt. But then whenever I see the old heads act ridiculous and inconsistent, that kind of fires me up. Like, I don't really care about the Hall of Fame. Like, Barry Bonds isn't in it. It's not a real Hall of Fame. Roger Clemens isn't in it. It's not a real Hall of Fame. But once they start having these arguments that are awful, I can't help myself. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what gets me, are these poor arguments why a player should or shouldn't be in that then gets me triggered and I have to argue back. The title itself, I'm with you, Aggie Matt. It doesn't really bother me. I just get triggered, I guess. All-Star affects other players' perception of teammates, and as far as trade goes, it increases trade value when selling trades to fans. 2-time All-Star looks good. How do you feel about the trade value of one-time Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley or one-time Pro Bowler Shadur Sanders? I don't think that the GMs look at All-Star appearances at all when making trades for players. All right, that's enough All-Star talk.
The only thing I would just add is like there are still like in the NBA there is some weird contract stuff.
Yeah, I think it's foolish. That should be first, second, third team.
Yeah, like it's like you can get that, but then there's also some all-star stuff in there where like if you check these boxes, you can help get a full max contract. I think that's the worst.
That's a sham too.
Yes, it's
that should
a terrible
be first,
idea.
second, third teams.
Yes.
Junkie says I made the All-Star team in Little League every year and still didn't make my Hog School team. Sham. 713-780-ESPN. So the Luka trade was a year ago. One of the worst trades of all time. 713-780-3776. What comes to mind? Worst trades ever. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780. Yeah, I beat you, Nick. You're slow. 713-780-3776. One of the worst trades in the history of life. 1 year since the Luka trade, which I'm not so sure the Mavs got as bad a deal there than what is made out to be. They got Cooper Flagg in this trade. Like, oh, he's not technically in the trade. Yeah, but it was an agreement.
Yes.
You trade Luka to our biggest market, and we're going to make sure that we give you the number one pick of the draft, and you take Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg's nice. Would I rather have Luka? Sure. Is Luka for Cooper Flagg the worst trade of all time? No.
No, but like if you have to live in the real world, where like because I agree with you.
That is the real world.
I'm with you. I think the lottery's been rigged for years now at this point. But like the trade on itself is terrible.
Cooper Flag.
You have Anthony Davis, like, who can't. Well, if you take Cooper out of it, like, what was actually like in the trade?
Yeah.
Like, and even then, like, they only got Cooper by a coin flip, technically, because they had a coin flip with another team.
They got Cooper Flag in the rigging.
No, we
of
didn't
the
see
NBA draft
We didn't
lottery.
see the coin flip, so you never know.
It was frozen.
Just like the coin flip with the Rockets and the Spurs that landed the Spurs Wembanyama.
Yeah.
We never saw that coin flip, even though the Rockets actually won that coin flip.
Right.
But then
they lost the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Luka, what are the worst trades of all time to you? What comes to mind?
I always think of like the Ricky Williams trade.
Okay.
Just because they they literally gave up their entire draft class.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, look, Ricky had his issues, right, with like being able to not be suspended from the league, but like trading your entire draft class for a player that's not just,
especially when it's a running back.
Yes.
If it's a generational quarterback, that's one thing.
Yes. It's like, and even then, it's like
even then it's risky, but at least it's a quarterback.
But like your entire draft class for one player is insane to just like make that bold of a move. And then, I mean, he was a really good player, but never was ever going to have the chance to live up to that. It's like ever.
Yeah. They also traded 2 of its first 3 picks in the next year draft. So like it was the full draft class, and then by the way, a couple more next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they had their full allotment of picks when they traded their full draft class. They traded 8 picks for Ricky Williams.
Yeah, I've got a first, a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh in 99.
Yep.
And then a first and a third in 2000.
That's really worse. That's actually worse than a full draft class.
Yeah, it is.
Like a normal draft class.
Well, I didn't know this, but according to Wikipedia, there was also an offer. The same offer was given to the Bengals that actually would have also included the 2000 and 2001 first-round picks.
Wow.
But instead, the Bengals took Achilles Smith.
Ooh, that's worse.
That's worse. Like, you could have got 9 draft picks.
Yeah.
And not taken an all-time bust.
Mm-hmm. The worst one for me is the Red Sox selling Babe Ruth to the Yankees.
That's number 1.
I don't think anything tops that.
No.
To finance No Nanette, was that the play?
Was that the play? I think it was a play. I don't remember which play.
I think it was No Nanette.
Was that the one that Lincoln got? It's not. I know it's not. I forget the name of the Lincoln play, but I know that wasn't it.
The Lincoln play was like my. Now.
I think that's right.
It's like my. I know it starts with my, and I'm forgetting it now. I used to know that.
Oh no, it wasn't. It was Our American Cousin.
Okay, there we go.
Our American Cousin. Yep. That one to me is the one that really.
Yeah, I mean, they traded for was like $100,000.
I can't remember I can't believe it'd be $100,000 back then.
I guess maybe not. Like, yeah. But like it was just cash and the rights to the play, like you guys said. Like that,
no, it wasn't the rights to the play. It was just to finance.
It was to finance it. Oh, okay.
Oh, it was $100K. You're right.
Okay.
It's $100K plus a $350,000 loan. Yeah.
For
Babe Ruth. I mean, it was the curse of the Bambino. That's how the curse of the Bambino
I wonder if
happened.
the play actually made money.
I don't know.
I would hope so.
The ones locally I think about, Larry Anderson for Jeff Bagwell was a major win.
Sure.
The Yordan Alvarez trade, you traded Fields for Yordan Alvarez, like he became Yordan Alvarez. Those are the 2 that jump out to me locally.
D-Hop?
Yeah.
No, D-Hop didn't have a great career.
See, I was okay with trading D-Hop when they traded
down
D-Hop.
questions.
But it's what they got back for D-Hop.
And then
really,
what happened?
Second in Cooks.
Yeah.
A week later.
Right. Well, yeah. What was
I'm sorry,
second
they got
David Johnson?
Second David Johnson. They sent the second for Cooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like if you wanted to go young, trim money, okay, like I get it. That was the year the Vikings traded Diggs.
Yeah, it happened like 2 weeks later.
They traded
For
Diggs
first.
and then they got drafted Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
So like I didn't hate the idea of trading Hopkins. It's just what you traded Hopkins for that really was the kicker, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's I'll never forget that day, like working on radio.
I know.
Like it was shocking because it's like you get the news, and then you get the return.
Yeah.
And they didn't come right away. Like there was a gap in time which we were waiting to find out what the Texans were getting back, and you get David Johnson.
Yep.
A ham sandwich, as they called it.
Yep. Any others come to mind for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, another one locally, but thankfully the Texans benefited from this one, the Deshaun Watson trade. I mean, obviously, in hindsight there, I mean, I wouldn't have thought Deshaun Watson would have been as bad as he was once he left the city of Houston, but that one's certainly pretty horrible. Then moving outside the city, I mean, the Hornets trading the rights that ended up being Kobe Bryant for Vlade Divac.
Vlade, we like to potty.
Is an all-timer. I
like Vlade.
The Clippers trading the right Shea Gilgeous-Alexander away to get Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
is pretty bad.
Paul George.
Sorry, Paul Pierce. Yeah, Paul George. Another one for the city of Houston, but also benefited like the Deshaun Watson trade. I mean, the Rockets gave up absolutely nothing for James Harden.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, it didn't result in what the Rockets fans would have helped. Kevin Martin and Jeremy Lin. Or Lamb. Oh, tomato. I don't
You're
care.
terrible last names in the last
They're both
3
bums.
minutes.
Like the Rockets gave up nothing.
Kevin Martin get you 20. He'd get you 20 on a 50-loss team.
He would.
He would get you 20.
Yes.
Kevin Martin had some pretty good offensive numbers. It was an empty 20. No, you're right. That was they pretty much gave up nothing. I think they did trade a draft pick that turned into Steven Adams.
There were some picks. But
I
you
think
know
a
how
draft
those
pick
are.
turned into Steven Adams.
I think there was a second in there.
No, I think it was a first that turned.
There was definitely a first in the deal, but you know how.
I think it turned into
picks are in
Steven
the
Adams.
NBA.
Yeah, it was either like it turned into something with Steven Adams. It might have even been like Oladipo, honestly, connected to that because Oladipo was in the Adams trade too.
No, but that was way later. Way later.
Was it?
Yeah. I mean, the Rockets traded for Steven Adams like 3 years ago. The Oladipo Adams trade was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. The Harden trade was,
2012.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I got my time.
It was when Adams was getting drafted.
Yeah.
Like the next year.
Okay. Yeah.
Like the next year. Like he wasn't even in the league yet. That just turned into Adams.
I mean, Scottie Pippen.
What was that?
That
one
was
again?
a sign and trade, though. I mean,
No.
He's talking about when he was drafted.
Oh, okay.
He was drafted by the
okay.
Sonics.
He was drafted by the Sonics.
Oh, okay. I think you're talking about the Rockets.
It's just like draft picks.
Yeah, I
I
forget.
think it's like a low-level player and then just like draft capital.
Pippen was drafted where? Was it late first? I forget where Pippen was drafted.
I don't know.
I think it was like late first.
Yeah,
but then like changed basketball history, that trade.
Yeah, I remember the footage of Pippen being drafted.
He was drafted
and, like,
5th overall,
putting on the Sonic stuff.
Yeah.
You remember the Penny Hardaway for Chris Webber trade on draft day?
Was that a straight swap?
I think it was like a future picks because it couldn't be a straight swap.
Yeah.
But it was pretty, even trade. But Penny Hardaway was putting on Golden State stuff, and Webber was putting on Magic stuff.
I mean, it's my least favorite thing the NBA does.
I know, it's so dumb.
Like the fact that like when it's time to put Luka in the Hall of Fame, if you want to use anything from draft day, he's going to be wearing an Atlanta Hawks hat.
I have a picture standing next to Rudy Gay on draft night wearing a Rockets hat.
Traded him for Who's Your Daddy, Batty?
Yeah. It's like, and we all, like, Rudy knew, the Rockets PR person that was with me
dumb.
knew. We all knew.
Yeah.
But he's wearing a Rockets hat.
They're the
Why
only
do they
sport.
do that?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense. Like
It's because of when the league year falls, but there's no reason they can't just move the dates.
Well, they announced it later the day.
Well,
I don't know.
It's usually I think it's like physicals. Like if there's active players involved.
Well, the NFL figured it out. Why can't,
but
the
like
NBA?
but like if you heard like the story, like Randy Moss had to fly out the morning of the trade from the Raiders to the Patriots to New England to take a physical in New England for the trade to get through on day 2 of the draft. So like you have to still do it, but like they do figure it out. Like the NBA is like it makes no sense why they can't figure it out when we literally all know what's happening.
All this trade chalk when you're all trading BMAX to 75 court jester. BMAC would pull quite a return.
I don't know. Depends on who, too.
He would get us back a haul.
I've already been fired by the other 2 stations. I don't know.
713-780-ESPN. It'll be you'll be able to finish your story, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Let's go out to
Thank
the
you, Cody Rhodes.
HRP listener line. Marcus, what is the worst trade ever?
Hey, fellas, I think locally it's got to be when we traded for Tracy McGrady. I think we gave up Francis, Mobley, Cato, and you know how that panned out. And I think nationally it got to be the Herschel Walker trade in '89. I think they gave up like 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks for Herschel Walker, Minnesota, and it was just like, that's insane draft collateral for a player. And I just hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
Yeah, I mean the Herschel Walker one, like
that's an all-timer.
Yeah, it changed the Cowboys forever with that trade.
That's a good call.
Vikings got Herschel Walker, a 90 third-rounder, 91 third-rounder, a 90 10th-rounder, a 95th rounder. Cowboys received Jesse Solomon, Isaiah Colt, Darren Nelson, David Howard, Alex Stewart, a first, a second, a sixth, a first and second, a first, second, and third. That's crazy.
I wish I remembered all the details, but I remember watching the Cowboys documentary that there was some sort of, not a poison pill in that deal, but there was some sort of like clause in that deal where the Vikings thought the Cowboys were going to take all players in the deal, but the Cowboys could then later reject the players and they convert to draft picks.
That's right.
And that's what Jimmy Johnson decided to do, and that's why it became the lopsided deal that it became.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember. I
don't
that
remember
vaguely.
the fine details of it though.
I do remember that vaguely. Like
Honestly,
you kind of pulled one over on him.
Yeah.
If you go back in history, like the Earl Campbell trade for the Oilers to take him with the first overall pick, because it was Tampa. They traded Jimmy Giles, a first and second in 78, and then a third and fourth in 79 for what ends up being Earl Campbell. Like, that's a pretty good win.
Sure.
For the Oilers.
I didn't realize they traded up for Earl.
Yeah.
Wow. 713-780-ESPN. Worst trades of all time. 713-780-3776. The Junkies have some of the tech. They have a lot on the text line. Real quick on the McGrady thing, though. I disagree. I love that trade.
Same.
I love the trade for Tracy McGrady. And, like, the Magic did nothing. Steve Francis was never the same. Kelvin Cato had some good years, but he was a fine player. He wasn't an all-star player. Cato did nothing after he left the Rockets. Tracy McGrady was really stinking good here. Now, did they have playoff shortcomings? Yes, because they were always hurt. But I love the T-Mac Yao era. I love that trade.
I mean, like, if he doesn't get hurt, like, if him and Yao both don't have the injuries they do, like, it feels like they win a championship.
Love that
with
trade.
that roster.
I love those teams.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Rockets also got he was a veteran, wasn't amazing, but Juwan Howard in that deal.
Juwan Howard.
Juwan Howard was solid for a couple seasons.
I feel like there was a third player too.
Maybe.
Was it Reese Gaines?
That sounds right.
I think it was Reese Gaines.
That sounds right.
No, I didn't have no problem with that. I love that trade. I still love that trade. Did they have injury woes? Yes. But it's not like the Magic did anything with those guys.
Francis never did anything.
No.
Mobley never did anything.
Mobley had those best years after that, I think, with the Knicks. Remember?
Maybe.
He went there late.
I know
I
Francis
loved
played
Mobley.
for the Knicks, but
I was a big Mobley fan. I loved Mobley. But Mobley was like a B-level player, you know? Like, he was fine.
Reese Gaines was in that deal. There was another player in that deal, too.
That who? For the Rockets?
That the Rockets also got.
Was it Ty Lue?
It was Ty Lue.
Yeah. Those guys became coaches. Ty Lue and then Juwan Howard.
Yep.
Punched somebody's lights out in a handshake line. Remember that?
When was that?
In college. I think it was Greg Gard. He and Greg Gard got into it at the handshake line. He didn't punch Greg Gard. He punched like an assistant. But he and Greg Gard were having words at the handshake line, and then like somebody put their hands in Howard's face, and Howard clapped back with a closed right hand with a closed right hand fist. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Worst trades in NBA, or just in history, not NBA history, in history. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You should be trading off your days to go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's the best trade you can make. Escape the hustle and bustle, whatever's causing you stress and anxiety. It's good for your mental health to be out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You can get some vitamin D while you're out there, too. Vitamin D is great for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors the way that it was meant to be. Open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city. Just beautiful Mother Nature. Some of the best fishing in Texas, too. They got the Two Creeks run alongside their property. The catch and release pond, great way to teach the kids how to fish right in the middle of their property. It's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can leave at 3, turn us on, and you're there before we're halfway done. Escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Don't waste your time in airports, loading up the car for an 8-hour drive. No, go an hour and a half away from Lake Livingston and enjoy yourself. 92 acres of property for you to explore. Kayak their waters, pickleball on their pickleball courts, or hang out at Swampers and have a cold one. And they got it all for you, too. They got the glamping. Everybody loves to glamp nowadays. They have cabins right alongside their creek. The cabins are awesome. They have a tree house out there. It's like you're just nestled. You're in the tree. You sleep in the tree. You climb up the stairs. You stay in the house, but it's in the tree. You can even feel it shake a little bit when the wind blows. But it's fun. It's awesome. Kids love it. Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. And take advantage of their 40/20 discount through February. 40% off your stays. 20% off RV stays. Follow them on social for their giveaways as well. And they're always taking care of their visitors. Look at the bangers they have coming up. Valentine's Day weekend, the 13th and 14th. Mardi Gras and Gumbo Cook-Off, the 20th and the 21st. Western Roundup weekend, the 27th and the 28th. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. What are the worst trades in the history of sport? A year ago, Luka was traded from Dallas to the Lakers. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Richard, what do you got?
Yes, I have the Celtics and Nets trade with KG and Jason Terry for all of those first-round picks that led to the Celtics getting Marcus Smart and Jason Tatum.
Good call. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I think that's an all-time blunder. Because they got Paul Pierce, too, right?
It was, I believe Paul Pierce was in that.
They were trying to create the big three.
Yeah,
the Nets have just made bad trade after bad trade.
Yes. I mean, this Rockets trade was a disaster for them.
Yeah.
And then they had to, now they found their way out of it somehow by getting them to swap all these Phoenix picks for it. But, it felt like it was heading the same direction again. Now, they also found a way to be better than they were than when they were conveying all those picks to the Celtics. It might not have worked exactly the way it worked out for the Rockets as it did for Boston, but they're around a lot of bad trades.
You have to – the other thing, though, you do have to hit in the draft here, which in the NBA can be tough. Because at the time, it wasn't Tatum, right? It was a draft pick to turn into Tatum. It could have very easily been Reed Shepherd, the equivalent to that, and it doesn't look nearly as bad.
Well, wasn't it the first overall pick, and then they traded back? They could have taken Markelle Fultz, and then they traded back from one.
They drafted Tatum at 3.
I think they traded back from 1 to 3.
That was the Fultz year?
I think so.
Well, Fultz wasn't good because he couldn't see. He had bad vision.
Remember he could shoot in college?
He couldn't shoot anymore. He had bad vision.
Yeah.
He couldn't see. He needed glasses. He needed LASIK.
Oh, one I forgot about that this is a medical one, so it's I don't want to blame the Milwaukee Bucks too much. They had a deal for that Bogut deal. Was supposed to be for Steph Curry, but the Milwaukee Bucks training staff turned it down because of his ankles, so they took Monte Ellis instead.
Not great.
That's tough.
It's not great.
The Will Anderson Jr. trade, just draft him in 2 and that's it. Somebody did a segment on that the other day. I can't remember who it was. Charlotte letting Kobe go to the Lakers. D-Hop to AZ, D-Hop to AZ, D-Hop to AZ, D-Hop to AZ. He wrote it 7 times. I'm not saying it that many times. Jordan. I would say trading the Blitz for the Killer Bees was a bad trade, but that's inappropriate. That wasn't a trade. It
was for the wheelhouse.
We did noon to 3 forever.
Yeah.
That wasn't a trade. Come on, bro. Get it right. If you're going to insult, you got to insult correctly. Rockets getting rid of 4 championship players for backing it in Barkley.
I think in hindsight that one qualifies. Not as worst ever, but it's not a great trade.
Cassell,
Ori.
Who are the other pieces?
I don't think the rest really matters. Just because I looked this up the other day, none of the other players seemed all that consequential, but Cassell and Ori were the key pieces.
Yeah, I guess hindsight 2020, you could do it. Oh, Mark Bryan and Chucky Brown. Come on. It was Cassell and Ori for Barkley.
Right.
Yeah, that one's hard because in the moment I didn't mind it.
And they did at least make a Western Conference final, so it wasn't like they just fell off the face of the earth. But
you remember the Drexler trade? Drexler got you a championship. That was a great trade.
Yes.
Yeah. Who was the player they threw? The threw? I think it was Tracy Murray.
Yeah, it was. I remember when they came into the summit together.
Yeah, they brought them both in.
Yeah.
I thought of another one that we could throw in, and fairly recently, the trade that sent Russell Wilson from Seattle to Denver. I was looking that trade up during the break. That trade included 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks.
Yeah, Eric DeBuyer actually just mentioned that one.
Oh, okay.
Russell to the Broncos. He said Arenado to the Cardinals too. Randy Moss to the Pats.
Trent Richardson to the Colts for a first.
Oh yeah,
I forgot.
After
about
the Browns
that.
spent a first, I think it's the 4th overall pick. They realized he sucks. They shipped him a year later to the Colts and got the first-round pick back.
That was the worst one though.
Yes,
doing it a year later after he already showed you who he was.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Aggie Matt says Deshaun for the Cleveland. It's Babe Ruth, Herschel, Paula Pierce, KD trade. Worst one is Watson, D-Hop, Arizona. I'm not reading that one. Rafael Ramirez for Doug Drabeck. I don't remember that trade.
I don't either.
The Astros signed Doug Drabeck, so was this prior to that? Tunsil was not bad. It was needed, but Williams was a free agent. Are there any recent number 1 overall NFL draft pick players that you would have given up the entire draft for?
Joe Burrow?
Yeah, I would do that. I would say Mahomes, but he wasn't the number 1 pick.
Yeah. Yeah. The guy was the number 1 guy, probably.
Luck?
No. I mean, not revisionist history. No.
No, certainly with what we know now, but I think before the injuries, I would have said yes.
Myles Garrett?
Was he the number 1 overall pick?
Wasn't he?
I don't think so.
Was he not?
I thought he was.
I could be wrong. I didn't think he was, though.
No, you can never be wrong. No, he was the number 1 pick.
Okay.
17, so you were literally wrong. Yeah, he was number 1. Mitchell Trubisky went number 2.
Yeah, he did.
Kyle Tucker.
When the Bears traded up one spot.
Somebody said Kyle Tucker bad trade. I disagree.
For who?
Not for the Astros. I don't think it was a bad trade for the Astros.
I think about the Esoc trade?
I think they're talking about for the other side.
I don't know what they're talking about. They said Kyle Tucker, bad trade. How would I know what side they're talking about?
That's true.
Verlander trade was kind of huge, no doubt. That was a huge trade in Houston sports history for sure.
Yeah, and that one's weird too because it was the second deadline.
Yeah, it was the August 31st.
It's like that trade was nothing. Like they give up no. I think the Tigers have one player.
They traded what was the catcher? They traded Daz Cameron, who was like a decent prospect then. I think he was a former first rounder. They traded Jake Rogers, who was a Tulane catcher, like a defensive first. He was still with the Tigers last year. I don't know if he's still with them this year. I would think he would be. And they gave up a pitcher, I think, but I can't remember who it was. I don't think he ever made it to the bigs. Olden Paulinus and Scottie Pippen switched spots. That's tough. That's who it was?
Mm-hmm.
Dang. That's pretty brutal. Pierce Garnett to the Nets. Watson, Ditka giving up all the picks for Ricky Williams. Schilling, Finley, and Harnish for Glenn Davis. I don't remember if that was the exact trade. But the Astros did have Kurt Schilling, and they traded him away for like a no-namer. They had Kenny Lofton that they traded away for no-namer.
Also
too.
had Johan Santana.
They lost him in the Rule 5, though. That wasn't a trade.
Yeah.
They lost to Abreu in the Rule 5, too, Bobby Abreu. Although they picked Hidalgo over Abreu.
Hidalgo had a few good years.
Yeah, he had some allegedly PED-enhanced seasons.
Certainly that 2000 season looked enhanced.
Yeah. Is that why Branham goes to Two Creeks Crossing for the vitamin D? Of course it is. Watson Browns, blah, blah, blah. Can we trade our mother-in-law? That's mean, Key from L.A. Why would you want to trade your mother-in-law? I'm sure she's a heck of a woman.
I mean, you can.
You went on for Fields to somebody. That's on me. Bad trade for Cubs. Good trade for Astros. Okay, so you're right. You're right, Joe. Bad trade for the Cubs. They didn't make the playoffs. They got Kyle Tucker for a year. Didn't make the playoffs.
Yes,
he was
they did.
Injury riddled. And I mean, not really. I mean, what did they get eliminated from?
The divisional round?
You're not. It doesn't count unless you're in the AL or NLCS.
Okay.
That's the only time that I pay attention.
It's
the wild card round doesn't count. The divisional round doesn't count.
It's
not real big boy baseball until you play a 7-game series.
It's a bad
Anything
trade.
less than a 7-game series isn't real baseball.
Okay, it's a bad
Isn't
trade.
real postseason baseball.
It's not the worst trade of all time, but it's a bad trade.
Orlando giving Shaq away. What did they get for Shaq? I forget.
Was it?
Did he just leave in free agency?
I thought he did. I thought he left in free agency.
I thought he just left in free agency. I think the trade for Shaq was when they traded him to Miami, and for like Lamar Odom and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think he left.
I think it was a straight free agent.
No, yeah, he's a free agent.
Yeah. They didn't. Yeah, that's not a trade. That's not a trade. Okay, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I'm tired of seeing some of this this conversation about Stroud. It's not so much from Stroud's point of view. I think Stroud takes accountability. I think C.J. Stroud's like, it's on me. I got to do better. It's all the excuses people make for C.J. Stroud. We can't sit here and do that. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has been in business and helping people getting into brand new and used leased vehicles. Right now, you can as well. All you have to do is go to dmautoloosing.com or call 713-290-1000. You can also get no payments for the next 60 days. If you're tired of negative equity or wasting weekends at the dealership or just paying too much for too little, they can help you out with all of it. If you've never leased a vehicle before, they will walk you through that process from start to finish. Their average manager has been there for 20 years. Their salespeople for 10. So you get someone that knows how to save you money, protect you from depreciation, and design a lease around your life. If your payments are too high, you're stuck in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call D&M at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoloosing.com today and tell them that ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Texter says Elway Colts to Broncos. Colts didn't really have a choice, though. He was holding out and going to go play baseball for the Yankees. I think he even did for a little bit.
Yeah, that's like those ones are different. Like even with like Eli, I can't remember what they got back in return. But
Eli, Phillip Rivers.
Oh, was it straight?
No, there was like draft pick sweeteners to make it equal, but it was Phillip Rivers the headliner.
Yeah, I mean, like it's when a player forces their hand, it's like I can't really hold no matter what happens in the trade. It's like hard for me to hold that against the team.
Yeah, I don't really hold that one against the Colts. I mean, Elway said I'm not going to play there. And they still did it.
No, they shouldn't have taken him.
Nah.
Or they should have traded the pick that night.
Yeah, probably what they should have done.
And,
although they still got some pretty good compensation for it. Like it was pretty equivalent to what they would have gotten if it was a draft day trade. Gomez and Fires. Yeah, it's probably a good one. All right, so I'm tired of hearing all the excuses for C.J. Stroud, Joe. Like I'm over it. Well, he's gonna get, he hasn't had his full allotment of receivers. He doesn't have a good offensive line. And look, these things are true. Like, the running game wasn't there. Like, these things are true. Like, offensive coordinators knew. These things are true. I get it. But at some point, like, a quarterback's going to lift those around him. And I don't think this is C.J. Stroud, making excuses and not taking accountability. I think C.J. Stroud is going to take accountability. He has said he's going to take accountability. It's more fans, really, that are making the excuses for C.J. Stroud. I saw, I had a tweet pop up on my For You page the other day that was from the Highway to Hell. They posted a clip saying that it was clear Stroud wasn't comfortable in this new offense. So it's like, okay, this is the excuse we're going to make now. It's also something I said 2.5 months ago. Mm-hmm. Kunkel called me his sweet baby, saying that I'm saying that Davis Mills is a better fit than C.J. Stroud. Not what I said. Took me out of context. The point was C.J. Stroud not being comfortable in this new offense. Said it all year. Mm-hmm. Said it all year. People didn't want to hear it. But then when you say it after the season, it sounds like excuse making. I don't like the excuse making. There's a very real possibility we've all overrated C.J. Stroud, and he's not nearly as good as good as the local opinion of him. Whenever you look up national opinions of C.J. Stroud, it's like, where does he rank? Somewhere between 15 and 20. Mm-hmm. The local opinion, well, he's got top 5 potential. And I still ultimately believe he has top 5 potential. Hasn't played to it. Hasn't played to a top 15 level, quite frankly, the last couple of years after his rookie season. I'm tired of the excuse making. I'm tired. Well, if you give him a perfect offensive line and a clean pocket, he's fantastic. If you give him the best receivers in the NFL, he's fantastic. You give him Joe Mixon healthy, he's fantastic. How many times does a quarterback have everything optimal around him?
Never
in the NFL in a salary cap league.
Like maybe like week 1, but that's it. Like things fall apart, things go wrong, and the offense one's tough because it's out of his control. But also, like, you kind of just have to figure it out. Like this is it. Like this is the offense that you're living in. Like unless the Texans really shock us, which they're not going to. Like this is the offense they're going to run next season.
They brought it back.
And it's going to be the offense that make or breaks C.J. Stroud's career, potentially, at least with the Houston Texans.
My point, though, isn't like the offense should cater to Stroud. Stroud needs to figure it out.
No, it's like it's not an excuse. It's like it's just the reality of the world that you live in. That's the team that you're on wants to run that offense. Now it's your job to figure it out. Like, does Patrick Mahomes, is he always in the perfect offense for him? Maybe. But it sure hasn't looked very good when Eric Bieniemy's not been in the building. It hasn't looked very good for, is Joe Burrow in the perfect offense? Maybe.
Well, even those guys have had, personnel issues with them. Joe Burrow hasn't had an offensive line that continues to get him hurt. Pat Mahomes traded away their best receiver, and people thought the Chiefs were done for, and he won back-to-back championships after trading Tyreek. Mm-hmm. The conditions are never going to be perfect for any quarterback in the NFL. They could be better some years and worse others. That's always going to happen. It's just the ebbs and flows of sport. But all the excuse making starting to annoy me. This is why CJ struggles. The scheme is why CJ struggles. And I don't think it's a perfect scheme fit. I've been on that for 2.5 months. People are finally starting to come back around to this doesn't fit him perfectly. This isn't the best offense for him. Yeah. Been telling you. But it's never going to be perfect, so I'm tired of the excuse making. And I think Brian brought up some good information last week. Like the bad throw percentage is amongst the bottom of the NFL. What does eye test tell you? You know what the eye test tells me on Stroud? Like if I were a defensive coordinator and I was game planning against C.J. Stroud, make his life uncomfortable, and he's going to buckle.
100%.
Send extra bodies his way. They're not going to be able to protect it. Is it he making these coverage calls? Is it the center? Is it I don't know where it's coming from. He's supposed to have more control of the the schemes and covering blitz packages this year than he had in previous years. Was that the best thing for him, even though he wanted it? I don't know that to be true, but I'm going to press him. And the moment that he faces pressure and blitzers and it's in his face and he starts to get uncomfortable and he starts to play poorly, he doesn't react well. We saw it against the Chargers in the second half. We saw it against the Chiefs in the second half. We saw it against the Steelers when he couldn't handle the football. And we certainly saw it in the divisional round of the playoffs when the Texans were eliminated in New England. Throw bodies his way. He doesn't know how to handle it.
Yeah, and it's not, and like I don't know why we're still excuse making. Like it's if people just don't want to fully give up yet. I get it. I guess like he's your quarterback. Like you don't want to fully bail on him, and I'm not fully out on CJ Stroud either. But it's just the reality that's in front of you. Like it's not changing. Like it's like the things that people are going to complain about or trying to use excuses to make with him are not going to change. They're not going to have a new scheme.
No.
They're not going to have largely a new set of weapons on offense for him, like maybe a new running back, but the wide receivers are pretty locked in at this point. Your tight ends are pretty locked in at this point. Like maybe your offensive line can be better. Hopefully it is this year, but like that's really the only area. The other areas are all about CJ and orchestrating this offense. Like there are no more excuses. We're through year 3. Because the thing I would say is if he was a quarterback in any other market, people would not be making this excuse for CJ. Like fans of the Texans, like there is a double standard when it's your quarterback that people use and use far too often. It's just the reality. Like he hasn't played well enough the last 2 seasons. If he doesn't, and that's why we're going to be having these contract discussions all off season long. And if they do put pen to paper this year, like I'm going to crush them for it.
It's even aside from that though. It's just like how does CJ Stroud play better football next year? And all of the answers, well, Tank will come back. Well, draft an offensive lineman and sign an offensive lineman. Running game needs to be, and all those things are true. Like Nick Caley has to call better plays. Like these are the things that are being talked about as how to improve CJ Stroud. At what point is it just the quarterback has to be better?
I mean, I think
that to me trumps everything else.
Yes.
Everything else is sidebar. I don't think Caley's a terrible OC. Do I think he's the best in the league? No. Do I think he's working with, maybe a suboptimal situation for an OC? Yeah, I kind of do. I don't think the Texans receiver room was that bad this year. I like Nico. Higgins had an underrated rookie year, in my opinion. Could have they used no more? Yeah, they could have. Kirk's an okay veteran, came alive in the postseason. Running game wasn't great. Offensive line is depleted of talent. Although they put lipstick on a pig pretty nicely, they were able to play better than their offensive line talent is. All of those things are secondary, and yes, it needs to be improved. The offensive line needs to be more talented. Higgins and Knoll should develop in their second year. Tank Dell, hopefully he's healthy coming back. Running game should be better. Caley in year 2 as a play caller should be better than Nick Caley year 1 in a play caller. But you know what trumps everything? The quarterback playing decent football and taking care of it. And I'm tired of CJ needs a great line. How many great lines are there in the NFL every year?
There's not that many.
There's not that many.
Like it's really not. Like it's not like half the league has these like incredible offensive lines graded out on Pro Football Focus. Like yes, they grade better than others, but like offensive lines, it's a problem position in the NFL right now. Like you're right, it just comes down to the quarterback. Like
and even every year, there's the best offensive line and there's the worst offensive line, and you can rank them anywhere in between 2nd through 31st. How many of them are going to have a top 5 offensive line every year? 5 of them. 5 of them. There's 27 who are not top 5 offensive lines in the NFL.
Yeah.
Same thing with the receiving room. Same thing with the running back room. Same thing with the tight end room. Same thing with the offensive coordinator. You know what can make the rest of that stuff elevate? Good quarterback play can make the other stuff elevate. The quarterback should be elevating everything else. It shouldn't be like all of these cushy conditions elevating the quarterback. Because if that's the case, you don't have a $55 million quarterback.
Yeah, you don't. Like it's why people like. That's why I feel like you can't make excuses and then also be pro CJ getting a contract because I just don't feel like they align.
They don't
in any way. We're like, Like no one in Philadelphia right now is like looking at what's happening with Jalen Hurts and being like, oh, he needs everything to be perfect. Well, he had everything perfect. He won a Super Bowl, and then it took a step backwards this year, and look what happened. Like they weren't that good this year offensively. It's like he's showing Jalen Hurts is in his situation, like he needs it to be perfect. I think CJ is showing the same exact thing. But even then, like I don't know. Like even if the offensive line's significantly better, I don't know if it just like fixes everything.
You can still send extra bodies. You
Yeah.
can't protect the 7 guys.
Yeah.
You can't protect. Well, you're not sending 7, but you can't protect. Well, sometimes you will. CJ, you might. You're not protecting 6. You know, like you know what's coming. Don't you think Nick Haley knows that? Don't you think Nick Haley, who watches every single rep CJ Stroud has had from the start of the preseason all the way to the postseason, knows CJ Stroud's weaknesses? If he doesn't know CJ Stroud's weaknesses, he's a terrible coach.
Well, I think
because the best coaches know the strength and weaknesses of all of their players and then put them in a chance to succeed. But you can't block 6 or 7 every single snap. And when they send extra bodies, the Texans really struggle, and C.J. Stroud really struggles.
Yeah, my more concern is that it's not even about how many guys they send. It's just if you make anything complicated in front of them.
They got better at the stunts.
But it took a year, it felt like, to figure it out, right? Like, and then maybe it was just the offensive line, and maybe the change to Cole Popovich as the offensive line coach, like really changed all that stuff. But it felt like the last 2 seasons, whenever anyone threw anything complicated at the Houston Texans offensive coordinators are different. They struggled. Like it's why, like even when you go back to his rookie year, like when you play Robert Saleh's defense and you play Mike McDonald's defense, like those are his worst games of his career.
Yeah.
And in the biggest moments, like those are the kind of defenses you face. Like it's just the reality. Like he just needs to be better next year, or he's not going to be quarterback of this team.
The junkies have thoughts on this.
Junkie?
Am I out of my mind here? Where do you stand on Stroud? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. The big game is here, right around the corner, and you can get in on all the action with Underdog right now in Texas. Underdog goes hand in hand with the big game. Not an Underdog yet? Then you're in luck. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just head over to that Underdog app, make picks on if a player will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get them right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, new promos dropping daily in the Underdog app. So if you like making picks and winning money, Underdog is the best place to be for the big game. We looked at quarterbacks earlier. Let's look at running backs now. Kenneth Walker, nobody to share the load with him with Charbonnet's injury. Walker's at 74.5 rushing yards right now on Underdog. You like the higher or the lower there? Think I like the higher there. I'm leaning higher. And then Ramondre Stevenson. He's the workhorse for New England. Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson, 50.5 rushing yards. Higher or lower there? I know that Seattle defense is tough. I think I like the higher there on Stevenson, too. You might like my picks. You might hate my picks. That's okay. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to tell me. But Underdog is the best place for you to go prove that you know ball. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
CJ needs more practice and film study, maybe a VR helmet and game simulations. Brian, you have one of those?
No, I hate VR.
Oh. Joe, you have one of those?
No.
Oh, thought y'all might. CJ needs Jaden Daniels made that popular. He had the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's sure.
I'm
not opposed to it.
I guess.
Not opposed to it.
I also would think that if it was if teams really thought it was super beneficial, wouldn't they all have it by now?
They might.
Yeah,
maybe
they
have it.
Maybe they do.
Yeah,
they just don't talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's this game-changing NFL thing that makes that life that much easier for a quarterback, then everyone would have it.
Yeah, they just haven't had a story on it.
Yeah.
It could very well be there. CJ needs a vision quest with Aaron Rodgers. CJ Stroud is weak emotionally and character. I don't think he is tough at all. Wide receivers can't help if the quarterback can't even throw the ball close to them. Don't see him rebounding from this season. That's spicy. It's a spicy take. I hope you're wrong. Can't say you're going to be wrong. I hope you're wrong.
I feel like that's going to be a long season then.
Yeah. I mean, he had moments where he played well. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he didn't.
No, I agree. I think it's just the concern with CJ is that this playoff run is going to derail him.
I'm very eager to see his bounce back.
Yeah.
What does that look
like?
To see his bounce back.
And then what does it look like the first time it gets really difficult? Does it fully unravel again? Or is he able to calm everything back down?
I would say my fear is less that it derailed him, more that kind of divisional round sort of is his ceiling. Like he's kind of hit his ceiling. Once he goes up against the top 5, 6 teams, whatever it happens to be, that he's not ready for that level. That he's kind of maxed his skill set or his talent.
I would rephrase it personally. I'm not so sure it's the round, right? I'm not.
I'm just meaning as far as the final 8 teams, top 8 teams, whatever.
I'm not so sure it's specifically that, but I think we're kind of hand in hand with the conversation. There's certain players who struggle against bad defenses. There's certain players, look at baseball. There's certain dudes who can feast on bad pitching, and then you see an elite pitcher and you can't touch good pitching. Is CJ Stroud somebody who can feast on an average defense, and then all of a sudden you see a top 8 defense that gets in your face, that can get to the backfield, that can get to the quarterback, that can really put you under some pressure, that can make your life difficult, and then you're seeing a guy who can't handle a top 8 defense. And look, they're top 8 defenses for a reason. They're going to do that to a lot of quarterbacks. But we were talking about Kevin Martin a little bit earlier. Kevin Martin can go get you 20 on a 50-loss team, right? He can get you an empty 20. CJ Stroud giving you some empty quarterback numbers. Is he beating up on some average to below average teams so we're like, oh yeah, this guy's great, and then you see him against top 8 competition, you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, who were his 2 biggest performances against this year? The corpse that the Ravens were throwing out on defense.
For sure.
And the 49ers defense, I know they were great as far as their record, but they were just hammered with injuries on the defensive side. I mean, all season, but especially at that point.
And they were average defensively just in general anyway. Yeah. They're 13th in the league in points against. That's top half, but barely.
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying too about the quality of opponent. I think Drake May is a really good example of what you would want CJ to be. He's struggled in the playoffs. He hasn't been particularly good in the run for the Patriots. But against the Texans, and other teams, he's had monumental drives. He's had the moment that you need from a quarterback that no matter what he's facing, he's found a way to overcome in all of these games. And I'm wrong with you, Brian. There just feels like there's a level of can't get past this defense of quality with CJ that I just don't. He hasn't shown any signs in 3 years of overcoming.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's hey, look, maybe you get lucky. You play a bad defense in the divisional round, right? And you can win that game. So that's why I didn't want to say a specific round, but I do that's why I think our takes are hand in hand, where it's similar, very similar.
It.
But beat a top 8 defense where you're doing it, not just winning a 10-7 game. Just throwing it out there.
You're going to face one on a run.
In the postseason, absolutely.
At least one.
Yeah.
You're not going to find Drake May has played literally the 3 best defenses in the NFL this year.
Right.
And has run to the Super Bowl.
And people are looking at Drake May's stats and he lucked his way here. Well, 3 defenses are going to make you look bad.
Yeah.
But you have moments like you said, and look, you do have to be helped out. It's not just the quarterback, but you'd like a quarterback who could do something against the top 8 defense. I'm tired of hearing CJ say he needs to do better. I want to see him actually do better. Philip68, talk is cheap. I'm with you on that. I do it for a living. Jasper, didn't even CJ himself say several months ago that he didn't like this offensive scheme? Not directly. He kind of threw some hints. Yeah. And we were very quick to point out some things where he kind of had some conflict with the defense. Like, this is a death by 1,000 cuts. He said it in a cutesy way. Like, I like that we're a death by 1,000 cuts. And he also said it after a loss where it's like, it's not really me. So it's on his mind. I don't think it's a great scheme fit. I've been on that since halfway through the year. And now, everybody else starting to come around a little bit on it. Rocky, CJ not having a top 10 O-line is not a good enough excuse, but only diehard fans share that thought. It's time for Caserio to put weapons around him, Walker or Brees, and draft a running back, sign a veteran O-line, and draft a tight end. Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt. Stowers pretty good.
They're not gonna be able to do all of that in one offseason.
No.
Like, you might be able to get the offensive line done, or majority of it done this offseason to improve it. Like, that's very possible. You'll probably add a tight end and I think a running back in the draft. Like, I don't think they're going to be in one of the big market running back conversation this offseason.
I believe that too. Caserio was an iota away from signing Barkley.
Yeah.
Like, where is their value in running back? Like, how much do they believe in spending that much on running back? He almost signed Saquon Barkley and then still pay. I mean, Mixon was getting $10 million a year. That's a substantial amount of money. Like, it's not a crazy amount. It's not $20 million, but they could have very easily went $5 million running back.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Alexander reported the Texans were having legitimate conversations with the Jets about Brees Hall at the deadline. So maybe they will.
Yeah, I don't. Caserio doesn't strike me as a guy that wants to shop at the top of the running back market, but he did with Barkley.
Yeah.
It was like $1 million or $2 million short, and then whenever he didn't get Barkley, they made the Diggs trade, and then he signed Mixon for $10 million a year. Well, they reworked the deal, but eventually $10 million a year. So maybe he does.
And Mixon's still like you can talk about adding a running back all you want, but I think there's still just a giant unknown if Joe Mixon might just be back.
Yeah, I wonder.
I don't think we can rule it out.
No, you can't rule it out. Can't rule it out. I would hope that they see Joe Mixon running around before they commit to not cutting him.
Yes.
That's the bare minimum for me. Like, at least have eyes on him running around before you commit to keeping him on this team. Because he's making $10 million. That's substantial amount of money. Mm-hmm. You can repurpose, and it's $8 million if you cut him in savings. He's got a $10 million salary. You can get $8 million in savings if you cut him. You find $5 million running back, you got $3 million to play around with. For a guy that might not be any good anymore.
Because even if you see him run around, it doesn't mean he's going to be good with pads on.
No. I'm a little bit – I'm not as worried about that because it's a foot. I don't think that the physical, the contact aspect is going to go away. Maybe if you hit the foot directly.
But it's also he's just getting older.
Yeah, true. Like, he's going to be 30.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see him move around on the foot. Like, I need to see Joe Mixon, right? Like, I can't commit to paying the guy $10 million, $8 million in savings if I were to cut him and not see him run around and cut and not see Joe Mixon. Like, if he's running around cutting and looking like 70% Joe Mixon, why am I paying 100% Joe Mixon? Mm-hmm. So, they have to do that. They have to do that. And I give them the benefit of the doubt that they will.
The Texans, outside of Jimmy Ward, haven't done too many things with their contracts that puzzle me.
Diggs. I think Diggs was a favorite of the agent, though. Caserio is very player friendly and agent friendly. I think that was like, hey, we're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of you, Diggs. Why? Maybe he was going to get noisy on a contract extension.
That's why I don't know. With Diggs too, I'm more okay with it just because of what his history is.
Right, but you traded a second.
I know.
For a rental, and it sucks that he got hurt. But even if he didn't get hurt, you're trading a second for a rental.
Yeah, who didn't look the way he looks this year, even with the Texans. I thought.
I agree.
I think he looks way better now.
Oh, I disagree. I think he looked good with the Texans before he got hurt.
I would like to see more, but I wasn't overly impressed with the trade as it was playing out.
Same. I just don't think he looked better this year than when the Texans. He looked similar. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting offseason. Very interesting offseason.
No favors for Joe Mixon's agent, please.
No.
Don't do anything.
How about Stroud's agent? Who would you rather give into favor for? Stroud's agent or Mixon's agent?
Mixon.
Certainly would cost you less. That
Exactly.
favor.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm with
I
you.
don't want to do a $56 million favor.
One's probably turning a 1 year, $10 million contract into a 2 year, $14 million contract.
Yeah.
And one's a $55 million contract.
Yeah.
So I'll do the Mixon favor.
Yeah, it's only for 1 year too.
Yeah. So just if anything, like you extend him for a year, give him 2 years left on his deal versus giving 6 for 55 each.
I definitely take Walker. Walker looks explosive, but he's not a workhorse, or at least hadn't been.
And he gets hurt a lot.
At least hadn't been, yeah. All right, Clint Kubiak, it looks like he's going to be heading to Vegas to be the head coach of the Raiders. The second LaFleur brother going to Arizona closes out the head coaching carousel. What do you think of those two hires and the carousel in totality? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. This Cutler guy's not bad. He's pretty good. I like Cutler. He's good. He's good at what he does. Kevin Durant apparently sprained his ankle on a fan's foot on the sideline on Sunday. Played through it, but ended up swelling. Rockets hope it's just a one-game absence. Reed Shepard will start. Is there a bigger fall off than going from Kevin Durant to Reed Shepard?
Probably not.
Yeah, it probably is. I'm sure there was like What was Sasha's last name with LA? Like there's probably Sasha Vujicic. Vujicic. There's probably a game where like Kobe missed and Sasha Vujicic started in his spot.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Like there's probably some crazy thing like that.
Yeah.
Like John Paxson probably had a Jordan start after a gambling bender over the.
He usually
over
played
the
after
He
those.
usually play after those.
So the injury was stepping on a fan's foot?
Yeah.
According to Ime Udoka. Which I don't know if we believe him or not.
Do either of you find irony that just days before that, there was that video going around of Durant cursing a fan out, and then a couple days later, he injures his foot stepping on a fan's foot?
Is this karma?
That's what I'm asking.
Stepped on his fan's foot. I want to see the play.
Yeah, because, I mean, the fact that he played through it. I mean, it was at home, though.
I want to see the play where he stepped on the. Somebody's got to find video of this. 713-780-ESPN. All you sleuths out there, go do some decent work. Go help out. Figure out the play. We need the play. Play is what we need. All right, Clint Kubiak looks like he's going to be the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. I actually like this spot. You get a team that I think has some offensive weapons. You get a team that has the number 1 draft pick that 95% chance they go with Mendoza. I kind of like the marriage here, Joe.
I think it's a good fit. Like what we've seen from Kubiak so far, like with like a small sample size of good with the Saints the year before, and then what it looked like this year for the Seahawks with Sam Darnold, and finding a way to make it work with felt like 1 target the entire season to throw to until they got Rashid Shaheed. Like it's been pretty good there. So this feels like a good hire.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for all parties. It's great. The climb for Kubiak's also interesting. Remember, he was fired, like indirectly. He was let go with the staff.
Yeah.
Whenever they got fired with the Saints, so he went from being a fired OC in Seattle. People didn't even really want him in Houston. Like he was a name that would come up.
Yeah.
But not hey, he got fired. Why do we want him here? And then all of a sudden, 1 year later, he got fired with the staff. A season goes by, and now he's one of the 32 NFL head coaches.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you like how quickly things can change. Like you just have 1 good year, and that's your moment. That's why you always feel like you have to take these jobs when you get the opportunity. It's why think back to that first year after Slowick, and people are like, well, he could always wait for the perfect job. Well, it's like, well, that perfect job doesn't always exist because unless you're established, if you get 1 window sometimes to get that job. So I think this is a good fit. Like as long as he likes Mendoza, it's good work. Now I can't imagine he's watched a ton of Mendoza tape, to be honest, as the Seahawks offensive coordinator. But he's got to have at least somewhat of a feel of what he is as a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean they can watch tape pretty quick. Like they can watch every single play they've had in a day probably with the technology that they have.
Yeah,
and they didn't have a game last week. It wouldn't surprise me if you've seen a good amount of tape.
But I think this is a good hire. For what the Raiders are trying to accomplish, I think hiring a younger coach makes a lot of sense. I think now for him, it's just you got to go get a veteran defensive coach.
Yeah, for sure.
You got to bring in someone that has head coaching experience, that knows their way around. I don't know. Would Wade be crazy?
That's not going to happen.
You think that's too crazy?
Yeah, I think.
You think the Wade Phillips days? You think the Wade Phillips days are done?
I don't think he'll coach again.
Okay.
I don't think he'll coach again.
Okay.
Go Cougs. He had to step down from the San Antonio Brahmas because of health.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
He's doing well. He's in good health, but he had to take a leave from his head coaching post.
I did not realize that.
With the Brahmas.
But yeah, as long as he can bring in a veteran coach, he can set himself up successfully.
Yeah.
I think Baltimore is really interesting. They're going pretty young, really young OC. They brought back Anthony Weaver today.
Yep.
So so they don't have that experience. But as long as he gets that veteran coach, he's setting stuff up in the right direction.
I always find it the track. He's 38 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He turns 39 here in a couple of weeks, but he'll be under 40 years old whenever he's the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. He played at Colorado State. Actually went to a high school in Colorado. I guess it was the other Kubiak brother that went to Strake Jesuit.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a quality control coach at A&M, grad assistant at A&M, offensive quality control at Minnesota, wide receivers coach at Kansas for a year, Denver Bronco offensive assistant, Minnesota Viking QB coach, OC with Minnesota in 21, then went to Denver in 22 to be the pass game coordinator, San Fran in 23 to be the pass game coordinator, 24, he was the Saints OC. 25, he was the Seattle OC. He hasn't been at a single job for more than a year since 2021.
I wonder how many of these are like coaching changes.
Probably all of them.
Like it feels
well,
like.
San Fran not.
But like that's the only one. But like the Denver one, that feels like
Was that the same year as Peyton?
Yes.
Let's see, D'Amico. It would have been before Peyton. It would have been the year before Peyton. Peyton was there in 23. No, but 24, 25.
But that coach would have got fired.
Right.
At the end of 22.
Yeah.
That Kevin O'Connell was probably the year before in Minnesota. I think was the year he took over. Was in 2022.
No, I don't think so. I think O'Connell's first year was in 22.
Oh,
because wasn't it the year before
right.
D'Amico?
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think it was the year before. It might have even been the same year.
No, it's the same year.
Yeah, because they were interviewing.
Because we talked about Kevin O'Connell. We had this conversation earlier this season.
Right.
About having Kevin O'Connell as the head coach instead of D'Amico.
Yeah, so that would have been their coach prior.
So yeah, I mean, a lot of these coaches do this. They bounce around so much. These OCs and coordinators and passing game coordinators and all these things.
Mike LaFleur is a year younger than Kubiak. He's going to be the next head coach for Arizona, which I'm fascinated what he wants to do at quarterback.
He's got to have. I mean, the reports coming out this weekend where they're like he has a plan. What's that plan?
Shots, explosives. You can
got rid of that guy, Brian.
Yeah, we only use them when we talk about the Eagles. No,
that's his plan. Shots, explosives.
Shots. So LaFleur, who's the baby brother of Matt, is he? Yeah, he's younger than Matt.
Yeah.
He got his start at Elmhurst.
It's the first college I went to.
You went to Elmhurst?
Yeah.
Where is Elmhurst?
It's a small town in Illinois, about like an hour outside Chicago. 3,000 students.
This guy played quarterback at Elmhurst.
Yeah, D3
Did you go watch him play?
No, it's before my time.
Oh.
2006. I was a freshman in high school.
Oh, my bad. So he was a quarterback at Elmhurst.
Yeah.
He had an offensive assistant job there. Went to St. Joseph's in Indiana for a few years. OC his last two. He went to Davidson, the same place that Steph Curry played basketball. I didn't know Davidson had football.
I didn't either.
He was the OC there for a year. Then he went to Cleveland to be an offensive intern for a year. Atlanta for 2 years, offensive assistant. San Fran passing game coordinator in 17, 18, 19, and 20. OC with the Jets. I forgot he was the OC with the Jets. In 21 and 22. OC with the Rams the last 3 years, and now the head coach of Arizona.
Yeah.
So he hadn't called play the last 3 years. Is he calling plays in Arizona? Has he said?
No, I don't think he hasn't had a press conference yet, so I don't think he has. I would imagine he's going to.
And LaFleur is the OC under Saleh.
Yeah, like if you're going to take that job at 38 years old, I think I'd want to call the plays. Like maybe eventually you do what D'Amico did.
Yeah.
And hand it off. But I would think like if you're a coordinator, like you want to call plays when you first get the job. I would hope. Feels like that's what he's there for.
How many coordinators do teams have? Passing game coordinator, quality control. These staffs are massive.
Like they have so many coordinators.
These staffs are nuts.
Run game coordinator.
Who do you have more faith in? LaFleur, head coach Arizona. Kubiak, head coach Vegas.
If I knew who the Cardinals quarterback was going to be, I think this would be easier to answer. On the off chance that it's Kyler, I'll go with Kubiak.
I think you have to say Kubiak in Houston.
Yeah, I'll go with Kubiak.
Kubiak is royalty.
Yeah.
In Houston.
Which is why I never understand when there was pushback against him.
No, I like Kubiak more. Well, just because he got fired. Like people put way too much stock in like the win-loss record for coordinators.
Yeah.
Like well, they might have the 10th best offense, but their defense is worse than the league.
What's the other Kubiak up to? Is he still with San Francisco?
I think he's still with San Fran.
Okay.
I think he was coaching Drake Jesuit for a while.
Really?
I want to say he was. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks like he was our head coach from 18 to 20.
Yeah, that's a long time.
I mean, he was there before that as the OC.
How old is he?
37.
So he's younger.
Yeah, he's a year younger.
Yeah, I think I called a few of his games actually. Really? I think I've exchanged emails with him.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess that's the next name we should be looking out for.
High school coaches?
No, but the next NFL head coach.
What do you mean?
Well, Clay Kubiak, like as like the next cycle.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll probably be a head coach someday.
He's going to be the OC in San Francisco now.
Have they announced that?
Well, his Wikipedia already says that, so maybe they did.
Oh, he's already the OC.
What was LaFleur? Was he the passing game coordinator? Oh, he came from the Rams.
Yeah, he came from the Rams.
Duh.
Yeah.
I get.
Those kind of get.
I get him confused.
Well, I mean, we just said LaFleur spent a bunch of years in San Fran. He was there for 4 years.
Yep.
Yeah, he was there for 4 years. Yeah, I would go Kubiak as well. Mostly because I like the roster more, the offensive roster. Anyways, like Arizona's got. They're kind of scary offense. Scary. Like, who knows who's playing quarterback? Their running back rooms is tragic. Connor and Benson.
Yeah.
Tragic. Now, You're
a disaster.
Marvin Harrison and is Michael Wilson for real?
I mean, he's only good when Marvin Harrison doesn't play, so I don't know.
Is he for real? I do love Trey McBride though. Trey McBride. These two teams have my favorite two tight ends in the NFL.
Yeah, it's that's the appealing part of these jobs is the tight end position.
Yeah,
the most appealing.
I do like that
because it's two of the top probably 3 tight ends in the NFL.
I do like that. I think they're the top 2.
Bowers, McBride.
Who are you putting else in that class?
Yeah, Warren's not close.
Those are the top 2.
No, you're right. Because I was thinking by default, I was probably still putting Kelsey in that category, but he's obviously not there anymore.
Let's go look to see what underdog their ADPs right now.
They have to be 1.
McBride's going number 1. McBride's going in the swing.
Yeah.
I think Bowers is going in the round 2-3 swing.
I mean, Bowers was a late first round pick last year in fantasy.
He was going in the swing.
But people were probably scared of him now.
He was going first, second round swing. Let's see. Tight end number 1, Trey McBride. He's going ADP right now 14.
Okay.
So early second round. Brock Bowers is going 20.5 right now. So a little bit before the swing. Second, third swing.
Who's next?
His average draft position, Joe, is 41.2. Is
it Warren?
No, Warren's 65.8.
Is it Loveland?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
He's going early 4th.
I mean, it feels like that might be your top 4 tight ends next year. It would.
Number 5's crazy. Crazy talk. I don't know. I disagree, but it's crazy.
Is it Pitts?
Pitts is 6. Pitts is tight end 6.
Is it Kelsey still?
No, Kelsey's tight end 25.
Oh, okay.
He's 22. Tight end 22. He's one spot before Dalton Schultz.
I don't even know.
I'm not sure you'll guess it. It's a second-year player. He was a rookie last year.
Tucker Kraft?
No, Kraft's not winning a rookie last year.
He wasn't? He's been in the league that long?
Yeah. He was drafted the same year that they drafted the Musgrave or whatever. They drafted Kraft later than Musgrave, and Kraft has been way better.
He's going into his second year? Or
yeah.
Is it Harold Fannin?
Yeah. Okay. I love that dude.
He's really good.
I have receipts. saying I have a man crush on Harold
Last year's tight end class
before he was drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a 4th rounder.
Yeah, last year, you have 3 tight ends who might be 3 of the top 5 tight ends. They might be 3, 4, 5 in the NFL next year.
Yeah.
From last year's draft class.
I wonder what happens to Njoku.
Cut him? Move on?
You want him?
Here in Houston?
Yeah.
I guess.
I'm probably out on him.
Maybe. I don't like the tight end room next year.
Jim Schwartz would be a good DC for the Cards or the Raiders. That's a good call.
He's got to get fired first. He's still under contract.
Oh, they're not letting him out of it?
They haven't met yet, Schwartz and Munkin.
Oh, he's so mad.
I wonder if they're trying to give him some space and maybe try to keep him still, but he still has 2 years on his contract.
Probably. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's tip a cap. Tip of the cap. Who are you tipping a cap to after this sports weekend? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. I'm tipping a cap to Federal American Grill because that menu's fire. It is so good. Their starters, unbelievable. Kung Pao calamari, so good. The meatballs are very good. How about a signature jumbo lump crab cake? Bang Bang Shrimp for you as well. And that's just the appetizers. That's just the starters. They got some great salads if you're trying to eat light for lunch. Their seafood is great. The Freedom Burger, which, by the way, for every Freedom Burger sold, $1 donated to the veterans at Camp Hope, which battles for their freedom against PTSD. So they're looking out for their troops as well. The entrees are fantastic. How about every single day too? The social hour at Federal American Grill. It's social hours 3 until 7 every single day. The vibes are great. The drinks are wonderful. $10 apps, various drink specials. They have world-class whiskey and bourbon selections for you whiskey and bourbon heads. Join Club Fed reward point system. Members have early access to all things Federal American Grill. And look, we're only a dozen days away from Valentine's Day. Have you booked reservations yet? Probably not. I think I have you junkies pegged. You probably haven't booked reservations yet for Valentine's Day. We'll do it now. $75 per person, 3-course dinner menu at Federal American Grill. The husband, the wife, the girlfriend, the boyfriend, they're going to be happy with you that you took the initiative to book reservations at such an elite place like Federal American Grill. So go ahead and book those reservations now. So many locations around the Houston area, too. The downtown location, they got 2 up in Katy, 1 on Shepherd, the 1 in the Woodlands, closest nearest to me. And they also got a new one coming soon in River Oaks. So be on the lookout for that as well. But Federal American Grill, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients, and a tribute to American cuisine. A tip of the cap. I like to tip the cap on Monday. There's so much negativity in sports radio.
There's a lot.
Not us. Not us. We're never
We're
negative.
not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting.
We're like Bill O'Brien. Don't give us the keys to your general managership, and we're not negative. We're always positive on this show. Every single day from 3 until 6, we're super positive always.
Super.
Tons of fun. And there's too much negativity in sports. We're anti-negativity. That's why we like to tip the cap on a Monday. Tip the cap to all the great things that happened over the weekend, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'd give away the will a bit there. My bad. You noob. You donk. My bad. Who you tipping your cap to, Joe?
The Houston Cougars just keep winning basketball
games.
Go
Cougs.
You have 3 more takeaways?
No, I just want to tip my cap.
We should reset the lead story, though. Radio shows do that around this time.
Yeah, just tip my cap to him for being
we should reset
a damn
the
good
lead
basketball
story.
team.
Yeah, just a whooping.
Whooping.
That was Joe's lead story.
It was.
For the leading sports topic of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that sincerely. I'm not sure Joe does.
I do.
What were you about to say?
That's your turn now.
My turn?
Yeah.
Carlos Alcaraz.
What are your 3 takeaways?
He wears the sleeveless shirts to show off the Rockets.
Okay.
Rockets. Also, he's locked up the career Grand Slam.
Okay. That's 2.
And he's very handsome.
All right.
Very handsome, that fella. Kind of looks like me. If I took off my sleeves right now, I'd be like, yep, spitting image.
Just rip them off.
No, I can't do that.
Why not?
So tip of the cap to Alcaraz. Do you like tennis?
Not really. It's not my thing.
I used to watch it a lot as a kid. I say a lot. I used to watch the Grand Slam finals.
Okay.
Or I liked Agassi. It's a big Agassi guy.
Yeah, I never. It's one sport I never like. My dad was never into it.
Oh, really?
So I just never got into it.
I used to play a little bit, not
really?
like for fun, not professionally or anything like that.
The wife keeps saying she wants Joseph to play.
It's a good sport. I mean, it's fun. It's a fun sport, and it's like great cardio.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should go play. You want to go play?
Sure.
We'll go play someday after work.
Real tennis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to start with pickleball or just go right to tennis?
No. I've never played pickleball.
I mean, it looks like the same thing.
Same-ish.
Yeah.
No, I think we should play real tennis.
We could try.
We could do the highlights and put it on social. I got to get over this wrist thing, though. This wrist thing's been bothering me.
Yeah, I don't need you to be making no excuses when I beat
It locks up every time I wake up. It's bad. It started in my fingertips, and now it's in my wrist.
That's not good.
I know. It's not.
That doesn't sound great at all.
I need to go to the doctor, see what's up. I think I have carpal tunnel.
That kind of sounds like it.
I think I do.
You don't want that.
No, what is it? How bad can it get? I have to do like these things I read that the internet tells me to do, where you touch your fingertips to your thumb, and then you do piano fingers. So I do this like 10 times a day, and then a roll of the wrist forward, rotate.
It's like a squishy ball too.
Well, that's a great idea. I could do that during the show.
Yeah, you can.
What a great idea, Joe.
Thanks.
That's why I keep you're on a roll today. Joe's on a roll today. This might be the best show of the year for you, Joe. I don't want it now. Also, I'm gonna thank you. Look at you looking out. Look at that. Can you hear that? Can you hear me doing that?
I can't. No.
You can't hear me?
Oh, now I do. Yeah.
This is me squishing the squishy ball that Joe just gave me. It's almost like we rehearsed this.
I just had it in my backpack.
Why did you have it in your backpack?
I got it from the Cubs convention I went to. It's from
Oh,
a radio.
This is from CubCon?
It's from a radio station. They're handing them out.
Chucked it across
I brought it because I think I was going to show it to Todd and say we should get some of our own.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
ESPN i7. We can call it the Branham wrist ball.
Yeah.
That would be sweeping the nation in no time.
I think that will sell like hotcakes.
We got a big remote next Thursday at McIntyre's in Webster. We'll be there.
When's that?
Next Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we'll have them then. Probably not that quickly. But
we're going to Webster next Thursday?
Yep.
I can't wait. I love visiting there.
Welcome to my neighborhood.
I love going there. It's a home game for you.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to be.
Can I do that show remote?
Nope.
Oh, damn.
I'm going to be like
See
Reggie
you there,
Miller.
Brian. Not now. Maybe. Not now.
Yeah. I like road games. Road games are fun. Nothing beats the silence of a home crowd when you're the road team. That's my favorite sound in sports. Mm-hmm. Tip of the cap to Gus Malzahn. Retired today.
Yeah.
He won a BCS championship as a coordinator. Also went from coaching high school ball to being a good head coach in the college ranks for a while. Most recently, the Florida State OC for just a year. UCF for a few years, Auburn for a few years, Arkansas State for a year, and then Auburn was the OC there, the play caller there when they won the national championship. So tip of the cap there.
Came out of nowhere.
Norvell said he's going to call plays.
Really?
I think this is like the Hail Mary to keep his job.
I mean, I'm surprised he still has his job.
Yeah.
He's been on the hot seat for like 2 years now.
I think it's money.
They don't want to pay. They're being cheap.
I don't think they want to buy him out.
That makes sense.
Nick Wise.
Okay.
Nick Wise. Nick Wise deserves a tip of the cap. You know what he did this past weekend?
Nope.
I think I wrote down the wrong Wise. He won 1,000 games.
In what?
Basketball. He's a basketball coach.
Oh, okay.
You've never heard of Greg Wise?
I've heard of Greg Wise.
His son's
Nick Wise on the rundown.
His son's Nick Wise.
Okay.
His son's Nick Wise. I actually knew Nick Wise. Nick Wise went to high school whenever I was in high school. I think he went to Arizona. Played basketball at Arizona. Was a point guard at Kingwood High School.
Okay.
Him and Singletary. I think Singletary was there 4. I think he played at Tech. But Nick Wise was the point guard at Kingwood whenever I was in school. That's where I wrote down Nick Wise.
Okay.
But Greg Wise, legendary high school basketball coach at Jack Yates, picked up win number 1,000.
Congratulations.
That's a lot of wins.
That's a lot of wins.
And they don't play a ton of high school
How
basketball
many games do you play a season?
Probably, if you go and have deep runs, which he's had deep runs for forever. 30?
That's like 25, 30.
30? He's known for like running a pressure defense and like pressing when they're up like 50. But he's had a bunch of really good teams. So
that's awesome.
Tip of the cap to Greg Wise. 1,000 career wins. Also UFC. I told you I'm all in UFC on Paramount, baby. All in. Alexander Volkanovski retaining the featherweight title. He beat my guy who actually came out to the octagon listening to La Chona. That was his ring introduction. That was it. He walked to the ring with this, but my guy lost. Volkanovski got him.
They also they fixed their issues pretty quick. I just thought that was a better broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Like the second one on Paramount. Well, it's dead time.
Yeah, I only watched the main event, if I'm being honest. I didn't get home until late and can only watch the main event. But Hey, retain the featherweight title. You deserve a tip of the cap. And then LeBron James. How can we not tip the cap to a legend making another All-Star game? LeBron James, tip of the cap to you. Going to another All-Star game. Well-deserved, LeBron. Well-deserved.
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 Way more than Alpi.
You have any tips of the cap, Brian, or are you just rude and not paying
No
proper
tips
respect?
of the cap. No, let's give it to the junkies.
No tips.
No tips of the cap. Wow, Brian just hates life.
I'll be honest. I thought this was a Jeremy thing. I didn't know I needed one.
Well, just ask. I mean, I like to be a good teammate. I like to be a good teammate, and you had some last time we did this.
Did I?
Don't say me. You did it last time we did tip of the cap. You had a couple right from the shoot.
I think you just rambled them off, but now I know.
No, you had some. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith. Keith has a tip of the cap. Keith, who you tipping your cap to?
Tipping my cap to Justin Rose, 72-hole wire-to-wire winner at the Farmers Insurance Open.
Wow.
He's quietly put together a very nice career. 13 wins. He's won a U.S. Open, 3-time runner-up at the Masters, plus a gold medal. Wire-to-wire at the Farmers. He was on fire, clicked on all cylinders. He's going to be looking good heading into the Waste Management Phoenix Open this weekend.
Appreciate it, Keith.
Thanks, Keith.
Keith must be an avid listener to Will Doctor.
Every single Saturday.
Every single Saturday.
Golf hour.
Golf matters. No, Justin Rose has had a great career. I don't know if he's quietly had a great career, though. I think if you follow golf, you know that Justin Rose has had a great career. I feel like quietly having a great career is, I don't think that's accurate.
So Liv's going away, it feels like.
I don't know, man. They just throw away money and they're happy to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm curious. People are leaving.
Yeah, Koepka left. DeChambeau had some,
he said it was not what they were told.
Yeah, because
it was going to be.
Yeah, they added another 18 holes to their tournament. They're playing 72 now instead of 54. He's like, that's not what we were advertised. Let's go out to the HRP listener line again. River, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, River?
What's up, fellas? I'm actually on my way to a tennis match right now, but I was wondering if there's any way we can get some action on this Joe George Jeremy tennis match.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you going to handicap it at, River?
I would put money that Joe George does not get in more than 50% of his serves. Actually, 33%. We'll give you 1 out of 3. You get 1 out of 3.
Hey, good.
I'll put money on it.
Of my serves?
How about just the match? How would you handicap the match?
I haven't seen either one of you guys play, but I got Jeremy winning this one. Just because Joe George saying tennis and pickleball are the same is like saying putt-putt golf and golf are the same.
What? How many sets should we play? I think we only got one in us.
Yeah, I was gonna say one, man.
Just best of one set.
Yeah, I don't see you guys getting past one.
No. All right, we'll do one. Appreciate it, River. We'll play a set.
I think it's probably like Brandon.
Play a set.
Minus,
I have a wrist thing and I'm righty, and it's my right wrist.
Okay, minus 200.
I'm gonna have to get it taped up.
Minus 200.
I'll take you up on that.
Okay.
I'll take you minus 200. How much you want to put on it?
I don't know. I haven't played tennis in a long time.
$20?
Sure.
$20 minus 200. So I'm putting up $10 to win. No, you're putting up $10 to win 20. I'm putting up $20 to win 10.
Yep.
Did I do the math right on that?
I think so.
I'm down for that.
All right, we can do that.
I'll put up 20. You put up 10. Winner take all. Brian will be our net boy.
He's a ref.
He'll be our line judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, the line judge, I think, would
You
be
sit in the
better.
high chair?
Yeah, I could do that.
I'm going to cut you out like McEnroe.
I like ref boy better.
Ref boy.
Maybe some of the Twitchers can come be our net
Zebras.
net boys. When are we going to do this?
Zebras.
I don't know.
We got to do it
Zebras.
soon.
We got all year to do it. It's
No,
beautiful outside.
we got to do it like immediately.
Well, then you're the one with the
You don't
busy
wanna do it-
schedule.
You don't want to do it when it gets hot.
No, you want to do it when it
That's
gets hot.
true.
You want to do it now when it's cool.
Yeah. You got to do this before March, I think. It's got to be this month.
No, it needs to be like the soonest available night we have.
When the Cougs after, or maybe
No. Before that.
before the Cougs are done.
Yeah, like next available night we have. I'll pull up the Google Calendar.
All right.
Let's see what we got on the Google Calendar. What are you doing? I can't do it. You want to do it tomorrow?
Let me ask the wife. Where are we gonna go
Joe's
do this?
Wapad.
Beta.
All right, we can do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow night?
Where are we going to do this?
Anybody got a tennis court in their
I was
HOA?
like, can we at least can we do it close to work?
Or I don't know if there's any tennis courts.
That's what I'm
around here.
saying. But it'd be nice to be closer to work then.
Yeah, because it's kind of like a neutral site.
Yeah, because like you're not coming to me.
We have a tennis court in our HOA, but I don't think I have the code.
You can ask.
Yeah, I don't like sitting.
If they're in your HOA.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure out a court to play.
We also would need equipment to be there for us.
I have a racket and tennis balls.
Well, that's one racket. We need 2.
You don't have a racket?
No.
What a racket this is. I might have 2. You can go pick one up at Academy. They're like $20.
We'll see. I don't know if I care that much. That means
he's going to spend all the money he's going to win.
That means I'm losing all my money before we even start.
He's not going to win.
Okay, even worse.
So then I'm losing $30 instead of about $10.
It's not that bad, but you have a racket for the rest of your life.
Then when am I going to use it?
We'll play again. You get a rematch.
Okay.
Double or nothing.
We'll see.
He's got a rematch clause?
Yeah.
Okay.
I give a rematch clause.
Do you get a rematch clause?
No, I don't need one.
Okay.
Oh.
He's going to win.
Do you know the rules of tennis? I like my chances even more now.
I didn't think we were doing this tomorrow, so
play tomorrow.
Maybe like minus 400.
I don't think you're going to find a court. I don't think this is happening tomorrow.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow, actually.
Yeah,
we don't want to play on a wet court.
Yes.
Let's see. I'll be in.
You got time to train, Joe.
Thursday.
I'm not going to train. I just need to learn the rules.
13th. Friday the 13th. Probably should play on Friday the 13th. It feels like bad karma.
Yep, Fridays are tough too.
How about February 17th?
Sure.
What are you doing February 7th? You got 2 weeks to train. You got 2 weeks to fly it up the ladder.
Okay.
Find a racket.
Find a racket in a court for us. February 17th. Joe, I can see it on the marquee now.
What day is the week? Is it?
Joe v. Jeremy. It's
sure.
Tuesday.
All right, I'm in.
All right, we got to find a court.
We got 15 days.
Joe v. Jeremy tennis. It's in the calendar, Joe. Once it's in the calendar, it's gold.
All right, I'm in.
All right, let's do it. 713-780-ESPN. Lance Zierlein had his mock draft.
He did.
Let's make mock drafts great again. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We'll do Lance's mock tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll look at his mock tomorrow. The text line has too much stuff. If you want to handicap it more, use a wooden racket, Branham. Joe uses a modern racket. I don't have a wooden racket.
I want to earn my victory.
I'm gonna just use the racket I have. I'm gonna dress like Alcaraz, short shorts with a sleeveless tank.
Yeah,
yeah. Show you how much I look like him.
Cool. Can't wait to see it.
Both on the court
and off.
And off.
I don't know if Joe's gonna like you wearing short shorts.
He should be looking
I
at the ball.
I want to see wieners.
He's got a thing.
I sat next to Paul for like a year.
That's true.
I didn't realize
Paul
you were
liked to wear short
going there.
shorts.
That's funny. A few other junkies. What's up, Joe? It's Daniel from
Junkie?
League City. I got a racket you can borrow, and our subdivision has a court we can get some practice in before the match. Trying to train you. He's like, what was Rocky's trainer's name?
Mick.
Yeah, it's not Daniel from League City. It's Mick from League City.
I'll text you, Daniel.
He's trying to get right. I have a vintage Agassi racket you can use, but it might fall apart on you.
You don't want me to use that.
Image is everything. Is Branham going to be able to get insurance for that tennis match? I don't know what you mean. We have insurance here. Shout out HRP.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
We have insurance. I'm worried about my wrist, though.
It's not like the World Baseball Classic where you won't be allowed to play.
Yeah, it's true. Free tennis courts in River Oaks, Westheimer, and Edlow. I don't know if they'll let us in there.
I don't know if they would either.
They'll kick us out of there. You're the jabronis from ESPN 97.5. You can't walk our grounds.
No, they would be embarrassed by us.
Yeah.
For sure.
I don't think we're allowed in River Oaks. Right?
Unless we tell them we know Granado.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll let us in
That
then.
would help.
Granado, I don't know those guys.
Yeah, he probably disown us.
I don't have that guy's number.
Play for the naming rights for the show for a week. Oh, it's interesting.
Oh, flip it?
It's the Joe Show. No, it's just like it's the Joe Show featuring Jeremy. I get a featuring out of it.
You kind of did that on what was the Astros podcast?
Oh yeah,
that was kind of
Something with
a Joe
Junction Jack.
George featuring Jeremy Branham.
I didn't write that.
That's right.
If it said featuring, I didn't write that.
No, it wasn't exactly that. But you in the commercial, you got first billing.
Yeah,
yeah, I did.
Jeremy brought that up.
It was my show. What Jeremy did with me.
Will the tennis match be pay-per-view, or can we just come watch it? You can come watch it. We have to figure out where we're doing it at. But maybe we can live stream it.
We probably can. We can
live stream it.
Yeah.
Yeah, free $99.
We can make Sam go.
I don't think we're drawing millions and millions of viewers for this. Where can we bet on this tennis match? Venmo at Jeremy-Brown.
Underdog doesn't have any more or less props.
We could ask.
I got some pick'ems. Yeah, it's a good point. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB.
Over under.
Not over under, Joe.
1.5 injury, more or less 1.5 injuries.
Higher or lower.
Higher or lower.
Higher or lower.
Yeah, I am worried about injury. That's my biggest concern here.
That's probably mine as well.
Tip of the caps to the Junkies for being the most intelligent listener base in all of sports radio, says a junkie.
Junkie?
Tip of the cap to Buckyball at Texas A&M first place and just beat a good Georgia team. They're playing really well.
Are they still not ranked, though?
The new polls came out today. They ain't getting the rankings today.
Yeah, they're still not in there.
Are they getting votes at all?
They are 26.
Oh, so they're the next
Yeah,
team.
they're the next team.
Yeah, they're 17-4.
Yeah, they don't have any votes.
7-1 in league play.
That's crazy. They're not top 25.
What's their best win? That might be why. Yeah, their best win might be at Texas.
Is Texas bad?
They haven't beaten a rank. They're not bad, but they're unranked.
They're on the bubble, on like the wrong side of the bubble right now.
Yeah, they just don't have a quality win. This is kind of, their basketball schedule is kind of like their football schedule.
Easy.
Yeah. What are they in the net? Let's see. A&M in the net. Well, they're 35th in the net. What are they in the KenPom? The KenPom and the net are the best metrics. 27 in the KenPom. 36th best offense, 34th best defense.
So appropriately ranked?
Probably.
All right.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Tennessee's been struggling, though. I'm surprised they're not ahead of Tennessee. UCF had a big win against Texas
Rick Barnes
Tech.
thought Tennessee's team was making some bets.
UCF's a bit of a – I think they're underrated, too.
They're good?
Yeah. 17-4. Just beat Texas Tech at home. They're good.
I mean, A&M's got some good games coming up.
Yeah, they have a chance.
Florida, Vandy, Arkansas. I got some ranked games coming up.
That'll be a good litmus test.
They get to play a pro college player on Wednesday when they play Alabama.
Bediako.
Yep.
Did you hear the Florida students were chanting at Bediako?
G League dropout?
Yeah.
Love it.
That's great. They killed him, too. What about like 23?
Yeah, I mean, it's stupid. Like Amari Bailey. I think I saw Dwayne Wade's kid is talking about it, going back to college.
I did see
Or going to college.
Yeah.
Like, it's all ridiculous.
Yeah. Alex says, tip of the cap, my blue tent roommate, we made it through the freeze. Yeah, I'm glad all of y'all made it through the freeze. That's good. Who gets injured first, Jeremy or Joe? I'm already injured. I'm playing hurt. I'm already hurt. What do you mean who gets injured first? That's already been done. You'll get tens and tens of views. I'm hoping for dozens and dozens. Branham tears ACL. Joe blows out his collarbone.
In tennis?
I mean, you could pull your collarbone. Well, more separated shoulder.
Yeah,
Lance McCullers wants to play tennis too. Drunk and fighting with the wife. Cheer me up, please. Well, you're drunk.
Drink more.
I'm nominating myself for Junkie of the Day for talking smack about UCF. We got worked. All right, Junkie of the Day. That's a good segue. 713-780-3776. Who are your Junkies of the Day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Who are your Junkies of the Day? 713-780-3776. Someone's Achilles is popping probably.
That's my concern.
Who won the push-up contest last week?
Jeremy.
I did. Branham's already has an excuse if he loses. I'm not making an excuse. I'm going to win hurt. All right. Junkie of the day. Who you got, Joe?
People who really care about what a groundhog sees today. Oh. Like, I don't get it.
I'm with you.
Like, it's wrong.
That's cute.
I saw a statistic out there that this family tree only correct 38% of the time.
I need to get a new family tree.
That's what I was thinking too. Like, you got to upgrade your groundhog.
Should be performance based.
Yeah, like, cut this guy.
Get a better groundhog.
Yeah,
in here.
This is stupid.
This groundhog doesn't know ball.
Yeah, I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense.
Have you ever seen the movie Groundhog Day?
Yeah,
Not in a long time, but yeah.
I was telling Brian. So it's in Woodstock, Illinois.
Really?
That's literally the town like next to where I grew up.
Why didn't you ever go?
Because it's dumb.
It'd be kind of cool to go once.
No, I've gone through the town, like you see, like the movie, like where like the movies filmed. That's cool, but like actually on Groundhog Day, no, because it's gonna be wrong.
Not all the time.
A lot of the time. This stress ball is gonna be a disaster for
How
you.
do they determine this?
If it sees a shadow or not?
Yeah, but how do they determine if he's right or wrong?
One of them is if you see. I think it's like if you see the shadow, there's 6 more weeks of winter.
Yeah, and then if not, then I guess less than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder how they define the winner.
Great
Also,
question.
how they know if it actually like looked at its shadow. Like, how are you?
At what point?
Yeah. It's like, are you really tracking its eyes to see exactly what it's looking at?
It feels very inexact.
Yes.
I agree.
Paul George used PEDs, got banned 25 games.
He just got caught.
Yeah.
Maybe
he
you
was
could
playing
use
some good ball.
maybe was it Dwayne Brown back in the day that blamed the beef in Mexico? Maybe you could use that excuse.
Yeah, maybe it was the beef in Mexico. And then this rando named Brian on Twitter blocked me because I typed Esoc instead of Isaac.
Did he say he was going to block you for that?
No, he gave me a long-winded, you're rude, it's Isaac, not Esoc. And then he blocked me because I typed Esoc instead of Isaac, and it triggered him.
Yeah.
So he blocked me. His name was Brian. Brian, what do you have?
I feel like you pointed that out a few extra times. I think we've probably all seen it by now, but if you didn't see the on the undercard of the Shakur Stevenson Lopez fight, Jarrell Miller got his hairpiece knocked off during the match. That was maybe the best sporting moment of the weekend. A tip of the hair, I guess. Maybe I should have brought that up a few segments ago. But the other one, also from Saturday, not a spoiler, Jeremy. If you haven't seen it, don't worry.
I saw it.
But my God, there was no one at the Royal Rumble.
What?
I know. I was slurring my words there.
So there's pushback on this argument.
Yeah.
How so?
They're saying that there's a light, and actually you can see when you do see close-ups of it, that the way that they built the seats is there's a light above the head of the fans that are in the seats.
Sure.
So it makes it look like the seat is empty, but it's not.
I don't know, man. They showed a lot of aerial footage and above, and it did not look like anyone.
You couldn't see anything below the light.
Yeah, but you could see people in the other seats. Why could I see people in those seats but not the other ones?
I think they were different.
I don't know.
It
I
was a
like the
disaster.
people that were there. I could see them in those stands, and then the rest of it looked like 2011 Astros.
Yeah. All I know is I hope the NFL was watching.
Why was it a disaster?
Because they were. It was one of the worst crowds I've ever heard.
I really think they were piping in crowd noise at one
But
point.
who cares? They paid you way more money to go there.
Yeah, no, but it was bad. It ended at 2 a.m. their time. It was in the middle of the day our time. It's every reason why you don't just put a major event in a country that doesn't care. At some point,
I think they've cared in the past. It was weird that I'd be fascinated because the WrestleMania is there next year.
Yeah,
I'd be fascinated
I think
to
they
see
should
if
cancel that.
Well, they're not going to. They're getting paid $1 billion or whatever.
Yeah, I get it, but
couple on the text line. The guy nominated himself for talking smack about UCF and then getting beat. Tio Lopez Sr. for having absolutely zero instruction strategy for his son during the fight Saturday night.
Yeah, he got beat bad.
Jarrell Miller for getting his wig split and still winning the fight.
At least he won.
Yeah, that does make it. After the fight, he ripped it off and threw it into the crowd.
He said it was his hair and he used something wrong on it at his mom's.
It was like a mixture of bleach and something else. I can't remember what the other thing was.
So just loose?
That's apparently. I guess he was trying to wash it and then accidentally loosened it up.
What round did it happen?
I don't remember what round it was.
Was it a big punch?
No, it was just kind of almost like kind of a punch that grazed and pushed, and then it came off.
I got you.
It's not real hair. He's lying.
No, I don't think it is either.
He's lying.
So, who's winning?
Terrell Miller?
I mean, they had multiple votes on that.
Yeah, I think Terrell Miller.
He won the fight, and he wins Junkie of the Day.
Tip of the cap.
Does it for us. Thank you, Brian, for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Bucky McMillan Show coming up at 7. Keep it here. Good night, Houston.